courting death. Li Linlin's willow-like brows shot upward as the burning heart whip lashed out like a spirit serpent flicking its tail wreathed in crackling flames that coiled toward the Moonbreaker's sword. Her cultivation was already a whole level above Ye Tianha's. Now, enraged to the extreme, her spiritual power surged forth in a wild, violent torrent. A metallic clang rang out, so piercing it sent the birds and beasts of the forest scattering in fright. Ye Tianhao felt a searing pain lance through the tiger's mouth of his sword hand as the Moonbreaker's sword almost slipped from his grasp. Borrowing the force of the backlash, his figure abruptly sprang backward in a violent retreat, and at the same time his left hand swiftly channeled spiritual power. Several throwing knives hidden within his storage pouch shot out in an instant. These throwing knives were low-grade spiritual artifacts prized for their agility, designed specifically to pierce a cultivator's protective spiritual power. Catching Li Linlin off guard, they flew with a few soft whooshing sounds stabbing straight toward her head. She had never imagined this cultivator truly intended to kill her. Startled, she hastily roused her spiritual power to defend, yet the throwing knives forcibly sliced through her protective barrier. Dodging frantically, she bent backward in a hurried arch, but was a step too late. One knife brushed across her face in a flash, and a stabbing pain bloomed there at once. Li Linlin's pupils contracted sharply. In a daze, she felt a spreading warmth on her face, and when she raised a hand to touch it, her palm came away slick with blood. Her face, as delicate as blossoms beneath the moon, had actually been cut by the throwing knife. In the eyes of onlookers, half her face was marred by a bleeding gash. "My face! You dared injure me!" Li Linlin's shock and fury mingled as murderous intent surged wildly in her eyes. Born into the Li clan, she had been cherished like a star encircled by the moon since childhood. When had she ever suffered such humiliation, and at the hands of some unknown boy who had actually scarred her face? Now she could no longer afford to hold anything back. Chanting under her breath, she sent the storage pouch at her waist flying, and from it a jade bottle leapt forth. As soon as the bottle opened, a stream of blood-red liquid poured out, carrying a sinister, oppressive aura flooding entirely into the fire whip. The whip was already a mid-grade magical artifact. Now empowered by this Killidan substance, it abruptly lengthened to 3 zhang flames surging along its body, as the vague phantom of a ferocious fire serpent coalesced upon it, roaring as it lunged down toward Ye Tianhao. "Brother!" Ye Tianhao cried out involuntarily at the sight. Her spiritual power was already heavily depleted, and more than half of the spirit sparrows lay dead or wounded, while little Qi was entangled by several 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivators utterly unable to come to their aid. Suwan, meanwhile, was driving a talisman treasure. Though its power was considerable, the spiritual energy it consumed was immense. Cold sweat already beaded her forehead. Yet as Ye Tianhao gazed at the onrushing fire serpent bearing the might to incinerate all things, not the slightest hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Only a ruthless glint flickered there. He tilted his head back and took a fierce swallow of crimson blood wine, then gathered all his spiritual power throughout his body and began burning his blood for a desperate counterattack. This was a method only used by cultivators when driven to utter desperation, allowing their cultivation to soar for a brief moment at the cost of needing prolonged recuperation afterward and facing the risk of their realm falling. But standing at the very threshold between life and death, how could he care about such consequences? "Break!" With a thunderous shout, Ye Tianhao advanced, instead of retreating, stepping upon his sword, to dart forward, neatly slipping past the gaping maw of the fire serpent. The Moonbreaker's sword, wrapped in wildly surging spiritual power, hacked down viciously toward the burning heart whip. In this strike, he gathered every last shred of his spiritual power, and even wagered his trump card, intent on trading his life 1 for 1 with this woman. Li Linlin's expression changed. She wanted to recall the whip, but it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as the edge of the Moonbreaker's sword, carrying an unstoppable momentum, slashed down toward her. He scanned the merchants, finally landing his gaze on Ye Jing, his tone carrying. The phantom of the fire serpent collapsed instantly, the flames upon the burning heart whip dimming abruptly. Li Linlin felt a stabbing pain in her dantian as her spiritual power surged backward. A mouthful of fresh blood burst from her lips as she staggered backward step after step. "My burning heart whip." She stared at the broken half-whip in her hand, heart aching so fiercely her eyes nearly split, and the look she cast at Ye Tianhao grew incomparably venomous. "I will kill you." Just as she was about to charge forward again, a strand of zither music rose at her ear. That melodious tune instantly slowed her entire body. Having used the talisman treasure to finish off those few cultivators, Su Wan's face was deathly pale as her slender hand brushed the zither in her arms. The music, gentle at first, suddenly turned sharp and piercing. It was like 10,000 blades piercing the heart, stabbing straight into Li Linlin's sea of consciousness. This zither was no mundane item, but the clear heart zither left behind by the Sioux clan head. Ordinarily, it soothed the mind and steadied the will, yet now under Su Wan's desperate urging of her remaining spiritual power, it manifested the power to entrap foes and disturb their senses. Li Linlin's whole body went rigid, her steps suddenly heavy as though filled with lead, while waves of stabbing pain assaulted her sea of consciousness. Eyes bulging with rage, she locked her gaze on Su Wan and rasped hoarsely, "Wretch! How dare you disrupt me?" Courting death. Forcing herself to endure the agony, she formed a hand seal with her left hand, preparing to strike at Su Wan, when suddenly she felt a chilling touch at her neck. The sword edge was already at her throat. Ye Tianhao had appeared before her, and the slightest movement on her part would see this keen blade sever her head. "Don't move, otherwise." Listening to the deadly menace in his words, Li Linlin felt her scalp prickle. What unnerved her even more was that the youth before her now had spiritual power surging through him once more. He was clearly gravely wounded. How could he suddenly be so full of vigor again? Before Li Linlin could speak, a spirit sparrow swooped to her waist, its sharp claws swiftly tearing apart the string of spirit beads tied there. "You!" Li Linlin roared with fury, yet with a blade at her throat, she dared not move. She could only glare venomously at Ye Tianyao, who was controlling the spirit sparrow to steal her spirit beads. Ye Tianyao, unabashed, made a mocking face at her, grinning with open disdain. You, just you wait. The Li clan will never let you go." Li Linlin shouted in fury, and as soon as the words left her lips, her entire body suddenly dissolved into a wisp of green smoke that drifted away and vanished. This left Ye Tianhao rather astonished. What kind of cultivation art was this to allow her to flee in the space of a single breath? Watching the female cultivator escape, Ye Tianhao swayed on his feet on the verge of collapse, and had to be supported as Ye Tianyao helped him back down to the ground. "Brother, are you all right?" Ye Tianyao anxiously voiced her concern, and even Su Wan, clutching her zither, ran over with a worried face, handing Ye Tianhao a healing pill. Ye Tianhao did not take her pill, instead raising the crimson blood wine and drinking a few more gulps. Knowing their cautious nature, Su Wan said nothing, merely remarked, "We seized so many spirit beads at once, but seems this trial is as good as ours." Ye Tianyao nodded, then said politely to Su Wan, "Not at all. It was the result of all of us working together." Once Ye Tianhao's breathing had steadied, he glanced at the burning heart whip broken in two on the ground. He picked it up and stored it in his pouch. Su Wan, standing to the side, was puzzled. This magical artifact was already destroyed. What use could it possibly be for Dao friend Ye to collect it? Though she found it strange, she did not press the matter, instead following the siblings as they left the area together. From then on, the three of them swept through the trial almost unhindered. Hardly any cultivators dared try to snatch their spirit beads. With everything going so smoothly, they soon endured to the end of the trial. When the appointed time arrived, a dull bell toll resounded above the beast forest, its booming note causing all the surrounding cultivators to halt their actions. The voice of a Foundation establishment cultivator drifted over like the wind. "Time is up." All of the assessment for entering the inner sect of the Qingyun sect came to a halt at the examiner's shouted command. All cultivators who had been locked in combat were forced to cease their attacks. High above the beast forest, the elders Yun Jian and Qin Yunha appeared in midair. This intersect assessment weighs both temperament and strength. Those whose spirit bead counts rank within the top 10 and who have not resorted to trickery or shortcuts may all enter the intersect. Riding his sword forward, Yun Jian spoke in a voice that was not loud, yet carried clearly into the ears of every cultivator. "Now everyone, organize your spirit beads and follow us to the assessment square, where they will be tallied and the results announced." As his words fell, Qin Yunha lifted his hand and swept it lightly. Several strands of gentle spiritual power transformed into bands of light that enveloped all the cultivators in the beast forest. With only a slight shift of their bodies, everyone felt light and shadow whirl before their eyes as the rush of wind howled past their ears. In just a fleeting instant, they found themselves standing upon a spacious square. At the center of the square stood a towering white jade stele. The rules of the Qingyun sect were carved upon its surface, and at its top was set a large spirit crystal that emitted a soft radiance capable of reflecting the number of spirit beads in each cultivator's possession. Ye Tianhao, his younger sister, and Su Wan stood side by side. The three of them were quite conspicuous. Among the cultivators from the beast forest, there was not a single one who did not recognize these three formidable figures. The cultivators on the square gathered in small clusters of 2s and 3s. Some wore bright expressions, clearly confident that their spirit bead counts were sufficient and success was within grasp. Others looked dejected, heads lowered, having most likely failed to reach their goals. There were also those whose gazes were dark and venomous, secretly sizing up the people around them, plainly unwilling to accept defeat so easily. Li Linlin, her clothing somewhat disheveled, was among them. Faint wounds still marred her face and neck, and her expression carried an unspent fury and poisonous resentment. The hatred in her eyes was nearly overflowing, yet with Ye Jing and Qin Yunhe present, she did not dare make the slightest move. She could only clench her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh. Ye Jing's gaze swept across the entire square, and his voice rang out abruptly, pressing down upon all the clamor silence. We will now begin tallying the spirit beads. Step forward in order and pour the spirit beads from your storage bags into the spirit tray before the steel. The moment the spirit beads fell into the tray, they transformed into streaks of light that streamed into the spirit crystal at the top. The steel immediately displayed corresponding numbers, clear and unmistakable. Some, after pouring in their spirit beads, saw only a pitifully small number appear upon the steely and could only retreat to the side in dejection, accepting the outcome of failure. Li Linlin stepped forward, arrogantly upturning her chin as she poured all the spirit beads from her storage bag in one go. The number of beads she produced was far greater than that of the previous few people combined. 30 spirit beads. A nearby cultivator cried out in astonishment. Discussions erupted at once, and the gazes directed at Li Linlin were filled with shock and envy. The beast forest was riddled with danger, its demonic beasts ferocious, and conflict among cultivators unavoidable. To gather 30 spirit beads was already a top-tier achievement, more than enough to secure a firm step into the inner sect. Hearing the crowd's gasps, Li Linlin's lips curled into a proud smile. She even cast a provocative glance toward Ye Tianhao and his companions. Ye Tianhao, unwilling to indulge her in the slightest, spoke up in mild surprise. Brother, we took that female cultivator's spirit beads before, but I didn't expect she managed to snatch so many again. Though her voice was not loud, it was crystal clear to the sharp-eared cultivators present. You. Li Linlin glared at Ye Tianhao with vicious eyes. Ye Tianhao showed not the slightest hint of fear, tilting her chin slightly, as a clear, unclouded arrogance flickered in her eyes. The sight made Li Linlin clench her teeth so hard they almost cracked, yet she forcibly suppressed her rage. Her magic artifact had already been destroyed, and with the assessment results about to be announced, she could not afford to disgrace herself before the Foundation establishment elders. Watching this overbearing young lady suffer a setback, Ye Tianhao felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Soon it was the turn of Ye Tianhao and his sister. Ye Tianhao stepped forward first, dumping all the spirit beads from her storage bag into the tray in one go. Countless beads rolled down in a dense stream as the radiance from the tray surged upward. The number on the stone tray soared rapidly, finally halting at a staggering figure 72. A chorus of sharp gasps instantly rose from the cultivators nearby. Even Qin Yunhe lifted his brows slightly at the sight, a glimmer of approval flashing through his eyes. Next was Su Wan. She lifted her hand lightly, letting the spirit beads in her storage bag fall slowly into the tray. Though the number was only 51 less than Ye Tianhao's, it still far surpassed that of the others. Finally came Ye Tianhao. He walked forward at an unhurried pace, and the spirit beads flew out from his bag, slowly pouring into the tray. The number on the tray shot up rapidly, soon overtaking all the previous counts, and far surpassing every cultivator present. He firmly seized the top position with a total of 120 beads. One spirit bead equaled one person. In other words, this plain-looking youth had taken spirit beads from 120 cultivators. The square fell into an instant deathly silence. Everyone stared at Ye Tianhao, eyes wide, their gazes filled with shock and utter disbelief. That silence lasted for a full 3 breaths before it was broken by a low chuckle from Qin Yunhe. His laughter was laden with admiration, shattering the stiffness that had gripped the square. Excellent. What a remarkable 120 spirit beads. Ye Tianhao, you have truly given this old man a tremendous surprise. Ye Jing, normally composed, had a hint of light in his eyes at this moment. His gaze settled on Ye Tianhao, and a new note of solemnity entered his tone. He raised his hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. His voice once more spread across the square. The spirit bead tallies are clear. The top 10 of this intersect assessment will now be inscribed upon the white jade steel. Those who did not pass the assessment may still enter the sect. I hope none of you allow a momentary gain or loss to break your resolve to advance. As soon as his words ended, spiritual power condensed at Ye Jing's fingertip, and he lightly tapped the spirit crystal atop the steel. In that instant, the radiance flared, and 10 golden names slowly emerged, descending one by one in order from top to bottom. Ye Tianhao 120 beads, Ye Tianhao 72 beads, Su Wan 51 beads, Li Linlin 30 beads. Each name had its corresponding number of spirit beads etched clearly beside it, leaving no room for doubt. The moment the list appeared, the square erupted once more, the discussions even more boisterous than before. Heavens! Ye Tianhao really took first place. 120 beads. That has to be overwhelming, crushing strength, doesn't it? And Ye Tianyao and Su Wan. Those two female cultivators are not only beautiful, they even swept the top 3. Truly impressive. I used to think Li Linlin's 30 beads were already incredible, but compared to them, it's practically nothing. Amid the clamor, there were exclamations of awe, tones of respect, and also a trace of unwillingness. Amid the chatter, Ye Tianyao, delighted, could not help edging closer to Ye Tianhao, whispering with a bright smile, "Brother, we've won. And we even took the top 3. The proud edge in her eyes had faded somewhat, replaced by childlike exuberance. Her gaze sparkled with. Su Wan also turned her head slightly to look at Ye Tianhao, the corners of her lips lifting in a faint smile. "Fellow Taoist, Ye, congratulations to you, and to us. We can all enter the inner sect now." Ye Tianhao gave a slight nod, his gaze resting on the 3 names at the top of the stele. His expression remained calm, devoid of excessive elation, holding only a faint, almost imperceptible sense of relief. In the midst of the rejoicing, Yun Jian stepped forward to announce, "In this assessment, the top 10 cultivators have all met the standard. From this day forth, you are inner sect disciples of my Qingyun sect." Having said that, Qin Yunhao waved his hand, and 10 jade tokens engraved with Qingyun patterns slowly flew towards Ye Tianhao and the others. The tokens emitted a faint ripple of spiritual energy, symbolizing the identity of inner sect disciples. Those who held this token could enter the inner sect area for cultivation, receive richer cultivation resources, and obtain direct guidance from the elders. Yun Jian scanned the top 10 disciples and spoke solemnly. "After becoming inner sect disciples, you must devote yourselves to cultivation, adhere to the sect rules, and must not harm fellow disciples lest you sully the reputation of the Qingyun sect." The 10 disciples responded in unison, their voices booming, resonating throughout the square. After the admonition, Yun Jian's gaze turned to the remaining cultivators in the square, his tone calm. The remaining cultivators, having not met the standards in this assessment, may decide for themselves whether to stay or leave, remaining as outer sect disciples. Do not be discouraged, however, for the sect conducts an inner sect assessment for outer sect disciples every 5 years. As long as you devote yourselves to cultivation and enhance your strength next time, you may very well stand out. With today's assessment concluded, the outer sect disciples returned to their residences, while the inner sect disciples followed us to the inner sect area to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. As the conversation came to an end, Yun Jian and Qin Yunhao were the first to rise on their swords, their figures transforming into 2 beams of spiritual light rushing into the sky. Ye Tianhao and the other 2 quickly followed suit. The spiritual wind brushed past, and the figures of the crowd gradually faded away, flying towards the direction of the inner sect of Qingyun sect. The cultivators in the square divided into 2 groups. Some became outer sect disciples, while others, unwilling to let their talents go to waste, left in anger. On the white jade monument, the names of the top 10 disciples remained clear and visible, especially the 3 characters Ye Tianhao, which shone like stars, becoming the most astonishing presence in this inner sect assessment. The inner sect of Qingyun sect was shrouded in mist, brimming with spiritual energy, far more concentrated than the outer sect. Ancient palaces were scattered amidst the mountains, serving as the residences for the inner sect disciples. Ye Tianhao and the other 2 followed behind the 2 elders, their gazes slowly sweeping around, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Qin Yunha smiled at the 2 siblings from the Yi family, his tone softening a bit. "Ye Tianhao, your strengths are remarkable and your temperaments are rare. If you have any questions regarding cultivation in the future, feel free to seek me and Elder Yun Jian." Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao recognized that this elder was the one who had appeared at the mission hall earlier. They both cupped their hands in salute and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder. We will certainly remember your words." As they spoke, everyone had already arrived at the center of the inner sect area. A palace named Riyun Hall stood before them, its grandeur imposing with flying eaves and intricately carved beams. Countless spirit crystals were embedded at the top, radiating rich spiritual energy that was refreshing to behold. Qin Yunha spoke in a calm tone. "This is Riyun Hall, where inner sect disciples gather for discussions and receive teachings. Today, my eldest disciple Lu Xiaoyu will first assign you residences. You can take a rest and familiarize yourselves with the inner sect environment." The crowd responded and turned their gazes to the scenery surrounding Riyun Hall, already filled with anticipation for their future cultivation life in the inner sect. The 2 elders departed first, and Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward, addressing the inner sect disciples. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, please follow me." Lu Xiaoyu arranged for the disciples to reside on a nearby peak, which towered into the clouds surrounded by greenery. The residences for female and male disciples were temporarily separated. After arranging accommodations for the cultivators, Lu Xiaoyu called the Yi siblings aside. The surrounding disciples showed some surprise. Did these two siblings know this senior brother? Li Linlin huffed, not wanting to engage with them, while Su Wan performed a salute and took her leave. After the other cultivators dispersed, Lu Xiaoyu stepped forward with cupped hands and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yi, on entering the Qingyun sect." Lu Xiaoyu replied with a wry smile, "Yes, Brother Yi, Sister Yi." After the simple greetings, Yi Tianyao eagerly asked Lu Xiaoyu, "Brother Lu, now that we are inter-sect disciples, when will we receive the Foundation Establishment pills?" Tianyao. Yi Tianhao looked at his sister's eagerness with helplessness. Lu Xiaoyu chuckled, saying, "Sister Yi, do not be anxious. Becoming an inter-sect disciple does not mean you can easily obtain Foundation Establishment pills." He patiently explained. "You heard Elder Yun Jian mention that the Qingyun sect holds an assessment for outer sect disciples every 5 years, which also includes inter-sect disciples competing for Foundation Establishment pill slots. Since the sect only prescribes 3 Foundation Establishment pills, the inter-sect disciples must compete among themselves to obtain them. We still have to compete." Yi Tianyao pouted. Yi Tianhao stepped forward. "Then may I ask Brother Lu, when will the sect competition begin?" Lu Xiaoyu replied with a faint smile, "Brother Yi, there is still a year left. This should be ample time for you, and I also need to participate in this trial. Perhaps we will even be rivals." Upon hearing this, Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao were both taken aback. Did the eldest disciple Lu Xiaoyu also need to participate in the competition for the Foundation Establishment pills? Seeing their surprised expressions, Lu Xiaoyu sighed. Foundation Establishment is not so easily achieved. Having a Foundation Establishment pill only raises the success rate by 30%. Even obtaining the pill does not guarantee success, so this is also my opportunity to achieve full mastery of Qi refinement. With that, he smiled. So during this competition, I will not hold back against anyone. Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao thought to themselves, this competition for the Foundation Establishment pills would indeed be a tough battle. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu looked at Yi Tianyao. "By the way, Sister Yi, I have something to discuss with you. Can you control demon beasts?" Yi Tianyao was taken aback, then nodded. "It's just some basic skills, Brother Lu, please don't laugh at me." Lu Xiaoyu recalled the demon fox and the numerous spirit sparrows that Yi Tianyao had summoned earlier. Such control abilities clearly indicated that she had learned the beast-controlling techniques from her family. If developed, her future would be limitless. He said, "Sister Yi, most of the cultivators in Qingyun sect are sword cultivators, but there is an old man named Yun, he who specializes in beast-controlling research. If you have any questions, you can seek him out for guidance." Yi Tianyao's eyes lit up, and she quickly cupped her hands. "Thank you, brother. Tianyao will remember." Lu Xiaoyu, noticing the excited expression on the young lady before him, slightly averted his gaze and took a step back. "Since that is the case, I will not disturb you any longer. Rest well, there will be morning lessons tomorrow." With that, he flew away on his sword. Yi Tianhao noticed Lu Xiao's hurried demeanor, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. "By the way, brother, let's quickly inform Grandpa about our entry into the inner sect of Qingyun sect. Let's make him happy." Yi Tianyao exclaimed excitedly. Yi Tianhao nodded, then prepared to use Yi Tianyao's spirit sparrow to send a message, also planning to return the heart-burning whip he had previously destroyed. He knew that Grandpa had a special method for repairing spiritual artifacts, and since this whip possessed considerable power, it would be useful to leave it with Grandpa. The spirit bird flapped its wings high, soaring over the valleys and peaks of Qingyun, passing beyond a series of towering palace walls until it arrived at the Lingyun Valley in the Qinling region, abundant with spiritual energy. At this moment, Ye Jing was meditating in the valley, and as the spirit bird entered, he opened his eyes. Tianhao has Tianyao sent a message. After retracting his spiritual power, he noticed a small bird had flown into the valley carrying a small storage bag on its back. Ye Jing waved his hand, and the storage bag on the spirit bird's chest flew over, opening automatically to release several letters and a whip that was split in two. He glanced at the whip and saw it was infused with a strong wave of fire attribute spiritual energy, appearing to be a formidable spiritual artifact. Upon seeing this, Ye Jing picked up the envelope and began to read, discovering that Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao were writing to inform him of their success in entering the Qingyun sect as inner disciples. However, unfortunately, they needed to participate in a sect competition to have a chance of obtaining the Foundation Establishment pill. Ye Jing understood this, well, as the immortal Willow had already sensed that his 2 grandsons had entered the Qingyun sect, rewarding him with 1,000 points of immortal light. 1,000 points of immortal light were far more substantial than any previous rewards. This was a pioneering achievement for the Ye family, having family members entering the immortal gates and beginning to learn immortal techniques, promising the continuation of their immortal bloodline. What Ye Jing could not accomplish decades ago, his two grandsons had now achieved. Naturally, Ye Jing felt immense satisfaction in his heart. He picked up the whip filled with fire's spiritual power, and its purpose instantly appeared before him. Burning Heart Whip, a mid-grade spiritual artifact made from the bones of 1,000 fire snakes, can be repaired. 1,000 fire snakes. This whip seems to have quite a history. Ye Jing mused, weighing the whip before storing it within the immortal willow to recover slowly. Ye Jing also needed to quickly enhance his strength, as he could not fall behind his descendants. Due to his advanced age and frail body, although aided by the immortal willow's light, rejuvenating him significantly, his foundation was still that of an elderly man, making his cultivation progress rather slow. However, this was not a challenge for Ye Jing. After all, he was never short of spiritual energy. Whether from spiritual veins or spirit stones, he could obtain a vast amount of spiritual power. He stood up and took out the transformation of wind technique that Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao had given him, preparing to practice. In recent months, he had not only balanced the family's herbal medicine business, but also engaged in cultivation within Lingyun Valley. He had already mastered more than half of this technique. His figure transformed like the wind, gathering and dispersing, escaping 1,000 miles. This technique was perfect for Ye Jing to conceal his figure and avoid danger. With a flicker of his form, he instantly vanished like the wind within the valley. In the blink of an eye, Ye Jing swiftly reached the valley's outskirts, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, a remarkable technique. Ye Jing exclaimed, feeling his months of hard practice had not been in. Although this was a technique primarily for escape and concealment, which might sound somewhat shameful in the perilous world of cultivation, having a means to escape for survival was indeed a valuable asset. There's no shame if you're alive to bear it. Ye Jing clenched his fist and once again attempted to control the technique, transforming rapidly into a gust of wind swirling into the forest. He wanted to test how far this technique could take him in terms of escape. Ye Jing pulled out a map, selected a direction, and then leapt forward swiftly. As he continuously utilized spiritual energy to leap, his speed increased until he could no longer distinguish whether the ground below was land or water. When he finally exhausted all his spiritual energy, he opened his eyes to find himself in a desolate wilderness. Without pausing, Ye Jing quickly took out a bottle of blood wine and drank deeply, then chose a secluded spot to stop. He glanced at the map he was carrying and realized that within a short incense stick's time, he had traveled over 100 miles. Indeed impressive. Ye Jing marveled. This speed was far faster than riding on a black wind, and even faster than sword flight. It seemed that the transformation of wind technique was genuinely effective. And this area was precisely the wasteland where he had previously sought gold attribute ore. Having not visited in months, Ye Jing still intended to search for a location within this area suitable for the family to extract spiritual mines. He could use these first-grade ores to cultivate numerous spiritual plants and artifacts, ensuring the family had a stable resource supply, reducing the need for strenuous travel. With his grandsons still young and affairs busy at home, it was best to resolve resource matters as soon as possible. Ye Jing made up his mind and summoned the poisonous bee. Go search for the spiritual mine. Having gained experience from the first attempt, Ye Jing became adept at locating spiritual mines. The insects could sense the direction of spiritual ores, but most were depleted mines, providing little use to Ye Jing. Thus Ye Jing instructed the poisonous bees to lead the way, seeking the mine with the highest concentration of spiritual ores so he could investigate. Ye Jing found a secluded spot to rest. The sky gradually darkened, and everything fell into silence. 3 days later, Ye Jing suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a pang of anxiety. He immediately felt a sinking sensation, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cave of demon beasts. He saw that the poisonous bee he had sent out was covered in injuries, one of its wings broken, and it let out a pitiful cry upon seeing Ye Jing. Ye Jing approached and examined it, noticing that the poisonous bee was riddled with tiny bite marks as if it had been gnawed on by something, and only a few of the accompanying bees remained. Poisonous bee, what happened? Ye Jing's heart sank as he reached out to stroke the poisonous bee's head. In an instant, the memories of the poisonous bee surged into Ye Jing's mind. As long as it was a beast tamed by the immortal willow, Ye Jing could share their memories. When Ye Jing opened his eyes again, he saw the poisonous bee flying high, searching for spiritual or based on Ye Jing's command. Just as the poisonous bee discovered something, a whirlwind of golden dust suddenly swirled up before him, but it was not mere dust, it was a horde of countless golden insects. They were densely packed with sharp black mandibles, their bodies entirely golden, and they rushed forward to bite. Even the poisonous bee's toxic mist could not deter them, They bit at anything that resembled flesh. The other accompanying bees were also devoured without any resistance. The scene quickly shifted to the poisonous bee fleeing in haste. After the memory ended, Ye Jing returned to reality somewhat incredulous. How could such small insects be so formidable, fearless of poison, and able to gnaw through the poisonous bee's tough exoskeleton? They appeared quite extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Ye Jing left the immortal willow and instructed the remaining bees to lead him to the location where the poisonous bee had been attacked. He wanted to see what was so remarkable about these insects. The few remaining bees guided the way, leading Ye Jing forward as they walked for about 100 miles. As Ye Jing delved deeper, he noticed numerous corpses of demon beasts on the ground, all gnawed to pieces, even their bones reduced to fragments. Upon witnessing this, he quickly suppressed his spiritual sword, touched down, and activated the wind-walking technique, rendering his body invisible, his footsteps making no sound on the ground. Those insects were unafraid of even the poisonous bee's toxic mist. If he were to recklessly reveal himself, he would likely meet the same fate. After continuing forward for half an hour, the terrain ahead gradually became rugged, and a faint metallic scent mixed with a pungent fishy odor wafted over. Seeing this, Ye Jing immediately collected the guiding bees and hid in a relatively concealed place. When he looked again, his heart couldn't help but constrict. He saw a huge pit among the chaotic stones, and upon probing with his divine sense, he was startled. Below was a natural mine surrounded by metallic ores with the veins exposed, appearing to be an iron mine. However, there was not a trace of gold attribute spiritual energy below, which puzzled Ye Jing. He trusted the toxic bee's findings, and it seemed that there was definitely something wrong below. So he flew down on his sword. The area around the mine was covered with a dense swarm of golden insects, appearing like a flowing golden membrane wrapping tightly around the entire pit. These small insects were about the size of a fingernail, entirely golden with hard shells, and their black mouthparts opened and closed continuously. They were perched on the or gnawing at it, and the originally hard metallic spirit mine was easily chewed down to powder under their mandibles as if it were soft mud. Ye Jing squinted his eyes and used the immortal willow technique to observe. First-tier golden erosion insect erodes gold to sever veins. Gold attribute spirit insects enjoy feeding on the spiritual power within or having a special attack against spirit mines. Skilled at excavation, social insects can be controlled with 100 points of spiritual light to tame the queen. Ye Jing noted the impressive abilities of the golden erosion insects. Even the toxic bees hadn't gained an advantage, and if he could tame them, they would surely become a great aid. However, Ye Jing did not act impulsively. He was well aware that there were thousands of these golden insects below, and disturbing them would be a major hassle. It seemed he needed to find the queen. Ye Jing controlled his body at the periphery, slowly ascending while concealing his presence. He tried to see if these golden erosion insects would be disturbed by his approach. Below, a swarm of insects was continuously gnawing at the golden glowing ore. Ye Jing's heartbeat quickened as he cautiously approached, extending his hand when he was half a meter away from the golden insects. The golden erosion insects did not sense his presence at all, huddled together, focused on their meal. This made Ye Jing breathe a sigh of relief, and he stepped forward slowly. The golden erosion insects seemed only interested in the ore and did not react to Ye Jing's proximity. As he ventured deeper into the mine, the number of golden erosion insects increased to the point that he had to fly on his sword to avoid stepping on a few and startling the swarm. Where could the queen be? Ye Jing felt puzzled, having searched around and found nothing but spirit, ore, and small insects without a trace of the queen. He did not even sense any powerful spirit beast aura in this pit. Just as Ye Jing was contemplating, the golden erosion insects suddenly lit up, glowing in circles, and a surge of extremely pure gold attribute spiritual power spread out, as if they were gathering all their spiritual energy in one direction. Ye Jing was taken aback, realizing that it wasn't the spiritual energy of the ore that had vanished, but rather that these insects had absorbed it all, which was why there was no reaction. Ye Jing immediately looked in the direction where their spiritual power was flowing. He saw that where the spiritual energy gathered, the swarm of insects had suddenly formed a ball the size of a human egg. The golden erosion insects gradually emerged from that egg-shaped ball, revealing a large insect that was several times bigger than those fingernail-sized golden erosion insects. It had a pair of sharp mandibles on its chest, greedily sucking in the golden spiritual energy emanating from the smaller golden insects. Is this the queen of the golden erosion insects? Ye Jing was startled. He saw that this queen was a mid-tier, first-tier demon beast, faintly on the verge of breaking through, and appeared quite powerful. At this moment, the golden light on the smaller golden erosion insects gradually dimmed, as if they were offering all their gold attribute spiritual energy to the queen. The spiritual energy around the queen suddenly surged, and the patterns on its shell became increasingly distinct, exuding an ever-growing sense of oppression. The smaller golden erosion insects lost their glow and quickly crawled to the side of the queen. The ore beneath them had long been completely gnawed clean. This made Ye Jing exclaim in awe. These golden erosion insects fed incredibly fast, and it seemed that in no time they would consume all the reserves in this area. Moreover, judging by its appearance, it seemed poised to break through to the late first tier. If he didn't tame it soon, Ye Jing feared he would struggle to find spirit ore in this area. I must not let it break through. Ye Jing steeled himself, and without further hesitation moved forward with a large blade, his gaze fixed tightly on the queen, who was focused on absorbing the golden spiritual energy. He used the wind concealment technique to hide his figure to the utmost, even lowering his breathing, and slowly approached the queen. Ye Jing understood that although the queen was powerful, this was the critical period for its breakthrough, and its mind was solely focused on refining the spiritual energy, making it the best time to tame it. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to think quickly about using the wind transformation technique to flee. Just as he was less than 10 meters away from the queen, it suddenly raised its head sharply, its black compound eyes gleaming. Ye Jing was alarmed and immediately summoned Shao-Chi. Capture that golden erosion insect. As soon as he finished speaking, a fire fox engulfed in flames appeared, opening its mouth and unleashing a massive wave of fire at the queen, then lunged forward, claws gathering flames, striking fiercely at the queen's abdomen. The queen, sensing something was amiss, was suddenly bombarded by the fire fox and the golden erosion insects protecting her. Having given too much golden spiritual energy to the queen, could not stop the flames and were all burned to cinders. Ye Jing was delighted. Indeed, fire counteracts gold, and Shao Kai's flames had an effect on these golden erosion insects. Roar! The queen quickly flapped its wings, swiftly controlling its spiritual energy to extinguish the flames. It attempted to fly upward. This queen had already gained human-like intelligence, and now at this critical moment of breakthrough it sought to preserve its strength and did not want to attack, only wanting to escape. Ye Jing sneered. Where do you think you're going? Shall you block it? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge white eagle swooped down, letting out a loud eagle cry aimed at the fleeing golden erosion insect. The sound was thunderous, carrying immense intimidation. It flapped its wings, summoning several bolts of lightning to firmly bind the queen, rendering it unable to move. Seeing the fierce beast eagle in front and the fire fox behind, along with Ye Jing standing in the cave, the golden erosion insect immediately understood that it was this human controlling these two beasts to obstruct it, and it let out an enraged roar. The golden erosion insect obeyed the queen's command and quickly transformed into a hurricane, charging at Ye Jing, its sharp mandibles bared, vowing to tear him to shreds. Ye Jing did not dodge. The fire fox leaped forward, roaring, as hard fire crystal armor instantly materialized around him, and the attacking golden erosion insects uselessly crashed against the impenetrable fire crystal armor. They were completely unable to break through the defense. The golden erosion insects, seeing this, became furious and rapidly flapped their wings, violently colliding with the fire crystal armor, the sound echoing throughout the pit. They continued to open their mandibles, relentlessly biting at the fire crystal armor, producing a continuous clanging sound. Ye Jing sneered and shouted, "Heifeng, let's see whose biting ability is stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive black dog charged out, its gaping maw snapping fiercely at the golden erosion insect. With a crunch, the golden erosion insect was directly torn apart. Roar! In the cave, fierce battles raged on, while Ye Jing simply observed as the beasts he had tamed relentlessly attacked the golden erosion bug queen. He thought to himself that the beast lair opened up by the immortal willow was indeed quite useful. Those beasts placed near his juniors could be summoned at any time. This way he need not expend great effort to deal with these insects. The sharp teeth of the black wind pierced the outer shell of the bug queen, and the viscous golden liquid dripped from its mouth, carrying a strong metallic aura. The golden erosion bug queen let out a piercing howl, its body shining with golden light, as it attempted to break free from the black wind's bite. However, the lightning of Shao Yu had already ensnared its wings, spreading across its entire body, burning its flesh, and preventing it from controlling even a trace of its spiritual energy. Shao-Chi stood guard nearby with flames around it, reducing any golden erosion bugs that attempted to approach into ash. These bugs were quickly subdued. Ye Jing stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the cave, looking with satisfaction at the battlefield. He stepped forward slowly, looking down at the subdued golden erosion bug queen, and said sternly, "Will you submit to me, or will you die?" This question was direct, causing the bug queen to emit a series of screeches. Beasts always bowed to the strong, and it quickly lowered its head. The golden erosion bugs attacking the fire crystal armor also gradually stopped their assault, obediently lying down. Seeing this, Ye Jing hesitated no longer. and immediately used 100 points of immortal light to tame it. After taming, he instructed the three beasts to release the golden erosion bug. The golden erosion bug broke free from its restraints and flapped its wings, flying to Ye Jing's side. Ye Jing took out the red blood fruit and spirit nourishing pill to reward the three beasts, then waved his hand to let them return to their beast lair to rest. The golden erosion bug queen showed no interest in the spirit fruit and pills in Ye Jing's hands, obediently following him. After dealing with the golden erosion bug, Ye Jing turned his attention to the pit. He could clearly sense that besides the exposed gold ore on the ground, there were even more intense waves of golden spiritual energy emanating from ahead. Evidently, that was the location of the spirit mine he sought. Previously occupied by the golden erosion bugs, he couldn't approach, but now that he had subdued them, this vein of spiritual or naturally belonged to him. There were several caves of varying sizes ahead. Ye Jing took out a talisman and tossed it inside to probe, finding no traces of beasts, and thus slowly walked toward the depths of the cave. The deeper he went, the richer the golden spiritual energy became. Soon a cluster of gleaming golden ore appeared before his eyes. It was a high-purity golden spirit mine looking to be well-stocked. If mined, it would be excellent material for both cultivation and crafting magical tools. Indeed, a quality spirit mine. A hint of joy flickered in Ye Jing's eyes. However, he soon faced a dilemma. While he had found the spirit mine, how would he transport it home? Moreover, this location seemed to be quite close to the Lingxiao sect. If those disciples were to learn that he had discovered a spirit mine containing such abundant golden spiritual, or it would spell trouble. Just as he was troubled, he glanced back at the eagerly drooling golden erosion bug queen and thought of its digging abilities along with the teleportation array of the Tiangong workshop. Thus he came up with an idea: why not bury this pit underground and use the golden erosion bug's digging ability to extract these golden spiritual ores, then use the teleportation array to send them to Lingyun Valley. Furthermore, this golden erosion bug possessed a unique ability to conceal the presence of golden spiritual, or which would help better shield it from the detection of other cultivators underground. This way he could turn this spirit mine into a resource for the Ye family. With this thought, Ye Jing flew out of the cave and began his old tradition of summoning all the golden erosion bugs. He then raised his sword and began to strike at the massive cave repeatedly. Suspended above the cave, the sword in his hand glowed faintly with spiritual energy, his movements agile as a shadow, the sword light shimmering. Each swing of the sword carried immense spiritual power. With a thunderous crash, the rocks at the edge of the cave shattered, debris tumbling down and raising a cloud of dust. Ye Jing's rhythm in swinging the sword was methodical. Each strike precisely landed on critical spots at the cave entrance, aiming to completely seal it while avoiding any impact on the deeper golden spiritual ore. As the sword light intertwined, the once deep pit was gradually covered by surrounding debris, leaving only a narrow gap, barely able to accommodate the golden erosion bug's passage. This was a deliberate mark he left for later, directing the golden erosion bugs to extract the ore. Seeing this, Ye Jing ordered the golden erosion bug queen to have her sub-bugs guard the golden spirit mine. Well, the ores containing golden spiritual energy in the cave should not be disturbed, while the others could be taken freely. Happily flapping her wings in response, the golden erosion bug queen led her sub-bugs into the gap. Ye Jing thought it was time to visit Bai Qian, the owner of the Tiangong workshop, to acquire several teleportation arrays. With a swift movement, he dashed out of the desolate valley and rode his sword toward the direction of the Tiangong workshop. Soon he arrived at the Tiangong workshop. In the owner's loft, Ye Jing had made quite a name for himself in the Tiangong workshop, so the cultivators in the loft were mostly familiar with him. Inside the residence, a celestial attendant respectfully said to Ye Jing, "Boss Ye, the owner, is currently attending to a distinguished guest. Please wait a moment." Ye Jing noted that the celestial attendant merely took him to the courtyard to wait. After some time, the large door of the loft opened, and Bai Qian's voice came through. "Masterly, I apologize, but I can't see you off." Ye Jing saw that Bai Qian's distinguished guest was a man dressed in a purple long robe, his cultivation deep yet restrained. His gaze was haughty, and he nodded slightly, casting a cold glance at Ye Jing, who was waiting aside before After the man left, Bai Qian gradually lost the smile on his face and addressed Ye Jing, "Boss, what brings you to me?" Ye Jing noticed the condescension in the owner's tone, but did not show any dissatisfaction. After all, he was merely a chi refining cultivator, insignificant in the eyes of these foundation establishment cultivators. He bowed and said, "Master Bai, I have come to request another teleportation array." Bai Qian raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone tinged with suspicion. He did not invite Ye Jing inside, but stood in the courtyard speaking in a casual tone. "A teleportation array. Boss Ye, why do you need so many teleportation arrays?" Although Bai Qian had several teleportation arrays, typically a shop only needed one at most. How could he require several? Seeing this, Ye Jing responded, the goods in the shop have been selling well recently, and the stock I had is nearly sold out. I have contacted several suppliers, but they are rather scattered, so I need to add another teleportation array. Bai Qian, upon hearing this, did not harbor much suspicion, as this old man indeed had some skills, and his shop attracted many cultivators in the Tiangong workshop. He nodded, saying, in that case I will give you one, but I must inform you that the rent for the teleportation array is 50 spirit stones per month, payable monthly. Ye Jing nodded, saying, I will remember that. After obtaining the teleportation array from Bai Qian, Ye Jing headed towards home, heading straight for Ling. At that moment his two daughters-in-law were busy, one crafting spirit pills and the other refining weapons. Upon seeing Ye Jing, they hurriedly approached him, saying, Father, you are back. Ye Jing nodded, then waved his hand, causing a magical array to fly out and land. He then said to Wu Guiyun, I have obtained a teleportation array from the shopkeeper of Tiangongfang City. I have set it up here, and in just a few days I will teleport some gold spirit or over. You and Shang Yun should carefully check it out. Gold spirit or. Wu Guiyun was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Ye Jing looked at the furnace room where his daughters-in-law were working and the surrounding rigid corpses, then said, Xianglan, call Yi and come with me. Lu Xianglan nodded and called for Yi, who was at home teaching his son to follow Ye Jing to the mine. On the way, Yi was extremely happy to hear that his father had obtained a spirit mine. However, when he landed and saw the desolate surroundings, he couldn't help but wonder, Father, where is the spirit mine you mentioned? I can't sense any spiritual energy here. Ye Jing smiled slightly, saying, just watch my son. As he spoke, he used his spiritual power, and several golden-colored small insects crawled out of the ground. Soon swarms of them appeared, gradually gnawing a large hole into the originally flat wilderness. A golden-scaled bug as tall as a person surged out of the hole, bringing along all those small insects. The small insects surrounded Ye Jing, exceptionally obedient. The large bug emitted a powerful aura of spiritual energy, startling both Yi and Lu Xianglan. This bug was actually a mid-stage first-tier demon beast. Father, have you tamed another demon beast? Yi exclaimed in surprise. Ye Jing chuckled, saying, consider it as me finding a helper. You both come in with me. The gold spirit ore here is quite abundant. I have set up a teleportation array inside to have you assist in mining it. Father, this seems a bit too troublesome. Why not let my elder brother call the people from the palace to help? Yi asked curiously. Now that Yi Xian was assisting the emperor in the palace, holding a high position and commanding many soldiers, it would save time and effort if those people could be invited to help with the mining. Lu Xianglan nodded in agreement, her brows slightly furrowed. Father, what Yi said makes sense. Those soldiers can save us a lot of time. Her thinking was meticulous. She was concerned about the need to help refine spirit pills and create corpses at home. If they were also distracted by mining, it would be difficult to manage both. Ye Jing shook his head slowly, his gaze sweeping over the docile golden-scaled bug, then looking towards the golden glow emanating from the mine's entrance. In a steady tone he said, this gold spirit ore is something I obtained by chance, and what you do not know is that this place is not far from a sect called Lingxiao sect. If this information leaks, it would be catastrophic for our Yi family. He paused for a moment, then continued, in the palace there are many eyes and ears. If we let people from the palace come and mine in large quantities, the news will eventually leak out. One must understand that there are many abandoned mines that have been exploited, which shows the kind of trouble a rich mine would attract if known to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Yi's expression sobered, the joy fading from his face, replaced by a solemn look. Father, I realize I have been naive. Though he was somewhat impulsive by nature, having followed his father for so long, he understood the principle of survival of the fittest in the cultivation world. If their family obtained such a rich opportunity but lacked the strength to protect it, the outcome would only be. Lu Xianglan quickly understood Ye Jing's intentions, feeling a sense of admiration rising within her, and she bowed slightly, saying, Father, your considerations are thorough. It is I who has not thought enough. Ye Jing waved his hand, his tone softening significantly. You do not need to blame yourselves. This matter is not your fault. The reason I do not want outsiders involved is not only due to the risk of information leaking about the spirit mine, but also for another reason. He pointed to the densely packed golden-scaled bugs, saying, these golden-scaled bugs are naturally adept at mining gold spirit ore. They feed on the gold spirit ore, making the mining process not only time-saving and labor-saving, but hundreds of times better than manual mining. As he spoke, Ye Jing did not forget that Lu Xianglan needed to refine pills and create corpses. He said, Xianglan, I know you have a heavy burden, so I won't trouble you too much. You only need to leave a few corpses to be responsible for transporting the mined ore. Lu Xianglan nodded unbothered, saying, thank you, Father, for your understanding. As long as it's for the family, I am not afraid of fatigue. Hearing his daughter-in-law's words, Ye Jing's eyes filled with appreciation. After instructing his second son and second daughter-in-law on some matters, he set the anchor point of the teleportation array here. As soon as the mine gold spirit ore was finished, it would be teleported to Lingyun Valley. However, the unfortunate part was that this teleportation array could not transport too many goods at once, but that was not a major concern. Ye Jing entrusted the family business of the spirit mine to Ye for proper management. After completing all this, he hurried back home. The past few years had been busy, but no one around knew that the ancestor of the Ye family had gone far away. The Ye family courtyard was surrounded by high walls. Ye Jing arrived at the secluded space where he usually sat in meditation and began to close his eyes to recuperate. Inside the Qingyun sect in a cave dwelling, Ye Tianhao closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy within his body continuously flowing. The bottleneck he had been stuck at in the 8th layer of qi refinement for days was now releasing subtle cracking sounds under the sustained refining and accumulation like thin ice about to shatter. This sensation made Ye Tianhao perceive his meridians expanding once again. However, he remained focused, following the breathing technique of the Qingyun sect, and then surged forth. In an instant, Ye Tianhao felt a lightness in his body, and immediately he felt spiritual energy surging into him, flowing without obstruction. He immediately opened his eyes, patting his solid arm, his gaze filled with astonishment. I have reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. This cave dwelling of the Qingyun sect truly had abundant spiritual energy, allowing him to break through from the 8th layer in just 2 months. However, Ye Tianhao did not relax. He needed to step up his cultivation to stand out in the upcoming sect competition and obtain a foundation establishment pill. He continued to sit in meditation, not allowing himself to slack off due to the breakthrough. The foundation of the 9th layer of qi refinement is stable. Next, I must refine my spiritual energy, familiarize myself with the new realm, and seek opportunities to break through to the peak. Ye Tianhao murmured to himself, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that his family had always been shrouded in the shadow of the Xianyu sect. Only by becoming a foundation establishment cultivator could he ensure a few more layers of protection for his family and make his grandfather proud, thus strengthening the family. Thus Ye Tianhao worked diligently. Aside from eating and attending lectures from the elders to meet his daily needs, he hardly left the cave dwelling, dedicating himself to intense cultivation. After the sun set, Ye Tianhao exited the cave dwelling, ready to head to the sect cafeteria. As he stepped onto the bluestone path outside the cave dwelling, a refreshing breeze carrying the fragrance of mountain spirit herbs greeted him, dissipating the fatigue from his prolonged cultivation. Ye Tianhao rubbed his brow, feeling the still surging but increasingly stable spiritual energy within him, which made him feel much more relaxed. Along the way, he met several disciples, but Ye Tianhao had always been composed and was not good at small talk. He simply nodded slightly as a greeting to those who called out to him and continued directly towards the cafeteria. The dining hall of Qingyun sect is quite spacious, as apart from the few foundation establishment elders, most of the remaining disciples are qi refinement practitioners. The dining hall is divided into 2 levels. The upper level is for inner disciples, while the lower level is designated for outer disciples and servants. Although there is a distinction, there are no strict boundaries. Occasionally, outer disciples curry favor with inner disciples to dine together. As Ye Tianhao approached the entrance of the dining hall, he heard a slightly piercing voice of mockery. Isn't this junior brother Yi finally willing to come out of your cave? I thought you would stay in there until the sect competition. The speaker was Li Linlin, dressed in inner disciple robes. Ever since her spirit weapon was destroyed and she lost face, she had always found it intolerable to see the Yi siblings mocking them whenever they crossed paths. Ye Tianyao would argue with her, but Ye Tianhao, being a reserved person, did not wish to engage in a war of words with a woman, so he chose to ignore her. He merely cast a brief glance at her, treating her as if she were air. This indifferent coldness brought even more humiliation to Li Linlin. Surrounding disciples noticed Li Linlin's escalating arrogance and craned their necks to watch as if they were witnessing a spectacle. Ye Tianhao ignored her and continued forward. Seeing this, Li Linlin continued to mock. What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve and you're too scared to speak? I heard you've been diligently cultivating recently. You wouldn't want to try for foundation establishment, would you? You should save your breath. The foundation establishment pill is for me, and you, an unknown bumpkin, had better not compete with me. The foundation establishment pill is for those capable. Are you afraid you won't win against me, junior sisterly? Ye Tianhao's voice was not loud, yet it was exceptionally clear, like a stone cast into a lake. Li Linlin's expression stiffened, and she trembled with anger, her brows furrowing. What nonsense are you spouting? I underestimated you before, but let me tell you, I will definitely win in this sect competition. After saying this, she released a wave of spiritual energy, clearly intending to use her cultivation pressure to suppress Ye Tianhao's spirit. Yi Tianhao paid her no mind. His expression indifferent. Winning or losing is not just words. With the sect competition approaching, the allocation of the foundation establishment pill is determined by sect rules. If junior sister Li truly has confidence, why boast here? This struck a nerve with Li Linlin. Currently, Yi Tianhao's cultivation had reached the 9th level of qi refinement, and he was merely 17 years old, far surpassing her. Even Yi Tianyao, that girl, had reached the 7th level of qi refinement, and in due time, she would soon surpass her. Li Linlin was rendered speechless, her spiritual energy fluctuations growing increasingly erratic. Good. Very good. Since you don't know your place, well, meet at the sect competition. At that time, I will make you lose completely, so you'll know what it means to overestimate yourself. Yi Tianhao did not respond, continuing up the stairs, his back straight and steady. The earlier dispute had not affected him in the least. Time passed. 1 year later, Qingyun's sect held its sect competition, the only opportunity for outer disciples to enter the inner sect. Among the inner disciples, they also needed to compete against each other with 3 rounds of contests, and the final victor of each round would receive a foundation establishment pill. Thus, the inner disciples were divided into 3 groups, each choosing to compete until there were no challengers left. This competition was presided over by Elder Yun Jin's daughter Yun Yue, who was currently only at the 7th level of qi refinement and could not compete with the inner disciples, so she stood on the viewing platform with 3 foundation establishment elders, Yun Jin, Qin Yunhe, and Yun He, behind her. Yun Jin turned around to see the empty seat of the sect leader and could only shake his head helplessly. Is the sect leader still in seclusion? Not even coming on such an important day? The sect leader has his own considerations. We should not speculate too much, said Yun He calmly. His gaze fell upon the disciples below, and his attention remained on Yi Tianyao, a look of appreciation evident in his eyes. Qin Yun had chuckled and said, Yun He, you seem to place quite a bit of importance on that girl from the Yi family. Of course, after so many sword cultivators, a beast master genius has finally emerged, so how could I not value her? Said Yun He with a snort. Really? I think Yi Tianhao is even more impressive, Yun Jin said with a smile. Most of the cultivation in Qin Yun's sect revolves around the sword path, and Yi Tianhao, at such a young age, possesses a calm demeanor with a solid foundation in swordsmanship. In just 1 year, he had strengthened his cultivation and had faintly reached the peak of qi refinement, a rarity in the hundreds of years of Qin Yun's sect's history. On the viewing platform, Yun Yu listened to the conversation among the elders, her gaze falling on Yi Tianhao among the disciples. Seeing that he resembled Yi Xian greatly, she realized he was Yi Xian's son. The Yi family is indeed not to be underestimated. It has not been long since a prodigiously talented junior has emerged. She stood up and announced loudly, all disciples of Qin Yun's sect, today's sect competition will follow the usual rules. You outer disciples will compete, and the victors will enter the inner sect. Inner disciples will compete in 3 groups, and the final winner of each group will receive a foundation establishment pill. The competition will be fair and just, stopping at the point of contact without harming lives. After saying this, she announced loudly, the competition officially begins. As her words fell, the inner disciples' eyes glimmered with excitement. The foundation establishment pill is a crucial item for breaking through to foundation establishment, and everyone wanted to seize it. In this competition, Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao were in different groups, and they could chase after the foundation establishment pill. During the competition, aside from some special spirit tools like talismans, all other spirit tools and spirit beasts could be used to compete together. Thanks to Yi Tianyao's beast mastery, there were hardly any opponents for her. On stage, she commanded her advanced spirit sparrows to continuously attack the disciples, with a mid-stage 1st-level fire fox assisting her, her strength comparable to a 9th-level qi refinement practitioner. The spirit sparrows were 1st-level demon beasts refined from gold spirit ore by Ye Jing to help his granddaughter pass the assessment. Although the dozens of spirit sparrows did not possess high innate talents, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Thus, she initially had a smooth run. In the other 2 groups, Yi Tianhao and Lu Xiaoyu held the fort. On the stage with Yi Tianyao, Su Wan flew up holding a jade zither and gracefully bowed to Yi Tianyao, junior sister Yi. I concede. Yi Tianyao smiled and nodded. Then let's begin. As soon as her words fell, the spirit sparrows around her surged in like a tempest, and Su Wan quickly reacted, playing the jade zither in her hands, sending a wave of sound waves. The sound waves were formless and intangible, yet as sharp as blades, instantly blocking the attacks of those spirit sparrows. The sounds from Su Wan's zither ensnared all the spirit sparrows, rendering them immobile. However, the fire fox leaped up and circled behind Su Wan, who hurriedly used her spiritual energy for defense. A fiery claw lunged forward swiftly, sending her flying several steps, just as she tried to counter. A sharp blade was pressed against her neck. In just a blink of an incense stick's time, Su Wan was captured. With the blade at her throat, the outcome was already determined. Su-Wan could only say, "I concede." "Thank you, senior sister Su." Yi Tianyao sheathed her sword and smiled at Su-Wan. Looking at Yi Tianyao, who was almost invincible, Yi Tianhao also revealed a hint of joy. Just as Yi Tianyao was feeling happy, suddenly on the competition stage, Li Linlin appeared. She looked at Yi Tianyao and shouted, "Yi Tianyao, let this missy have a go at you." With that, she summoned a sword imbued with flames and charged straight at Yi Tianyao. Seeing this, Yi Tianyao did not summon her spirit sparrow for assistance. Instead, she decisively swung her own fine sword, controlling her spiritual power and opting for evasion rather than a direct assault. Li Linlin's flaming sword was powerful and heavy, each slash accompanied by a scorching wave with flames dancing along the blade, producing a crackling sound. The ground was scorched by the sword energy, leaving a charred mark. Seeing that Yi Tianyao only dodged and did not strike back, Li Linlin's face showed impatience as she shouted, "Yi Tianyao, do you dare to fight me, heathen? Only dodging back and forth, what kind of skill is that?" Yi Tianyao's steps were light and her figure agile. Although her cultivation was inferior, she could still withstand the ferocious attacks from this woman. She could tell that the sword in Li Linlin's hand was definitely not an ordinary weapon. Since direct attacks were futile, she opted to dodge to the side, trying to avoid a heated confrontation. Shao Qi, seeing his master being pressured by Li Linlin, immediately rushed forward, clawing at her. Li Linlin sneered upon seeing this, pouring her spiritual energy into her sword without reserve. The flames on the sword surged several feet high, charging towards Yi Tianyao. The fine sword collided with the flaming sword, producing a crisp metallic clash. The white spiritual energy and the crimson flames clashed instantly, erupting into a shower of sparks like scattered stars. Yi Tianyao felt a numbness in her arm as a tremendous force surged through her fine sword, causing her to involuntarily retreat 3 steps, leaving 3 shallow footprints on the competition stage and a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Shao Qi, seeing that the attack had missed and nearly got caught in the flames, let out a sharp cry. With a flash, it retreated to Yi Tianyao's side, its red eyes fixed intently on Li Linlin, fur bristling, surrounded by a faint red spiritual energy, ready to charge again at any moment. Not even a hit. Li Linlin proudly lifted her chin, raising the flaming sword again, the flames becoming even more intense. "Since you refuse to accept your fate, heathen, I shall destroy your spiritual power and see how you evade." This was a spiritual weapon given to her by her family. How could these mere loose cultivators compare with her? Li Linlin looked down on the Yi siblings, believing they were merely scattered cultivators incapable of matching her. With that, she flicked her wrist and several fiery sword energies burst forth from the blade, shooting towards Yi Tianyao's vital points, sealing off all her avenues of escape. Among those flames were countless sharp weapons that were not mere illusions of the sword, but real spiritual. Shao Kai's fire crystal armor was instantly shattered. Those magical artifacts carrying immense spiritual power charged towards Yi Tianyao without any restraint. Yi Tianyao was greatly alarmed. This Li Linlin was not simply seeking a victory, but was intent on killing her. At this moment, the 3 Foundation establishment elders in the viewing area stood up. Yin wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Qin Yuna. "Wait, junior brother Yuna." Boom. A violent explosion erupted on the competition stage. The crimson flames engulfed fragments of magical artifacts, sweeping across like a wildfire, the blinding light nearly illuminating the entire martial arts arena. The disciples below let out a gasp, rising to peak, their faces filled with shock and worry. Amidst the swirling dust, a slender figure could be vaguely seen, being violently hurled by the flames, crashing heavily against the barrier at the edge of the competition stage. The barrier shimmered with a faint blue glow, vibrating violently several times before barely dissipating the impact. Tianyao. Yi Tianhao could no longer remain standing, wanting to rush onto the competition stage, but the barrier on the stage could not be breached by anyone except those at the Foundation establishment stage. Li Linlin's eyes flashed with delight. This would surely injure Yi Tianyao severely, and then she would sever a limb from her, ensuring that this girl would never reach the Foundation establishment stage. Her resentment towards the Yi siblings never ceased. She wanted to defeat both of them, preventing them from obtaining the Foundation establishment pill. Ideally, she would cripple them. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, amidst the smoke rising from the flames, the sound of a woman's cough could be heard. Yi Tianyao coughed repeatedly in the flames, but in front of her appeared a swarm of golden shields. However, rather than shields, they were actually small golden bugs the size of eggs. All the attacking magical artifacts collided with these small bugs. What? Li Linlin's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately shouted angrily, "You good for nothing Yi Tianyao. You actually have a trump card." Yi Tianyao also did not know why so many small crystal bugs appeared in front of her. Then a flash of golden light passed, and a giant bug as tall as a person revealed itself. "What is this, Grandpa?" Yi Tianhao exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the beast protecting Yi Tianyao must have been set up by their grandfather. Li Linlin had tried to kill her, and at this critical moment the life-saving beast given to Tianyao by their grandfather appeared, saving her life. Yi Tianyao wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, looking at the golden bug in front of her, her eyes filled with astonishment. Shaoqi, regaining its composure, shook its head vigorously, staring intently at Li Linlin, while feeling deeply in awe of the bug. Yunhe on the viewing platform had already changed color. He approached incredulously, looking over. "This is a latest stage first-tier golden devourer. My goodness, Tianyao actually has such a trump card." Yun Jin's eyes also filled with awe, his tone unable to hide his astonishment. Golden devourers are rare, and cultivators who can tame them are even fewer. This is likely the work of that old man from the Yi family. If this bug is indeed cultivated by the Yi family, I truly wish to meet the head of the Yi family you speak. Li Linlin's face turned pale in an instant, her previous arrogance and resentment mostly replaced by fear. Although she looked down on loose cultivators, she was aware of the power of a latest stage first-tier bug, especially a golden devourer, with its incredibly hard shell that ordinary magical artifacts could not harm, let alone this one was the leader of its kind. "No, it's impossible. How could a loose cultivator girl like you possess such a bug?" Li Linlin forced herself to remain calm, shouting fiercely as she raised her flaming sword again, but the trembling at her fingertips betrayed her inner panic. Grinding her teeth, she forcibly suppressed the fear within her. Her remaining spiritual power surged wildly, pouring entirely into the flaming sword. "It's just a first-tier bug. What is there to be proud of? Today I will kill it along with you, completely clearing my obstacles." Faced with the emergence of numerous demonic insects, Li Linlin still charged forward. This time Yi Tianyao did not retreat either. She swung her sword, gathering her spiritual energy, advancing to slash continuously. She was also controlling the surrounding beasts, blocking Li Linlin's attacking magical artifact. It had now turned into a duel of swordsmanship between the two female cultivators. Seeing this girl fighting more fiercely, Li Linlin gritted her teeth and charged forward. Her cultivation level was higher than that of Yi Tianyao. Why was she now completely at the mercy of this woman? Yi Tianyao let out a cold laugh, continuously forcing her back. She was using the Qingyun Sect's sword technique. Every strike was fierce, not allowing Li Linlin any chance to react. Due to the tremendous depletion of spiritual energy from the magical artifact in Li Linlin's hand, she could no longer sustain it. As Yi Tianyao's sword approached, the sword was aimed directly at her throat, and she no longer had the spiritual energy to defend herself. Li Linlin finally felt fear and immediately exclaimed, "I give up." "Oh." The sword turned and slashed down brutally, cutting into Li Linlin's right arm, causing blood to spurt instantly. The three elders in the spectators' stand were startled, quickly rising to intervene. However, Yi Tianyao's sword was just wedged in her arm, the blade piercing through flesh and nearing the bone. If Yi Tianyao applied a bit more force, Li Linlin's arm would be completely severed. Once her limbs were lost, she would have no chance of foundation establishment. Yi Tianyao coldly withdrew her sword, a gentle smile enveloping her face. "Thank you, senior sister." Li Linlin gasped for breath, trembling all over as she lay on the ground, not daring to lift her head, until several law enforcement disciples came forward to assist her down. The disciples around who thought Yi Tianyao would lose were now astonished by the outcome. "No way. Yi Tianyao is this powerful, and she won just like that." "Exactly. Yi Tianyao can control so many beasts. Who would stand a chance against her? But isn't it a bit unfair that Yi senior sister won by relying on spirit beasts?" "Unfair? Didn't you see how many magical artifacts senior sister Li used?" The elders said this competition is about the disciples' skills. Her ability to tame the beasts is a testament to Yi senior sister's skills. TSK. Senior sister Li is nothing impressive. With so many magical artifacts, she still couldn't defeat Yi senior sister. I heard her boasting about defeating Yi Tianhao before. Oh, what a shame. At that moment, Li Linlin gradually regained her senses, her back soaked in sweat. After barely escaping from the gates of death, she was truly frightened now. Hearing the discussions and criticisms around her, her face turned from red to pale as she covered her face and ran away in embarrassment. In this match, Yi Tianyao emerged victorious. At this time, it was Yi Tianhao's turn. Holding the black sword, Yi Tianhao acknowledged the defeated Shangbin and sheathed his sword. "Thank you for the match." Shangbin, the cultivator who had previously come to the Yi family, also expressed his astonishment. "Yi Tianhao, senior brother, your strength is indeed formidable. I Shangbin admit defeat willingly." Yi Tianhao nodded slightly, then stood on the arena scanning the hesitant cultivators. The three elders and the spectators' stand also displayed looks of surprise. In this intersect competition, the last three spots were directly occupied by the two siblings from the Ye family. The disciples around were in an uproar, but none dared to challenge Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao. The reason was simple: one was the talented girl Ye Tianyao, who could control numerous spirit beasts, and the other was the mysterious and powerful swordsman Ye Tianhao. Even their senior brother had the sense not to step forward. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu, standing on another arena, heard their whispers, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He also did not want to risk his chance at Foundation establishment. These two siblings were not to be trifled with. Thus this competition came to an end. The three victorious disciples Lu Xiaoyu, Ye Tianhao, and Ye Tianyao stepped forward together. Yunyu looked at the two siblings from the Ye family, also filled with astonishment. Originally she thought that Ye Xian, coming from a scattered cultivator background, would have a decent cultivation level, but now his two children were also extraordinarily gifted. This truly is a case of the student surpassing the teacher. While sighing, Yunyu turned to the three elders. Qin Yunhe, Yun Jian, and Yun he exchanged glances. Then the eldest Qin Yunhe stepped forward. With a cheerful expression he said, "You have passed the intersect competition, and each of you will receive a Foundation establishment pill. This pill can help you stabilize your spiritual energy and break through barriers, greatly increasing the success rate of Foundation establishment, a treasure coveted by Qi refining cultivators." As he spoke, three beams of fluorescence appeared from his sleeve, revealing three white jade bottles. The heavy spiritual energy contained within caused the spiritual energy of Ye Tianhao and the others to slightly tremble. Even the scent of the pill wafting out was intoxicating. Just a whiff of that fragrance could stir the spiritual energy within Qi refining cultivators. This is the Foundation establishment pill, a treasure that allows Qi refining cultivators to step into Foundation establishment. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao could not hide their excitement. Qin Yunhe presented the Foundation establishment pill to the three, saying, "The path to Foundation establishment is quite bumpy. You three need to rest well and choose a place rich in spiritual energy for seclusion. You do not rush for success." "Understood," the three replied in unison. At this moment, Qin Yunhe approached Lu Xiaoyu and said, "By the way, Xiaoyu, you have attempted Foundation establishment. Before you can pass on some knowledge to your junior brothers and sisters." Lu Xiaoyu replied respectfully, "Yes, master." He took the white jade bottle in his hand, excitement making his fingers turn pale. Leading the two away, they headed to their cave dwelling. On the way, Ye Tianyao could not help but ask, "Senior brother Lu, is Foundation establishment very difficult? Why do I see that Uncle Masters all have serious expressions?" Lu Xiaoyu sighed. "The difficulty of Foundation establishment far exceeds your imagination. If Qi refining cultivators do not have the assistance of the Foundation establishment pill, the success rate of Foundation establishment is merely 10%. The so-called Foundation establishment pill only slightly increases this probability by about 30%. He continued, "Do you know that transitioning from Qi refining to Foundation establishment seems like a leap in realms, but in reality, it is a transformative rebirth. It is the process of condensing the dissipated spiritual energy within the body into a stable sea of spiritual energy, truly stepping into the path of cultivation, no longer being a cultivator who can barely draw in Qi. Moreover, Foundation establishment cultivators have a lifespan of 200 years, completely transcending ordinary mortals, making the dream of immortality achievable. This is why so many people yearn to become immortal." At this point, Lu Xiaoyu sighed, "5 years ago, I attempted Foundation establishment and was just one step away, but I failed, injuring my foundation, and it took me a full year to barely recover. If it weren't for my master's assistance, I might never have had the chance for Foundation establishment again, and I would have to wait another 5 years for the sect's competition." The number of Foundation establishment pills provided by the Qingyun sect was limited, making this attempt extremely difficult. Ye Tianhao was startled, quickly asking, "Senior brother Lu, is there more to Foundation establishment besides the Foundation establishment pill?" "Of course there is." Lu Xiaoyu nodded, his tone growing serious. "Firstly, the spiritual energy must be pure enough, otherwise during the condensation of the sea of spiritual energy, any slight misstep could lead to failure or even a backlash resulting in broken meridians. Secondly, your mind must be stable, free from all distractions. During Foundation establishment, if your spiritual energy backfires, it tests your will. Any fluctuation could be devoured by chaotic spiritual energy. Thirdly, it involves opportunity and luck. Even if your spiritual energy is pure and your will is steadfast, you might still fail due to insufficient spiritual energy or unfavorable timing. Thus, Foundation establishment is both difficult and perilous." Ye Tianhao inquired, "So senior brother Lu, how exactly should the Foundation establishment pill be used? Should it be taken directly Or should it be combined with breathing techniques for refinement? Lu Xiaoyu smiled slightly, his tone becoming more relaxed. Don't rush. I will teach you in detail once we arrive at the cave dwelling. Lu Xiaoyu led them to a cave dwelling that appeared distinctly different from others. Spiritual energy swirled around, almost taking on a tangible form. Lu Xiaoyu said, "This place is specially designated by the sect for those attempting to enter closed-door training. You should begin your meditation and practice here. The foundation establishment pill should not be taken recklessly. It needs to be combined with the sect's consolidating qi technique for a few days to allow the body to adapt to the fluctuations of the pill's spiritual power. Afterward, consume the pill, operate the breathing technique to guide the medicinal power into your body. Only then can you maximize the effects of the foundation establishment pill and minimize the risk of its power backfiring." At this point, Lu Xiaoyu chuckled. "Oh, and there's one more thing I forgot to mention. If you successfully establish your foundation, you can freely choose a reward from the sect. This reward is extremely generous." "Any reward is possible?" Yi Tianyao asked eagerly. Lu Xiaoyu nodded. "As long as it is something the Qingyun sect can provide, it is all yours." After all, once they successfully established their foundations, the sect would gain even one more foundation establishment cultivator, which would be a significant boost for the sect. Given time, perhaps the sect would no longer be at the mercy of others. Yi Tianhao noticed a flicker of unease on Lu Xiaoyu's face and felt a bit puzzled, unable to pinpoint. After giving his instructions, Lu Xiaoyu taught the two siblings the consolidating qi technique and other breathing methods. Since Yi Tianyao had not yet reached the cultivation level to establish her foundation, the teachings would help her rapidly advance in this cave dwelling, aiming for her own foundation establishment soon. Once everything was in order, Lu Xiaoyu entered the cave dwelling first to begin his closed-door training. Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao naturally followed, one practicing while the other entered seclusion. At this moment in Xiaolu village, Ye Jing slowly opened his eyes while meditating, and the golden silk bee queen that had assisted Yi Tianyao in winning the competition was buzzing around him. Ye Jing slowly opened his eyes, a hint of satisfaction showing in his gaze. "However, you have successfully passed the Qingyun sect's assessment and obtained the foundation establishment pill. These two children have truly brought me honor." He gently stroked the head of the golden silk bee queen and stood up, currently surrounded by spiritual energy, having reached the 9th layer of qi cultivation. With one more step, he would achieve completion in qi cultivation. As his grandson had the potential to break through to foundation establishment, Ye Jing felt a renewed motivation to cultivate. He promptly took out a pill from his storage bag and prepared to practice again. However, after rummaging for a long time, he pulled out the pill along with a storage bag covered in runes. Ye Jing held it in his hand, feeling unfamiliar, and after recalling it for a moment, his eyes brightened. Isn't this the storage bag he obtained from the deceased cultivator? He had been unable to open it due to the Now Ye Jing reached out, grasped it, and the firm restriction was effortlessly broken. Ye Jing's eyes lit up. Could it be that the reason he couldn't open this storage bag was that the restrictions required a certain level of power to break? And due to the passage of time, the restrictions had weakened significantly, so Ye Jing only needed to squeeze it lightly to completely open it. At this moment, Ye Jing couldn't help but become curious about what secrets this bag might hold. The golden light bowl that the previous cultivator had shattered had already helped him considerably. So could there be great treasures within this storage bag? Yet remaining cautious, Ye Jing did not blindly open it. Instead, he controlled his spiritual energy, flew out a few defensive talismans, and then opened it with his spiritual energy. That storage bag, sealed for countless years, finally saw the light of day again. Out flew a peculiar spiritual herb, a scroll, and a pitch-black token. Seeing only these three items, Ye Jing glanced at the peculiar spiritual herb, which radiated a blue glow and was surrounded by a chilling aura. It appeared to be no ordinary herb. Ye Jing instinctively reached out to touch the scroll, but he realized this was not his true intention. Rather, the scroll possessed a strange power that compelled him to touch it. Oh no, I was too careless. Ye Jing suddenly felt something was amiss. He urged his spiritual energy to resist the strange control, but it was in vain. As soon as his fingers touched the scroll, a sharp pain shot through them, blood dripped onto the scroll, and a golden light suddenly erupted, gradually unfolding. Ye Jing looked over and saw the scroll illuminating the words, Qinshu Piaomiao map. This left him utterly astonished. The scroll gradually opened, glowing with red light, and then converged into a small formation. Ye Jing was somewhat surprised as a vast amount of information flooded into his mind, containing obscure incantations, complex formation diagrams, and some peculiar pill recipes and techniques. It was overwhelming, causing even Ye Jing, a cultivator at the 9th layer of qi cultivation, to feel a violent tremor in his spiritual sense, echoing continuously. After a long while, Ye Jing finally regained his composure. "Father, what happened to you?" At this moment, Wu Guiyun, who was refining spiritual tools indoors, sensed a violent disturbance coming from Ye Jing's room and rushed over in alarm. Ye Jing held his head coldly, saying, "Guiyun, don't come in yet." His mind was currently in chaos, having received a plethora of information all at once, causing him to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Moreover, he was unsure if this scroll was dangerous. He couldn't let his family get involved. This scroll contained nearly all the foundation of a clan, and it had all been transmitted into his mind. At that moment, the scroll fell to the ground and transformed into an old man whose expression was calm with a hint of kindness in his eyes. After 300 years, a fated person has finally found this treasure. Seeing the old man, Ye Jing's heart jolted in shock. Although the old man was a spiritual entity, he radiated an immense amount of spiritual power. Even a hint of his divine sense was not to be underestimated. He did not act rashly, instead respectfully clasping his hands and saying, "Senior." The old man did not appear to be a bad person. He looked at Ye Jing, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Although the old man was over 100 years old and had reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, he still appeared robust, showing no signs of aging. He said, "I am merely a wisp of divine sense left by this treasure. Did you come across the treasure that I left behind?" Ye Jing calmly replied, "I accidentally found it in the mountains and forests. May I ask who you are, senior?" The old man, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "I am called Yuan Shen, an elder of the Qin family. 300 years ago, the family head was annihilated by demonic cultivators. In desperation, the family head fused all the family's heritage into this Qinshu Piaomiao map. This map is a secret treasure leading to the underworld sea, and the family head wished for me to pass it to a descendant of the family in order to preserve the Chun family's legacy. However, unexpectedly, I was gravely injured and unfortunately perished. Before my death, I infused my essence into it. If a powerful cultivator finds it, I am willing to bestow all of the Chun family's inherited treasures to take revenge for the Chun family's annihilation." Elder Yuan Chen's voice trembled slightly, and his spiritual form rippled with emotion. The sorrow embedded within that strand of divine sense had not faded even after 3 centuries. Back in the day, the Chun family prospered by cultivating spirit plants, and the family boasted countless alchemists. The family head had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, just a step away from touching the path of golden core, and even his son was about to enter foundation establishment. The number of Qi refining cultivators in the clan was staggering, and they could have lasted for 1,000 years, but unexpectedly they attracted the covetous eyes of the demon clan. Ye Jing's hand, which hung by his side, tightened slightly. As a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator, he naturally understood the prestige of foundation establishment cultivators, and the pinnacle of foundation establishment already had the potential for golden core. The demon cultivator capable of annihilating the entire Qin family was one he had seen through the memories of the family head, a golden core demon known as Xianin. "Xianin Xian, you could it be?" Ye Jing immediately spoke up. "Is the demon cultivator you mentioned from the Xianyu sect?" Upon hearing this, the strand of divine sense trembled violently, and Elder Yuan Shen swiftly flew before Ye Jing, saying, "Do you know of the Xianyu sect?" Ye Jing saw this and quickly replied, "To not hide anything from you, senior, I was once a loose cultivator, and I have some grievances with the Xianyu sect." Elder Yuan Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. "So it's true, which means that Xianin is..." Ye Jing was not too certain, but he knew that the Xianyu sect had always had a mid-golden core demon ancestor. Perhaps it was Xianin. Once a cultivator enters the golden core stage, their lifespan extends to 500 years, so it is entirely possible for them to live for 300 years or more. Elder Yuan Shen lamented, "I never expected that the demon who slaughtered my entire Qin family is still alive." Back then, it was because the family had accidentally acquired the 1,000 miles ethereal map to the underworld sea and then mobilized the entire clan to ambush the Qin family at night. To preserve the family legacy, the family had fought desperately, holding back Xianin so that I could escape with the Qiansu ethereal map. But ultimately, I could not escape their pursuit. Severely injured, I had no choice but to merge a strand of divine sense into the scroll and died in a hidden place. "So you wish for me to help your Qin family take revenge?" Ye Jing began to understand the implication. These resources could not be given away easily. There would be stakes and costs involved. Elder Yuan Shen nodded, saying, "Exactly. This scroll contains all the resources of my Qin family. Array formations, cultivation methods, alchemical formulas, etc. Enough for an ordinary family to develop into a celestial lineage. However, taking these means you must bear the blood feud of our Qin family." He fixed a sharp gaze on Ye Jing. "At the very moment you open this scroll, your blood will be bound to our contract. But you need not worry, this method will not harm you, it will merely leave a mark on you. This mark is both a certificate of the Chun family's legacy and a token of revenge. Elder Yuan Chen's tone suddenly turned grave. However, the only demand is for you to kill Xianyin and take revenge for the Qin family. Accepting this item creates a cause and effect that must be repaid, and this mark is connected to the Underworld Sea Scroll. If you do not kill Xianyin within 100 years, the Qian Su ethereal map will self-destruct. Ye Jing listened using his spiritual energy to probe, and indeed felt a peculiar mark appearing within his divine sense, one that could not be cleansed by any means. Being marked so easily was a fatal matter for a cultivator. This made Ye Jing glance at the remaining soul. It seemed that the vengeance of the Qin family must be avenged. Ye Jing had already made his decision. He had taken quite a bit from the Qin family, and considering his past grievances with the Xian Yu sect, the act of revenge was both a promise and his own will. Moreover, that 1,000 miles ethereal map to the Underworld Sea was clearly a treasure, and its disappearance could cause the Yi family to lose a significant opportunity. Thus he said, "Rest assured, Senior. Since I have already signed the contract, I will not go back on my word. If Xianyin is still alive, I will do my utmost to slay him and avenge the Chen family." Ye Jing's voice was steady and powerful, his eyes filled with determination. Seeing this, Elder Yuan Chen finally revealed a gratified smile. He could tell that this elder was also from a cultivation family, and if he could receive his help, there might be a chance for revenge. Now he had no other options left. In his final moments, he exhausted his last shred of spiritual energy to transmit a piece of information into Ye Jing's mind. That Xianyin practices the 3 devouring spirit method, which is fearful of sunlight. You may find the countermeasures within the scroll's legacy. Additionally, the Qiansu ethereal map not only can locate the entrance to the Underworld Sea, but it is also a defensive treasure. In times of crisis, you can activate the mark to summon the spiritual energy from the map for protection. The Underworld Sea opens once every 100 years. Before his words fell, Elder Yuan Chen's spiritual form completely transformed into specks of spiritual light dissipating into the air, leaving behind a faint exhortation that echoed in the room for a long time. Protect the legacy and take revenge. As the golden light faded, the room returned to tranquility. Only the Qiansu ethereal map in Ye Jing's hand still radiated a gentle warmth. Ye Jing closed his eyes, and in his mind, he not only had the family secret techniques of the Qin family, but also information related to Xianyin, all of which were instantly etched into his memory. After a considerable time, Ye Jing finally opened the door. He saw Wu Guiyun accompanied by Yi Tianshui, Tianyao, and a few of the remaining grandchildren, all looking at him anxiously. Seeing Ye Jing come out, Wu Guiyun hurriedly inquired, "Father, what happened to you? Are you all right?" Ye Jing took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and said, "Guiyun, I'm fine. Go fetch me some paper and ink. I have something to do." Wu Guiyun quickly ran to the study to retrieve the brush and ink. Ye Jing immediately wrote a series of characters on the paper, which Wu Guiyun saw were mostly names of herbs. Wu Guiyun found it somewhat strange, but said nothing, watching nervously from the side. After all the herbs were written down, Ye Jing let out a sigh of relief and held the paper in his hand. "Father, what exactly is this?" Wu Guiyun asked as Ye Jing stopped writing. Ye Jing replied calmly, "It is the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill." "What a—" Wu Guiyun exclaimed in shock. "Father, where did you obtain this?" Ye Jing's expression grew serious as he recalled that the inheritance of the Chun family contained many alchemical formulas, including methods for cultivating corresponding spirit plants. While these cultivation methods were not particularly important to Ye Jing, who possessed the immortal willow spirit field, they included the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Ye Jing gestured for Wu Guiyun to be quiet. With the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill, it meant that the family could independently produce a Foundation Establishment cultivator, freeing them from this constraint. He said, "This method must not be leaked. Guiyun, I will go find the spiritual herbs for cultivating the Foundation Establishment Pill. You take this formula to Xianglan and have her keep a close watch. The matters concerning the golden spirit mine will be left to you. I will remember it." At this moment outside Liuzuan, a black-robed cultivator rose into the air, his gaze cold and sinister as he looked down at the small mountain village below, coldly asking, "Have you not yet figured out the situation of the ancestor of the Yi family after all this time?" One of his subordinates trembled as he replied, "Master Xianying, the Yi family is too cunning. They have set many monsters around the village to keep watch. Our people are killed silently if they get too close, making it impossible to approach. The Yi family seems to possess some secret method to tame beasts, surrounding themselves with hundreds of crows and fierce hunting dogs, making their residence as secure as an iron barrel." Xianying's temples throbbed with veins, but he was also extremely cautious. Could it be true, as Kumu said, that the Yi family really has a formidable old monster sitting in control here? He could no longer send those subordinates to their deaths, nor could he dispatch more powerful subordinates to disturb the snake. It was indeed a frustrating situation. At this moment, another subordinate stepped forward to report, "Master Xianying, I have inquired through several nearby villages about the Ye family. Originally, there was no one with the surname Ye in Liuzuan. Over a decade ago, a person with the surname Ye wandered into Liuzuan. He helped work in a family with the surname Huang, then married a Huang woman and had 2 sons. Initially, the family was poor, but for some unknown reason, the 80-year-old elder suddenly became robust, going hunting daily, leading to the family's prosperity. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly said to Xianying, "Could it be that the person from the Ye family obtained some celestial fortune? It is indeed strange for an 80-year-old to become extraordinary." Xianying's expression darkened slightly as he focused on the reporting subordinate, his tone icy, and with an imperceptible urgency. "Is what you said true? Were the elder's sudden vitality and ability to hunt leading to the family's rise indeed true?" Once these words were spoken, the subordinate repeatedly bowed his head, saying, "Master, please discern, I would not dare to speak falsely. I learned this from an elder in the neighboring village." That person had connections with the Huang family in Liuzuan in earlier years, and had personally seen that Ye individual as a frail, yellow-skinned elderly person who was nearing death. But who would have thought that the elder suddenly became upright spirited, and through hunting accumulated wealth, becoming a so-called warrior, building high walls and a large courtyard? Xianying listened full of doubts. An elder behaving so abnormally, and how could he accumulate so much wealth so quickly just by hunting? Even the beasts are arranged in a defense as tight as an iron barrel. The subordinate who spoke earlier quickly chimed in. "Yes, master, I have heard that the elder of the Ye family has not left his house for several years. The courtyard of the Ye family glows at night, as if there are treasures, and the villagers say he is protected by the mountain god." "Protected by the mountain god, eh?" Xianying scoffed, his tone filled with disdain, yet a hint of gravity flickered in his eyes. "It must be that Ye elder who fortuitously acquired some heavenly blessings when he wandered here, not only reshaping his body and regaining youth, but also mastering profound cultivation techniques, and even obtaining secret methods to tame beasts." The more he thought, the deeper his apprehension grew, and he became increasingly certain that Kumu's words were not false. The Ye family must have a powerful old monster presiding over them, and that Ye elder had most likely become the ancestor of the Ye family. Suddenly rising at 80, hiding his brilliance for over a decade, if the Ye family truly possesses some treasure, should it fall into my hands, would it not be a tremendous opportunity? Xianying pondered silently. Yet he had to calm down. The Ye family could establish such a tight defense with beasts, and had already killed many of his subordinates, which showed that the ancestor of the Ye family was a ruthless character, and his cultivation level was still unknown. If his cultivation was above his own, then acting rashly would not only risk failing to seize the spiritual mine, but might also lead to personal loss, even acquiring a formidable opponent for nothing. Furthermore, this Ye family was also on good terms with the Qingyun sect. Provoking them would bring even more trouble. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. He could not swallow this grievance. Seeing this, Xianying's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. "Since the Ye family has shown no reaction, I will personally test them. I refuse to believe in this evil." "Master Xianying, this matter is unwise." The subordinates hurriedly tried to stop him. "What do you think this master is the same as you?" Xianying's gaze turned cold as he shouted. The subordinates hurriedly knelt and bowed their heads. "Master, we would not dare. The Ye family is unfathomable, and if we act rashly we might disturb the snake, and it would be a case of losing more than we gain. If something were to happen to Xianying, none of them would escape." Xianying clenched his fists, emanating a powerful spiritual pressure, and coldly snorted. "You have a point. If so, you will investigate around and uncover the true background of this Ye family for me." "Yes." The subordinates wiped their cold sweat, unable to help but think. Xianying speaks nicely, but the dirty work still falls to them. Inside the Ye family's medicinal shop, Ye Jing looked at the spirit plants he had written down, noticing they were all rare spiritual herbs. Some could be cultivated slowly using the spiritual field of the immortal willow, while others needed to be purchased or sought after. This was somewhat troublesome. The materials needed for refining foundation establishment pills were extremely rare, and searching for them would likely be quite difficult. Just as Ye Jing was pondering where to start, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, wide-eyed, with a sense of Ye Jing did not have time to think. He felt the immortal willow within him, particularly the branch belonging to Ye, dimming in luster. And that branch belonged to Ye Tianwei. This branch of the immortal willow had always been vibrant. Why did it suddenly dim? Could it be Huir? Ye Jing immediately called out, and the beasts within him surged out to assist. Ye Jing disregarded everything else and transformed into a gust of wind, rushing towards the Tiangongfang market. At this moment in the Yi family's medicinal shop, the once tidy shop was now in disarray with spiritual herbs and plants scattered everywhere. Among them a boy of merely a few years lay on the ground gasping for breath, surrounded by trembling shop assistants who dared not approach. "Kid, you can fight pretty well, oh, almost got you caught." At this moment the instigator spat, glaring. They were several cultivators above the 5th level of chi refining, led by a burly man with dark skin whose agitated spiritual energy indicated that the recent fight had drained him considerably. At this moment Yi Tianhui, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to get up, angrily shouting, "Who are you people? Why are you causing trouble here?" The burly cultivator sneered, "Little brat. You can only blame your Yi family for provoking the wrong people. Today if I don't topple your Yi family, it will be difficult for me too." He brandished his knife at Yi Tianhui. "I advise you Yi family members to get out of Tiangongfang market immediately, or I will make your Yi family restless." After saying this, he attempted to stomp on Yi Tianhui's head, intending to grind it into the mud. Suddenly a black dog leaped out, roaring as it charged forward, its body towering over a meter high, exuding a strange purple glow, and it bit directly onto the thigh of the burly man. With a crack, the man's leg bone shattered with the sound. "Ah!" The burly man let out a piercing scream, and the surrounding cultivators recoiled in shock. "Ah! My leg! My leg!" The burly man convulsed violently, drenched in cold sweat from excruciating pain. His face paled instantly to the hue of parchment, his earlier arrogance utterly extinguished, replaced only by sheer agony and terror. The several cultivators beside him recoiled in utter panic at this sudden calamity, stumbling half a step backward, their eyes wide with horror, breath held tight in trembling silence. Pain threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. He stared down at his shattered, grotesquely twisted thigh, blood gushing forth in pulsing torrents. The black hound still clamped its jaws unrelentingly, its bite infused with a sinister force steadily corroding his spiritual energy. His strength ebbed rapidly, leaving him powerless to resist, only able to shriek helplessly, "Ah! Help me! Save me! Kill this monster!" Just as he attempted to shout for his underlings, he froze mid-breath. A suffocating, overwhelming pressure descended upon him like a 10th Sanshang mountain, sealing him beneath its crushing weight. His scalp-prickled limbs locked, rigid teeth chattering uncontrollably. His screams strangled silently in his throat. The surrounding cultivators crumpled inward under that oppressive aura, knees buckling as if drawn toward the earth. They staggered backward several more steps, eyes brimming with terror, so profound they dared not even lift their gaze. Only then did they truly perceive the beast, not merely monstrous in appearance, but radiating a demonic aura of latest-stage first-rank cultivation. What did latest-stage first rank signify? Every cultivator present knew full well it was virtually equivalent to a human cultivator's foundation establishment realm. The gulf between chi refinement and foundation establishment was as vast as heaven and earth, like cloud and clay. They mere 5th or 6th level chi refiners were no more than insignificant insects before such a demonic beast, utterly defenseless. What abomination is this? How dare the Yi clan possess a demonic beast of such caliber? A thunderous roar of fury erupted from the ruined Yi family spirit herb shop. "You dare much?" The troublemaking cultivators trembled violently as an elderly man with jet black hair and beard strode forth from the shop, his steps firm and commanding. His posture stood tall and unbending as a pine tree, his spine straight as a drawn ancient sword, its sheathed brilliance sharp enough to pierce the soul. Even clad only in a simple indigo robe, his presence exuded unassailable authority. His countenance was stern and resolute. Faint lines etched across his brow did not betray age, but rather lent him the weight of seasoned experience and razor-edged intensity. His gaze locked onto the rioters, eyes glacial and venomous, colder, fiercer even than the demonic aura emanating from the latest-stage first-rank hound, as though a single glance could reduce them to dust and ash. The burly man who moments earlier had screamed in unbearable agony now forgot his pain entirely, mouth agape, body quaking uncontrollably, too terrified even to raise his eyes toward the elder. This elder was a 9th-level chi refiner. His mere presence alone pressed them into submission. "Grandfather!" Yi Tianhui's eyes lit with relief as he cried out. Ye Jing's murderous intent softened slightly. He handed Yi Tianhui a vial of healing elixir, then surged forward with blade bared. "Huir, I shall avenge you this very moment." "Wait, you cannot touch us. We are of the Li clan." Seeing Ye Jing advance, the cultivators shrieked in desperation. Ye Jing sneered. "You destroyed my shop and harmed my descendant. Even Heaven's Emperor would perish here before me." His sword flashed, and the nearest burly cultivator's head rolled from his shoulders in an instant. "Halt!" Just as Ye Jing raised his blade again, a commanding voice rang out from the street. Several gray-robed enforcement cultivators rushed forward urgently. At the sight, the cultivators instantly regained composure. One shouted defiantly, "You cannot kill me. This is the Tiangong Bazaar." Noah. Before he could finish, Ye Jing's sword slashed upward. Blood spurted from a clean incision across his throat. His body shuddered once, then collapsed lifeless onto the stone. The enforcement cultivators watched stunned as Ye Jing, having clearly seen them, showed no restraint, instead continuing his lethal advance. Private combat is strictly forbidden within the Tiangong Bazaar. Violators shall be expelled, warned the enforcement cultivators. Ye Jing scoffed coldly. If they truly upheld such rules, why had they remained invisible while his shop lay in ruins and his grandson lay wounded? Now, having dealt with these vermin, they appeared without delay. Ye Jing's sword hovered midair, crimson droplets falling steadily onto the bluestone pavement, each impact blooming into a stark scarlet stain. His eyes remained glacial, his voice sharpened to an icy edge. "Tell me, do your rules shield those who smash, loot, and assault? Or do they protect honest merchants who abide by law and order?" The lead enforcement cultivator, a 8th level chi refiner, felt his heart constrict beneath Ye Jing's gaze, yet still forced his voice high. "The Tiangong Bazaar mandates impartial enforcement, regardless of cause. You have already slain 2. Move again, and we shall show no mercy." "No mercy?" Ye Jing stepped forward with a derisive laugh. "My grandson lies wounded. My shop lies in rubble. And you, blind to it all. Now that I've purged 2 wretches, you appear to lecture me on rules." His voice rose sharply, echoing across the clamorous street. "If the Tiangong Bazaar's rules breed such injustice, then let them be broken." Should Ye Jing yield even a step to any challenger, would the Tiangong Bazaar truly mistake him for a pliant, easily crushed fig? At his words, he pivoted his wrist. The blade arced anew, aimed squarely at the remaining Li clan cultivators. They scattered in blind terror, scrambling toward the enforcement cultivators, screaming, "Save us, honored enforcement masters." The lead enforcement cultivator moved to intervene, but the terrifying blackhound beside Ye Jing bared its fangs, unleashing a wave of overwhelming pressure rivaling that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Surrounding cultivators watched in stunned disbelief. This elder dared strike down enemies openly even before enforcement cultivators. "Esteemed senior, I confess my error. I should never have vandalized your shop. Please spare me." Realizing Ye Jing's resolve was absolute, they begged frantically, brandishing spirit artifacts in futile resistance. Yet Ye Jing remained unmoved, commanding both Haifeng and Xiaoyu. The 2 demonic beasts roared forward, cutting off all escape. Blades flashed, and heads fell in swift succession. The enforcement cultivators dared not advance. They were no fools. Ye Jing slaughtered without hesitation, backed by 2 formidable demonic beasts. To intervene would mean certain death. They remained at the periphery, silent observers. Ye Jing flicked blood from his blade. Scarlet droplets splattered across the ground. "Ye Jing, what are you doing?" A sudden thunderous roar echoed, laden with immense pressure, causing nearby cultivators already trembling to gasp and instinctively recoil. Ye Jing sneered, coldly turning toward Bai Qian, the bazaar master, who had finally emerged, unable to remain hidden. This time Ye Jing offered no deference, meeting the master's furious glare with icy, unyielding defiance. "Master Bai, have you at last deigned to appear?" Ye Jing wore a nonchalant expression, flanked by 2 formidable beasts surrounded by fallen cultivators. Bai Qian did not expect that this old man would achieve such cultivation in less than a year, subtly posing a threat to surpass him. The enforcing cultivator nearby saw Bai Qian finally arrive and hurriedly stepped forward. "Master Ye Jing is recklessly slaughtering cultivators in the Tiangong Square. I cannot stop him." "Ye Jing, do you realize your crime?" Bai Qian's voice was icy. "The Tiangong Square has been established for over 100 years with strict rules prohibiting private fights and killings. Today you publicly executed a cultivator from the Li family, disregarding the warnings from the enforcing cultivators. Are you trying to rebel?" Ye Jing scoffed. "Master, you jest. I abide by the rules, operating my shop for a living, but these cultivators came to vandalize my store and severely injured my grandson. If I do not take action, some may think I am easy to bully." At this, Ye Jing cast a cold glance at Bai Qian, whose complex expression told him that even Ye Jing was not to be trifled with. Bai Qian's gaze fell upon the beasts beside Ye Jing, filled with apprehension. It was well known that Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao of the Qingyun sect were Ye Jing's grandsons, both of whom had already passed the sex competition and were in closed-door cultivation to break through Foundation establishment. Offending Ye Jing would be a grave mistake. Yet if he mishandled today's matter, it could lead to even greater. The enforcing cultivator, seeing the situation, quickly added, Master, this indeed began with the Li family's provocation, but Ye Jing's response was excessive. Publicly executing someone is clearly against the rules of the square. They had lost their earlier bravado caught between the master and a bloodthirsty Ye Jing with beasts at provocation. Bai Qian snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to the trembling enforcing cultivators. Your duty is to maintain order in the square and protect the merchants. Yet when the Li family provoked trouble, you turned a blind eye only to jump in when Ye Jing took action. Your enforcement is truly laughable. The enforcing cultivators turned red and pale, lowering their heads, unable to say a word. They knew they were indeed in the wrong. It was only because the Li family had secretly offered them benefits that they had intentionally delayed their response, not expecting to be publicly exposed by Bai Qian. However, this was also due to Bai Qian the master being on good terms with the Li family's head, making it difficult for them to intervene. Their subordinates were merely following their superior's lead. Bai Qian felt a headache coming on and looked at Ye Jing, saying, "Ye boss, let us discuss this matter further in the pavilion." Ye Jing could see through his intentions, but he did not wish to let the matter rest, so he said, "Master, why not ask your enforcing cultivators on the spot to clarify the origins of the cultivators who caused trouble at my Ye family's shop? Otherwise, while my shop's matters may seem trivial, if merchants are to conduct business here in the future, will they suffer from random cultivators causing disturbances? This would not look good." This statement made some nearby cultivators whisper among themselves. A few were local merchants. Ye boss is right. If management is lax, business will be difficult to conduct. Indeed. Look at the state of Ye boss' shop. It has been vandalized terribly. How can enforcing cultivators not care? I say it was well done. Who knows who sent these cultivators? If they implicate our shop, it would not be good. Ultimately, we are just small merchants without support. The enforcing cultivators act based on who they favor. Just look at how silent they were during the vandalism, yet they acted faster than rabbits when resistance arose. The voices of discussion grew louder, each word striking at the painful spots of the enforcing cultivators, making Bai Qian's expression increasingly grim. As the master, Bai Qian valued the square's reputation above all. Now, with merchants voicing their grievances, this matter would be difficult to settle easily. Ye Jing stood in place, his expression indifferent. He wanted to know who was secretly targeting the Ye family. Even without the Qingyun sect intervening, he was not to be underestimated. Enough! Bai Qian shouted sternly, exerting his spiritual energy pressure, silencing the entire crowd. The Tiangong Square has its rules. Do not speak recklessly. He scanned the merchants, finally landing his gaze on Ye Jing, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and calm. Ye boss, this matter is my fault. Since you insist on clarifying who instigated the trouble, I will conduct a thorough investigation publicly to provide you and all merchants with an explanation. Ye Jing slightly nodded. Master understands reason. I will await good news. Bai Qian took a deep breath, casting a warning glance at the enforcing cultivators who were lowering their heads, his voice cold as ice. Speak. Who instigated the Li family cultivators that caused the trouble? Why did you turn a blind eye and intentionally delay? If there is a single falsehood, I will definitely strip you of your cultivation and expel you from the Tiangong Square. The enforcing cultivators in a panic exclaimed, "Master, spare us. These cultivators are the undisciplined descendants of the Li family here to rob." And they even secretly pressured them with their families, saying that Ye boss is just an old man. Without support, even if things escalated, it wouldn't cause any waves. At this point, the enforcing cultivator could not help but glance at Bai Qian, seemingly confirming whether he had satisfied the master with his explanation. Ye Jing frowned upon seeing this. He knew this matter was far from simple, but Bai Qian's attitude suggested he intended to cover for the Li family. Bai Qian then said to Ye Jing, "How about this, Ye boss? You have already killed the troublemakers. Can we consider this matter concluded?" "Since master has said so, I shall consider it as being bitten by a dog," Ye Jing replied, disdainfully coldly regarding Bai Qian. "By master." Ye Jing's voice was not loud, yet each word was clear, penetrating the silence of the venue with a hint of cold light flickering in his indifferent eyes. "I can temporarily let today's matter pass, but I will make my stance clear first. My Ye family is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed." He raised his eyes to scan the still bowed and silent enforcing cultivators, then slowly returned his gaze to Bai Qian, his tone dripping with undisguised sarcasm. "The master says there will be a thorough investigation, yet in the end only a few undisciplined descendants of the Li family are blamed. Do you believe that yourself?" Bai Qian's face shifted from green to white, his spiritual energy becoming somewhat chaotic. He knew well that this incident was not merely the whim of the Li family's descendants, but there were surely people behind them giving orders. The Li family had been operating in the square for many years with deep and extensive connections. If this matter were to be probed deeply, it might shake the foundation of the square and offend the Li family's influence. He thought Ye Jing would take the opportunity to step down, yet he did not expect this person to be so resolute, giving no face at all. "Ye boss," Bai Qian suppressed his displeasure, softening his tone slightly. "This matter has already concluded, the instigators are dead, and the enforcing cultivators will also face punishment. Why must you keep pressing this point? If it escalates, it will not benefit Ye family or the entire square." Ye Jing sneered, turning his gaze to his grandson, who was being supported by a helper, his face still pale. The indifference in his eyes was instantly replaced by concern and anger. "My grandson is only in his teens, yet he has suffered such a calamity for no reason. My Ye family shop has been destroyed and countless goods have been damaged. This cannot simply be wiped away with a word of conclusion." He stepped forward, and although there was no powerful wave of spiritual energy, an intimidating aura emanated from him, causing the cultivators present to involuntarily take a step back. "By Master, I am giving you face today by not arguing with you or pursuing your cover-up. But remember, from now on, if anyone dares to touch a single hair on my Ye family, whether it is the Li family or any other force, even if it means opposing the entire Tiangong Square, I Ye Jing will accompany them to the end." This statement was resolute with no exaggeration. The merchants present felt a shock in their hearts, casting a gaze at Ye Jing that carried a touch of awe. Previously they had regarded Ye Jing as a powerless old merchant, but now they realized that this seemingly mild-mannered old man concealed a fierce spirit within. Bai Qian felt a sense of fear upon seeing the old man's stern demeanor. He cupped his hands to Ye Jing and departed. Ye Jing turned to face the wreckage of the shop, a growing killing intent gleaming in his eyes as he coldly admonished the attendants. "You all focus on tidying up the shop. Make a note of the damaged spiritual herbs and plants, and do not be alarmed by today's events." He did not forget to comfort the shop assistants, giving each of them 5 spirit stones as reassurance. The shop workers were naturally grateful for this, as they were mere mortals, and the spirit stones they earned could be exchanged for silver at the bank in Tiangong City. 1 spirit stone could be worth 10,000 taels of silver, making it an incredibly generous reward for mortals. With spirit stones in hand, they were of course immensely pleased. Afterward, Ye Jing closed the shop to make repairs. He went to the 2nd floor, where Ye Tianhui appeared somewhat weak. Upon seeing Ye Jing, he hurried to rise, but before he could call out "Grandfather," he was gently pressed down by a wave of warm spiritual power. "Huier, you are injured. You should rest well," Ye Jing said as he approached Ye Tianhui, noticing his serious wounds. If he had arrived a moment later, his grandson might have lost his life to those ruffians. Taking their lives so easily would truly be letting them off too lightly. Ye Jing's expression darkened as he yearned to expose the mastermind behind these events and tear him to shreds. Ye Tianhui noticed Ye Jing's grim countenance and said, "Grandfather, those people seem to have a grudge against my brother and second sister." Ye Jing was somewhat surprised. "Tell me more." Ye Tianhui cleared his throat and said, "Grandfather, I heard the cultivator who came to smash the shop say that it was because your Ye family offended their young lady. If it weren't for my brother and second sister, their young lady wouldn't have been unable to establish her foundation." Ye Jing snorted coldly. "Useless trash. After losing to Hauer and Yaoer in the competition, they resort to such despicable means." In the Qingyun sect's competition, Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao had already mentioned in their letters that they encountered a somewhat overbearing girl named Li Lin who attacked Yi Tianyao with numerous spiritual tools during their duel. Had he not sensed that his descendants were in danger and released the golden devouring insect to assist, Yaoer might have faced far worse than simply losing the competition. As for the events of the competition, Ye Jing could let Li Lin off the hook. After all, it was just a contest, and losing meant accepting one's inferiority. However, the Li family was so ruthless as to vent their resentment from losing the competition on his 3rd grandson, vandalizing the shop in the process. Ye Jing would remember this debt. Currently, he was merely at the 9th level of qi refining, and it seemed that if he wanted to establish himself in Tiangong City, he must reach foundation establishment. "Grandfather, please don't tell my mother about this." At that moment, Yi Tianhui suddenly stood up. His eyes held a hint of determination. "She mentioned in her letter that she is refining a corpse general, and I don't want to distract her with this matter." Ye Jing was slightly taken aback, then said softly, "Rest assured, grandfather won't say a word. Focus on your recovery, I leave the rest to me." He glanced at the weak Yi Tianhui on the bed, urging him to rest well before turning to leave. Ye Jing looked at the foundation establishment pill formula in his hand, his gaze growing solemn. The foundation establishment pill, crucial for advancing from qi refining to foundation establishment, required rather stringent materials. The main ingredient was 100-year-old qi condensation grass, a wash marrow fruit, and the auxiliary materials included a clear heart flower, spiritual leaf mushroom, and cold spring dew, each 1 portion. What was more troublesome was that the refining process required a large amount of spiritual fire. The qi condensation grass could be cultivated using xianlu, so it was not in short supply. The others could be purchased at the market and cultivated accordingly. As for the large amount of spiritual fire, it could be sourced from a demon beast. Ye Jing thought of the little red beast that belonged to Yi Tianyao. Oh, it could use demon fire as a substitute. However, to improve the efficiency of pill refining, Ye Jing decided he needed to find a contracted demon beast for his daughter-in-law, Lu Xianglan, preferably one with fire attributes. With this in mind, Ye Jing began to make preparations. A month later, after searching for materials outside, at this moment within Lingyun Valley, Lu Xianglan sat cross-legged. In front of her was a grotesque pill vessel from which numerous ghostly wails emerged from the hideous human face. The souls within screamed piercingly and sorrowfully, while the corpse bound at the edge of the valley seemed to be summoned, howling in resonance with the monster in the pill vessel. The fluctuations of the souls within the pill vessel were too intense. Lu Xianglan struggled to control the howling spirits, preventing them from going out of control. Slowly she extracted the screaming souls from the pill vessel and infused them into the Foundation establishment corpse. Meanwhile, Wu Guiyun was controlling the flames enveloping both the souls and the corpse. The two women were working together to refine the corpse according to the method described in the refining demon corpses technique. However, this corpse had once been a Foundation establishment cultivator, and both women were at the 5th level of qi refining. Even with multiple bindings, the difficulty of refining was exceedingly great. Above them, a gigantic white eagle circled continuously, keeping a close watch on the roaring corpse. As soon as the corpse attempted to break free from its bindings, it unleashed lightning to suppress it. Sweat beads were already trickling down Wu Guiyun's forehead. Her control over the spiritual fire growing increasingly unstable, with the flames flickering unpredictably, struggling to contain the corpse. Xianglan, I can't hold on any longer. The residual Foundation establishment spiritual power within the corpse is fighting back, and the souls are starting to stir. Her voice trembled with an unmistakable quiver, her complexion pale from the rapid depletion of spiritual power, while the surrounding spiritual energy was in disarray, almost on the verge of collapse. Lu Xianglan was no better off. Her face was as pale as paper, brows tightly knitted, and a trace of blood had seeped from the corner of her mouth. The spiritual power controlling the souls felt like threads being torn by a hurricane ready to snap at any moment. The strange pill vessel trembled more violently, dark red murky gas seeping from the human faces' patterns as countless souls seemed to finally find a breakthrough, frantically crashing against the interior walls of the vessel. The released screams nearly shattered the eardrums of the two women. Elder sister-in-law, hold on a little longer, we have been refining it for a month. This is the most critical moment. If we can successfully refine this corpse, General, our family will gain an additional Foundation establishment combat power. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The Foundation establishment corpse began to struggle violently, its chains snapping one by one. Even the suppression talismans enveloping its body began to dim. It was clear that they could no longer suppress this corpse. The empty eye sockets of the corpse glowed a bloody red, eagerly absorbing the souls swirling within the pill vessel. The corpse's body suddenly swelled, letting out a low roar. Its form expanded significantly, and the festering wounds oozed forth large amounts of dark gas, faintly revealing sharp wails from within. However, because the corpse and the souls were not fully integrated, and with Wu Guiyun's flames still refining it, the corpse could only continue to emit howls. Even though it was restrained, the malevolent energy emanating from its body nearly suffocated the two women. The corpse attempted to charge forward, but Lu Xianglan acted first, shaking the soul-guiding lamp in her hand. As soon as the lamp swayed, the corpse halted its screams. The vengeful souls within its body surged out, frantically returning to the eerie pill vessel. Lu Xianglan watched this unfold, her pretty face filled with disappointment. We still failed. For these past few years, she had been studying this corpse and the pill vessel, hoping to refine it into a corpse general, but after so much effort, it still ended in failure. Lu Xianglan's disappointment was not concealed. For the past few years, she had been researching the corpse puppet and the pill device, striving to refine it into a corpse general, but despite her efforts, she still failed. Wu Guiyun staggered as she leaned against the stone wall, watching Lu Xianglan's somewhat dejected eyes, her heart filled with bitterness. She gently patted Lu Xianglan's shoulder and said, Xianglan, there's no need to be too discouraged. We have done our best, it's just that this corpse puppet is still a bit lacking in refinement. Our cultivation is too low. To have come this far is already not easy. Let's restore our spiritual energy first. Lu Xianglan nodded, her eyes filled with helplessness. She tightened her grip on the soul-guiding lantern, the faint, eerie light reflecting the redness in her eyes, her voice trembling with barely concealed emotion. But we have already tried 3 times, each time failing at the last step. Father is out searching for medicine to break through to Foundation establishment. Hauer and Yaoer are still at the Qingyun sect, and our family is still being watched by those from the Xinyu sect. If we can't even refine a single corpse general, how can we defend Lingyun Valley against the Li family if they seek revenge? How can we live up to grandfather's wishes? As soon as she finished speaking, a white eagle circling above let out a low cry. It slowly descended, gently rubbing its head against Lu Xianglin's arm, its eyes filled with gentleness. Xiao Yu was Yi Yi's spirit pet left here to guard the two women. Sensing their low spirits, it came down to provide comfort. Wu Guiyan looked at the corpse puppet collapsed on the ground, its breath weak, then glanced at the menacing pill device, still faintly vibrating and oozing foul energy, her brows slightly furrowing. Seemingly recalling something, she asked Xianglan, "Do you feel that this failure is different from the previous 2 times? They had attempted the refining 3 times over the past month, recalibrating each time after failure." Seeing this, Lu Xianglan suppressed her disappointment, looking at the corpse puppet as a faint trace of spiritual energy coalesced in her hand. She cautiously reached in. Indeed, although the resentment surrounding the corpse puppet was intense, it was not as violent as before. It seemed to have been nourished by spiritual fire and soul, much calmer than before. The vengeful spirit within the pill device was also merely stirring gently, unlike the previous frenzied assaults. "Eldest sister-in-law, are you serious?" Lu Xianglin's voice held a trace of disbelief, the disappointment in her eyes gradually replaced by hope. "Eldest sister-in-law, could it be that our refining over the past month has really taken effect? But our cultivation is too low and our spiritual energy is insufficient to support the final step of fusion. Most likely." Wu Guiyan's eyes also brightened, her tone becoming more resolute. "According to the record in refining corpse puppets, to refine a Foundation establishment corpse general, the refiner must have at least 7th layer Qi refining cultivation and sufficient spiritual energy to support the fusion of the soul and corpse. Both you and I are at the 5th layer of Qi refining. At this point, it's already a stroke of luck. If it weren't for the White Eagle's lightning suppression and your soul guiding lantern, we would have struggled to control the corpse puppet, let alone refine it." "Then, eldest sister-in-law, should we continue refining?" Lu Xianglan hesitated upon hearing this. Since it was due to their insufficient cultivation, no amount of compensation would allow them to proceed further. Wu Guiyan sighed and said, "Unless we can have powerful spiritual energy to complement it, our cultivation is not enough. However, if we try a few more times, it will help us control the fire." "So do you mean that we should refine the corpse puppet while honing our control over the fire?" Lu Xianglan asked. Wu Guiyan nodded and said, "Yes, anyway, father has given us plenty of time. Didn't he ask you to study the formula for Foundation establishment pills? If we can refine the corpse puppet, we can also enhance our alchemy skills. Why not take advantage of it?" Seeing her elder sister-in-law's optimism, Lu Xianglan was also encouraged, and then said, "Then let's give it another try." At this moment, Ye Jing. He returned to the desolate land, this time heading straight for Dayu Mountain. The reason was simple: the last ingredient for the Foundation establishment pill, Hongquan Du, was extremely precious. He had searched numerous pharmacies in the Tiangongfang market, and even explored nearby small markets, but could not find this Hongquan Du. The reason was that this Hongquan Du was not an ordinary spiritual herb, but rather the condensation of the cold energy of heaven and earth formed in the depths of the mountains. Moreover, it required the right timing during the night of the new moon to collect the starry moon's chilling essence. A bowl of Hongquan Du would consume the spiritual essence of the spring eye for hundreds of years. This dew could neither be cultivated artificially nor had a fixed output. Even the medicine storage of major sects held only a few bottles rarely disclosed. A single drop could be refined into a Foundation establishment pill, demonstrating its rich spiritual power. The Tiangongfang market had exclusive channels, but such heavenly spiritual items were still hard to find. Ye Jing spent dozens of spirit stones to acquire a map from the Kawagu which detailed the location of Hongquan Du. The nearest location marked was Dayu Mountain. Ye Jing couldn't help but recall that the Moonlight Spirit Stone he obtained was found in the cave of the Iron Song Wolf King, which was filled with mysterious iron ore and abundant spiritual energy. In such a mountain range with spiritual mines, it was possible to find Hongquan Du. Throughout this month, Ye Jing had been busy managing the shop's business, and also helped Yi Tianhui find a mid-stage first-tier would attribute Scorpion Beast contract, giving him an additional Spirit Beast assistant. Perhaps because he had killed those troublemaking Li family descendants, no similar incidents had occurred in the shop over the past month. Thus he felt slightly assured to venture out in search of this medicinal material. As the sky gradually darkened, Ye Jing retracted his techniques and stopped amidst a pile of chaotic stones. It had been years since he last came to this mountain, and the scene of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators battling the Iron Song Wolf King was still vivid in his memory. Ye Jing also felt fortunate for his little maneuvers, which kept those Foundation establishment cultivators from noticing him. Otherwise, even 10 Ye Jings would struggle to escape. Learning from the lessons of the past, Ye Jing did not set up symbols and defensive arrays that could easily be sensed by other cultivators. He concealed all of his cultivation and began observing the surroundings. Ye Jing quickly sensed that many cultivators and mortals were gathering around Dayu Mountain, but their cultivation levels were not high. Most of them were disciples of the sect in blue robes, and some mortals were digging for mysterious iron or with bare upper bodies. It seemed that after the 3 elders of Lingxiao sect dealt with the Tsang Iron Wolf King here, they had reclaimed Dayu Mountain for mining spiritual ore. Ye Jing concealed his aura behind a jagged rock, his gaze sweeping over the busy figures below, his heart sinking. Those blue-robed cultivators appeared to be at the 6th or 7th layer of chi refining, guarding the mine entrance in pairs. Their swords hung at their waists, although lacking sharpness, they still surrounded the area for mining mysterious iron tightly. The mortal miners barebacked were stacking the dark mysterious iron ore in an open area outside the mine. The iron stones shimmered faintly with spiritual energy, suggesting that the spiritual veins of this mountain range were indeed rich, which explained why Qingyue sect claimed this place for themselves. Hongquan dew grows in the cold spring eye of the Eon Valley, which should be located in the shadowy areas of the mountain. However, the open areas of Dayu Mountain are all controlled by Qingyue sect, and ordinary paths are certainly patrolled by disciples. If one recklessly ventures close, they might be detected as soon as they approach the valley. Furrowing his brows in thought, Ye Jing's fingers stroked the storage bag at his waist, which held the map he obtained from Kawagu. The map indicated an unmarked valley at the northern foot of Dayu Mountain, with a fine spring depicted beside it labeled simply with the character Han, likely indicating the possible source of Hongquan dew. That valley was located on the shady side of the mountain in a remote area separated by a dense forest. It seemed that the Lingxiao sect was too occupied with mining spiritual or to include that desolate valley in their control. Having made up his mind, Ye Jing slightly turned his body, using the chaos of stones and dead trees for cover, and quietly circumvented to the western side of the mountain. The vegetation here, nourished by the spiritual energy of the mysterious iron ore, for many years grew sturdier than elsewhere, forming a natural cover with intertwining branches and leaves. He lightened his steps, concealing all of his chi refining 9th layer cultivation. Even his breathing was shallow. Whenever he encountered a patrolling disciple from Qingyue sect, he would remain motionless in the shadows of the trees until they passed before continuing onward. Ye Jing continued to use the wind transformation technique, darting through the surroundings. His primary objective was merely to locate the secluded altar and then delve deeper within. The wind transformation technique allowed him to conceal his figure remarkably well. Even when he approached those cultivators, they did not react at all. Following the map's guidance, Ye Jing noticed that the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were becoming increasingly numerous around him. This made him inwardly exclaim that it was not a good sign. Before him lay a deep valley shrouded in white mist, emanating an intensely cold and piercing sensation. The deeper he ventured, the more unstable his spiritual power became. It seemed that this place was also occupied by the disciples of the Lingxiao sect. Ye Jing couldn't help but lament that this sect had thoroughly scoured the Great Yu Mountain, even filling such a secluded place. Fortunately, he possessed the wind transformation technique, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to enter the Great Yu Mountain. Just as Ye Jing pondered how to delve into the secluded valley to obtain the cold spring dew, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Who's there? At that moment, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect instantly became alert, drawing their swords. They all turned their gazes toward the figure in the valley. That figure trembled in fear, realizing it had been discovered, and hurriedly revealed itself, pleading to those disciples, "I am but a small one. I stumbled in by mistake. I beg the esteemed immortals to show mercy." The figure was a middle-aged loose cultivator who pleaded repeatedly. However, the disciples ignored him and directly slashed him down with a sword. It was pitiful that the loose cultivator was killed just as he was discovered. One of the disciples from the same sect questioned Brother Zhang. He was merely a loose cultivator at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Was such brutality necessary? "You don't understand," replied the disciple surnamed Zhang disdainfully. "For a loose cultivator to infiltrate the Great Yu Mountain so easily and reach here in one go, if we spare his life, it could lead to endless troubles." In the world of cultivation, the most terrifying are not the demonic cultivators who devour people without leaving bones, but rather these loose cultivators who could be more fearsome, possessing some extraordinary traits. Moreover, most are narrow-minded and vengeful. They must be killed. At this, the disciple recalled how their 3 Foundation establishment elders were attacked by an unknown loose cultivator from the Xianyu sect, and had their 2nd-tier spirit stone stolen. Indeed, one must be wary of others. Ye Jing, observing the dead loose cultivator on the ground, couldn't help but praise the caution of the disciples of the Lingxiao sect. But unfortunately their cultivation levels are no match for mine. Ye Jing could still proceed with confidence. He was unaware of how long he had been delving into the secluded valley, but the chill around him had intensified. He had to utilize his spiritual power to defend against the encroaching cold. If a mortal were to arrive here, they would be frozen stiff in no time. With the sharp vision of a cultivator, Ye Jing clearly saw a small shimmering pool appear in a low cave ahead. The pool was merely the size of a bowl, and above it a white jade-like stone wall protruded with a sharp stalactite hanging down. Above the stalactite a drop of milky, white liquid gradually dripped down, taking quite a while to fall into that bull's-sized pool. The liquid within was rich in spiritual power, radiating an incredibly cold aura. Even with Ye Jing's spiritual defense, he could still feel the chill. Seeing this, Ye Jing dared not linger any longer. He quickly took out a jade bottle to collect the cold spring dew, and the surrounding disciples of the Lingxiao sect remained oblivious. He had no sense of shame about theft. Treasures of heaven and earth belonged to those capable of obtaining them, and he had thrown all semblance of dignity aside. Ye Jing approached, noticing the milky white ripples gently undulating on the surface of the small pool, resembling scattered stars. The cold spring dew, being the essence of the secluded valley, was extremely precious, and there was only a tiny bit soaking in the cold spring. Thus, seeing the pure white light emerging from above, Ye Jing thought, this must be the cold spring dew. I need to be careful in retrieving it. He opened his storage bag, and a jade bottle carved from spirit jade flew out, as such bottles were most suitable for holding treasures of heaven and earth. However, Ye Jing did not dare to take too much. He simply managed to fill half a bottle from the bull's-sized pool and quickly sealed it in a specially made box, storing it in his storage bag. After he collected half a bottle of cold spring dew, it quickly dimmed. Ye Jing, having completed his preparations, resolved not to linger and promptly left. As he maneuvered through the secluded valley, carefully avoiding the searches of those cultivators, he quickly made his way toward the valley exit. Suddenly, a familiar oppressive force approached. Ye Jing's heart skipped a beat as a familiar figure appeared at the valley's entrance. Disciple pays respects to Elder Ruan. The disciples stationed there hurriedly bowed. The man was none other than Ruan Shao, who had previously clashed with Ye Jing. He surveyed the surroundings coldly and said, "What happened? I just sensed several unfamiliar spiritual energy fluctuations here. Has someone infiltrated?" Ye Jing was alarmed. He had been moving so smoothly when suddenly a Foundation establishment cultivator appeared. At this point, a leading disciple stepped forward, speaking respectfully to Ruan Shao. "Elder Ruan, there were a few loose cultivators sneaking near the valley entrance, but they have already been dealt with by the disciples." "Oh, there were loose cultivators infiltrating." Ruan Shao's voice immediately turned grave, and his oppressive aura intensified. He angrily shouted, "Quickly search every area of the Great Yu Mountain. Kill everyone except for the disciples of the Lingxiao sect, and those mortals. Leave not a single one alive." The fury of a Foundation establishment cultivator was not something those Qi refinement cultivators could withstand. Following Ruan Shao's command, the few disciples hurriedly rushed out of the cave. Yes, Elder Ruan. Ever since Ruan Shao had suffered significant setbacks at the hands of an unknown loose cultivator a few years ago, he had developed an extreme aversion to loose cultivators. Ruan Shao's eyes were filled with rage as he stared intently at the secluded valley, then flew in with it. Ye Jing stood hidden among the rocks, watching the fury of this Foundation establishment cultivator, secretly thinking, "I must leave this place quickly. That half bottle of cold spring dew that he collected has already dimmed, and it can't be hidden." He swiftly controlled his figure to fly out of the valley, and then he heard the furious shout of the Foundation establishment cultivator. "How did you all carry out your tasks? The cold spring dew has been stolen away in such large quantities. Go after them." With that, a massive golden bell flew out from the valley, illuminating the entire area with dazzling brightness. The light emitted by the golden bell shone upon Ye Jing, and the concealment technique he had cast could not escape the golden light's scrutiny, immediately revealing his figure in the void. Ye Jing exclaimed in alarm, and then a sword strike resembling lightning rushed towards him. He immediately swung the golden light bowl to defend against the attack. In an instant, the golden light trembled violently. The sword's edge bore tremendous ferocity, and even the exceptionally defensive golden light bowl could only barely withstand it. Seeing this, Ye Jing utilized his spiritual power to make the golden light bowl swiftly deflect that sword, which nearly consumed 40% of his spiritual energy. The sword swiftly returned to Ruan Shao's hand. Upon seeing Ye Jing in the black robe amidst the darkness, he sensed the familiar spiritual energy fluctuations. His expression immediately turned to one of extreme anger. "It's you again. This time I won't let you escape. Faced with the pressure of the spiritual energy from the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, Ye Jing could still barely contend with it now. However, the enormous golden bell enveloped the entire forest, subtly carrying a force that suppressed his spiritual power. It seemed that if he wanted to escape, he needed to devise a way to destroy this golden bell. He saw that Yuan Shao was surrounded by disciples, all of whom were preparing to attack. Yuan Shao did not utter a single unnecessary word. He rushed forward, eagerly intent on killing the rogue cultivator who had brought him such humiliation. Having nearly died from the attack of the poisonous bees earlier, and the fact that the rogue had quietly escaped from him and 2 other Foundation Establishment cultivators was enough for Yuan Shao to harbor intense hatred towards this person. Not killing him would not quell the hatred in his heart. Ye Jing used the golden light bowl to defend his back, dodging Yuan Shao's frenzied flying swords. If the Qingyun sect's sword techniques were flexible and varied, then Yuan Shao's swordsmanship was ruthlessly fierce like a raging storm. Even if he tried to evade in any direction, he would be blocked by hundreds of flying swords, leaving him in a predicament. Yuan Shao watched the figure in black robes who seemed like a headless fly trapped in a desperate situation, and he mocked him with immense pleasure. What's wrong? Aren't you good at escaping? Let's see where you can run. Where's your beast? Why isn't it out yet? The taunts of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator were grating and unpleasant. Ye Jing looked at the dense flying swords and sneered, since you want to see those beasts so badly, I'll let you have a good look. Immediately he summoned Shaoqi. Shaoqi was a fire fox with the divine ability of fire crystal armor, currently cultivating in Ye Jing's Immortal Willow Beast Cave, and had already reached the mid-stage of a first-tier beast. It opened its mouth and released a jet of flame that soared high, startling all the cultivators surrounding him, who hurriedly activated their spiritual defenses. The defense of the fire crystal armor also prevented the flying swords from getting close to Ye Jing. Then Ye Jing unleashed the poisonous abnormal bees again, which roared towards Yuan Shao towering high. The swarm of bees resembling a red mist bypassed the flying swords and charged towards Yuan Shao. Having suffered from these bees before, Yuan Shao naturally felt immense dread at their appearance. His face suddenly darkened, and he shouted harshly, "Demonic beasts, dare you come again?" As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a hand seal with his left hand, and a layer of spiritual barrier instantly appeared around him. He swung his right hand violently, seizing a flying sword that had been attacking Ye Jing. The sword swung swiftly towards the poisonous abnormal bee. However, the bee had already reached the latest stage of a first-tier beast full of intelligence, and would not easily fall into a trap. It let out a sharp shriek, its form suddenly soaring, and the swarm behind it dispersed like a rain of red, evading the sword strike. "Trash! What are you dawdling for? Hurry and help me slay these demonic beasts." Yuan Shao was furious again. He realized that this beast was far stronger than before, making it exceedingly difficult for him to deal with. Seeing this, Ye Jing held back no longer. He knew very well that there were 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators from Lingxiao sect whom he had offended, and this golden bell was crafted by their hands. If he delayed his escape, he feared he would not get away. At this moment, the disciples also began to swarm, Ye Jing summoning their own spiritual swords and launching beams of spiritual light towards Ye Jing's 2 summoned beasts. There were fireball techniques, ice spike techniques, and various flying swords. For a moment, the sky above the valley was filled with flashing spiritual light and continuous booming sounds. With the beasts restrained, Yuan Shao seemed to teleport right in front of Ye Jing, his sword already thrusting towards him. "Let's see where you can run." Ye Jing had the defense of the golden light bowl, so he would not be suppressed by the golden bell. He immediately gave up using his sword to attack, and instead wielded the large blade he had collected for a long time, but had never used before. He swung down a large blade stained with the aura of blood. Yuan Shao's fierce sword clashed against this blood-red blade. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed throughout the valley. Yuan Shao was jolted by the power of the blood-colored blade, his hands going numb. He couldn't help but marvel at the blade's intense blood aura. It seemed to be a demonic blade, certainly having slain many. Ye Jing wielded this blade, turning defense into offense, continuously sparring with Yuan Shao, the sound of metal clashing resonating. "You rogue cultivator are truly a part of that demonic faction from Xinyu sect," Yuan Shao shouted angrily. "I will ensure you are ground to dust." With that, he suddenly expended a massive amount of spiritual energy, even disregarding his own safety. The light of the sword surged, dense runes appearing on the blade, a more terrifying aura sweeping in like a storm. That was the full power strike of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Ye Jing's heart tightened. Not daring to be careless, he gathered all his spiritual energy into the golden light bowl, which instantly burst forth with golden light, transforming into a golden shield. With the golden bell barrier behind him, Ye Jing didn't have time to break through. He commanded the remaining attacking poisonous abnormal bees and Shao Qi to hurry over to his side. Those disciples were suffering heavy losses under their combined attacks. The two beasts boldly charged to attack the barrier set by the golden bell. At this moment the sword came at Ye Jing like a raging wind, and the sword energy shattered his golden light bowl defense instantly. Even the disciples of Lingxiao sect surrounding Ye Jing were pushed back by the residual force of the sword energy, their faces displaying fear. Ye Jing's heart sank. He could clearly feel the terror of these swords. Once he was struck, he would surely suffer serious injuries, or even death. But Ye Jing was not afraid in the slightest, continuously using the loudly buzzing large blade to fend off the fierce sword techniques. While blocking, he whispered Shao Qi, "Poisonous abnormal bees. Focus on the barrier quickly." He realized that the killing move of this Foundation establishment cultivator was too strong, preventing those cultivators from approaching to attack him. Upon receiving the command, the two beasts naturally attacked the barrier with all their might. Flames and collisions occurred in waves, causing the golden bell barrier to tremble violently, its golden light dimming, yet it remained difficult to shake. Useless. This is a talisman treasure used by this Foundation establishment cultivator. You will never break through it. Yuan Shao sneered disdainfully, intensifying his assault, determined to take down this reckless rogue cultivator. Seeing this, Ye Jing retorted fiercely, "If you want to kill me, you are not qualified. Black wind, come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a completely black dog with eerie purple patterns leapt out, biting at that barrier. The originally unbreakable barrier instantly rippled under the gnawing of black wind, and a very fine ripple appeared. As the golden light attempted to heal in the next moment, it was directly caught up by the firefox's flames, burning and driving it back. Ye Jing was overjoyed to see that black wind was effective against this barrier. Previously, he hadn't let black wind out because the golden light could suppress spiritual energy, and black wind's soul destruction and shock would greatly lose their effect. Without a hard outer shell, it was very easy to get injured. He realized that the barrier was extremely hard. Shao Qi and the poisonous abnormal bees could not break through it at all, so he could only let black wind take the stage. Black wind's gnawing ability had a special effect against this kind of defensive magical artifact. Yuan Shao was both shocked and furious, his assault growing even more frenzied. He absolutely could not allow Ye Jing to succeed. If this person escaped now, it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of weapon collisions echoed endlessly as Ye Jing, relying on the might of the blood-colored blade, fought fiercely with Yuan Shao. At that moment, Ye Jing felt that his spiritual energy was increasing rather than diminishing due to the intense battle. He widened his eyes in surprise. Could it be that he was about to break through? Is this a breakthrough opportunity at the brink of life and death? Ye Jing was astonished. He was already at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and advancing further would lead to the perfection of Qi refinement, a critical stage for Foundation establishment. Faced with the deadly pursuit of a Foundation establishment cultivator, he surprisingly showed signs of a breakthrough. Could it be that in this desperate situation, honing his sword technique and surging spiritual power allowed him to break through the shackles within his body? The path of cultivation often speaks of breakthroughs in dire situations, but this is also extremely perilous. At the moment of breakthrough, one is most vulnerable. If Yuan Shao were to catch a flaw, not only would the breakthrough fail, but he might also lose his life here. Distracted, seeking death. Yuan Shao was sharp. He immediately noticed that Ye Jing's movements had slowed slightly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. His sword suddenly accelerated, the runes on the blade shining ever brighter, the sword's edge wrapped in powerful spiritual energy, directly threatening Ye Jing's heart. Yuan Shao harbored deep hatred for this rogue cultivator, and seeing Ye Jing distracted was the perfect opportunity to strike. Ye Jing quickly regained his focus, forcibly suppressing the restless spiritual energy within him, daring not to let his attention waver. He tightly gripped the blood-red great sword and struck out fiercely. Clang! A loud sound erupted as the great sword collided with the sword once more. This time Ye Jing felt the spiritual energy within him becoming increasingly chaotic. The restless sensation of impending breakthrough grew even stronger, and his meridians even transmitted a faint throbbing pain. That was the sign of spiritual energy about to break through the 9th level of Qi refinement. Ha ha ha, you trash. Are you struggling to hold on? Die. Yuan Shao laughed mockingly, his attacks becoming even more ferocious, each strike of his flying sword targeting Ye Jing's vital points. I will capture you alive. I will torment you thoroughly and see what secrets you possess that allow you to command so many demonic beasts. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect saw that Ye Jing could only defend himself and felt that he had lost his ability to attack, so they intensified their assault on Shao Qi and the poisonous bee. Shao Kai's flames had weakened significantly, and the fire crystal armor was on the verge of collapse, clearly having endured a considerable amount of attacks. The swarm of poisonous bees had suffered heavy losses, but they continued to forcibly expel toxic mist to prevent the cultivators from approaching. Black wind was fiercely gnawing at these barriers, seeking to break open a large hole. "Hold on. Break this barrier," Ye Jing commanded the 3 demonic beasts. The suppression ability of this golden bell was formidable. Fortunately, this Foundation establishment cultivator had covered the entire mountain with the golden bell to prevent his own escape, requiring an enormous amount of spiritual energy to activate such a massive treasure. Thus Ye Jing could still continue to fight Yuan Shao. He wanted to use Yuan Shao's attacks to facilitate his break. With this thought, Ye Jing no longer suppressed the spiritual energy within him. Instead, he actively urged the spiritual energy throughout his body, allowing the restless power to surge through his meridians. He swung the blood-red great sword with increasing speed, the blood energy on the sword intertwining with the surging spiritual energy within him, resulting in a layer of red light. Each strike carried a force far beyond before even the air was split, producing a piercing hum. Are you trying to fight to the death?" Yuan Shao's expression changed dramatically. He could distinctly sense Ye Jing's aura growing stronger. This person was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and his meridians were rapidly loosening. An aura on the verge of reaching the perfection of Qi refinement made him exclaim, "Impossible. How could a rogue cultivator break through in a battle with me?" Ye Jing scoffed, "That's thanks to you, Elder Yuan. Thank you for allowing me to comprehend the breakthrough." Saying this, he seized the moment of Yuan Shao's astonishment to condense the spiritual energy within him and fiercely charged towards the barrier of the 9th level of Qi refinement. "Break for me." Ye Jing let out a low shout. The spiritual light around him surged violently. An aura far thicker than before erupted from his body. Qi refinement perfection. At the moment of breakthrough, Ye Jing felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The throbbing pain in his meridians completely vanished, and the chaotic spiritual energy became increasingly smooth, while the aura around him grew denser. You actually broke through." Yuan Shao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the surging spiritual energy around. Ye Jing shaking with rage, "I will not allow this." Saying this, he charged forward, striking fiercely at Ye Jing, while also pulling out numerous magical artifacts to assault him. Suddenly, he felt a dull pain within him. Looking towards Ye Jing's back, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He saw that the strange long-horned demonic dog had torn the barrier open, the crack continuously spreading, and the entire bell was also emitting piercing tremors. The golden bell that blocked Ye Jing had been completely shattered. Ye Jing's figure swayed and instantly activated the wind transformation technique, rapidly darting out. He also brought Shao Qi, the poisonous bee, and black wind into the demonic beast realm. "Stop him! Stop him for me!" Yuan Shao's furious roar shook the entire Dew Mountain. The dull pain within him still lingering, and the tremors of the golden bell barrier grew increasingly fierce. His eyes turned crimson as he urged the spiritual energy throughout his body to stabilize his form, simultaneously throwing out all the magical artifacts in his hands. Several darting flying daggers, a bronze small shield, and a few spiritual energy axes instantly transformed into streams of spiritual light shooting towards Ye Jing's back. Each magical artifact had considerable power. He absolutely could not allow Ye Jing to escape just like that. A rogue cultivator who had just broken through to Qi refinement perfection and could command 3 powerful demonic beasts. If he wasn't eliminated today, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Lingxiao sect in the future and would also cause Yuan Shao to lose face. Ye Jing moved like a swift wind, reaching the peak speed of the wind transformation technique. After breaking through to Qi refinement perfection, he became increasingly adept at controlling spiritual energy. His form grew lighter, nearly transforming into a faint black shadow as he weaved through the outer area of Dew Mountain. Upon hearing the sound of something slicing through the air behind him, he didn't need to turn around to sense the power of the magical artifacts. He immediately focused his mind, and the golden light bowl flew out from his storage bag, instantly shooting out golden light, transforming into a sturdy golden shield that blocked behind him. With several loud impacts, streams of golden light erupted from behind, causing the golden shield to tremble slightly, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. Ye Jing was jolted by the force of the magical artifacts and staggered, blood spilling from his mouth, but he dared not stop for a moment. The spiritual energy beneath his feet surged violently, and his speed increased even further. Damn it! Yuan Shao saw that this person was about to escape and chased after him on his sword. Having escaped the range of the golden bell, Ye Jing felt like a fish in water, no longer restrained. Seeing Yuan Shao relentlessly pursuing him from behind, Ye Jing coldly smiled, mounted his sword, and dove into the adjacent forest. Although this might be an act of deception to the perception of a Foundation establishment cultivator, what Ye Jing wanted was to ride on Black Wind, using Black Wind's soul-ensnaring power to hide his presence. Black Wind, conceal our aura and run deep into the forest, Ye Jing commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Wind soared out, and Ye Jing took the opportunity to sit atop it, patting Black Wind on the head. I'm counting on you, old buddy. Black Wind obeyed, and let out a roar, the sharp horn on its head emitting a sound wave as it carried Ye Jing through the forest. At this moment, Yuan Shao, who was chasing after Ye Jing in the sky, relying on Ye Jing's spiritual energy, suddenly lost sight of Ye Jing's figure, sensing nothing. Yuan Shao was startled, his eyes wide open. Just like last time, this person seemed to have some terrifying concealment method that allowed him to disappear right under their noses. Impossible. This is impossible. Yuan Shao's furious roar exploded above the forest as he stared at the dense woods below, where spiritual energy surged wildly. Yet within that grove there was no trace of spiritual energy fluctuations, as if the person had vanished into thin air. Not again. Not again. Yuan Shao trembled in anger. He recalled the last time this person disappeared without a trace. Even when he and the other elders joined forces, they could not locate him. What strange methods does this rogue cultivator possess, along with that bizarre demon dog? Thinking of the demon dog, he suddenly remembered that when he saw Ye Jing disappear into the forest, a dark shadow had rushed out, which was the demon dog with sharp horns that had shattered the golden bell barrier. In hindsight, Ye Jing's concealment technique must be related to that demon dog. Oh, perhaps the demon dog had the ability to hide its aura, interfering with detection techniques, causing him to lose track multiple times. At this moment, Yuan Shao was wildly swinging his sword, growing increasingly furious as he cursed the cunning rogue cultivator. In front of so many witnesses, he let these disciples see how a Foundation establishment cultivator was no match for a Qi refinement cultivator. He feared he had completely lost face. Damn it. At this time, Ye Jing, who had escaped from Dayu Mountain, finally relaxed, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood, a dull pain constantly radiating from his chest. He struggled to swallow several healing pills, barely managing to stabilize himself. Ye Jing felt a bit of trepidation. Indeed, Foundation establishment cultivators were not to be trifled with. The golden bell artifact in his hand was formidable, and had it not been for the assistance of the Black Wind, he might have perished in that encounter. Thinking of this, Ye Jing held the jade bottle, the fear in his eyes gradually diminishing. No matter what, he had gathered all the final ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill, and the prospect of refining it was now within reach. He looked at the large blade emanating black energy in his hand, a weapon obtained by his son after slaying the Madblade Master. Due to the intense killing aura the blade carried, it was easy for those with insufficient cultivation to fall into madness when using it. Thus, Ye Jing had kept it in his storage bag and had never taken it out. Now this Madblade had been quite helpful. Without it, Ye Jing would have found it difficult to contend with the Foundation establishment cultivator Yuan Shao. And it could also provide insights for breakthroughs. On his way home, Ye Jing gazed at the vast barren land below, thinking that the mineral resources here had been completely exhausted, with only a gold spirit mine remaining. It seemed he would have to send his eldest son to look for other veins. He was now a general, nearly in control of all resources in the Dantian kingdom, but the resources within Dantian were scarce. If he continued to stay holed up there, this amount of resources would be entirely insufficient. Thus it was time to expand the territory of the Dantian kingdom. The Lingxiao sect could occupy the mineral resources within their borders, but the new secular states were beyond their concern, allowing Ye Jing to easily make his moves within. At this moment, within the Spirit Rhythm Valley, spiritual energy intertwined with resentment. The furious corpse had long shed its rage, allowing the vengeful spirits to invade its body. With the aid of the great fire for refining, the spiritual energy was also stabilizing. Lu Xianglan wielded her soul guiding lamp to direct the vengeful spirits to merge with the corpse, while Wu Guiyun intensified the flames, continuously roasting the corpse's body. One refining pills, the other refining artifacts, using different methods to refine this Foundation establishment corpse. Suddenly the corpse opened its eyes, and the shrieks of the vengeful spirits gradually ceased. Countless black vortices rose, gradually enveloping the corpse's entire body, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy quickly emerged within. This shocked Lu Xianglan and Wu Guiyun. Could it be successful? But soon that surge of spiritual energy rapidly swelled within the corpse, causing it to break free from its chains, and the flames beneath it quickly turned a ghostly green, bringing with it a chilling force that sent shivers down the limbs of both women. What is happening? Wu Guiyun exclaimed in shock. Upon seeing this, Lu Xianglan immediately flew forward and said, "Sister-in-law, this corpse is about to be successfully refined and has started to gain some consciousness. It is resisting our control." What a... Wu Guiyun immediately threw out her black bell, the ringing sound continuously suppressing the rebellious corpse, not allowing it to move an inch. At this moment Xiao Yu above also noticed the corpse's uprising, continuously flapping her wings to summon lightning. This lightning infused with pure yang power was the nemesis of evil entities. Golden red lightning incessantly struck the corpse, extinguishing the ghostly green flames, thereby suppressing the rebellious corpse. Lu Xianglan stepped forward and said, "Sister-in-law, I must subdue this corpse now, otherwise I won't be able to control it completely." Wu Guiyun nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, Xianglan will assist you." After that she used her spiritual energy to continuously suppress the corpse, weakening its power. Had it not been for the fact that this corpse had been refined for a long time and lacked powerful offensive capabilities and now suppressed by Xiao Yu's yang lightning, Lu Xianglan and Wu Guiyun would absolutely not dare to confront it heathen. Seeing this, the corpse let out an angry roar attempting to attack the two, but Lu Xianglan's control over the souls had reached an extraordinary level, with her soul lamp flickering with ghostly light. The corpse struggled in vain, letting out several earth-shattering roars, its body completely surrounded by lightning. If it did not submit, soon it would be thoroughly electrocuted by Xiao Yu's lightning and turned to ashes. Lu Xianglan did not dare to pause. This was the crucial moment of refining, with success or failure hinging on this one attempt. She raised her soul guiding lamp and shouted, "Corpse General, do you not recognize your master yet?" A beam of her spiritual energy shot directly at the corpse general's head, causing the corpse to tremble violently. Lu Xianglan also felt her spiritual energy surging. The soul guiding lamp was her life treasure, and now that she had subdued this foundation establishment corpse, the spiritual energy feedback she received was incredibly rich. She immediately sat down to digest the overflowing spiritual energy, feeling a pang in her abdomen as the energy surged wildly within her. If she could not refine it, she would face certain death. Fortunately, after continuous high-intensity refining over these days, Lu Xianglan had become adept at controlling spiritual energy. She constantly dissolved the surging energy and absorbed it for refinement, ultimately reaching the moment when spiritual energy gushed forth. With a delicate shout, Lu Xianglan exclaimed, "Break!" The spiritual energy immediately flowed through her limbs and bones, and by the time she finished her cultivation, her spiritual energy had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. Wu Guiyun was overjoyed upon seeing this. "Xianglan, you have broken through." Seeing this, Lu Xianglan felt the surging spiritual energy throughout her body. She looked at the corpse standing in the pond, and with a thought the corpse immediately leaped up, its black energy surging rapidly, expanding 100-fold, bringing an immense pressure. It worked. Lu Xianglan could control the corpse at will, and she was nearly in tears with joy. Her efforts over these past few months had not been in vain. Wu Guiyun was also immensely relieved. "Great!" At that moment, a joyful shout echoed through the Spirit Rhythm Valley. This made the two women shudder in surprise as they quickly turned around to see Ye Jing, who had not returned for many days, looking at them with a gratified expression. The sudden appearance of Ye Jing startled Lu Xianglan and Wu Guiyun, filled with both surprise and joy. They were astonished that Ye Jing could approach them so silently. They were delighted that Ye Jing had broken through again, with a powerful aura of spiritual energy surrounding him, causing even the recently refined corpse generals to shrink back in fear. "Father, have you reached foundation establishment?" Wu Guiyun asked in surprise. Ye Jing chuckled, "Not so fast. I am currently merely at the peak of qi refinement. But you actually managed to refine a foundation establishment corpse. You truly gave me quite a surprise." Lu Xianglan felt a bit shy and said, "It's all thanks to you." Ye Jing stepped closer to examine the corpse. Although it remained a withered body, it now radiated a glimmer of spiritual light, making it a formidable weapon in battle. He nodded in satisfaction, then noticed their pale faces and said, "You both should rest first. You've worked hard these past few days." After a moment of silence, Lu Xianglan suddenly asked, "Father, have you been out these past few months searching for materials to refine foundation establishment pills?" Ye Jing nodded, his expression becoming serious as he recounted the incident of Yi Tianhui being attacked by the Li family's cultivators, along with the events of the past few months. Upon hearing that her son had been harmed, Lu Xianglan instantly became extremely anxious. "Father, is Huier all right?" Ye Jing reassured her. "Xianglan, don't worry. Huier is not seriously injured. I have dealt with the troublemakers and arranged some magical beasts to guard him. No one will dare to cause trouble there again." "That's good. That's good." Lu Xianglan trembled as she spoke. She had been focused on refining corpse generals for the past few months and had neglected matters concerning her son. Ye Jing likely hid this from her to prevent her, as a mother, from worrying too much. Now hearing about her son's troubles, she was undoubtedly very anxious. especially upon learning that it was her son who had not wanted to speak of it. Tears streamed down her face as she scolded, "Silly child. The Li family is too overbearing. Their own daughter couldn't win the Foundation establishment pill, so they vent their anger on Huier. Truly despicable." Wu Guiyun also vented her frustration. Ye Jing clenched his fists and said coldly, "Indeed, these scoundrels only dare to resort to such despicable actions because they believe the Yi family is weak. Father, rest assured I will do my utmost to help you refine Foundation establishment pills. I want you to succeed in Foundation establishment as soon as possible." Lu Xianglan could no longer hold back and said to Ye Jing. Ye Jing responded, "Xianglan, you have been refining corpses for so long, your health is important. Rest for a few days." "Father, I'm not afraid of the hardships, but I fear that the Yi family will be looked down upon. If we don't have a Foundation establishment cultivator to oversee us, we will be humiliated today and slaughtered tomorrow." Lu Xianglan spoke with determination, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. "Moreover, my sister-in-law and I have successfully refined the Foundation establishment corpse into a corpse general. What are these hardships compared to that?" Seeing their resolution, Ye Jing said, "I appreciate your determination. I have indeed gathered the spiritual herbs needed for refining." Lu Xianglan was overjoyed upon hearing this. She stepped forward and asked, "Father, is that true? Have you gathered all the herbs? Then can we quickly refine the Foundation establishment pills? Will you be able to achieve Foundation establishment?" Ye Jing smiled and patted the storage bag at his waist. A flash of spiritual light emerged and several herbs rich in spiritual energy floated in the air. These herbs were all top-grade, exuding rich spiritual energy, clearly gathered with great effort. Even more astonishing was that the herbs appeared bundled together, quickly piling up into a small mountain on the ground. Although Lu Xianglan was prepared to face some pressure in refining the Foundation establishment pills, the recipe Ye Jing had previously given her contained herbs that were all quite rare and precious. If the refining failed, the losses would be incalculable. But now with Ye Jing bringing back so many herbs that were nearly piled into a mountain, it made those herbs seem quite inexpensive. "Father, where did you get so many spiritual herbs?" Lu Xianglan and Wu Guiyun were utterly shocked. Ye Jing smiled faintly. "I naturally have my ways. Xianglan, feel free to use them. If you lack anything, I will provide it for you." With the celestial willow spirit field in hand, cultivating a few herbs is quite simple. Even the cold spring dew, though only half a bottle, is sufficient for dozens of uses. Once He Xian and the Emperor take down those border nations, he can easily obtain more cold spring dew. Thus he provided so many herbs to assure Lu Xianglan not to worry and to refine freely, saying he had plenty of herbs available. Lu Xianglan and Wu Guiyun exchanged glances, feeling inexplicably that their father was capable of anything, always achieving what others could not. But regardless, they trusted Ye Jing and made his words their guiding principle. "Since father values this so much, I will not disappoint you." Lu Xianglan stepped forward. Ye Jing nodded, and then turned his gaze to Wu Guiyun, saying, "Guiyun, you are skilled at refining spirit tools, and must refine diligently. Never be lax." Wu Guiyun understood, and replied, "Father, rest assured I will not hold you back." Ye Jing nodded, and then soared into the air, leaving to find Ye Xian in the palace. It was winter. The palace was wrapped in silver snow, and the red plums were in full bloom inside. At this moment, Yi was training in a stone chamber specifically provided for cultivators within the palace. His spiritual power surged, emanating a pressure that made it difficult to look directly at him. Now Ye Xian had reached the 9th layer of qi refinement and was close to breaking through to Foundation establishment, making him the strongest in the palace. As he circulated his spiritual power, a respectful voice from a servant echoed in the stone chamber, "General, your father has arrived." Upon hearing this, Ye Xian's displeasure at being interrupted dissipated instantly. He collected his aura, quickly stood up to adjust his robe, and then exited the stone chamber, dispelling the formation here, saying, "Take me there quickly." Outside the palace, snowflakes were falling like goose feathers, swirling in the sky, landing on the crimson palace walls and glazed tiles. The cold wind whipped the snow past the official road, but it was deflected by the spiritual energy instinctively radiating from Ye Xian, not even causing his clothes to flutter. In the distance, he spotted Ye Jing standing under the corridor. Ye Jing, dressed in simple robes, had his spiritual energy rained in, blending with the wind and snow, with only his sharp eyes remaining visible. "Father." Ye Xian had not seen Ye Jing for several years, his tone filled with urgency and joy. "Father, why have you come? In this cold and freezing weather you still trouble yourself to come to the palace." Ye Jing turned around, his gaze landing on Ye Xian, and a gentle stream of spiritual energy reached out to him. After a moment, admiration appeared in Ye Jing's eyes. "Not bad. In just a few months you have reached the pinnacle of qi refinement." Ye Jing's sudden arrival excited Ye Xian. He immediately invited Ye Jing into the house, poured a cup of spiritual tea, and asked, "Father, why have you come to the palace to see me? Is there something important?" Ye Jing, seeing the heavy snow outside, said, "Xian, I came to find you because I want you to expand the territory of Dian and search for spiritual minds." Upon hearing this, Ye Xian felt puzzled and replied, "Father, our family has already cultivated. The mundane lands are of no use to us anymore. Why do we suddenly want to expand our territory?" Ye Jing smiled and said, "Who says they are useless? Didn't I find a spiritual mine at the border of Yingwa before?" The usually quick-witted Ye Xian immediately understood Ye Jing's intent. "Are you saying you want to find spiritual mines in the neighboring countries?" Ye Jing nodded and said, "Exactly, because in the wars between mundane countries those sects won't interfere. So you can use the military power of Dian to subdue the various kingdoms, investigate the directions of the spiritual mines within their territories, and search for hidden veins of spiritual mines." He took a sip of tea, savoring it, and continued, "You know that cultivation cannot be separated from spiritual energy pills and spiritual artifacts. The most important spiritual mines can be used to forge spiritual artifacts and strengthen our Yi family's power, so the more spiritual mines the better." After listening, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Ye Xian's eyes, and he hurriedly said, "Father, I understand. Those sects are aloof and disdain to meddle in mundane disputes. This is precisely our opportunity. Moreover, I can lead the troops to pacify those small nations, allowing us to search for resources rightfully and covertly bring them into the Yi family. Indeed, if we do this, the resources of the surrounding mundane countries will belong to our Yi family." Ye Jing nodded. After discussing with Ye Xian, he immediately got up to visit Zheng Yuanyi at the palace. Since Zheng Yuanyi ascended to the throne, he had been entirely reliant on Ye Xian. He was no longer the unruly and idle young master he once was, and some gray had begun to show in his hair. Upon seeing Ye Xian come to him, he brought Gua Zhengning to the imperial study. Dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, Zheng Yuanyi was very pleased to hear Ye Xian express his desire to attack other nations for Yingwa, and immediately agreed. He promptly ordered someone to draft an edict appointing Ye Xian as the Grand General of the nation, overseeing national affairs and commanding all troops, and also granting him the military talisman. All matters of war were entrusted to Ye Xian. After Ye Xian expressed his gratitude for the royal favor, he left with Gua Zhengning to begin preparations for the expedition. 3 days later, the weather was clear. Ye Xian donned silver armor, standing tall like a pine tree, with a sword at his waist gleaming coldly, followed by 100,000 elite cavalry. He drew his sword and pointed it towards the distance, shouting, "Let's go." The sound of horns echoed as the 100,000 iron cavalry trod through the snow, marching grandly out of the capital of Dian, their target being the weak Liang nation. The Liang nation was weak, with no more than 30,000 troops. Upon hearing that the Dian cavalry was attacking, there was panic throughout the court, and the common folk unable to even organize a proper defense. Ye Xian's army effortlessly breached the capital of the Liang nation and captured the fleeing Liang troops. Once inside the city, Ye Xian strictly prohibited his army from looting and killing, instead assigning some generals to guard the capital. As for the king and his offspring, not a single one was spared. After cleaning up the imperial city, Ye Xian took out the golden insect given to him by his father and ventured alone to investigate the spiritual mine veins of the Liang nation. The Liang nation was remote, filled with mountains and forests, and the spiritual insect had a natural sensitivity to mines, easily sensing the veins buried underground. After searching along the way, he arrived at a valley in the Liang nation where the golden insect suddenly stopped. Ye Xian also sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual power and immediately began to excavate the mountains with a spiritual pickaxe. Before long, a jet black, or emanating a faint spiritual energy, was unearthed, the very basic material for refining spiritual artifacts known as Xian iron ore. There really is a spiritual mine. A hint of joy flickered in Ye Xian's eyes. If this continued, if he could conquer the surrounding nations, the Yi family would acquire abundant resources. Thinking of this, Ye Xian immediately marked the location, then called for soldiers to begin excavation. Subsequently, he aimed to conquer the nearby small nations as well. Inside the cave dwelling of the Qingyun sect, a radiant spiritual light shot out from the cave, and everyone felt a powerful pressure. Yi Tianhao, who had been in closed-door cultivation for several days, had completed his foundation establishment breakthrough. His profound spiritual power made the disciples still practicing below look up in awe. Suddenly, a handsome young man flew out of the cave, standing proudly on his sword, exuding unmatched vigor. At that moment, the 3 elders of the Qingyun sect were also attracted by the spiritual power, with Yunjian stroking his beard, his eyes filled with astonishment. This spiritual power, could it be that kid from the Yi family has broken through to foundation establishment in less than a year? Qin Yunhe added. I thought it was that kid Lu Xiaoyu who broke through, but it turned out to be Yi Tianhao. He is only 18 and has become a foundation establishment cultivator. Such talent would be top-notch even in the ancient Song realm. Indeed, I must say he is a genius. Yunhe also exclaimed repeatedly. The Qin sect witnessed another foundation establishment cultivator, and the entire mountain was filled with envy. Li Linlin, seeing that Yi Tianhao had already broken through to foundation establishment, was filled with jealousy. How could this rogue cultivator break through so quickly? Why was that? If it weren't for Yi Tianyao taking her foundation establishment pill, she might have been the one to break through at this moment. Thinking of this, Li Linlin recalled hearing that Yi Tianhao's grandfather owned a spiritual medicine shop in the Tiangongfang market. She planned to send someone to teach the Yi family a lesson, but unexpectedly that old man from the Yi family was ruthless enough to kill everyone she sent. This left Li Linlin furious, and now seeing Yi Tianhao in such glory, she bit her lip and angrily muttered, "What are you so proud of?" At this moment at the Yi family, Ye Jing was also cultivating and sensed through the immortal willow that his grandson had broken through to foundation establishment. The ancient characters emitted by the immortal willow flickered with golden light. The eldest grandson of the Yi family, Yi Tianhao, has reached foundation establishment, pioneering the family's future. Grant him 500 years of celestial light. Upon seeing this, Ye Jing's heart filled with joy. Their family had finally produced a foundation establishment cultivator. Now even those families that opposed the Yi family or the Xianyu sect would have to think twice. He clenched his fist. Since his grandson worked so hard, he as the ancestor naturally could not slack off. Ye Jing looked at the spiritual herbs he had cultivated and the abundant spiritual mines available. He immediately went to Tiangongfang market, planning to purchase all the shops there to expand the Yi family's business. Now Ye Jing's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. If he wanted to break through further, he still needed the foundation establishment pills. After all, his physical age was a factor, and forcing a breakthrough could harm his meridians and body. The immortal willow could grant him longevity, but cultivation must be approached with caution. The old man was not afraid of death. In the Tiangongfang market, Ye Jing arrived alone, and as he approached the loft of the shopkeeper, he noticed the strange gazes of the immortal attendants around him. This time he came to meet the shopkeeper, and the immortal attendants quickly invited him in. Bai Qian was waiting for him in the guest room of the loft, and upon seeing Ye Jing, he smiled slightly and gestured for him to take a seat. "Boss Yi, it's been a while." Ye Jing nodded and sat down. He felt the bizarre atmosphere in the loft and got straight to the point. "Shopkeeper, I have come to inquire about opening more shops. Are there any available spaces?" Bai Qian was taken aback for a moment, and then replied with a smile. "I see, Boss Yi, your business is flourishing. However, the business in this market is thriving, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to rent any shops." Ye Jing squinted slightly and asked, "Is there really not even one shop available?" Bai Qian nodded and repeatedly apologized, saying, "Yes, perhaps you could wait a few more days. If any shops become available, I will contact you personally." Currently, Bai Qian was speaking to Ye Jing in a very friendly and polite manner. The reason was simple. Ye Jing's grandson Yi Tianhao had recently broken through to foundation establishment and was regarded as the most talented child of the Qinyan sect. Breaking through to foundation establishment at 18 is a remarkable feat. Even among the prominent families and top sects of the Kangoo realm, such a genius was rare. Even though Bai Qian was a foundation establishment cultivator, he did not dare to look down on Ye Jing. However, the Li family was pressing him hard, threatening to make it impossible for Ye Jing to continue in the Tiangongfang market. If he opened more shops for the Yi family, his own Tiangongfang market would be in jeopardy. Therefore, Bai Qian could only play along with Ye Jing for the time being, trying to ease the tension as he could not afford to offend either side. Ye Jing noticed Bai Qian's evasive responses and the peculiar behavior of those around him, feeling a hit. But since the shopkeeper had already said this, pressing further would yield no beneficial results. Thus he clasped his hands and said, "In that case, I apologize for the disturbance. If any shops become available, I hope the shopkeeper will keep an eye out for me." After saying this, Ye Jing stood up to take his leave. The tea in front of Bai Qian emitted wisps of white steam as he sighed. A year ago, Ye Jing had seemed like an ordinary qi refining loose cultivator in his eyes, yet now he had reached full qi refinement and had a foundation establishment genius grandson. Thus, Bai Qian had to be cautious in dealing with Ye Jing. It is often said 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. The immortal cultivation world is even more so. Today a mere ant, tomorrow one might become an existence to be revered. After leaving the shopkeeper's loft, Ye Jing arrived at the Yi family shop, but he was dismayed to see several shops named Li appearing in front of the Yi family shop. These shops seemed to be deliberately positioned directly across from the Yi family shop, all selling spiritual herbs, and most passers-by were heading to the Li shops. Seeing this, Ye Jing immediately entered his own shop. Although there were still cultivators inside, it was not as lively as before. Sitting at the counter, Ye Tianhui saw Ye Jing coming and hurriedly got up. "Grandpa?" Ye Jing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the sparse customers in the shop, his brow furrowing slightly, and he spoke in a steady tone. "When did those shops outside open?" Ye Tianhui's face showed a hint of anger and helplessness as he replied, "Grandpa, just a month ago members of the Li family suddenly took over those shops across the street, directly opening up in front of us, even putting up a sign for cheap spiritual herbs. They hired several female cultivators to shout at the entrance, and most of our customers have been taken away." While saying this, Ye Tianhui pointed at the shelves behind the counter, which still had many commonly used spiritual herbs neatly arranged. In the past, these herbs were always in high demand. Now they had hardly moved at all. Ye Tianhui was still just a teenager, and naturally he could not hold back his complaints in front of Ye Jing. "Grandpa, what's even more infuriating is that some of the spiritual herbs they sell aren't even as good as ours, yet their prices are nearly 30% lower. It's obviously a deliberate price suppression, trying to force us out." Ye Jing merely smiled faintly upon hearing this, thinking it was not a big deal. The Li family was just wary of his Ye family's newly emerged foundation establishment Descendant, and dared not come to ruin his shop, resorting instead to a business competition. Even Bai Qian's unwillingness to lease shops to him likely had the Li family's influence behind it. He had lived for over 100 years, he had seen countless schemes. Ye Jing said, "Huier, you need not worry. The Li family is merely attracting customers with low prices. Our herbs have always been of high quality and efficacy. Those who buy herbs from the Li family are only seeking cheap deals. When they realize those herbs lack efficacy, they will naturally return. It's just a matter of letting them have their moment of glory for a few days. But it's too frustrating." Ye Tianhui grumbled, recalling how he had almost been killed by the Li family members recently. Now they had brazenly opened shops right across from them, slapping the face of the Ye family. Ye Jing coldly laughed, saying, "They are just a rabble. Huier, do not let these people anger you. That would play right into their hands. Rest assured, since they have come, Grandpa will not let them have it easy. Grandpa, do you have a way to deal with them?" Ye Tianhui leaned forward, eagerly asking. Watching the bustling Li family shop across the street, while his own shop grew increasingly desolate, made him feel both anxious and angry. However, being a low-level cultivator, he had no qualification to confront them directly and could only watch as the Li family took more and more ground. Ye Jing raised his hand and gently patted his shoulder, his gaze passing through the shop's window, landing on the charming female cultivators managing the Li shops across the street, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He spoke in a calm tone, "What's the hurry? There's no need to rush when dealing with clowns. They attract customers with low prices, seeming prosperous, but it's actually unstable. The low-quality herbs have less than 30% efficacy. In the short term, customers may buy them for cheap, but in the long run, they will ultimately ruin their own reputation." As he spoke, Ye Jing looked at Ye Tianhui, raised his hand, and a completely white jade slip appeared in his hand. He handed the jade slip to Ye Tianhui and said, "This is a method for upgrading spiritual herbs that I acquired years ago. Since you are now in charge of family affairs, you can study it. Starting tomorrow, all our family's spiritual herbs will be refined and enhanced for efficacy, while the prices remain unchanged." Ye Tianhui took the jade slip, and at the moment of contact, a stream of pure information surged into his mind, which was indeed the method for upgrading spiritual herbs. This method is extremely profound yet easy to understand. Even though he was only at the 5th layer of qi refinement, he could comprehend it. His eyes were filled with delight. "Grandpa, this is amazing. If we can turn our spiritual herbs into pill prototypes, the efficacy will double. Even if the prices remain unchanged, those customers will definitely come back. It is well known that Ye family's spiritual herbs are already popular. If these herbs are marketed effectively, he would not fear the Li family stealing business." "Wait!" Ye Jing suddenly called out to him, his tone turning more serious. "Remember, act low-key and do not show off. Purifying the spiritual herbs should be done step by step. There is no need to provoke the Li family across the street, nor do we need to boast about our efforts. We just need to do our own thing and wait for the results." After discussing everything with his grandson, Ye Jing immediately arranged for people to organize the spiritual herbs and continue the business. He cast a glance at the Li family across the street, a cold sneer appearing in his heart. Bai Qian feared the Ye family and secretly colluded with the Li family, refusing to rent the shop to him. The Li family, having produced a foundation establishment genius, dared not confront the Ye family directly and resorted to such underhanded tactics to suppress them. If it were someone else, they might have panicked or could no longer hold back from retaliating, but Ye Jing looked down upon such actions. Not daring to confront him directly only highlighted their frustration. They could not stand to see him thrive, yet were powerless against him. Next, while the Li family shop remained open, the Ye family store quickly launched higher quality spiritual medicines, creating a stark contrast to the inferior products of the Li family. As a result, the Ye family's business thrived even more. The once bustling Li family shop rapidly cooled down, while the Ye family store became increasingly popular. In an instant, Ye Jing had turned the Li family's provocative shops into wilted eggplants, cold and dark. This was akin to insulting others, but instead it humiliated themselves. At this moment, Li Xiuhe, the head of the Li family, learned that the Ye family had firmly suppressed him, and he was furious. He originally planned to teach the Ye family a small lesson, but now it felt like he had shot himself in the foot. The Ye family truly was a nemesis for the Li family. Where did the Ye family acquire such secret methods to cultivate so many powerful spiritual medicines? Li Xiuhe muttered to himself. He looked at the spiritual medicines bought from the Ye family, each one of excellent quality, even surpassing some that had been specially cultivated by sex. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of greed. The Li family also had a foundation establishment pill recipe, but they struggled to find the heavenly materials and treasures, taking decades to cultivate spiritual herbs and gather the medicinal ingredients to reach foundation establishment. Now the Ye family could effortlessly cultivate so many high-quality spiritual medicines, making him suspect there was some secret method involved. Otherwise, how could there be so many spiritual medicines? Master, why trouble yourself so much? An elderly voice sounded from behind. The old servant Li Jing approached with a cup of hot tea. From the corner of his eye, he caught the complex expression that briefly crossed Li Ziyu's face. Li Jing was a longtime servant of the Li family, having followed Li Xiuhe for decades. He understood his thoughts and was adept at subtly inciting him. Li Xiuhe turned around, his expression darkening as he suppressed his inner greed, replying unhappily, "The Ye family has killed my descendants while their business flourishes, pressing the Li family down. How can I not be troubled? That Ye Jing is merely lucky to have produced a foundation establishment genius, and now he possesses this secret method. If I allow him to develop unchecked, my Li family will truly have to rely on others." After all, the Li family had numerous shops in the Tiangong city, and once they were suppressed by other shops, their business would inevitably plummet. Those small merchants dependent on the Li family would gradually waver, and the foundation the Li family had painstakingly established in Tiangong city would be completely destabilized. A flicker of malice flashed in Li Jing's eyes, yet his tone remained respectful and gentle. "What the master says is indeed true. The Ye family is a threat, having produced two talented descendants, and now they are competing with you for business, which is excessively arrogant." "Exactly, which is why I want the Ye family to disappear," Li Xiuhe said coldly. His words were very direct, causing the old servant to feel a chill. He knew Li Ziyu's violent temperament well. He has always been a man of action. Previously, when the eldest daughter was severely injured by Yi Tianhao and lost the chance for foundation establishment, it had already infuriated Li Xiuhe, and the people he sent were mercilessly killed by Ye Jing. Now, having suffered 3 defeats in a row, Li Ziyu's face was utterly humiliated. At first, he could have considered it a conflict between the younger generation, something he could ignore. But now the Ye family had directly killed his people and seized his business, which Li Xiuhe could not tolerate. His gaze turned cold as he said, "I have heard that the head of the Ye family is merely a qi refinement cultivator. Therefore, Li Jing, in a few days the business association will be held in Tiangong City, and all families will be present. I will invite the Ye family to attend this business association on behalf of the Li family." "Does the master mean?" Li Xiuhe looked at the birds chirping in their cages and sneered. "This business association has always honored the Li family. I want to meet this head of the Ye family. If he is willing to befriend the Li family, I can let him off. If not, then I believe the Li family's soul-searching technique can forcefully extract the secret method from his mind." Upon hearing this, the old servant immediately wore a flattering smile, bowing his head and saying, "I understand. The master's insight is exceptional. That Ye Jing is merely a qi refinement cultivator, no matter how clever he is." At the business association, surrounded by the Li family's personnel and representatives from other families, even if he possesses great abilities, he will find it impossible to escape. Li Xiuhe, upon hearing this, finally revealed a cold smile at the tightly drawn corners of his mouth. His gaze fell upon the restless bird, his tone indifferent, yet carrying an undeniable ruthlessness. "You truly understand my thoughts." Li Xiuhe sneered. "The Ye family is so self-righteous, thinking that having produced a foundation establishment cultivator means they can act without restraint. Little do they know, in front of me they are merely mayflies shaking a tree, utterly laughable. Although the soul-searching technique is fierce and will leave him in despair as long as I obtain that cultivation secret, what does it matter if I leave him without a complete corpse? The master is brilliant. I will arrange this right away. Furthermore," Li Xiuhe suddenly spoke, his tone becoming serious, "you go and instruct the ambushers to conceal their auras. At the business association, do not act rashly We must pretend to be peaceful when attending. Even if someone questions it later, they can only blame Ye Jing for not recognizing the opportunity and refusing to befriend the Li family. Li Zhong respectfully withdrew. A few days later, inside the Yi family shop, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire entered the shop with a respectful demeanor, directly bowing to Yi Tianhui and saying, "Excuse me, young master," as boss Yin. While Yi Tianhui was organizing the accounts, he noticed the middle-aged man was dressed quite elegantly and smiled politely. "What business does this esteemed sir have with boss Yi?" This middle-aged man was Li Zhong, sent by Li Xiuhe to deliver the invitation. He noticed that this young boy appeared to be just over 10 years old, yet he was already enveloped in the spiritual energy of the 5th layer of qi refinement. Li Zhong couldn't help but be taken aback. The Yi family truly was extraordinary. Besides Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, there was this remarkably gifted junior. This made Li Zhong increasingly convinced that the Yi family must have some secret method. Suppressing his inner excitement, he clasped his hands and said, "Young master, I am Li Zhong, the steward of the Mingxili clan. I have come on behalf of my family to deliver a business association invitation to boss Yi." After speaking, Li Zhong took out a gilded invitation from his sleeve, the cover intricately engraved with dragon patterns, and the signature bore the Li family crest crafted with exquisite detail. Yi Tianhui raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes quickly concealed. Hearing the name of the Li family, he secretly sheathed the sword he had tightly grasped. Given the constant friction and conflict between the Li and Yi families, the sudden arrival of someone from the Li family with an invitation certainly did not bode well. He did not immediately accept the invitation, but calmly instructed the shop assistant to serve tea to Li Zhong while he went to inform his grandfather. "My grandfather is in the back room organizing the spiritual herbs. Please wait a moment, Li Steward. I will notify him right away." "Thank you, young master." Li Zhong still wore a respectful smile, but his gaze had already swept over the spiritual herbs on the shelves. These spiritual herbs were vibrant in color and rich in spiritual energy, accompanied by rare delicacies, like special mountain delicacies and spirit fish. Li Zhong was captivated, feeling fortunate that Bai Qian had allied with their family. If the Yi family had rented the surrounding shops, what would the Li family do? Yi Tianhui quickly walked into the back hall, where Ye Jing was sitting cross-legged cultivating. "Grandfather, the steward of the Li family, Li Zhong, has come and brought an invitation to the trade meeting," Yi Tianhui whispered, lowering his voice. Hearing that the Li family had unexpectedly come with an invitation, Ye Jing opened his eyes, acknowledging his understanding, and stood up to tidy his clothing before going to meet the guest. Li Zhong, who was drinking tea, felt a surge of profound spiritual power and quickly put down his teacup, noticing an old man with a youthful appearance and white hair walking out. He immediately recognized this as the owner of the Yi family's herbal shop. Although he could not discern the depth of his cultivation, it was evident that he had not yet reached foundation establishment. Therefore Li Zhong was not afraid, and stood up again to bow respectfully, saying, "I am Li Zhong, here to see the head of the Yi family. On behalf of my master Li Xiuhe, I sincerely invite Yi boss to spare some time to attend the meeting and discuss cooperation." After saying this, he handed over the invitation again. Ye Jing's gaze was calm as he accepted the letter. He understood that the Li family and the Yi family had been in constant conflict, and now to suddenly invite them, it seemed like a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. There was no good intention. "Steward Li is being too polite. I wonder why the head of the Li family suddenly thought of inviting the Yi family to attend. We the Yi family merely run a small herbal shop and hardly aspire to associate with the Li family." Li Zhong laughed, saying, "Yi boss is joking. The quality of the herbs from the Yi family's herbal shop ranks among the best in the entire Tiangongfang market, and there are even foundation establishment prodigies within the family. This trade meeting brings together the Qingyun sect, Lingxiao sect, and several surrounding cultivation families and shop owners, all in the spirit of friendship. If the Yi family participates, it will surely add to the prestige. Since the head of the Li family has extended such a warm invitation, it would seem ungrateful of me to decline." Ye Jing spoke slowly. "Please thank the head of the Li family on my behalf for his kindness and invitation." Of course. Thank you, Yi boss, for your graciousness. I will certainly convey your words." Li Zhong clasped his hands and quickly left. Watching the departure of this steward from the Li family, Ye Jing examined the invitation in his hand, frowning slightly. This invitation was sent by someone from the Li family, phrased respectfully, inviting him, the owner of the Yi family, to attend the trade meeting 3 days later. It spoke of resolving the grievances between the two families. Yi Tianhui stood aside, observing his grandfather's serious expression, feeling a sudden shock, and spoke up. "Grandfather, the Li family has always been at odds with us. Why would they be so kind as to invite us to attend some trivial trade meeting? They wouldn't be plotting something again, would they, eh?" Ye Jing placed the invitation down, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Hua, you are right. The Li family's actions must have ulterior motives. From what I've learned through other shops, the Li family holds a dominant position in the Tiangongfang market. This invitation is merely a trap disguised as a feast. However, since the trade meeting involves participation from various families in the Tiangongfang market, should he refuse to attend, it would only provide fodder for gossip, making it difficult for the Ye family to stand firm and implying that the Ye family is timid. Grandfather, what should we do? Yi Tianhui asked anxiously. Ye Jing revealed a reassuring smile. Do not worry. I have my plans. If the Li family wishes to set a trap for us, they must first see if they have the capability. 3 days later, the trade meeting in the Tiangongfang market was set in the central Jushin pavilion. This pavilion towered into the clouds with faint spiritual energy swirling around its eaves and corners. On either side of the entrance stood several disciples of the Li family in tight-fitting attire, their expressions solemn, sharply scanning each guest arriving for the meeting, secretly checking for anomalies. Ye Jing attended the meeting alone, wearing a deep blue brocade robe, standing tall and straight, his face revealing no sign of turmoil, his aura perfectly restrained, as if he were merely an ordinary old cultivator. As soon as Ye Jing approached the entrance of Jushin Pavilion, those disciples from the Li family all glanced at him, then averted their gazes. This obvious action made Ye Jing raise his eyebrows, and he entered the pavilion along with the flow of guests. Inside, the noise of conversation was already bustling with spiritual energy swirling around. The hall on the first floor was set with dozens of tables. Seated were the clan leaders, heads of families, and some shop owners, all engaged in low conversations. Their expressions varied. Among them, disciples from the sects such as the Qingyun sect and Lingxiao sect sat on either side, in elevated positions, their expressions cold, exuding an aura of authority, without anger, clearly serving as witnesses and balance keepers for this trade meeting. However, Ye Jing did not see the owner of the Tiangongfang. He heard that the owner was unwell and did not. But as a foundation establishment cultivator claiming illness was quite absurd, it was evident that Bai Qian did not wish to show up at this trade meeting. At the main table in the hall sat a middle-aged man in a purple gold brocade robe with a handsome face, a hint of arrogance and coldness in his brows, and surrounded by the spiritual power of mid-foundation establishment. This was Li Xiuhe, the head of the Li family, and beside him stood several younger members of the Li family, each with a refined aura, casting unfriendly glances at Ye Jing. When Ye Jing appeared, the conversation in the hall slightly paused, all eyes turning towards him. There was curiosity, scrutiny, and a sense of amusement, yet no one dared to underestimate him. Everyone knew that the Ye family had produced a talented young man, and they were curious about the Li family and Ye family's deep-seated conflict. Yet now the Ye family had come at the invitation of the Li family, which was indeed surprising. Seeing this, Li Xiuhe immediately stood up, a hospitable smile plastered on his face. Head of the Ye family, your presence is an honor. Please take a seat. Ye Jing smiled lightly in response, and cupped his hands. Head of the Li family is too kind. I am honored to be invited, of course I shall come. Since the Ye family had only recently established itself in the Tiangongfang market, the common folk were not familiar with them, only knowing about Ye Jing's flourishing herbal shop and the talented young man Ye Tianhao. To now call Ye Jing the head of the family carried a hint of mockery. Just as he finished speaking, a snicker echoed from the corner of the hall. A shop owner in gray robes spoke disdainfully. The head of the Li family is being too kind. It's just a small herbal shop with a somewhat talented child. Does that qualify as a head of a family? This remark ignited a spark, and immediately whispers of agreement arose around. Some whispered about the Ye family shallow foundations, while others secretly laughed at Li Xiuhe's intentional flattery, mixed with hidden ridicule. Their curiosity piqued as they looked at the nondescript old man. To produce such a remarkably young foundation establishment cultivator from their family was indeed shocking. Li Ziyu's smile deepened, yet his eyes held no warmth. He gestured for Ye Jing to move to the lower seat beside. Haha, Boss Wang is joking. The old gentleman, Yi, was able to raise a genius like young friend Tianhao and run a successful herbal shop. Calling him the head of the family is certainly not an issue. However, given that the Yi family has just arrived, the seating is quite humble. I hope the old gentleman, Yi, can... The lower seat was adjacent to the edge of the hall, with only a pot of bland tea on the table, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, starkly contrasting with the tables of other family leaders, which were filled with spiritual fruits and wines. It was clear to anyone with eyes that this was an intentional humiliation by the Li family. Several younger members of the Li family immediately burst into laughter. One arrogant young man said loudly, "The head of the family is correct. After all, the Yi family doesn't even have a proper family estate. Being able to come to Jushin Pavilion for the meeting already counts as basking in the glory of our Li family. How could they dare to choose a seat?" As soon as these words were spoken, the discussions in the hall grew louder, and the glances directed at Ye Jing were filled with more mockery. Some secretly felt pity, believing the Yi family would definitely face a difficult situation this time, while others eagerly anticipated seeing Ye Jing enraged or leaving in embarrassment. Ye Jing cast a cold glance at the people with various expressions and did not take a seat, only coldly stating, "Masterly, since this is a business meeting, treating guests in such a manner seems rather petty." Upon hearing this, the surrounding people were instantly frozen. Even Li Ziyu's expression darkened. Ye Jing's words were too direct, bluntly confronting the Li family for humiliating the Yi family. "You," Li Xiuhe and the youth beside him immediately retorted angrily, "don't be ungrateful. My Li family invited you here, which is already showing enough respect to your Yi family, yet you dare to nitpick. Is it because we have a foundation establishment junior that we can be so arrogant in the Tiangongfang market?" Ye Jing let out a cold laugh, raising his gaze to sweep across the youth, the chill in his eyes piercing like ice blades. "Respect." Ye Jing's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. "Master Li invited me here for a banquet, yet treats me so coldly. Do you really think my Yi family is worth just a few spirit fruits in your eyes?" After saying this, Ye Jing's spiritual energy surged even more, causing the surrounding cultivators to break into a sweat, wondering if this old man had gone mad and was about to fight Li Xiuhe. Several disciples from the Qingyun sect and Lingxiao sect looked over, observing the scene, ready to intervene if necessary. Li Xiuhe rubbed his finger on the ring, withdrawing the killing intent in his eyes, then chuckled, "Master Yi, why bother with this? It's just that my junior is ignorant. Remove that seat, let Master Yi take the main seat." The repeated command to take the main seat carried a hint of mockery. Ye Jing clenched his fists, secretly looking at Master Li. He remembered today's humiliation. He would surely repay it when the time was right. Several members of the Li family welcomed Ye Jing to the main seat, and the patriarchs of other families secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After this interlude, the business meeting officially commenced. It was Ye Jing's first time attending such a meeting. Although it was somewhat novel, he quickly lost interest, as it was merely about shopkeepers and family patriarchs competing for interest, lacking any real enjoyment. However, he did not remain idle, chatting with several family patriarchs to get to know them. The Yi family was just starting, and they had not yet established any strict family regulations. Now the Yi family was 3 generations under one roof, and it was indeed time to organize a family tree, lest when his grandson got married there would be no records, which would be quite embarrassing. While Ye Jing was contemplating family matters, Li Xiuhe suddenly stood up and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, traditionally, the business meetings have been led by my Li family. This time I have invited you to discuss matters together." As soon as he finished speaking, several celestial attendants holding items stepped forward, bringing the items to each guest. "I believe everyone has heard about the chaos caused by the Xianyu sect. To prevent them from causing further disturbances, I would like to invite all families to join my Li family and gain our protection," Li Xiuhe declared loudly. However, the family heads below widened their eyes, looking horrified. Ye Jing understood Li Ziyu's intentions. He was not trying to unite against the Xianyu sect. He was clearly using the chaos as an excuse to opportunistically swallow all the small and medium families in the Tiangongfang market, aiming to consolidate all the power of the market into his hands. In the future, the survival of the family would be determined solely by Li Xiuhe, which was no different from being a vassal. The atmosphere in the room instantly fell into silence. The family patriarchs, who had previously been subservient to the Li family, now appeared pale, not daring to breathe. Li Xiuhe did not rush them to agree, but scanned the family heads below. "What do you all look down on my Li family? You should know that the Xianyu sect is currently at odds with the Qingyun sect. Wouldn't our alliance provide a means of self-protection?" At this moment, an elderly man with white hair stood up tremblingly. "Master Li, you have quite the scheme." Ye Jing suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but it shattered the silence in the room like thunder, instantly drawing all eyes to him. Li Xiuhe raised an eyebrow, a smirk appearing on his lips. "Master Yi is quite perceptive. What is the Yi family willing to be the first to join and set an example for the others?" Ye Jing coldly laughed, slowly rising, his spiritual energy quietly circulating. Although he did not unleash all his pressure, it was enough to make the lower-ranked cultivators in the room feel a sense of suffocation. "An example, He looked at Li Xiuhe, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Master Li threatens with disaster, which is utterly ridiculous. You are seeking death." Li Ziyu's expression darkened, the killing intent around him no longer concealed. He tightened the ring in his hand. "Ye Jing, do you really think I wouldn't dare to move against you?" The earlier leniency was out of consideration for the Yi family's foundation establishment junior. "Do not push your luck. Move against me." Ye Jing showed no fear, instead taking a step forward, his spiritual pressure growing stronger. "Master Li, why not give it a try?" If you dare to lay a hand on me today, you shall be enemies with the Ye family. Although my Ye family is still in its early stages, we can still make you pay a painful price. Moreover, with the Xian Yu sect's chaos approaching, if your Li family rashly goes to war with my Ye family, it will only result in mutual destruction, and in the end the Xian Yu sect might reap the benefits, which would be a loss. This statement struck hard, causing Li Ziyu's pupils to constrict, his expression fluctuating with He indeed feared the Ye family's foundation establishment junior. Now in the cultivation world, a foundation establishment cultivator was already a small master. The Ye family producing a foundation establishment junior likely had a powerful backing. Furthermore, as Ye Jing said, the Xian Yu sect was eyeing them closely. If they went to war with the Ye family at this time, it would only weaken the Li family's strength. If the Xian Yu sect took advantage of the situation to attack, the Li family would truly find themselves in crisis. Seeing this, the disciples of the Qingyun sect and Lingxiao sect also stepped forward. One of the Qingyun sect disciples speaking up, "Master Li, what Master Yi said is indeed correct. The chaos caused by the Xian Yu sect is a major threat, and all families should unite to resist external enemies rather than taking the opportunity to swallow each other and create internal discord. We, the Qingyun sect and Lingxiao sect, will not allow anyone to harm the families under the guise of the Xian Yu sect." With the statements from the two major sects, the atmosphere in the room instantly shifted. The family patriarchs who had been hopeless rekindled their spirits and raised their heads, looking at Li Xiuhe with newfound courage. Li Xiuhe glared fiercely at Ye Jing, then glanced at the disciples of the two major sects. The killing intent around him gradually receded, but his heart was ablaze with anger. He did not expect that his meticulously planned scheme would be seen through by Ye Jing, so easily drawing intervention from the two major sects. The cooked duck seemed ready to fly away. Good, Ye Jing. Li Xiuhe gritted his teeth, speaking each word slowly, his eyes filled with resentment. I will remember today's events. But the threat of the Xian Yu sect is not an empty threat. If the families refuse to join the Li family and later suffer harm from the Xian Yu sect, do not come begging to me. After saying this, he waved his hand fiercely, signaling the celestial attendants to retreat, then looked at everyone coldly, stating, "The business meeting is concluded. Please return." With that, Li Xiuhe turned and angrily stormed out of the hall, the youth following closely behind, throwing a fierce glare at Ye Jing before leaving the hatred in his eyes unmistakable. Once Li Xiuhe left, the atmosphere in the hall relaxed immediately. The family patriarchs crowded around Ye Jing, cupping their hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Yi, for your assistance. Without you, we would have likely fallen into Li Ziyu's trap today." Ye Jing waved his hand, his expression still cold. "You need not be overly courteous. My actions were also for the sake of my Yi family. The ambitions of the Li family are rampant. If allowed to swallow the other families, the next step would be my Yi family. We are all interdependent. I understand this principle." Then he turned to the two disciples from the Qingyun sect and Lingxiao sect, slightly cupping his hands. "Thank you both for your assistance. The Yi family is very grateful." The few disciples merely clasped their hands slightly, saying nothing further. After all, the strongest member of the Li family, Li Xiu, is only a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator and has yet to form his golden core. They were merely stepping forward to speak a few just words. The situation was not dire enough to become embarrassing. After bidding farewell, Ye Jing glanced at the dispersing crowd, contemplating leaving first. However, just as he moved, Ye Jing sensed someone following him in the shadows. His keen instincts honed since the contracted beast, the black wind, and the golden devouring insect reached the peak stage of the first layer were not to be underestimated. Thus Ye Jing now possessed sharp insight. The person behind him was a foundation establishment cultivator, a formidable opponent. This made Ye Jing squint his eyes. The head of the Li family was indeed bold to send a foundation establishment cultivator to hunt him down. Naturally, he had to meet this person properly. Coincidentally, the burning heart whip sent by his grandson had yet to be tested, and now was a perfect opportunity to gauge its power. With that thought, Ye Jing immediately left the street, heading toward a remote area. The sword beneath his feet propelled him forward, his figure moving like a flash of light. With his cultivation at the peak of chi refinement, his sword speed was incredibly swift. He could clearly sense that the person behind him was also leisurely pursuing him. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Ye Jing arrived near a desolate mountain and halted coldly, saying, "Come out, haven't you tired from following me for so long?" As soon as his words fell, several figures dressed in dark attire appeared on the barren mountain behind him, the leader exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Old man, this place will be your burial ground," the man shouted angrily, swinging a meteor hammer. Seeing the fierce attack of the weapon, Ye Jing did not confront it directly. He quickly evaded, but in the next moment several cultivators behind him attacked with their swords. He immediately used the golden light bowl for defense. The blade cut deeply into the shield, blocking the assault from those several cultivators. After the attack was blocked, the meteor hammer struck again, violently creating a massive dent in the golden light bowl's protective barrier, with eerie blue flames igniting above. Ye Jing was alarmed. This flame ignited upon contact with spiritual energy, and the protective barrier was instantly burned through. He hastily retracted the golden light bowl and dodged again, wielding his sword to fend off the surrounding cultivators. Meanwhile, the golden light bowl in his hand dimmed and faint cracks appeared. Looking at the meteor hammer that emitted blue flames, Ye Jing couldn't help but marvel at how powerful that magical weapon was. The leading Foundation establishment cultivator observed Ye Jing being forced to dodge repeatedly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he sneered. A peak chi refinement cultivator dares to be arrogant before a Foundation establishment cultivator. My master has decreed to take your life. Today is your day of death. With that, he flicked his wrist, and the blue flames on the meteor hammer surged towards Ye Jing. The surrounding cultivators in dark attire took this opportunity to encircle him. Whenever Ye Jing dodged, they would throw their magical artifacts to attack him. Ye Jing, while evading the blue flame meteor hammer, showed no signs of panic. This was not his first time dealing with a Foundation establishment cultivator. The Li family was indeed too hasty to attempt to encircle him so soon, which caught Ye Jing somewhat off guard. Seeing the meteor hammer rush at him again, Ye Jing immediately swung a long whip. The whip moved with spiritual energy, agile as a snake, and instantly hooked onto the hand of the Foundation establishment cultivator holding the meteor hammer. In an instant, flames erupted. The Foundation establishment cultivator's arm felt a scorching pain, forcing him to cry out. Seeing the whip engulfed in flames, he shouted in anger, "This is the young lattice whip. You old bastard, how dare you take the young lattice whip?" Ye Jing disdainfully swung the whip again, saying, "Then I must thank your young lady for sending me such a useful magical artifact." Damn! The Foundation establishment cultivator swung the heavy hammer again to attack Ye Jing. Ye Jing's sword beneath him spun lightly, his figure darting several feet, like a startled swan, narrowly avoiding the fierce wind from the hammer's descent. At the same time, with a slight shake of his wrist, the burning heart whip shot out like a crimson spirit snake, its fiery body swelling as it struck at the wrist of the Foundation establishment cultivator holding the hammer. The previous strike had already burned his flesh, and now, as the flames invaded again, the Foundation establishment cultivator felt intense pain in his wrist. His spiritual energy became sluggish, slowing the momentum of the meteor hammer. "Old bastard, dare to injure me. I will crush your bones to ashes and reclaim the young lady's magic." The Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes turned crimson, his rage boiling, as his Foundation establishment spiritual energy surged wildly. The eerie blue flames on the meteor hammer flared up again, forming a subtle confrontation with the fiery red flames of the burning heart whip. He no longer cared about the injury on his wrist, and hurled the meteor hammer with all his might, the hammer enveloped in blue flames crashing down towards Ye Jing like a falling meteor. Ye Jing remained unafraid, wielding the whip and slashing, while also controlling the spirit sword in his hand along with the blood knife. He utilized nearly all the weapons at his disposal. Those cultivators who had yet to establish their foundations were unable to withstand such a dense barrage of magical attacks. One who got too close was directly sliced in half by the blood knife, radiating with blood energy. The Foundation establishment cultivator was also taken aback, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Damn it, you are indeed troublesome." He swung his meteor hammer and commanded the other cultivators, "Form a formation, we cannot let him escape." As soon as he finished speaking, several cultivators quickly formed a circle around him, launching their array flags, which instantly created a formation. Ye Jing felt a blinding white light before him. Countless mists enveloped him, layer upon layer, obscuring any sense of direction. He immediately began to swing the burning heart whip continuously, the flames trailing through the white mist, yet he could not find any edge. Could this formation isolate his perception? Ye Jing's heart stirred, then he calmed down. He had studied formations with his grandson before and knew that enemy trapping formations either relied on a formation eye for support or required cultivators to work together to maintain them. The mist formation before him had faint spiritual energy fluctuations intertwined with the mist. Clearly it was the latter. Those few Foundation establishment cultivators were using their own spiritual energy to fuel the formation to trap him. "Old bastard, being trapped in the mist formation, let's see how arrogant you can be." The mocking laughter of the Foundation establishment cultivator came from outside the formation, his voice echoing through the mist, now far, now near. "This mist formation can not only isolate perception, but can also gradually erode your spiritual energy. Before long you will exhaust your spiritual energy, leaving you at my mercy. When that time comes, the burning heart whip of the young lady will return to its rightful owner." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Jing felt threads of cold air weaving through the mist around him, attempting to invade his body through his pores and entangle his spiritual energy. He circulated his peak chi refinement spiritual energy to expel the cold air, but the mist continued to flow in endlessly, and the cold air surged forth. It was only a matter of time before his spiritual energy would be depleted. I cannot remain on the defensive. Ye Jing's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly reeled in the burning heart whip. The whip with its crimson flames condensed rapidly, no longer waving around randomly, but gliding slowly along the ground. He remembered that when a formation operated, a cultivator's spiritual energy would leave faint traces on the ground, and at the connection point of the formation, the spiritual energy fluctuations would be stronger than elsewhere. Even if there was mist obstructing it, the flames of the burning heart whip could still sense the subtle changes in spiritual energy. Ye Jing was focused on searching for the location of the array's eye. However, the Foundation establishment cultivator would not allow him to find it so easily. Suddenly, several blades flew from the mist, attacking him, followed closely by a flaming meteor hammer. Ye Jing hurriedly raised his knife to block, and the immense force accompanied by the searing pain of the flames caused him to let out a muffled groan. The force was too great, causing his hand to ache intensely. Yet Ye Jing dared not slacken his efforts, constantly evading the unpredictable attacks. He immediately summoned the golden insect, and the black wind golden insect blocked these attacks. Black wind intimidate them. Upon issuing the command, the golden insect took to the skies, its wings beating as all the golden insects surrounded Ye Jing, enveloping him like a cocoon. The black wind surged forth, emitting sound waves from its sharp horns, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel an overwhelming pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Even the spiritual power they were using trembled. The Foundation establishment cultivator felt an unprecedented sense of dread, causing his spiritual energy to momentarily stagnate, and his grip on the meteor hammer tightened. He never expected that this old man, merely at the late stage of chi refinement, could summon such a formidable beast. The sound wave pressure carried a hint of the aura of a latest-stage beast far beyond what ordinary beasts could possess. Abominable beast, do not be arrogant. The Foundation establishment cultivator shouted angrily, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and chi within him, while his flame's spiritual energy surged violently. The meteor hammer, engulfed in blue flames, suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, and the flames spread along the hammer, transforming into a fire snake nearly 10 feet long. It opened its gaping maw and swung it towards the black mist. He knew that if he could not subdue this beast, today's array would surely be broken, and he would not escape disaster. In the black mist, the black wind seemed to be enraged by the roar and the fire snake. The sound waves from its sharp horn became piercingly sharp, and the originally dark sound wave patterns took on a layer of dark golden color, forcibly tearing a gap in the fire snake's might. The fire snake let out a mournful screech, its red light dimming somewhat, yet it remained undaunted, spewing scorching sparks from its fangs as it viciously lunged at the black wind's neck. At that moment, the golden insects swooped down, and tens of thousands of golden insects descended like a golden rain, densely swarming towards the fire snake. Though these small insects appeared insignificant, their mandibles were incredibly sharp. Upon contact with the fire snake's flaming body, they frantically began to gnaw, managing to pierce through the barrier of flames and consume the spiritual energy that constituted the fire snake. The fire snake's body thinned at a visible rate, its red light growing even dimmer until it let out a crisp sound and transformed into countless sparks, dissipating in the mist. The eerie blue flames seemed unable to harm the hard golden insects. Instead, these insects coordinated with the black wind to block the meteor hammer's attacks. With the meteor hammer's attacks diminished, Ye Jing continued to search for the array's eye. The fire whip in his hand lashed out, surrounded by swirling smoke, making it difficult for the spiritual energy to be laid out. However, Ye Jing sensed the faint, unusual fluctuations within the array and immediately understood that it was the eye of the array. He swung his fire whip, channeling spiritual energy into it, causing a fierce fire to surge around the whip as he swung towards the array's eye. The cultivators desperately holding the array were caught off guard as they saw the flames grow in intensity, the scorching fire whip approaching them dangerously. One of the cultivators failed to dodge in time and was instantly consumed by the flames, his scream yet to escape his lips before he was reduced to ashes. With the death of one cultivator, the array seemed to have a gaping hole, allowing Ye Jing to directly use the wind transformation technique to pass through it. Not good. This old man wants to escape. The Foundation establishment cultivator felt the wind rush by at an incredible speed and immediately shouted. Ye Jing let out a cold laugh, swinging his knife to deal with a nearby cultivator who had yet to react, while the two beasts beside him roared. You misunderstand. If I don't kill you, I truly won't escape. Ye Jing's cold laughter immediately provoked an angry roar from the Foundation Establishment Cultivator arrogant. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator's furious roar caused his previously stagnant spiritual energy to surge to its peak. The veins on his arms bulged as he gripped the meteor hammer. The blue flames spread along his sleeves, enveloping him in a blazing halo. How dare a Chi refinement cultivator act arrogantly before me today? I will turn you, old fool, along with your beasts to ashes. Black Wind, golden insect, cooperate with all your might. Ye Jing's eyes narrowed, not daring to. The Black Wind let out a thunderous roar, the dark golden sound waves from its sharp horns exploding once more, causing the cultivators' minds to tremble and slowing their attack speed considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Jing advanced with his sword continuously clashing with the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. The might of the Foundation Establishment Cultivator made it difficult for Ye Jing to defend, but he had to kill him. Otherwise the Li family would continuously send more assassins. Since repeated concessions had proven futile, he had no choice but to use strength to intimidate them. Ye Jing, relying on the swiftness of the wind transformation technique, moved like a phantom, dodging amidst the flashing knife lights, always keenly targeting the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's weaknesses. He understood deeply that there was a vast chasm between a latest-stage Chi refinement cultivator and a Foundation Establishment cultivator. A heating clash would mean certain death. He could only rely on the cooperation of the golden insect and the Black Wind to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. Ye Jing's long knife suddenly changed tactics. Instead of blocking Heaton, he used the force of the meteor hammer to lower his body, sweeping the long knife along the ground, sending a sharp blade of energy slashing towards the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's lower body. The Black Wind reacted to the sound, the dark golden sound waves above its head suddenly condensing. No longer a broad intimidation, it transformed into a sharp sound wave blade shooting directly towards the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's abdomen. The sound wave blade moved at incredible speed, producing a tearing sound through the air. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator's expression changed drastically as he clearly felt that if this sound wave hit his dantian, his foundational spiritual energy would surely be damaged. In a hurry, he retrieved the meteor hammer and formed a thick shield to block in front of him. With a muffled bang, the sound wave blade struck the flaming shield, causing ripples to radiate outwards. Countless cracks spread like a spider's web. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator was knocked back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and his internal spiritual energy became chaotic once more. At this critical juncture, the golden insect seized the opportunity, diving down with its wings flapping. Tens of thousands of golden insects surged like a golden torrent, avoiding the range of the flaming shield, and frantically burrowed into the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's sleeves and pants. Those golden insects had incredibly sharp mandibles. Even with the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's spiritual energy defenses, they gnawed their way through, creating numerous small wounds, causing spiritual energy to leak out incessantly. No, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's body was about to collapse. With a determined heart, he used his spiritual power, and a white light began to emanate from his head. Ye Jing was somewhat surprised at this sight. Could it be that this Foundation Establishment Cultivator was about to leave his body? Typically, cultivators who reach the Foundation Establishment stage could, in times of danger, let their primordial spirit exit their body, abandoning their damaged physical form to seize the opportunity for rebirth. However, exiting the primordial spirit was extremely perilous. It not only consumed vast amounts of energy, but also left the primordial spirit vulnerable. A slight misstep could lead to the soul scattering, preventing any chance of rebirth. Ye Jing witnessed the soul manifesting for the first time and immediately unleashed his whip. However, the fiery whip passed right through the ethereal body, which resembled a mist, without causing any harm. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against the ethereal body. Old man, I will remember this grudge. One day I shall return it 100-fold. The ethereal body shouted, but before it could flee, it felt a sharp pang of pain, causing its entire form to come to a halt. Black Wind advanced, its horns emitting sound waves that ensnared the escaping ethereal body. Ye Jing was somewhat surprised, but remembered that Black Wind's ability to extinguish souls could even threaten the soul of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The once arrogant ethereal body was now bound as if caught in an invisible net, twisting and distorting in the tremors of the sound waves, becoming increasingly illusory. Its originally murky form gradually thinned, its screams transforming from wildness to a chilling wail. No, what kind of demonic technique is this? Let me go. My master is a mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Ye Jing noticed Black Wind salivating, seemingly eager to devour the ethereal body. He stepped forward and said, Black Wind, spare a breath. I want to ask why the Li family sent a Foundation establishment cultivator to capture me. Is it simply for revenge against the Ye family? After the command was given, Black Wind gradually ceased its sound wave assault on the ethereal body. The ethereal body gained a bit of breath and looked at Ye Jing, trembling in fear. Speak. Why did Li Shouha send so many cultivators to kill me? The ethereal body shuddered, its murky form fading further, its voice filled with extreme dread. It is because the Master wants the secret method for cultivating the spiritual herbs you possess, and if they capture you alive, they plan to use soul extraction techniques to interrogate you. Ye Jing's eyes flashed with a cold light, confirming his suspicions that the Li family had ulterior motives. The soul extraction technique sounded like a form of severe torture. The ethereal body, sensing Ye Jing's fluctuating emotions, cautiously asked, "Esteemed elder, I have told you all I know. Can you spare my life?" Ye Jing coldly regarded him and waved his hand. The ethereal body thought it might escape a calamity, but then the demonic dog let out an excited low growl, and the horns atop its head erupted with intense sound waves, launching invisible shockwaves against the ethereal body. The already crumbling ethereal body was instantly torn apart by the sound waves, transforming into countless tiny fragments of light that dissipated into the air, leaving behind a piercingly sorrowful wail that vanished in an instant. Black Wind opened its mouth and inhaled, devouring all the dissipating fragments of the ethereal body, then contentedly wagged its tail. It approached Ye Jing, nudging its head against him, its eyes brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Ye Jing patted its head, relieved to see that Black Wind had consumed the ethereal body of the Foundation establishment cultivator without any adverse effects. He then looked at the corpses of the deceased Foundation establishment cultivators and extended his hand to collect all their storage bags. Seeing they had nothing else of value, he summoned Shao Qi to incinerate the remains. He roughly counted the items in the storage bags. Aside from some spirit stones, there were a few techniques, and the formation was simply named the Mist Formation, the same one that had previously ensnared them. Ye Jing recalled how those cultivators had used it in unison to trap him in the mist, rendering him directionless. This formation is quite a valuable tool that he could ponder over in the future. As for the meteor hammer used by the Foundation establishment cultivator, Ye Jing unceremoniously placed it into the immortal willow for nurturing. Having just killed so many Li family cultivators and a Foundation establishment cultivator, the Li family should be more subdued now. With this thought, Ye Jing's desire to break through to the Foundation establishment level reached its peak. He found a safe place, sent a message to Yi Tianhui assuring him of his safety, and then sought out a secluded spot. Taking out the jade slip of the mist formation obtained from the storage bag of the Li family cultivator, he sat cross-legged and began to study it carefully. The jade slip felt warm to the touch, and as a wisp of divine sense entered the operation principles of the formation, the arrangement of the runes, and the activation methods became clear in his mind. Though the mist formation is not heightier, it is quite practical. It requires few spirit stones to activate and only needs a few people to work together. It can create a mist covering several dozen yards to conceal one's form and confuse sight. If improved, it could even trap late Foundation establishment cultivators. Ye Jing was increasingly astonished. The Li family was merely an ordinary cultivation family, yet they possessed such a formation legacy, indicating their foundation is far deeper than he had imagined. The Foundation establishment cultivator he had killed earlier was probably just a pawn on the surface for the Li family. It seems that the Li family will not rest easily. Ye Jing stored the jade slip away, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The ethereal body claimed that the Li family master is a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, while he is merely at the peak of Qi refinement. Even with the assistance of Black Wind and Shao Qi, facing a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator would only lead to his demise. He must break through as soon as possible, the sooner the better. Then Ye Jing reopened the storage bag and meticulously counted the items within. He found approximately over 300 spirit stones, 3 techniques, all basic Qi refinement techniques that were inferior to the ones he currently possessed, and he no longer needed these Qi refinement techniques. However, Ye Jing decided to keep them for the use of his descendants. Only one technique, the Thunderfire art, was a fire attribute external technique cultivated by the Foundation establishment cultivator. The techniques were fierce and suitable for use with magical tools. Additionally, there were some healing pills and spirit herb seeds. While not rare, they were better than nothing. This time the gains were considerable. Ye Jing thought that since the Li family had Foundation establishment cultivators, they likely had ways to obtain Foundation establishment pills. With this in mind, Ye Jing decided to first establish the family business, as discussions of breaking through to Foundation establishment were pointless without Foundation establishment pills. In the Tiangong workshop, market news of Ye Jing's victory over the Li family foundation establishment cultivator quickly spread within the Li family, signifying that the Ye family had the capital to contend with the Li family. To avoid stirring up too much trouble, Li Xiuhua, even if he were to lift a stone to smash his own foot, would no longer take action against the Ye family. As a result, this time's banquet meeting turned into a blessing in disguise for Ye Jing, as he easily secured rental agreements for several shops from Bai Qian, further establishing the shops. Meanwhile, Ye Tianhao, whose cultivation was now fully stabilized, brought several fellow disciples to provide support, making the people in the market clearly recognize the strength of the Ye family and thoroughly cutting off the thoughts of those who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to trouble the Ye family. In less than half a day's time, Ye Tianhao hurriedly arrived with 5 fellow disciples. They were all latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators, dressed uniformly in blue attire, standing tall and exuding a steady aura. It was clear they were not ordinary loose cultivators. Ye Tianhao, being a foundation establishment cultivator, walked beside Ye Jing with a refined aura and respectfully bowed. "Grandpa, your grandson has brought the disciples here." The 5 disciples behind him also cupped their hands in greeting in unison, calling out, "We greet Elder Ye." Their voices were loud and powerful, instantly capturing the attention of the cultivators passing through the market. The cultivators, who were previously whispering and observing from the side, changed their expressions upon witnessing this scene, their initial probing and coveting replaced by wariness. Ye Jing slightly nodded, patted Ye Tianhao's shoulder, and spoke in a gentle yet undeniably authoritative tone. "Good Hauer has made progress. You have brought honor to this old man." Ye Tianhao felt a bit embarrassed by his grandfather's praise and said, "It's just luck for me. Tianyao is still in seclusion, and she asked me to convey a message to you, Grandpa. She has already reached the threshold of the peak of Qi refinement, and this time in seclusion, she will surely stabilize her realm. Once she exits her retreat, she plans to visit the market to see Grandpa and Tianhui, hoping to contribute to the Yi family soon." Ye Jing, upon hearing this, smiled gently. "This child Tianyao is quite sensible. Tell her not to rush her seclusion, or I only hope she can progress steadily and have the strength to protect herself in the future." Ye Tianhao respectfully replied, "I will remember this. Once Tianyao exits her retreat, I will definitely relay your words to her." At this point, Ye Tianhao stepped aside to make room for a few senior brothers. These senior brothers heard that Tianhao came down the mountain to visit Grandpa, so they followed him down to buy some spirit herbs. Ye Jing understood the situation and welcomed them in. The cultivators in the market began to discuss among themselves, their tones filled with both trepidation and admiration. "I didn't expect the Yi family to have such a foundation. Not only is Elder Yi powerful, but even the younger generation has become foundation establishment cultivators, and they can attract so many latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators to assist them. It seems that in the future in the Tiangong market, no one will dare to provoke the Yi family easily. I once thought the Yi family was just lucky to have slain a foundation establishment cultivator from the Li family. Now it seems the Yi family has truly risen. With such talents, they might become a top force in the market in the future. It seems we will have to deal with the Yi family with more respect in the future. We might depend on their spiritual herbs and pills later on." Amidst the discussions, many cultivators actively entered the Yi family shop, some purchasing spirit herbs and others inquired about the prices of magical artifacts, and some wanted to establish long-term supply partnerships with the Yi family. A shop that originally needed time to build its reputation was now bustling with business. Ye Jing stood at the entrance of the shop, observing the coming and going of cultivators while listening to the discussions around him. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. With Ye Tianhao and his senior brothers in charge, the foundation of the Yi family in the market was finally solidified, allowing him to manage the business with peace of mind, accumulate spirit stones, and stabilize family affairs. At the same time, he could wait for Tianyao to exit her retreat and watch the younger generation of the Yi family grow step by step. Inside the Lingyun Valley, Lu Xianglan was sitting cross-legged, concentrating her spiritual power, directing spiritual fire into the alchemy furnace. The flames within the furnace gathered, and the spirit herbs gradually transformed into medicinal liquid, visibly condensing, while a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace. The gathering fire array below continued to illuminate, making the flames burn hotter, with several different flames merging to form the medicinal liquid. Sweat began to bead on Lu Xianglan's forehead, but she dared not relax for a moment. As she attempted to meld the ingredients, a burnt smell suddenly filled the air. The medicinal liquid that was about to congeal exploded, turning dark and charred, completely devoid of spirit. Lu Xianglan's spiritual power was entirely depleted. "I failed," she gasped, looking at the charred remnants in the furnace, and formed a hand seal. The waste from the furnace flew out, landing beside a small mound of ash. She stood up and looked at the spirit herbs she had completely utilized, feeling a mix of emotions. Although Ye Jing was very lenient regarding her alchemy work, she couldn't help but feel frustrated that such precious herbs had been turned to ash. Second aunt. At that moment a child's tender voice came from outside the cave. Lu Xianglan looked over and saw her husband bringing Yi Tianxue and Yi Tianyao. Immediately softening her expression, she used a cleaning spell to remove the ash scent from herself. "Ego, what brings you here?" Yi replied helplessly. "Tianxue and Tianyao insisted on coming to see you, so I brought them along." Currently at home, Yi Xian was helping the family find spiritual vein mines and was expanding territory, while the two women were busy, one refining artifacts and the other refining pills. The family matters were entrusted to Yi, who as a man had to handle both domestic affairs and teach the younger generation, which was somewhat burdensome for him. Yi Tianxue, with her 2 pigtails and a half-piece of spirit fruit in hand, rushed to Lu Xianglan's side, looking up with a flushed face and bright clear eyes. "Second aunt, we came over because we smelled the medicinal fragrance. Did you refine a good pill?" Yi Tianyao followed closely behind, his eyes filled with anticipation, clutching Yi's clothes and whispering, "Mom, I heard that pills can make people stronger. Can I eat the pills you refine in the future? I want to become a foundation establishment cultivator like my big cousin and protect you and Grandpa." Looking at the innocent expressions of the two children, Lu Xianglan felt her frustration dissipate. She crouched down, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead with her fingers glowing faintly with a cleaning spell as she lovingly ruffled Yi Tianxia's hair. "Silly child, I didn't refine well this time, and I've disappointed you." Saying this, she glanced at the pile of ash nearby, her tone inevitably carrying a hint of guilt as she sighed to Yi. "I wasted so many precious spirit herbs and still couldn't refine a qualified pill." In front of her husband, Lu Xianglan also exhibited a hint of vulnerability. Yi saw this and comforted her with a few words. The adults continued their conversation. Only 7-year-old Yi Tianxue curiously walked to the side, gazing at the alchemy furnace, her eyes filled with curiosity. She was the daughter of Wu Guiyun and was quite clever, looking at the pile of herb remnants with keen interest. Seeing Yi Tianxue approach the furnace, Lu Xianglan hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Tianxue, don't get too close. Be careful not to get burned by the residual fire." Yi Tianxue stood up and obediently took a step back, but her gaze remained fixed on the furnace. Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Is Tianxue interested in alchemy? Ego, have Tianxue and Tianyao not yet stepped onto the path of cultivation? Lu Xianglan asked, noticing the two children showed no signs of spiritual power. Yi sighed. Yes, neither of them has drawn qi into their bodies yet, perhaps. He stopped speaking as the two small children were still present. Lu Xianglan nodded, noting that the family's secret methods could allow those without spiritual roots to step onto the path of cultivation, so there was still hope for the younger generation who couldn't cultivate. She glanced at Yi Tianxue, who was full of curiosity, clutching her clothes. Then she looked at Yi Tianyao, who was crouching by the door playing with stones, and gently said, "Iga, don't worry. Even if they currently lack spiritual roots, with the secret methods nurturing their meridians, they will eventually draw qi into their bodies and enter the path of cultivation." Yi, upon hearing this, felt the clouds of worry lift from his face, warmth rising in his eyes. Indeed, this is also thanks to Father. At this moment, Wu Guiyun approached, gently ruffling Yi Tianxia's hair and smiling. "This girl has always been thoughtful and perceptive. Just now, watching you refine pills, her eyes were glued to you. Could it be that she has a knack for alchemy?" Yi Tianxue, having been caught in her thoughts, felt her face flush slightly. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage, raised her round face to look at Lu Xianglan, and said softly. With a hint of seriousness, she asked, "Second, and is alchemy really magical? Can those herbs really turn into pills that cure diseases and enhance strength?" Lu Xianglan, seeing the little girl's curiosity, smiled and said, "Yes, Tianxue, are you interested in alchemy? Second aunt can teach you." Yi Tianxue nodded as if she had discovered a delightful new toy and smiled. Seeing this, Lu Xianglan's gaze softened. If another child with talent for alchemy emerged from the family, it would indeed be a good thing. Suddenly, Wu Guiyun spoke up. "By the way, have there been any sightings of Xianyu sect members near Lu village recently?" After Wu Guiyun's question, Yi gathered his thoughts and let the two children play aside. He said, "Sister-in-law, the beasts set up around us are rather quiet, but I've heard that someone is secretly inquiring about our family, especially about Father." Although Yi was focused on his cultivation now as a former general of the Yin Kingdom, he was still able to command some of his old soldiers nearby to keep an eye on the village outskirts. Naturally, his subordinates reported back about the mysterious individuals probing into their family affairs. However, those people's movements were elusive and hard to capture, yet they were likely members of the Xianyu sect. Inquiring about Father. Could it be they intend to harm him? Wu Guiyun immediately became anxious. Currently, father was concealed within the village, aiming to appear formidable. If any clues were discovered, wouldn't that be? Yi quickly reassured her sister-in-law, don't panic. Our family already has a foundation establishment cultivator, and there's also a foundation establishment corpse. That protector must think twice before confronting us. Moreover, father is so powerful, what is there to fear? Wu Guiyun calmed down and nodded. Indeed, hopefully the Xianyu sect will remain deceived for a while longer. Listening to their conversation, Lu Xianglan looked at her alchemy furnace, her eyes filled with urgency that gradually turned into determination. She must successfully refine the foundation establishment pill. Only in this way could the family gain more confidence. Tian Gongfang Market. Yi family shop. Ye Jing sat solemnly in the attic looking at the thunderfire technique he obtained from the foundation establishment cultivator. This was the first time Ye Jing had seen a foundation establishment cultivator's cultivation method, and he had been studying its mysteries for the past few months. After observing for so long, Ye Jing concluded that this technique was domineering and required a fire's spiritual root as its base for cultivation. Since Ye Jing's spiritual root was directly tied to the immortal willow within him, he had no elemental affinities, allowing him to freely utilize various techniques and magical artifacts. Moreover, his spiritual power could change unpredictably, switching freely among the 5 elements according to his needs. This was indeed a remarkable advantage for his father. Ye Jing would not let go of this unique advantage, eagerly researching this technique, which was the fire attribute external skill cultivated by the foundation establishment cultivator. Once mastered, it could easily draw upon the fire's spiritual energy between heaven and earth with punches like thunder and flames that rolled like a tidal wave. Even facing opponents of the same rank, Heiden would not grant them an advantage. This technique was indeed suitable for physical cultivators. In the cultivation world, cultivators specialized in different paths, including talisman cultivators, who focused on talismans, sword cultivators, who wielded swords, and physical cultivators, who refined their bodies, among others. The foundation establishment cultivator who had previously attacked Ye Jing likely did not have time to learn this technique before being killed by Ye Jing. Otherwise, Ye Jing could not have easily defeated him. This technique was a good choice for Ye Jing, especially since he started learning from martial arts of ordinary mortals, and he had never neglected his physical cultivation. If he could enhance his physical strength, his combat power would surely rise to a new level in the future. If his cultivation didn't improve, then he would refine his body. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes slowly according to the technique's instructions, and guided his spiritual power to flow along his meridians. Then he gradually adjusted the spiritual power to the fire attribute. As soon as the fire attribute's spiritual power entered his body, a wave of intense pain surged through him, as if countless tiny sparks were burning within his meridians. Ye Jing gritted his teeth, but did not dare to relax for a moment. The domineering nature of the foundation establishment technique was far beyond the minor chi refining techniques he had practiced before. Every time he circulated his spiritual power, it felt like he was reshaping his meridians. Just at a critical moment, the spiritual power within him suddenly dissipated. Ye Jing opened his eyes, immediately took a deep breath to adjust his condition, and after a while he gradually recovered from his fatigue. Ye Jing used the cleansing technique to remove the sweat from his body and sighed helplessly. Indeed, the techniques of foundation establishment cultivators are not something a mere chi refining cultivator like me can practice casually. After practicing for only a short while, his spiritual power was insufficient and the progress was extremely slow. However, Ye Jing understood that physical cultivators inherently faced greater hardships than other cultivators. The other cultivators had magical artifacts to assist and enhance them. Only physical cultivators must forge their bodies as a furnace using spiritual energy, as fire, rigorously refining every inch of muscle and skin. Even the ordinary physical cultivation methods for mortals require enduring considerable pain, and how much more so for an external technique as domineering as the thunderfire technique from a foundation establishment cultivator. As the fire spiritual energy entered his body, it felt like thousands of sparks were burning his flesh. Ye Jing drank the blood-red wine, and the spiritual power within him instantly transformed into flames, rapidly beginning his practice without any slack. Thunderfire technique is divided into 3 levels. The first level is for chi refining cultivators using the fire spiritual root to absorb fire spiritual power to refine the body. The second level requires foundation establishment cultivation to condense fiery punches, allowing punches to be imbued with flames. The final level requires golden core stage, or above, merging the fire's spiritual energy into the essence of the body, enabling flames to move with him, impervious to all fires. What Ye Jing was practicing at this moment was naturally the initial ignite fire to refine body, to help him enhance his physical strength. Not knowing how long had passed, the sky outside changed from dim to dawn, and the heat within the stone chamber gradually receded. Ye Jing opened his eyes, a glint of crimson flashing before quickly returning to calm. He raised his hand into a fist, and a wave of searing power erupted from his fist with bright sparks swirling between his fingers. "I've succeeded," Ye Jing murmured to himself, getting up to stretch his muscles, his whole body cracking with. His body had become significantly more resilient, his chest swelling with tremendous explosive power. If he continued training like this, even without using spiritual power, cultivators below Foundation establishment would not be able to harm him. Ye Jing looked at the empty jars of blood-red wine scattered on the ground. This technique indeed consumed a lot of spiritual power. After resting for a while, he continued to repeat the process of refining his body. Inside the Qingyun, Ye Tianhao, who had already reached Foundation establishment, was sitting cross-legged when he suddenly felt an extremely pure spiritual power. This power came from outside, rippling through and almost causing his mind to become chaotic, unable to focus on his cultivation. Ye Tianhao immediately flew out of his cave with his sword. Upon exiting, he saw that the disciples around him were also interrupted by the spiritual power, looking as confused as he was. They all looked up at the sky as if something was drawing their full attention. Ye Tianhao saw a mountain shrouded in white mist in the distance, bursting forth with a purple light. That powerful spiritual energy was emanating from that peculiar purple light. Countless disciples rejoiced and knelt down, shouting, That is the sect leader emerging from seclusion. He has successfully formed his golden core. Congratulations to the sect leader for successfully forming his golden core. Our Qingyun sect has great prospects ahead." The spiritual energy in the air suddenly contracted, followed by a frenzied surge like a tsunami. The purple light shooting into the clouds became even more brilliant, dyeing the entire peaks of the Qingyun sect in a sacred light of pale purple. On the main peak, shrouded in white mist, the clouds were torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a vast river of spiritual energy stretching across the sky. All disciples involuntarily knelt down, breathing cautiously. Ye Tianhao at the Foundation establishment stage felt his mind shake violently, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it extremely difficult to even look up. He could clearly sense that this spiritual power was no longer comparable to that of the Foundation establishment realm. It was thick, domineering, and boundless. It carried the aura of the Golden Core path. In the next moment, a gentle, yet supremely authoritative voice echoed throughout the Qingyun sect, resonating in every mountain and cave. "I am Yunling, the sect leader of Qingyun sect, and today, I have successfully formed my golden core." Above the mountain peak, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray-blue robe slowly ascended into the air. The elders of the Qingyun sect, led by Yun Jian, approached with delighted expressions and bowed, saying, "Congratulations, sect master, on your breakthrough to golden core." The emergence of a golden core cultivator in the Qingyun sect would instill fear in the surrounding sects, and holding a banquet would also serve to announce their strength to the immortal sects. Yun Jian understood the sect master's intentions and replied with cupped hands, "Understood." He then went to arrange the banquet, as it had been a long time since the Qingyun sect had such a lively gathering. With the mountain gate wide open, nearly all inner disciples, except for those engaged in urgent cultivation, were required to attend. Inside the banquet hall, the fragrance of immortal wine wafted through the air, and there was a joyous atmosphere throughout the Qingyun sect. Ye Tianhao was finally able to see her brother, whom she hadn't met for a year, and immediately exclaimed happily, "Brother." Ye Tianhao looked at his sister, who was as lively as ever, feeling a bit helpless. Yao. At this moment, Ye Tianhao had already become a Foundation establishment cultivator, and given his youth, his appearance drew the attention of many around him. "Brother, you're so impressive, already a Foundation establishment cultivator. I'm so envious." Ye Tianhao spoke directly, showing no signs of hesitation despite the gap in their cultivation levels. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the siblings stood together. The banquet had not yet started, and the elders around were busily arranging the details. Yunling observed that all the inner disciples had arrived. Noticing their abundant spiritual energy and vibrant spirits, he felt a sense of relief. Particularly, he took note of the two siblings from the Yi family whom he had heard about, lingering his gaze on them for a moment with a faint smile. Ye Tianhao, being perceptive, realized Yunling was watching them, and immediately took Ye Tianhao's hand, slightly bowing in greeting, showing respect without being timid. The composure of a Foundation establishment cultivator and the handsomeness of a young man complemented. Ye Tianhao also restrained her exuberance, following her brother in greeting. Her bright apricot eyes sparkled. Although she was still in the qi refining stage and not as powerful as her brother, her vibrant spiritual energy showed her pure-hearted nature and noteworthy talent. No need for excessive formalities. Yunling raised his hand lightly, his voice gentle, yet carrying the unique pressure of a golden core cultivator, although he intentionally restrained it not to intimidate the two juniors. Ye Tianhao, I have long heard of your diligence and outstanding talent. Today, seeing you in person, you certainly live up to your reputation. Ye Tianhao bowed his head and replied, Sect Master, you flatter me. I am merely doing my best. All my progress is thanks to the sect's cultivation. Yunling appreciated the young man's humble demeanor, feeling a bit fonder of him. Today's banquet, which celebrates my breakthrough to Golden Core, is also a day for the Qingyun sect to showcase its strength. You two siblings should join me at the main table to let the other sects see that our younger generation from the Qingyun sect is not to be underestimated. Ye Tianhao was startled. He understood the sect master's intention. This not only recognized their efforts, but also aimed to showcase the younger strength of the Qingyun sect to deter any lurking forces. He responded immediately, disciple obeys. Ye Tianhao, although unaware of the deeper meaning, recognized the sect master's regard and obediently followed her brother towards the main banquet table. The other disciples envied the Yi siblings for being favored by the sect master. Among them, Lu Shei's gaze fell on Ye Tianhao, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. This made Ye Tianhao's cheeks flush slightly. After they were seated, the banquet began. At the main seat of Yunling, several sect masters were present, mostly at the Golden Core level. The most powerful among them was Fan Lang, the master of Lingxiao sect, who was at the mid-Golden Core stage and sat in the foremost position. Lingxiao sect was relatively close to Qingyun sect and often suppressed them due to its strength, yet they were more polite towards the already established Golden Core presence of Qingyun sect. Holding a glass of crystal wine, Fan Lang wore a slightly mocking smile, his voice not loud, but enough for those nearby to hear. Congratulations, Sect Master Yunling, on your breakthrough to Golden Core. From now on, the Qingyun sect has a foundation to stand upon, which is indeed commendable. Although it sounded like a congratulatory remark, the underlying contempt could not be hidden. In the past, Qingyun sect had no Golden Core cultivators and Lingxiao sect had always been dominant. Now that Yunling had broken through, although Fan Lang appeared polite on the surface, he was likely unwilling to accept the reality of the Qingyun sect's rise. Yunling's expression remained unchanged as he smiled gently. Thank you for your kind words, Sectmaster Fan. The purpose of today's banquet is twofold: to celebrate my breakthrough and to discuss the immortal path with fellow friends. In our future interactions, we must help each other out. This was merely polite banter, and the other sect masters chimed in with smiles, masking their true feelings amidst the clinking of glasses. Ye Tianhao, sitting next to Yunling, slowly clenched his hand within his sleeve, feeling a wave of pressure from the Golden Core cultivator testing him, causing him to feel a sudden intense sense of oppression. This pressure came from Fan Lang of Lingxiao sect, while Yunling made no effort to intervene, seemingly allowing Fan Lang to probe him with ease. Ye Tianhao also felt a sense of pressure. However, soon Yunling used his spiritual power to interrupt Fan Lang's probing, though he did not show it on his face. Seeing this, Fan Lang put down his wine glass casually and said, Sectmaster Yunling, this must be your talented disciple, Ye Tianhao, correct? At such a young age, he is already a foundation establishment cultivator, quite rare indeed. But I wonder if he is truly capable or just riding on reputation. The banquet hall fell silent for a moment, with all eyes focused on Ye Tianhao. Yunling raised his gaze, smiling lightly. Sectmaster Fan is jesting. My disciple is merely of acceptable talent. If that's the case, it would be best for him to spar with my disciple to exchange insights. Fan Lang suggested immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in blue clothing stepped forward, his handsome face and steady aura hinted at his mid-foundation establishment cultivation. This is my personal disciple Ruan Xiao. Let him spar with Ye Xiaoyo just to a certain extent. Ruan Xiao? At the mention of this name, Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao were startled. Ruan Xiao seemed to be the foundation establishment cultivator who had sparred with their grandfather many times, and unexpectedly he was directly matched against them. Ruan Xiao had an arrogant expression as he greeted Fan Lang, then turned his gaze to Ye Tianhao, speaking with a hint of disdain, Ye Xiaoyo, please. Ye Tianyao felt a bit nervous, anxiously looking at Ye Tianhao. Ye Tianhao noticed his sister's concern and replied calmly, Don't worry, I know my limits. Saying this, he stood up and cupped his hands towards Yunling and Fan Lang, saying, Seniors, I will take my leave. In the center of the banquet hall was a large open space, and everyone turned to watch. Yunling held his wine glass, his expression calm, but in his heart, he was prepared. Should Ye Tianhao encounter danger, he would secretly intervene, ensuring that his disciple would not be humiliated, while also avoiding a complete fallout with Fan Lang. In the center of the banquet hall, Ruan Xiao struck first, his sword gathering spiritual energy as a shadow of the blade attacked Ye Tianhao's face with the speed of lightning, prompting gasps from the surrounding disciples. Yi Tianhao remained unfazed, his figure evading the sword's shadow like a gentle breeze, while a faint blue spiritual energy gathered at his fingertips as he countered with his sword. The two engaged solely in a fierce exchange of sword techniques, their back and forth mesmerizing, drawing admiration from several sect leaders watching nearby. The black sword danced, blocking all of Yuan Shao's sword techniques, the clinking sounds of their clashes echoing through the banquet hall as the fluctuations of spiritual energy spread out, causing the surrounding qi refining disciples to feel uneasy and retreat. Although Yi Tianhao's cultivation was inferior to Yuan Shao's, his agile footwork and exquisite swordsmanship gradually gave him the upper hand. During the duel, Yuan Shao, for some reason, was filled with anxiety as he looked at the young man. Being held back by someone of lesser cultivation quickly disturbed his mindset. Yuan Shao couldn't help but think of that qi-refining cultivator who had escaped multiple times, fearing that he would disappoint his master in front of so many people. Originally intending to play with the young man, Yuan Shao suddenly felt a surge of killing intent, his sword's assault becoming increasingly fierce. Yi Tianhao naturally noticed the intensity of Yuan Shao's attacks, each strike aimed to be lethal. "Senior, it's just a spar, why go for the kill?" Yi Tianhao admonished firmly, his breaking moon sword once again swirling the surge of spiritual energy, deflecting the sword shadow aimed at him. The surrounding cultivators also noticed Yuan Shao's ferocity. Yunling sat quietly at the head table, gathering spiritual energy in silence, his expression darkening. He understood that Yuan Shao was genuinely intent on killing, and this was no mere spar gone wrong. Beside them, Fan Lang frowned slightly, feeling a sense of displeasure. Yi Tianhao, witnessing this, clenched her hands until they turned white, her almond eyes reddening, wishing to rush over to help her brother. At this moment, Yuan Shao ignored Yi Tianhao's warning, his killing intent intensifying as he growled, "Stop talking nonsense." He grew increasingly alarmed. Yi Tianhao's sword force was tremendous, and each counterattack involuntarily reminded him of the black-robed figure who had caused him much suffering. That humiliation was something he could never forget. Yi Tianhao was gradually forced to the edge of the banquet hall, his back pressed against the cold stone pillar with nowhere left to retreat. He could clearly sense Yuan Shao's killing intent growing heavier. Moreover, Yuan Shao seemed to be on the brink of going mad. Seeing that he could not break through Yi Tianhao's defenses, a hint of madness flashed in Yuan Shao's eyes. He instantly sent his sword flying out and quickly gathered spiritual energy in his palm, using the gap in Yi Tianhao's defense against the flying sword to strike fiercely at Yi Tianhao's chest. This strike was powered by all his spiritual energy, enough to seriously injure Yi Tianhao. "That's enough." Yunling finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of a golden core cultivator, instantly enveloping the entire banquet hall. He moved his finger, sending a surge of green spiritual energy that accurately struck Yuan Shao's wrist. Yuan Shao felt a jolt in his arm, and the black spiritual energy he had just gathered instantly dissipated, causing him to stagger back a few steps and kneel on the ground. "Fan sect leader, this is a bit excessive." Yunling turned his gaze towards Fan Lang beside the head table, his tone icy. Fan Lang's smile faded, putting down his cup and looking displeased at Yuan Shao. "You wretch, it was just a spar. Who told you to act recklessly? Apologize to sect leader Yun." Yuan Shao gritted his teeth as he rose, the resentment in his eyes fading. He gave Yi Tianhao a perfunctory bow and then stood beside Fan Lang. Yunling looked at Yi Tianhao, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Yi Tianhao's ability to hold his ground against Yuan Shao, who was considerably stronger, was commendable. He had not embarrassed him. The atmosphere in the banquet hall had become oppressive again. Though some attempted to ease the tension, no one dared to speak up. Yi Tianhao rushed to Yi Tianhao's side, examining him closely. "Brother, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Yi Tianhao shook his head, his tone gentle. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Despite the interruption, the banquet proceeded in relative peace. After several sect leaders exchanged pleasantries and offered gifts, they took their leave. At that moment, on the way back to Lingshao sect, Fan Lang questioned Yuan Shao. "Yuan Shao, what happened at the banquet? How could you lose your composure?" Yuan Shao hurriedly replied, "Master, please forgive me. I momentarily lost control." "Useless waste." Fan Lang scolded with frustration. "You can't even handle a qi-refining little thief from the Xianyu sect. And now you're letting him affect your mindset. What use do I have for you?" Ever since the previous incident with the cold spring dew being stolen, all the disciples knew that Yuan Shao couldn't stop that qi-refining cultivator despite using so many magical artifacts, and Yuan Shao had completely lost face. Let alone the last battle against the second-tier demon beast, where he was also ambushed by that black-robed person. Yuan Shao was close to developing an inner demon because of this. He trembled at being called waste by Fan Lang. The Xianyu sect was a story he had fabricated to deceive the sect. If his master found out that he was defeated by an unknown loose cultivator, it wouldn't just be a simple scolding. Master, I know I was wrong. Yuan Shao's voice trembled with fear. It's just that the little thief from the Xian Yu sect is too cunning. Ei pursued him several times, but he managed to escape by chance, and often toyed with me. This time in the competition, I was just a bit anxious, which led to my loss of composure, almost ruining your grand plan, master. Fan Lang coldly glanced at Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, who both came from the recently emerged Yi family. However, their patriarch was said to be an old man named Ye Jing. Ye Jing was the one who had conflicts with the Li family. He originally intended to support the Li family to take control of the Tiangong workshop city, and those families that had submitted to the Qingyun sect then devoured the Qingyun sect. Who knew that Yunling, who had been stuck at the Golden Core stage, would unexpectedly break through. This meant that the Qingyun sect now had the opportunity to stand on equal footing with their sects. TCH, that old fox Yunling. Fan Lang grew increasingly irritated looking at his useless disciple, and then at the talented young Yi Tianhao and Lu Xiaoyu. Fan Lang, filled with anger, mocked the trembling Yuan Shao. That Yi Tianhao is so young, and look at Lu Xiaoyu. Every member of the Qingyun sect is a potential talent. Meanwhile, you can't even handle a chi-refining little thief, and the competition nearly brought out your inner demon. This is truly shameful for Ling Shao sect. Yuan Shao stiffened, feeling greatly unwilling, and hurriedly said, Master, I will practice diligently in the future, be extra cautious, and will never let you down again. I hope you can live up to your words. Fan Lang snorted coldly, too lazy to pursue the matter. Now thinking of the troublesome Xian Yu sect, Fan Lang frowned, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the jade pendant at his waist, his tone filled with annoyance and apprehension. The Xian Yu sect is not a peaceful faction. I heard years ago that they were active near surrounding sects, engaging in all sorts of petty thefts. They had always been discreet and hadn't stirred up any storms, so I didn't take them seriously. He glanced at Yuan Shao, his eyes growing colder. You say that little thief is from the Xian Yu sect, but their people are always secretive and skilled in concealment, only daring to target mortal realms openly. How could they repeatedly set their sights on our Ling Shao sect's possessions? Second-tier spiritual objects are only suitable for alchemy and forging. While cold spring dew is precious, it can't be considered top-tier spiritual material worth their repeated risks. Yuan Shao's heart raced. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his palms. He had fabricated the lie about the Xian Yu sect to mask the embarrassment of being toyed with by rogue cultivators, never expecting Fan Lang to probe deeper. Now pressed for answers, he could only brace himself and continue spinning the tale, though his tone inevitably wavered. Master, perhaps the Xian Yu sect has recently been in need of these spiritual materials for cultivation, or they are deliberately targeting our Ling Shao sect to provoke us. Fan Lang's expression suddenly darkened, the spiritual energy around him condensing slightly, an invisible pressure nearly suffocating Yuan Shao. Provocation. He scoffed coldly, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. If the Xian Yu sect truly had the audacity, they would have openly attacked our Ling Shao sect's mountain gate long ago, instead of lurking in the shadows like thieves. Yuan Shao's heart tightened. He hurriedly changed the subject, saying, Master, it could be the doing of some arrogant subordinate within the Xian Yu sect, which also indicates their extreme arrogance. Fan Lang listened, pondering for a moment. Previously, the Qingyun sect had wanted to ally with them against the Xian Yu sect, and now the Xian Yu sect was brazenly killing the family of cultivators under their protection. Yet he still found it strange. In a certain kingdom, smoke filled the air as the city fell. Yi Xian stood atop the crumbling city wall, and beside him Vice General Guozhengning said to Yi Xian, General, Yi, the remaining remnants in the city have been completely eradicated. Yi Xian replied in a flat tone. He had been waging war continuously, and within a year he had conquered another kingdom, fulfilling his father's expectations by searching for spiritual minds in these lands. General, it's bad. Something has happened. Suddenly a soldier stumbled over, shouting in alarm. Yi Xian quickly turned around to see the soldier's face pale, clearly greatly frightened. What happened? The soldier gasped for breath. General, we discovered a massive blood pool in the palace. There are zombies inside. Yi Xian steadied himself, soaring down on his sword, and within moments he arrived at the palace. In a previously cleared side hall, a putrid blood pool now lay, exuding a foul stench, with several gruesome corpses howling within. The surrounding soldiers, having never witnessed such a sight, were terrified and dared not approach. Yi Xian recalled that during his assault on this kingdom he had encountered a few members of the Xian Yu sect controlling ghosts, but they were no match for him and had been slain. It seemed the king of this land had colluded with the Xian Yu sect to establish this blood pool. Yi Xian wasted no time and unleashed his sword, swirling it in the blood pool, quickly slaying the howling corpses within. Just as the sword was about to return, a chilling howl erupted from the blood pool, causing Ye Jing's spiritual power to stutter. The surrounding soldiers were also petrified by the scream, not daring to step forward. Seeing this, Ye Jing hurriedly called back his sword, "All of you retreat." But no sooner had he spoken than the blood in the pool began to churn violently, and a black vortex surged forth, revealing a pale claw stretching out from within. The claw shot out from the blood pool, entwined with numerous blood-red chains, as if being restrained to prevent it from escaping. Just the sight of this claw made Ye Jing feel uneasy. Over the years of his conquests, he had seldom felt such anxiety. This ghostly hand was extraordinarily powerful. It seemed merely half the length of Ye Jing's body, yet possessed the strength of foundation establishment. It appeared that the Xianyu sect had used some method to suppress it here. Before Ye Jing could contemplate further, the arm suddenly erupted with immense power, breaking free from the chains that bound it and launching a fierce attack on Ye Jing. Ye Jing's eyes narrowed and his spiritual power surged violently. Spiritual energy soared from his body and his sword hummed as it was drawn, blocking in front of him. Clang! The ghostly hand collided with the sword in a thunderous crash of violent, chilling force, sweeping along the sword's blade, causing the blue bricks beneath Ye Jing's feet to shatter, and he was forced back several steps, his palms tingling. He was horrified. The power of this ghostly hand was far beyond his own. The surrounding soldiers had already turned pale, with fright, hastily retreating from the grand hall, leaving Ye Jing alone to face this menacing entity. The ghostly hand hovered in midair, black blood dripping down, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. It did not pause, continuing to attack Ye Jing, its fingers curling into claws, screeching as it lunged for Ye Jing's head. Ye Jing pushed off the ground, leaping up to narrowly evade the strike, while behind him a stone pillar was caught in the claw's wind and exploded. However, Ye Jing had no intention of retreating. Over the years, he had slain countless enemy generals and cultivators, his resolve tempered like steel. Even in the face of this strange and ferocious creature, he showed no signs of backing down. "Come on, let me have a good fight," Ye Jing shouted fiercely, his sword techniques ruthless, continuously hacking and forcing the ghostly hand back. Though the ghostly hand emanated a terrifying aura, it was still only one hand, and thus had a fighting chance, until the sword pierced into the palm of that ghostly hand. Sizzle! The ghostly hand let out a piercing sound as if tearing through steel. Black mist gushed from the wound, and its assault abruptly halted. However, before Ye Jing could press the advantage, the ghostly hand suddenly swelled, transforming into a massive size that bore down on him like a tidal wave. Ye Jing's pupils constricted, realizing he couldn't face it, hidden, and hurriedly withdrew. During his evasive maneuvers, Ye Jing noticed a red rune flickering within the ghostly hand. He recalled that the ghostly hand was bound by the blood-red chains. Could this rune have some special significance? He activated the blood-red rune with his spiritual power. As the energy flowed into it, the rune instantly turned crimson and unleashed several red chains that bound the ghostly hand. The once arrogant ghostly hand was forced to the ground, immobilized by the binding spell. Seeing this, Ye Jing immediately channeled his spiritual power into the rune. It seemed that after he had slain those members of the Xianyu sect, the ghostly hand had broken free from the spell due to the lack of spiritual energy and started attacking. Ye Jing did not know the origin of this ghostly hand, only feeling its bizarre nature. Fearing that he alone could not control the situation, he immediately blew a bird whistle to summon a crow. He informed his father Ye Jing of the anomaly he had discovered. Then, taking advantage of the ghostly hand being subdued, Ye Jing looked down at the churning blood pool and summoned the poisonous abnormal bee queen from his spirit beast pouch. Since his father had sent him out to seek spiritual veins for the family, the poisonous abnormal bee had been entrusted to him. The poisonous abnormal bee was extremely sensitive to the scent of blood. Upon seeing the blood pool, it disregarded any potential poison and swarmed down to feast. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the blood in the pool quickly became empty. All that remained in the now desolate blood pool were piles of bleached bones and some eerie blood patterns resembling some form of sinister array. Ye Jing observed this, his eyes narrowing sharply. What exactly are the people of the Xianyu sect trying to do? After clearing the blood pool, Ye Jing immediately ordered the soldiers to thoroughly search for any remnants of the mysterious techniques from the Xianyu sect in the palace. After staying in a foreign country for a few days without any disturbances, just as Ye Jing was planning to seize the opportunity to conquer the neighboring country, Yunjian from the Qingyun sect suddenly arrived. This forced Ye Jing to halt the ongoing battle and go to welcome him. Dressed in flowing azure robes that exuded a celestial aura, Yunjian stood among the heavily armored soldiers, appearing somewhat out of place. The two of them sat facing each other in the military camp, and Ye Jing spoke. "Senior Yin, what brings you here?" "A little friend, Yi, I am merely passing through on the orders of the sect master, and happened to see you here, so I stopped by to catch up." Yi Xian served tea to Yun Jian, wearing a polite smile. "Your two children are truly gifted. In just a few years, they have become talented disciples of our Qingyun sect. I am genuinely impressed." Indeed, Yun Jian chuckled, while stroking his beard. Yi Xian smiled appreciatively. "Not at all. It is all thanks to the teachings of the Qingyun sect. As long as my son does not cause trouble for your sect, that is enough." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Yi Xian recalled the ghostly hand he discovered in the palace a few days earlier. Considering that Yun Jian was a foundation establishment cultivator with considerable experience, he might have insights. "To not hide anything from you, Senior Yun, I found a strange object within this palace." Upon hearing this, Yun Jian paused slightly as he touched his beard, his previously relaxed expression now slightly more serious as he looked at Yi Xian. "Oh, what kind of strange object has captured your attention so much?" Yi Xian raised his hand, and a pale severed hand with bony fingers gradually materialized between them. As the severed hand appeared, the surrounding air inexplicably grew cold, and wisps of sinister energy silently permeated the atmosphere, dimming the bright firelight in the camp for a moment. "This is it," Yi Xian said. "I am on the Emperor's orders waging war in this country, and encountered several cultivators from the Xinyu sect. In the palace I discovered a blood pool that contained this ghostly hand." Yun Jian reached out to probe his spiritual energy, quickly brushing against the ghostly hand suppressed by red talismans. After a moment, he furrowed his brow, and when he retracted his hand, it had already been tainted with a hint of gray-black. "Such heavy death energy," Yun Jian's voice grew grave. "This is no ordinary evil cultivator's doing, it is the work of the Xianyu sect, and this ghostly hand is a sacrificial artifact refined with the souls and blood of living beings." Yi Xian's heart tightened. "A sacrificial artifact." Indeed, Yun Jian nodded, his gaze serious. "This hand is used to activate blood arrays, perfectly suited for connecting with the underworld. This mortal imperial city is essentially a sacrificial altar set up by the Xianyu sect for refining such artifacts." "Senior, please clarify, what is the significance of this sacrificial artifact?" Yi Xian quickly inquired. Yun Jian thought of the increasingly rampant actions of the Xianyu sect in recent days, his expression growing even graver. He stood up and said, "Little friend Yi, I cannot disclose too much. Let's leave this ghostly hand to the Qingyun sect for management." "In that case, I will entrust it entirely to the Qingyun sect," Yi Xian replied, sensing that Yun Jian was clearly aware of something but reluctant to reveal it. Yun Jian nodded, placing the ghostly hand into his bag, then looked at Yi Xian with a meaningful expression. "Little friend Yi, I see that you have long served the mundane kingdom, and I have something to entrust to you. The Xianyu sect is very likely to cause chaos in the mundane kingdom again. If you discover anything, please pay close attention, and if you find they are still refining such sacrificial artifacts, immediately send word to the Qingyun sect." Yi Xian naturally nodded, and then bid farewell to Yun Jian. Yun Jian transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished into the sky, leaving only a trace of spiritual energy dissipating in the wind. Yi Xian stood in the military camp, gazing at the receding sword light in the sky, his previously polite and warm smile gradually fading, replaced by a heavy expression. Seeing his unusual demeanor, the personal guards beside him dared not speak, standing silently. Yi Xian retracted his gaze, recalling Yun Jian's serious expression when he touched the ghostly hand, the hesitation in his eyes. Also, his forceful removal of the ghostly hand without revealing any details left Yi Xian filled with doubts. The Qingyun sect clearly knew the situation, yet chose to conceal it from him. Did they think his cultivation was too low to handle the secrets? Or was there a major secret involved that even the sect had to treat with caution? "General." A soldier entered the tent and immediately knelt half-knee. "Respectfully speaking, the soldiers have been organized, and the surrendering forces from various regions have been arranged. Shall we proceed with the original plan to invade the neighboring country?" Take a deep breath. Yi Xian suppressed the turbulent thoughts within, and when he raised his eyes, his face had returned to its usual calm decisiveness. "The expedition is postponed for 3 days. The personal guard was taken aback, sir. Our troops are in high spirits, and now is a great opportunity to deploy. No matter how good the opportunity is, it cannot compare to a hidden danger in my heart." Yi Xian's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. "Since the Xianyu sect has placed sacrificial artifacts in this country, the neighboring countries, and even the surrounding nations may not be clean. If we rashly deploy, we might be ambushed right after we leave, leading to devastating consequences." He paused, his tone growing even more severe. "Send out orders. First, increase the number of dark scouts to 3 times, spreading them to the neighboring countries. Any signs of unusual activity in cities, missing citizens, or the presence of sinister energy must be reported immediately. Second, seal off the remains of the blood pool in the imperial palace. Dispatch elite troops to guard it day and night, not allowing anyone to approach and investigate further later. Third, the entire army will rest and prepare. Without my orders, no one is allowed to leave the camp. Understood. Following Ye Jing's orders, the soldiers remained here without moving. One day later, Ye Jing, who had gone to meet a family head on the sect master's orders, arrived at his destination only to find a field of corpses with not a single soul left in the nearby mundane kingdom, just a sea of white bones. The only notable sight was that the central mansion of the family had turned into a black-red blood pool with not a trace of any living person left. These remains had been there for several years. By the time the invitation was sent to the Qingyun sect, the entire clan had already been slaughtered. Ye Jing flew his sword into the blood pool, and apart from a few corpses that had been turned into dead bodies, even the blood pool, which revealed countless bones, had long since dried up. This blood pool had already refined a sacrificial artifact discarded here by the Xianyu sect. Could it be that the Xianyu sect's Xian rogue has already found that secret realm? Ye Jing murmured to himself. He quickly suppressed the unease in his heart and forcibly contained his anxiety. It can't be true, if it really has been found. Ye Jing's spiritual energy surged forcefully, suppressing the tumultuous blood and energy within him, his gaze sweeping over the ground filled with dry bones and the desiccated blood pool, a growing chill in his eyes. These madmen, so recklessly pursuing their goals, are likely trying to open the Minghai realm sealed by ancient cultivators, which only has fragments of information left in the sect's secret texts. It is said that the Minghai realm contains the legacy of an ancient demon god along with countless treasures. Just taking one item from it would be enough to provoke a frenzy among the various sects. This is also why Ye Jing did not want to inform Ye Jing about such matters. This secret realm opens once every 100 years, but the entrance is extremely difficult to find, requiring several golden core cultivators to combine their spiritual energy to open it for a brief moment. However, only a few cultivators have managed to come out from it. It is said that there was once a powerful weaponsmith who forged a treasure called the Qin Su Piao Miao Tu, which can directly bring a cultivator into the Minghai realm without obstruction when the entrance opens. Once this treasure was revealed to the world, it was met with fierce competition from several sect cultivators, but it was lost during the struggle with no further news. Ye Jing thought of this and immediately rushed towards the sect. Along the way, he saw corpses scattered everywhere, and before he had flown a few miles, a blood knife suddenly shot up from the air. Ye Jing narrowed his eyes, seeing the knife coming fiercely, hurriedly used his sword to defend, and the clash of spiritual power instantly sent the surrounding buildings flying. Isn't that Ye Jing from the Qingyun sect? What brings him to this impoverished place? After Ye Jing blocked this attack, a disdainful voice echoed in the air. A man dressed in a tattered black robe with a gaunt face stepped forward, followed by dozens of black-robed subordinates. Ye Jing squinted at the blood knife. Xianming, it's you. How dare your Xianyu sect be so rampant, slaughtering at will within the Qingyun sect's territory? Xianming laughed heartily. Qingyun sect? What is there to fear? Just because of your tortoise-like sect master. You have already killed several major families of your kind, yet you dare to say anything. Ye Jing gritted his teeth and immediately swung his sword to attack. Demon path fiends, do not be disrespectful. The sword suddenly unsheathed, swirling with azure spiritual power. Like a rushing river, the sword strike was as quick as lightning, directly aiming at Xianming's face. Xianming looked disdainful, not dodging, raising his hand to grip the ghostly knife, the blood-red spiritual power wrapped around it, accompanied by a pungent smell of blood crashing against Ye Jing's spiritual power. With a loud clang, the sound of metal clashing caused the surrounding bones and debris to fly everywhere. The dried blood pool cracked open several fissures. Ye Jing felt his arm grow heavy, and he was secretly shocked. Xianming's strength was actually on par with his. Had he already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment? What's wrong, Ye Jing? After not seeing you for years, you've become even weaker. Xianming chuckled eerily, the blood knife sweeping out, forcing Ye Jing to retreat. Ye Jing braced against the knife, coldly saying, the Xianyu sect slaughters innocents and invades the territory of the Qingyun sect. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven to eliminate you, this demon. On behalf of heaven. Xianming seemed to have heard a great joke. Ye Jing stopped pretending. You Xianyu sect have killed so many innocents and destroyed so many nations, yet the Qingyun sect has shown little reaction. Now you come to me talking about acting on behalf of heaven. Don't you find that shameless? Ye Jing gritted his teeth. Speak. Did your Xianyu sect discover the entrance to the Minghai realm? Upon hearing this, Xianming's eyes shone with ferocity, gritting his teeth. You actually guessed it. Then you must not be allowed to live. As soon as Xianming's voice fell, ghostly heads surged towards him, and dozens of black-robed cultivators simultaneously used their spiritual power, unleashing streams of black-red demonic aura that soared into the sky, forming a massive blood net in midair, descending upon Yunjian. Yunjian's face changed dramatically, and azure sword light swirled around him, forming an impenetrable sword wall. However, those black-robed cultivators were evidently well prepared, layering their spiritual power and demonic energy, relentlessly suppressing his sword chi until it began to shrink. Yunjian, you are quite clever, actually guessing about the Minghai realm, Xianming said, gripping the ghostly knife, stepping through the air, his face full of cruel delight. Unfortunately, those who are too clever do not live long. Yunjian gritted his teeth, shaking off two approaching black-robed cultivators. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes as he slammed his left hand against his chest, forcing out his lifeblood, swiftly slicing across the sword body. In an instant, a towering azure light sword condensed from the clouds, its sword intent formidable, soaring into the sky. Even the 10 Xianyu cultivators were shaken by this powerful sword intent. Xianming, seeing this sword move, instantly realized that Yunjian intended to burn his lifeblood to break through. He immediately used a black talisman from his sleeve. I won't let you escape. The black talisman was suddenly slapped towards the air. The talisman paper ignited, transforming into a dark ghost that tightly entangled the light sword. Boom! The sword and the ghost erupted violently, shockwaves sweeping across the surroundings, scattering bones and dust into the sky. Seizing this opportunity, Yunjian did not entangle with Xianming, frantically mobilizing the spiritual power within the azure sword light, transformed him into a streak of flowing light, charging outward without hesitation. At this moment, Yunjian activated a high-grade talisman, the God Movement Talisman. Once activated, his form could cover 1,000 miles in an instant. Trying to run, Xianming shouted angrily, slashing the blood knife, the knife light streaking through, directly pursuing Yunjian's back. Yunjian did not dare to look back, forcing himself to dodge the knife light, grazing his shoulder. He bore the intense pain. His speed not only did not decrease, but increased, determinedly fleeing in one direction. Xianming, seeing this, led the group of black-robed cultivators closely behind, their chilling laughter echoing across the sky. Yunjian, you are undoubtedly going to die today. The matter of the Minghai realm must not be leaked. As Yunjian fled, the God Movement Talisman in his hand burned his spiritual power at an alarming speed. As his spiritual power was about to be exhausted, bearing his injuries, his vision began to blur. He relied on the last bit of clarity to follow the source of that spiritual energy, diving down urgently. Finally, a familiar campsite appeared before him, and at that moment the campsite lit up with a magical formation. This formation was specifically set up here to defend against and sense intruders. As he approached, a roar resembling that of a beast echoed from within. An old man with white hair swiftly emerged from inside, and upon seeing Yunjian land, his face was filled with shock. Elder Yun, what happened to you? This old man was Ye Jing, who, having received news from Yixian a few days ago about the discovery of a strange ghostly hand in the mortal realm, hurried over, worried about his son. He had just arrived when he noticed that a cultivator had triggered the defensive formation he set up. Who would have known it was Yunjian? Seeing Ye Jing, Yunjian immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. When Ye Jing asked him what was wrong with concern, he hurriedly tugged at Ye Jing's sleeve. There are protectors from the Xianyu sect chasing me, led by Xianming. They have discovered the entrance to the Minghai realm. Quickly inform the sect master about this. Hurry! The Minghai realm. Ye Jing was greatly alarmed. But before Ye Jing could take Yunjian away from this place, a familiar aura suddenly approached from above. Xianming had already chased here, grinning fiercely. Yunjian, don't think of escaping. All of you will die here. Over a dozen cultivators had surrounded the military camp, completely sealing off all escape routes. Seeing this, a hint of despair immediately appeared on Yunjian's face. It was over, completely over. Ye Jing was merely a chi-refining cultivator, and even his son would not be a match for Xianming, let alone facing so many cultivators from the Xianyu sect. Ye Jing frowned, handing the healing medicine in his hand to Yunjian, while Ye Xian was already prepared. Xianming, hovering in the air, saw Yunjian desperately escaping into a mortal military camp. The old man and the young man were merely chi-refining cultivators, posing no threat at all. Xianming floated in midair, his black robe billowing in the wind, his gaunt face full of mockery. His gaze landed on Ye Xian and Ye Jing, as if he were looking at two ants waiting to be slaughtered. Yunjian, you do know how to find a hiding place running to this mortal military camp. Do you expect these two chi-refining trash to protect you? The black-robed cultivators around him all laughed mockingly, their black aura swirling, darkening the entire sky above the military camp. Ye Jing's spiritual power stirred in his hand as he gazed at the laughing figure of Xian Ming, the guardian of the Xian Yu sect above him, a surge of killing intent igniting in his eyes. It was this guardian who had nearly killed his second son. Previously, he had lacked the strength to retaliate, enduring in silence. Now that he had arrived, it was time to let out the pent-up fury of the past. Yun Jian was already in despair, coughing up blood, his face filled with guilt. Ye family master, young friend Yi Xian, it is I who have brought you trouble. Xian Ming is already in the mid-foundation establishment stage with more than a dozen subordinates. You are simply not their match. Elder Yin, focus on healing. Coincidentally, my Yi family has some conflicts with the Xian Yu sect. We shall resolve this today. Ye Jing immediately leapt onto his sword, soaring upwards alongside Yi Xian. Xian Ming's eyes narrowed as he recognized Yi Xian. He spat in disdain. His subordinates had reported that this Yi Xian had assisted the mortal emperor in battle, killing many of his subordinates. Now he had the audacity to confront him with an old man, truly unaware of his own mortality. You all attack. Kill them. I will deal with Yun Jian. Xian Ming commanded, rushing towards Yun Jian. Seeing this, Ye Jing took out a golden light bowl from his sleeve. The bowl instantly shone with golden light, merging with the defensive array below to emit a piercing golden glare. The demonic energy around Xian Ming was instantly dissolved by the golden light, causing his expression to change drastically as he drew his gnostly blade to attack Ye Jing. A full-force strike from the mid-foundation establishment stage was no joke, but before he could reach Ye Jing, a swarm of golden insects surged forth, gnawing at Xian Ming. Xian Ming was taken aback and hastily withdrew, managing to slash down the golden insects after several. He looked up to see a person-sized golden insect beside the old man, gradually revealing several other beastly creatures appearing from thin air. A massive one-horned black dog, a red fox, a soaring white eagle, and a purple-haired queen bee. All of them were at least in the late first stage and possessed extraordinary abilities. The strength of latest-stage first-tier beasts could rival that of Foundation establishment cultivators. And that was not all. Hundreds of spirit sparrows and crows had also materialized around Ye Jing, all first-tier beasts. Xian Ming, along with his subordinates, and even Yun Jian below, widened their eyes in disbelief. This unassuming old man had so many powerful beast companions. Xian Ming's pupils constricted as he gazed at the fierce assembly of beasts, feeling a growing unease towards an old man in the qi refining stage for the first time. You are Ye Jing. Xian Ming gritted his teeth and shouted. Ye Jing replied calmly, indeed, I am that old man. Hearing this, Xian Ming was infuriated, nearly wishing to tear this old man to pieces. You are the head of the Yi family, Ye Jing, the one who has killed countless disciples of the Xian Yu sect and destroyed our formations. As he spoke, Xian Ming laughed loudly to the heavens, his laughter sharp and laced with extreme sarcasm. The old monster they had been battling with, only to find out he was merely a qi refining stage old man, yet this old man could tame so many beasts. Xian Ming's laughter suddenly halted as he surveyed the densely packed ferocious beasts, then glanced back at the composed Ye Jing. He could not accept that the mysterious opponent who had caused the Xian Yu sect so much trouble was just an old man in the qi refining stage. A qi refining stage. How dare you? How dare you be so arrogant? Xian Ming was still unable to utter the words that had mocked them for years in front of so many subordinates. With an angry shout, demonic energy surged around him, and the ghostly blade radiated murderous intent to the heavens. Though he was shocked and furious with his Foundation establishment cultivation, how could he truly be scared off by a group of beasts? Today I will let you know that no matter how many beasts you have, they cannot bridge the gap of cultivation. Before his words fell, Xian Ming's figure flickered, directly bypassing the front line of beasts, and aimed his ghostly blade straight at Ye Jing. He understood that no matter how strong these beasts were, they were ultimately external forces. As long as he killed Ye Jing, their morale would collapse. Ye Jing's gaze turned cold. He advanced instead of retreating. The person-sized golden insect behind him flapped its wings, emitting a sharp shriek as countless golden insects wove an impenetrable net of light in the air. Now each golden devouring insect possessed the strength of a first-tier early-stage beast. Together they formed an incredibly strong defensive barrier. Clang! The ghostly blade struck the insect net, causing a brilliant explosion of golden light. Then the red poisonous bees surged forth, entangling and consuming the murderous aura of the ghostly blade, preventing Xian Ming from withdrawing it. Damn beast! In a fit of rage, Xian Ming poured demonic energy into the blade, and with a fierce pull and slash, a gap appeared in the light net. But in the next second, the one-horned black dog charged, its fangs glistening with cold light. The red-tailed fox exhaled flames, scorching his lower body. The white eagle swooped down, its wings crackling with thunder. The poisonous queen bee flapped its wings, unleashing a torrential rain of poisonous needles. For later-stage first-tier beasts attacked simultaneously, each one comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. The dozen or so Xian Yu sect cultivators were continuously attacked by spirit sparrows, crows, and scorpions screaming in agony. Xian Ming was forced to retreat, his blade dancing wildly as demonic energy clashed with beast strikes, stirring up clouds of dust. Impossible. How could a chi-refining cultivator control so many beasts at once? Ye Jing merely smiled faintly in response. That only proves your ignorance. Since you have come today, I shall send you on your way. As soon as the words fell, a blood blade appeared in Ye Jing's hand, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Xian Ming could hardly recognize whose blade it was. Now surrounded by these beasts, he felt no fear. With a wild slash of his ghostly blade, the demonic energy erupted violently, cleaving through the beasts attacking him, while the murderous aura annihilated the surrounding golden, devouring insects and poisonous bees. Good. Well done, ye family. Today I shall have a proper encounter with you. He transformed into a shadow and lunged towards Ye Jing, who raised his blade to fiercely attack. The two engaged in a fierce clash in midair, creating waves that instilled a strong sense of oppression. A mid-Foundation establishment cultivator was not easy to deal with. After just a few exchanges, Ye Jing felt his palms crack open, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Beside him, Yi Xian trembled amidst the attacks from surrounding cultivators, but could do nothing to help Ye Jing. Flames ignited around Ye Jing, refining his body to its limit as much of his clothing was burned away. Xian Ming was taken aback to see the faint red glow emanating from the old man's robust torso. It was no wonder this old man could withstand his strikes. It turned out he had cultivated body refining techniques and was a body cultivator. Meanwhile, the golden devouring insects formed a massive golden blade aimed at Xian Ming. Enraged and shocked, Xian Ming swung his ghostly blade, shattering the insect blade with a burst of demonic energy. But just as he caught his breath, the one-horned black dog lunged at him, its long horn emitting a wave of energy. This wave made Xian Ming's heart race, followed by a long screech from the snow-feathered eagle attacking with thunder. Xian Ming quickly activated a talisman in his hand for defense, but the black dog bit down, instantly breaking through the defense. Not good. Xian Ming could no longer retreat. The sharp claws of the one-horned black dog struck towards his head. The red-tailed fox leapt forward, its flames pouring down like magma, while the white eagle circled high, unleashing a lightning blade. The poisonous queen bee's tail needles shot forth, enveloping the area in toxic mist. For later-stage first-tier beasts attacked in unison, creating an impenetrable siege. The sound of an explosion echoed deafeningly in the air. Xian Ming had no choice but to exert all his strength to operate his cultivation, wielding the ghostly blade with unwavering precision, the clash of demonic energy and beastly power resonating strongly. With every hard clash, his arms tingled with numbness. Though he was in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, his opponents were not one, but a multitude. A horde of fearless beasts responding only to their master's command. Below, the injured Yun Jian was taken aback by this display of ferocity. This Ye Jing was surprisingly formidable. He had only heard his brother and sister Yi Tianhao mention their grandfather. Yun Jian and the others from Qing Yun sect believed him to be merely an elder positioned in the back, naturally weaker than the younger generation. However, witnessing this beast-controlling technique, it was evident he could contend with mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. This head of the Yi family was far more powerful than Yi Tianhao. Xian Ming was pushed back by the beasts, unable to advance, while Ye Jing's blade restrained him, causing his breath to become erratic. Gritting his teeth, he coldly shouted, "Old man, don't think that by summoning so many beasts to aid you, I will be afraid. I tell you, this matter between Xian Yu sect and your Yi family will be a fight to the death." Without waiting to feel pity for himself, he summoned a treasure, a dragon-head staff, raising it with a flourish. In an instant, the staff transformed into a massive black dragon, and upon its appearance, the surrounding beasts immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Immediately, Xian Ming used a purple talisman, which struck the staff, causing the black dragon to release. Ye Jing felt a wave of unease as he saw the surrounding beasts tremble in fear, not daring to approach. What was this dragon-head staff? Xian Ming did not wish to perish alongside Ye Jing just yet. This artifact consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy and had yet to form a formal contract with him. Only a golden core cultivator could truly wield it. For now, it could only serve as a means of intimidation. Xian Ming swiftly flung his cloak, fleeing rapidly with the dragon-head staff. The Xian Yu sect cultivators, unable to escape in time, also attempted to flee, but were already surrounded by Ye Jing's beasts. Yi Xian wanted to pursue further, but was stopped by Ye Jing, who said, "Xianer, don't chase, you want catch up." Having finally cornered this mid-stage Foundation establishment demon cultivator only to let him escape, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. Ye Jing looked at the trembling Xianyu sect cultivators. Before they could beg for mercy, he waved his hand. Instantly the beasts surrounded the Xianyu sect cultivators, devouring them completely. When Yi Xian landed, the severely injured Yun Jian staggered to his feet, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Yi family head, for saving my life." Ye Jing nodded slightly, and then asked Elder Yun, "Why did you suddenly provoke the Xianyu sect cultivators, causing them to pursue you so relentlessly?" Yun Jian trembled slightly, and looked at Yi Xian, seeming hesitant to speak. Yi Xian urged Elder Yun, "Feel free to speak your mind." Yun Jian sighed, saying, "I was sent by our sect leader to attend a birthday banquet of a family allied with Qin Yun's sect, but unexpectedly stumbled upon their scene of refining ritual artifacts, and was subsequently pursued by them." "Another ritual artifact?" Yi Xian furrowed his brow. Ye Jing then asked Xian'er, "Could the ritual artifact Elder Yun mentioned be related to the ghostly hand you discovered?" Yi Xian nodded, and looked at Yun Jian, saying, "At this point, please do not conceal anything, Elder Yun." Seeing Yi Xian's insistence, Yun Jian reluctantly said, "In that case, this is not a place for discussion. You two might as well follow me to a quiet place to talk." In a remote rocky area, Yun Jian waved his hand to create a soundproof barrier, enclosing the three. After completing this, Yun Jian said, "The ghostly hand you discovered earlier and the ritual artifact I stumbled upon are essentially the same item. Both are keys specially crafted by Xianyu sect to open the entrance to the Underworld Sea." The Underworld Sea. Yi Xian and Ye Jing exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes, but they quickly returned to calm. Ye Jing recalled that the Chuan family, which had been exterminated by Xianyu sect, had mentioned a treasure that could open the entrance to the Underworld Sea. However, this secret had been buried deep within his heart and never revealed. Yun Jian sighed, his hands tightening slightly. This is a secret realm left over from ancient times, hidden within the void of the Tsangu realm. There are only fragmentary records in the secret texts of various sects, and it is said that within this secret realm not only is there the inheritance of ancient demonic gods, but also countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, it is fraught with peril. Of very few cultivators can emerge alive from within. Ye Jing's brow furrowed as he murmured, "I see no wonder they are willing to go to such lengths to refine this item. Could it be that they have already found the entrance?" Yun Jian's face displayed anxiety. If that is the case, and they learn of the entrance and sneak in quietly, they could very well obtain the inheritance of the demonic gods. By then, not only the mundane countries, but even our own cultivation sects would face great calamity. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, "Is the Underworld Sea really that difficult to enter? Is so much preparation for ritual supplies necessary once the entrance is discovered?" "Very difficult," Yun Jian responded without hesitation. "What you may not know is that the entrance to the Underworld Sea only reveals itself once every 100 years, and it is extremely hard to locate. A massive amount of tracking treasures is needed to barely pinpoint its location. When the entrance opens, several golden core cultivators must work together to resist the chaotic currents of the void within, just to enter safely. This is because the passage between the Underworld Sea and Tsangu realm is extremely unstable. The so-called chaotic currents of the void are the spatial forces generated by the collision of the two realms. Even golden core cultivators caught in it would be instantly torn to ashes." Yun Jian's complexion darkened as he continued, "Ordinary cultivators cannot even approach the entrance, let alone force their way in. For years, Xianyu sect has been slaughtering everywhere. We thought it was for their cultivation needs, but it was actually for the ritual artifact key researched by the Dark Knight Old Demon. 300 years ago, the first leader of Xianyu sect, Xian Yi, bypassed all sect leaders to enter the Underworld Sea, creating the ritual artifact key for smuggling. There are 7 ritual artifacts made from human bodies. These comprise 2 hands, 2 feet, a torso, a head, and a soul pill. All crafted from the flesh and souls of tens of millions of mortals, combined with Xianyu sect's secret methods, perfectly protect the Xianyu cultivators as they delve into the Underworld Sea, completely bypassing other righteous golden core cultivators." Yi Xian felt a chill run down his spine, gasping in shock. "This Xianyu sect is quite audacious. How come you haven't discovered this all these years?" Yun Jian chuckled wryly, unconsciously rubbing the long sword at his waist, his tone filled with helplessness and guilt. "It's not that we didn't notice anything unusual, but they hid too deeply and were adept at disguising themselves." He looked up at Yi Xian and Ye Jing, slowly explaining, "The Xianyu sect has acted with extreme discipline over the years, never engaging in large-scale massacres of mortals. They secretly dispatch disciples to remote villages in mundane countries or gathering places for rogue cultivators in the cultivation world, each time only taking a few hundred or 1,000 souls and bodies, doing it very discreetly. This time, however, when Yi Xian killed those Xianyu sect members, he inadvertently discovered the ghostly hand they could not transfer in time, which raised Yun Jian's suspicions. Furthermore, now encountering Xuanming's massacre of the family and his frantic attempts to kill him confirmed to Ye Jing that it was indeed that kind of evil technique. Ye Jing, hearing that one of the 7 ritual artifacts was a soul pill, could not help but recall the pill he discovered in the palace, which contained many souls. It is evident that Xianyu sect has been patient, having started this long ago. Ye Jing nodded gravely, his voice lowered even further. Indeed, although Xianyu successfully crossed over back, then he never returned. The world believes he perished in the Minghai realm, but the Xianyu sect must have continued to pass down this secret method and has been secretly gathering materials to recreate those 7 keys to the realm. Ye Jing's gaze darkened. The 7 keys to the realm, how many has the Xianyu sect managed to refine? Unclear. Ye Jing shook his head, but certainly not just these 2. 300 years is enough for them to have experimented countless times based on what Xianyu left behind, hoping to succeed this time. It is frustrating that we as sects know nothing about this. That may not be the case, Ye Jing said calmly. If they found the entrance, they would have entered long ago. Perhaps that entrance has not yet opened. A glimmer of light flashed in Ye Jing's eyes. Master Yi, you have a point. I will report this to the sect leader to thoroughly investigate the Xianyu sect regarding this matter. On the side, Yi Xian pondered. Senior Yun, I still have something I would like to ask. Young friend, you feel the entrance to the secret realm requires several golden core cultivators to open it. Is there truly such harmony among the sects that they would help disciples from other sects seize treasures? Yi Xian expressed his doubts. In the world of cultivation, there are too many schemes and deceptions. How could it be so harmonious? Aren't they all trying to benefit their own sects? Yun Jin replied. Young friend, you may not know, but this entrance requires golden core cultivators to work together to open it. It's not about harmonious assistance. In the end, it's merely a matter of mutual benefit. The power of the chaotic flow of the void far exceeds the limits that ordinary golden core cultivators can withstand. Moreover, this entrance fiercely rejects cultivators above the golden core level. This is because the Minghai realm is the site of the fall of an ancient demon god, leaving behind the primordial pressure of the demon god. The spiritual power of nascent soul cultivators and above is too pure and abundant. As soon as they approach, they will trigger a backlash from the pressure, preventing them from opening the entrance, and instead being torn apart by the pressure, leaving no trace of their souls. Thus, the task of opening the entrance must fall to golden core cultivators. Through cooperation, they can balance each other and support one another, which enables them to withstand the impact of the void's chaotic flow and avoid the backlash of the demon god's pressure. Yi Xian suddenly comprehended and then asked, if the golden core cultivators of each sect join forces, aren't they afraid of someone secretly taking action to monopolize the chance to open the entrance? After all, the cultivation world has always prioritized benefits. Who would genuinely be willing to help others? Yun Jian let out a bitter laugh, his tone filled with helplessness. Of course they are afraid. How could they not be? But no one dares to gamble. Firstly, during the process of opening the entrance, the 5 people's spiritual powers are interconnected. If one person acts maliciously, it could lead to the collapse of the entrance, causing everyone to be swept into the chaotic flow of the void, making it not worth the risk. Secondly, each major sect has its own spies. Anyone who dares to play tricks during the opening of the entrance will surely face joint retaliation from the other sects afterward. No one can afford that consequence. Yun Jian added, moreover, it's important to note that each sect has its own calculations. Although it seems like cooperation to open the entrance, in reality, it's a matter of mutual constraint. You watch me, I watch you, ensuring the entrance can be opened smoothly, while also ensuring that the disciples of their own sect can enter the secret realm without issue. As for the treasures within the secret realm, it all depends on the disciples' own strength and luck. Whether one wins or loses, they must accept it. No one would tear their face during the entrance opening. Upon saying this, Yun Jin sighed. What's more dangerous is that upon entering the Minghai realm, everyone's cultivation will be suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, so each sect will only send their most talented disciples to delve deep within and strictly limit the number of participants. Ye Jing was shocked and instinctively asked, Elder Yun, why is the cultivation suppressed to the foundation establishment stage? Is it because the rules of the Minghai realm are so special? He understood that the gap between foundation establishment and golden core is like a chasm. Even the most talented golden core cultivator would be suppressed to the foundation establishment level. Their own spiritual power and the effectiveness of their techniques would be greatly diminished, not to mention that the secret realm is fraught with dangers. Such suppression is undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Ye Jing could not help but look at Yi Xian, knowing that Yi Tianha's rapid cultivation would naturally make him one of the disciples chosen by the Qingyun sect to enter the Minghai realm. With several sect disciples infiltrating, the dangers are undoubtedly considerable. Ye Jing nodded slowly, his tone becoming serious. It is indeed due to the ancient rules of the Minghai realm. As I mentioned earlier, this is the site of the fall of the ancient demon god, and the residual primordial pressure of the demon god not only repels cultivators above the nascent soul level, but also suppresses the cultivation of all who enter. Regardless of whether you were originally at the peak of the golden core or in the early stages of foundation establishment, the moment you step into the secret realm, you will be forcibly pulled down to the mid-foundation establishment level. In this way, it is indeed fair. Ye Jing pondered for a moment and then frowned again. But even with equal cultivation levels, the techniques, methods, and treasures of the disciples from different sects vary greatly. In the end, those from the large sects with deep foundations will still be the ones to seize the treasures right. While that's true, it's not necessarily the case. A knowing smile appeared on Ye Jing's lips. Within the secret realm of the Minghai realm, besides the treasures left behind by the demon god, there are also the legacies of ancient cultivators and many heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can momentarily break free from the suppression of the rules. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the secret realm is chaotic, which affects the power of techniques, making it easier for those with strong physiques, quick adaptability, or unique talents to stand out. It seems that the Xianyu sect's people refining the realm keys is to circumvent this balance, allowing them to enter the secret realm without needing to cooperate with other sects. Ye Jing understood. Ye Jing nodded. Exactly. The old devil Xian Yi saw through this point, which is why he refined the ritual artifacts to create the realm keys. Once those 7 ritual artifacts are gathered, they can simulate the spiritual fluctuations of several golden core cultivators using the power of millions of souls. Moreover, they were originally from the same faction as that demon god, so they are not afraid of the demon god's pressure, allowing the Xianyu sect to infiltrate the Minghai realm without needing anyone's cooperation. After saying this, Ye Jing also started to have some thoughts about the Minghai realm. He recalled the Qian Su Piao Miao Tu that the Chun family had previously given him. This treasure could also allow cultivators to sneak into the Minghai realm. Perhaps by then he could sneak in. This way he could avoid detection and obtain the treasures within. Ye Jing had said so much, he hurriedly added, "Master Yi, I have said all I can. You must not mention this to others. I will take you back to the Qingyun sect to meet the sect leader and explain this matter in detail, waiting for the sect leader's decision." Ye Jing called out to him, "Elder Yun, the Xian Ming who was repelled by me is likely to return. He has already slaughtered so many families nearby, and I fear for my own family. Do not worry, Master Yi. I will definitely report this to the sect leader and ensure he personally protects your Yi family." Ye Jing felt somewhat relieved upon hearing Ye Jing's words. "Thank you for the protection of the Qingyun sect. However, that Xian Ming is ruthless, and being repelled by me this time will surely leave him resentful. He will not let this go easily, so please Elder Yun discuss it with the sect leader as soon as possible to prepare." After bidding farewell to Ye Jing immediately turned to Yi Xian and said, "Xian, you should quickly arrange the war affairs of the Yan kingdom. Come back home with me to defend. It's too dangerous out here now." Yi Xian naturally replied, "I will follow my father's arrangements." He had fought in battles outside for many years, gaining a considerable amount of territory. Even if there was a sudden ceasefire, the emperor of the Yan kingdom would not say much. It had been a long time since he returned home. It was just right to go back and take a look. He immediately ordered his subordinates to withdraw the troops back to the city. With Yi Xian's command, the soldiers under his command acted swiftly, quickly organizing their weapons and provisions, and lined up orderly to return to the capital. At this moment, at the Xianyu sect's outpost on Enclaw Island, Xian Ming, who had narrowly escaped from Ye Jing, was now kneeling in front of a stone door, trembling with fear. Several dry and pale-faced elder protectors stood nearby. "Useless fool!" A furious shout erupted like thunder from behind the stone door, carrying a bone-chilling coldness and an overwhelming pressure of spiritual power, making Xian Ming tremble all over. "I, as your subordinate, acknowledge my mistake. I implore the master to spare my life." "Spare your life?" The voice came from Xian Yin, the master of the Xianyu sect, and it was hoarse and cold. "I commanded you to gather blood energy to refine the sacrificial tools, and yet you ended up alarming the prey, returning in such a disgraceful state. Now all the sects in the Canggu realm are aware that we have discovered the entrance to the Minghai realm. You are unforgivable for this mistake." Xian Yin, the old demon, shouted in rage, and a surge of black, demonic energy shot out from the stone door, striking Xian Ming's body fiercely. Xian Ming let out a miserable cry as his body flew out like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily against the stone wall, and then falling to the ground, the sound of his bones shattering clear to hear his breath instantly wilting. The several elder protectors stood by with their heads bowed, none daring to step forward to plead for mercy. They all understood the nature of Xian Yin, who was brutal and bloodthirsty. Xian Ming's failure in this task was a death sentence, and it was already fortunate for him to be left with a breath. If it weren't for the need for 10 Foundation establishment cultivators to open the entrance to the Minghai realm, I would have taken your life already. Xian Yin snorted coldly. You are a worthless fool accomplishing nothing and only causing disaster. Xian Ming could only accept this arrangement, unable to voice his dissatisfaction. Kumu, how many sacrificial tools are still missing? Xian Yin suddenly called out. Among the standing demonic cultivators, Kumu approached with a cane, bending slightly as he reported, Master, besides the previously fused sacrificial tools, we still need the soul heart pill and the right ghost hand. The task of gathering the sacrificial tools is now entrusted to you. Xian Yin commanded. Xian Ming, follow Kumu as his assistant to make up for your failures. Hearing Xian Yin's arrangement, Xian Ming had no choice but to comply despite his dissatisfaction. Dismissed, I need to go into seclusion. Once the entrance to the Minghai realm opens, it will be impossible to hide from those people, but this time our Xian Yu sect must be the first to enter. Yes, Master. Xian Ming, who had narrowly escaped with his life from the Master, followed Kumu out of the stone hall. Once they left Claw Island, Xian Ming let out a slight sigh of relief and immediately complained, Kumu, do you have any idea how badly you've put me in danger? Who would have thought that the head of the Yi family, whom I have been cautious of the entire time, turned out to be just a Qi refinement cultivator? Kumu coldly laughed. Thinking of that old man who could control so many demon beasts, Xian Ming had no choice but to keep his mouth. He spoke indignantly. If the Master had been so calculating, if only he had destroyed the Qin family earlier and kept an eye on obtaining the Qin Su Piao Miao map, we wouldn't have had to risk refining sacrificial tools. Kumu said calmly. You can blame the luck of some ants, but the Qin Su Piao Miao map is only meant for one person, and this is merely a rumor. No one knows if it is useful or not. Xian Ming's tone was resentful. Luck. I see that Ye Jing is simply very secretive. A Qi refinement cultivator can control dozens of demon beasts, and even force me to flee in embarrassment. This is simply unreasonable. Perhaps he possesses some sinister treasure that could rival the Qin Su Piao Miao map. Kumu leaned on his cane, taking slow but steady steps, his bony fingers lightly tapping the staff. His sinister gaze looked toward the direction of the Yi family's mansion, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That old thing is indeed not simple. When did such a family appear in the Tsangu realm? Adept in every direction, rising rapidly. It is likely to become like the resurrected Qin family. Now we can't make a move, but I have heard that the Yi family has produced a genius in Foundation establishment. When the time comes to enter the Minghai realm, we can. At this point, Xian Ming made a gesture of cutting his throat. Kumu chuckled. Once we enter the Minghai realm, we can play however we want. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun sect, in the main hall of the sect leader. Yunjian, is what you said true? The Xianyu sect has actually started preparing sacrificial tools. Yunling stood up in surprise. Yunjian quickly clasped his hands and said, Master, it's absolutely true. The entrance to the Minghai realm is about to open, and they have started slaughtering and refining sacrificial tools, preparing to enter. For 300 years since that Xiangui used this method, these sects have only seen it once. Who could have expected that the people of the Xianyu sect would be so cunning? These years of slaughter were for this. Yunling rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. This is troublesome. If we inform the other sects about this matter, how much can the Qingyun sect gain? Yunjian hurriedly said, Master, it's not about how much we can gain. The Xianyu sect has already found clues to the entrance. We cannot let them take the lead, or we won't gain anything at all. Naturally, the Master wanted to profit more, but the trouble was that opening the entrance required several golden core cultivators to work together, and now Yunjian was the first to learn this news. Those sects would surely see that the Qingyun sect just produced a golden core sect leader and would not easily allow us to join in. This news is a hot potato. Yunling paced back and forth in the hall. To open the entrance requires several golden core cultivators working together. That cunning Fan Lang from the Ling Shao sect has long regarded our Qingyun sect as a thorn in his side. Now that I have just advanced to the golden core, he will be even more wary. If I proactively release this news, I will only be seen as weak and trying to curry favor. In the end, the Qingyun sect may not even touch the edge of the entrance. Naturally not. Yunjian's expression darkened. Does the Master mean to just watch the Xianyu sect monopolize the opportunity? Yunling stopped. The Minghai realm is of great importance. It hides not just opportunities. The Xianyu sect has ulterior motives, and if they take the lead, I will never allow it. He paused, lowering his voice and adding a tone of undeniable determination. This news cannot be directly leaked by us, but it can be subtly released. You arrange for a few reliable individuals to spread the news about the Xianyu sect refining sacrificial tools and exploring the entrance to the Minghai realm to places like the Lingxiao sect, where there are ears to hear. Yun Jian's eyes lit up as he instantly understood. Master is brilliant. Using others' mouths to lead the major sects to seek us out, then we the Qingyun sect will hold the key, clues becoming the leaders rather than beggars. Yunling nodded slightly, yet there remained a weighty seriousness in his brow. This is only the first step. Once the news spreads, all factions will surely be thrown into chaos. At that time the competition will only become more brutal. We must make thorough preparations before this happens. What about the Yi family? Yunling waved his hand. The Yi family possesses unique beast-taming techniques. Moreover, they have provided us the Qingyun sect with 2 exceptionally talented disciples, and the head of the family even saved a life. The Yi family has great merit towards us, so I must protect them. He chuckled lightly. Besides, if we truly want to enter the Minghai realm, I still need Yi Tianhao. Yun Jian was momentarily taken aback, then he smiled knowingly, the tension in his brow easing a bit. Master means that Yi Tianhao, who made a remarkable showing in the sect competition, breaking through several rounds and rivaling the inner sect elites. Exactly. Yunling gazed out at the vast sea of clouds beyond the hall, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. This child has a solid foundation, a calm disposition, and far greater potential than his peers. For ordinary disciples, entering the Minghai realm is merely a path to death and chaos. Yi Tianhao is different. He possesses means to protect his life and holds value as a scout. The Minghai realm is strange and unpredictable, filled with dense energy and rampant corpses. Ordinary techniques are difficult to apply, and we can only rely on the disciples' strength to compete. Yun Jian slightly nodded. I understand. Should we send someone to inform the Yi family in advance? No need for urgency. Yunling gently waved his hand. Right now the wind is tense. The more noise we make, the more easily we attract suspicion. Just follow the original plan and wait for the news to ferment. When all the major sects gather to explore the Minghai realm, I will personally reach out to the Yi family for assistance. Rumors soon spread in the Canggu realm about the imminent opening of the entrance to the Minghai realm, with some even claiming that the Xianyu sect, the dark sect, had discovered its location. These messages were carelessly spread by several loose cultivators, initially just a few jokes, but gradually escalated. The first to react was the Lingxiao sect, one of the most prestigious sects in the Canggu realm, as its leader Fan Lang immediately summoned all members of his sect for a meeting. In contrast to the caution of the Qingyun sect, the Lingxiao sect took a more aggressive stance. Wan Xiao immediately suggested the Xianyu sect dares to covet the Minghai entrance. Master, let's take the initiative and eliminate the Xianyu sect. Can you find out where they are hiding? Fan Lang said coldly. Wan Xiao was taken aback, suddenly at a loss for words. Fan Lang continued, we should find a way to contact the other sects and locate the entrance to the Minghai realm, so we can act first. Having said that, he immediately ordered send all disciples to search within the territory. If they find anyone from the Xianyu sect, use any means necessary to extract information about the Minghai realm. Yes, Sect Master. In Lu Village, Ye Jing transported all necessary items to Lingyun Valley and reinforced the defensive array in preparation for any emergencies. Because the guardian of the Xianyu sect, Xianming, had revealed his identity, it was temporarily unsafe here, so they could only do their best to enhance their defensive measures. At this time, Lu Xianglan was refining foundation establishment pills. She had been in the valley for over 3 years, but her progress remained somewhat slow. To avoid disturbing his second daughter-in-law, Ye Jing did not mention the matters of the outside world, only stating that he needed to cultivate, and even called Yi Xin back. The happiest was Wu Gyun, as her husband, who had been away for many years, had finally returned, and the two were inseparable, filled with joy. The family had gathered together. Additionally, with Ye Jing's 100th birthday approaching, everyone had arrived except for Yi Tianhao and Yi Tianyao, who remained at the sect. For his 100th birthday, Ye Jing preferred not to make a big fuss, so it was merely a family gathering for food and drink considered a celebration. In Lingyun Valley, Yi Xian took a sip of wine and couldn't help but exclaimed, Father, the spiritual energy in this Lingyun Valley is truly abundant. It's far superior to my old place. Of course, Big Brother Father put in a lot of effort to acquire this Lingyun Valley. Yi laughed heartily, raising his wine cup to Ye Jing. Cheers. Father, I raise a glass to you. They had not forgotten that the Yi family's transformation from a rural clan to a sect of cultivators was all thanks to Ye Jing. Naturally, they wished to show their respect. As soon as he finished speaking, they all stood up together to toast Ye Jing. Ye Jing stroked his beard and smiled. Your heartfelt gestures are enough to satisfy me. His 2 sons exchanged glances, and it was Yi Xian who stepped forward, saying, Father, you've worked hard managing the household. Why, I have nothing to give. After many years of battles, I happened to obtain a piece of special spiritual ore especially for you. With that, Ye Jing took out a golden yellow piece of ore from his storage bag. Though it was only the size of a palm, it was filled with abundant spiritual energy. This made Ye Jing somewhat surprised. The reason being, once Ye Jing took out the spiritual, or a piece of information instantly appeared in his mind. Red copper spiritual, or a second-tier metal, or can be used for the ascension of metal attribute beasts and the forging of spiritual tools. Ye couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. Big brother, where did you find this treasure?" Ye Jing smiled and said, "Isn't it from following father's orders to conquer those spiritual minds? I stumbled upon a cave surrounded by several beasts guided by the poisonous bee. At that time, there were two fierce beasts fighting each other. The ore they were fighting over was this type of spiritual ore. Seeing them both suffer injuries, and with many beasts coveting this, or I realized it was no ordinary item, and seized the opportunity during their chaos. I brought it as a birthday gift for father. I see, big brother, how powerful were those two beasts that you had to lay low?" Ye couldn't help but ask curiously. Ye Jing shook his head and said, "I'm not too sure. Even if they were injured, they could still fight off the beasts surrounding them, so their strength must be considerable. Shin or those two are second-tier beasts." Just then Ye Jing suddenly interjected during Ye Jing's conversation. With this remark, the dining table fell silent. Ye Jing and Ye widened their eyes, and after a while Ye Jing stammered, "Father. Second-tier beasts." Ye Jing nodded and said, "That's right, this ore is called red copper spiritual, or a second-tier spiritual ore. Only second-tier beasts would have the ability to fight over it. And second-tier beasts are almost beyond the capabilities of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. To take food from their mouths is indeed sheer luck." Ye Jing's face turned pale and his hand holding the wine cup trembled slightly. He was only at the 9th layer of chi refining. Taking food from two second-tier beasts was like rolling on the edge of a blade. To survive and return was already incredible luck. Ye also gulped, feeling anxious, as he said, "Big brother, you're even more reckless than I am. If those two beasts had set their sights on you, it would have been disastrous." After hearing this, Ye Jing forced a smile and rubbed his nose. "I didn't fully understand the beasts back then. I just wanted to find a decent birthday gift for father and didn't think too much. Now that you mention it, I'm truly feeling anxious." Ye Jing looked at him, his expression gradually becoming more serious, yet his tone remained gentle. "I appreciate your filial piety, but remember this: no treasure is worth more than life. The Ye family has just begun to prosper, and each of you is the foundation of the family. You must not take any risks." Ye Jing and Ye felt a pang in their hearts. "We will remember, father." During the meal, Wu Guiyun used the spiritual ore to forge several flying daggers as gifts for Ye Jing's birthday. Lu Xianglin's birthday gift was an auxiliary spiritual herb suitable for the Pilai Yanju body refining method. Ye presented a captured earth attribute beast, a mid-stage first-tier mountain rhinoceros. Ye Tianhao and Ye Tianyao obtained stabilization pills for foundation establishment from the Qingyun sect and sent them along with other foundation establishment matters to Ye Jing. Ye Tianhui sent a piece of high-quality defensive armor. Apart from the younger members of the family, Ye Jing received many gifts for his birthday, all beneficial for his cultivation. This centenary birthday celebration was quite enjoyable for Ye Jing. Looking at his family, although he smiled, there was always a hint of solemnity in his eyes. With the entrance to the Minghai realm about to open, if he wanted to obtain treasures within, he had to reach foundation establishment cultivation. Otherwise, while sneaking in was easy, seizing treasures would be difficult, and there was even a risk of losing one's life. After the feast, Ye Jing immediately sought out Lu Xianglan to discuss matters regarding the Minghai realm, hoping she would succeed in refining the foundation establishment pills as soon as possible. Time was of the essence. If it truly didn't work out, he would have no choice but to give up this trip to the Minghai realm and find a way to eliminate the Xianyu sect within 100 years to prevent the 1,000 Miles Misty Map from self-destructing. Lu Xianglan naturally understood that time was pressing. Her eyes determined, she stated, "I will not disappoint you, father." With that, she immediately entered the alchemy room and began to refine pills. The night enveloped the Lingyun Valley in silence. Upon entering the pill room, Lu Xianglan firmly shut the door, setting up soundproof and alerting barriers. A pure flame of alchemy rose from her palm. For the next month, the pill room remained active day and night. The alchemical fire had 3 stages. In the initial stage, she sat cross-legged, her divine sense firmly locked onto the cauldron, daring not to relax even a little. The medicinal materials slowly melted within the cauldron, transforming into a clear medicinal liquid, and the fragrance of the herbs quickly filled the pill room. Lu Xianglan had become proficient in the initial stage of refining fire, and the first step proceeded extremely smoothly. However, as she reached the second stage of melting the herbs, several medicinal materials, one strong and one gentle, suddenly clashed, causing the cauldron to shake violently, the medicinal liquid boiling and almost exploding the cauldron. This was also a major reason for Lu Xianglin's repeated failures. Her face turned pale as she forcibly suppressed the boiling medicine, then activated the fire-gathering formation to continue refining. The repeated failures made Lu Xianglan endure countless trials, but because this attempt was of utmost importance, she could not afford to fail. Soon a month had passed in this refining process. During this time, Ye Jing occasionally came to check around the pill room. He could sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy inside, feeling somewhat anxious, yet he never disturbed her. While he practiced the thunder fire technique to temper his body and consolidate his strength, he also urged the clan's younger generation to cultivate and handled family business matters, clearing all worries, waiting only for the pills to be completed. At last, Lu Xianglan reached the most crucial step, forming the pills. She took a deep breath, suddenly urging the alchemical fire, using the most intense flames to forge. The medicinal liquid in the cauldron spun, rapidly coalescing into the initial shapes of 9 smooth pills, with the fragrance of the pills soaring into the sky. However, at the moment of formation, 3 of the pills suddenly cracked, and the medicinal power dissipated. Just a bit more. She gritted her teeth, injecting spiritual energy back into the alchemical fire, her eyes turning crimson, enunciating each word, form. The pills were destroyed again, leaving only 2 remaining. Suddenly the cauldron lid trembled violently, and the turmoil inside gradually calmed. A rich, warm fragrance, imbued with a faint spiritual resonance, immediately broke through the pill room's barriers, quickly spreading throughout the Yi family. Lu Xianglan stumbled, struggling to rise, controlling her spiritual power to slowly lift the cauldron lid. Inside, 2 flawless smooth pills lay quietly, their inscriptions clear and spiritual light swirling. These were precisely the foundation establishment pills. She smiled weakly, not having time to rest, hurriedly collecting the 2 foundation establishment pills into a jade vial and exiting the pill room. Outside, Ye Jing and Yi had been waiting for a long time. Upon catching the pure fragrance of the pills, the solemn expression in Ye Jing's eyes finally softened. "It's done," Lu Xianglan said hoarsely. "The foundation establishment pills are complete." Yi rushed forward to support his weak wife. Ye Jing used his spiritual energy to help Lu Xianglan regain her strength, softly saying, "You've worked hard, Xianglan." Lu Xianglan gently shook her head. "As long as it can help father, everything is worth it." "Xianglan, you should rest first. The rest will be left to your father." Lu Xianglan was carefully supported by Yi, her steps unsteady, but her eyes full of joy. Looking back at Ye Jing, she expressed her hope. "Father, these pills are of perfect purity. They will surely help you break through in one go." With that, she let Yi support her back to her room for recovery. The continuous mental strain had already exhausted her spirit and energy. Ye Jing held the jade vial containing the foundation establishment pills, his fingertips trembling slightly. The vial was icy, yet it could not compare to the surging excitement within him. He lowered his head to gaze at the vial. Although the 2 foundation establishment pills had not yet been taken out, he could clearly sense the rich spiritual energy seeping through the vial. "Father, hurry and enter the secret chamber to meditate. I will guard the door and ensure no one disturbs you." After settling Lu Xianglan, Yi quickly returned, his expression respectful and serious. Over the past days, he had watched his father labor over family affairs while suppressing his desire for a breakthrough, silently waiting for the pills to be completed, already filled with admiration. Ye Jing nodded slightly, saying nothing further, and turned to walk into the depths of the Lingyun Valley and the stone chamber. This place had the most concentrated spiritual energy, the most suitable for meditation and cultivation. This was likely left behind by the Chun family specifically for the clan's disciples to cultivate. He pushed open the stone door of the secret chamber, which slowly closed, isolating all external noise and leaving only the abundant spiritual energy inside. The foundation establishment pills could provide a 30% success rate for cultivators. He was now at the peak of chi refinement, his breath steady. Although he had a lifespan of 100 years, the benefits from the immortal willow's celestial light made his physical condition no different from that of a young man. Inside the secret chamber, Ye Jing sat cross-legged upon the jade platform, the spiritual energy circulating around him, calming his heart to a stillness like ancient waters. He raised his hand to remove the stopper from the jade vial, and a foundation establishment pill slowly floated out, its spiritual light warm and smooth, its inscription swirling. The rich medicinal power had not yet entered his body, yet it already made his meridians tremble slightly. Ye Jing took a deep breath and opened his mouth to swallow the foundation establishment pill. At the moment the pill entered his throat, the violent spiritual energy erupted like a roaring sea, surging directly from his dantian to his limbs and bones. This was not a gentle nourishment, but a devastating cleansing. He was already 100 years old. Although his meridians had been baptized by the immortal willow, they still bore the stagnation of years. At this moment, the violent medicinal power rampaged through him, every inch of his meridians feeling as if they were being scorched by flames, then frozen by ice. The intense pain penetrated to the marrow, nearly tearing him apart. Ye Jing gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, his clothes instantly soaked with cold sweat. He dared not let up for a moment, using his will to firmly guide the violent medicinal power along his cultivation path, directing it bit by bit. A slight deviation would mean the breaking of the meridians and complete loss of cultivation. The medicinal power repeatedly crashed against the invisible barrier between chi refinement and foundation establishment, shaking his internal organs with a hint of blood seeping from his mouth and nose. One impact. The barrier remained utterly still. 2 impacts. The barrier trembled slightly, yet remained unbreakable. 3 impacts. His entire body shook violently, the spiritual energy nearly dissipating, his consciousness beginning to blur. This time he had failed. Ye Jing steadied his mind, continuing to gulp down the blood-red wine, striving to gather his spiritual energy again and settle down for the breakthrough. In these 100 years, the one thing he lacked was patience. After taking another foundation establishment pill, Ye Jing summoned his spiritual energy, charging toward that shackle, delivering the most intense impact. The spiritual energy surged in like a tidal wave, and the invisible barrier began to show cracks in an instant. As the spiritual energy continually poured in, the cracks grew ever more shattered. The spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured in wildly, like a great whale sucking water, flooding into his body, cleansing, washing, and reshaping his meridians. The pain gradually faded, replaced by a rebirth akin to shedding the old and welcoming the new. When Ye Jing opened his eyes again, the spiritual energy within him retracted, his aura steady and vast, no longer carrying the slightest hint of a superficial foundation establishment cultivator. He had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. Immediately the immortal willow spoke again. The head of the Ye family has stepped into the foundation establishment stage. His foundation stabilized, and the immortal willow can grow again, requiring 2,000 celestial light for an upgrade. After the upgrade, a successful demonic beast, spiritual tools, and spiritual medicines can break through barriers, promising a 2-tier enhancement. 2,000 celestial light to upgrade the immortal willow. Ye Jing did not hesitate for a moment, a thought triggering. The strand of emerald celestial light in his sea of consciousness suddenly expanded, transforming into countless fine particles of light, slowly drifting toward the immortal willow's body within him. He could clearly sense that the aura of the immortal willow was rapidly ascending, its originally 10-foot-high branches stretching and rising at a visibly fast rate, with the tender green leaves becoming increasingly lustrous, the veins flowing with a faint spiritual light, even the soil beneath its roots continuously absorbing spiritual energy. A full year had passed since Ye Jing entered seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. Outside the stone gate, Ye clan members stood vigil, each sensing a surging, potent wave of spiritual energy emanating from within. The energy was exquisitely pure, its oppressive weight stirring visceral dread. Then came shock and unrestrained elation. The moment the stone gate swung open, kinsmen surged forward in unison. Ye Jing strode forth with commanding poise, his steady foundation establishment aura loomed before them like an unfathomable abyss, deep, still, and brimming with latent might. Ye Xian, the eldest son, voice trembling with reverence, led the clan in a deep bow. Congratulations, patriarch. You have broken through to foundation establishment. Ye Jing now stood at the foundation establishment realm. Within him, spiritual energy roiled like a tempest, yet the world around him had never been sharper, clearer. What once demanded intense concentration to perceive, the subtle flow of qi, now unfolded before his senses as vividly as light and shadow. Even the faint cultivation auras clinging to his clansmen were rendered unmistakably distinct. Rise, he said, lifting a hand in gentle benediction. His gaze softened as it settled upon Lu Xianglan, her eyes glistening with tears. This breakthrough is owed entirely to the foundation establishment pill you refined, Xianglan, granting this old man the grace to ascend within his lifetime. Indeed, Lu Xianglan had been the single greatest catalyst behind Ye Jing's breakthrough. She hastily replied, this humble wife dares not accept such praise. Ye Jing looked upon his dutiful, capable second daughter-in-law, warmth blooming in his eyes. You are ever so modest, child. Had your pill not possessed such profound efficacy, even my utmost effort might not have shattered these shackles so seamlessly. This triumph belongs to you, fully and rightly. With Liu Xianglan's successful refinement now established as precedent, the clan's future foundation establishment success rate would rise dramatically. After brief celebration, Ye Jing turned to Yi. What is the current state of those sects? During his year-long seclusion, he had entrusted Yi with monitoring the outer world, particularly whether the entrance to the Minghai realm had yet manifested. Yi hurriedly replied, Father, all major sects across the Canggu realm are hunting down members of the Xianyu sect, but their cultivators may have caught wind and gone into deep hiding. No further developments have emerged. Ye Jing nodded thoughtfully. The Minghai realm is shrouded in profound mystery. Its entrance requires joint effort by golden core cultivators to open. Such a threshold cannot remain concealed for long. Yet the Xianyu sect remains silent, suggesting the entrance has not yet opened. Then what shall we do next, Father? Yi asked urgently. Ye Jing narrowed his eyes, then murmured, Observe. With every major sect entangled in this volatile affair, direct involvement would be peerless. He needed deeper insight into the Qinshu Miao Miao map. Could it truly spirit him unseen across the void into the Minghai realm? After issuing concise instructions regarding clan affairs, Ye Jing re-entered seclusion, this time stepping directly into the Immortal Willow Grove. Beneath the towering Immortal Willow, Ye Jing gazed across the boundless expanse of the space, and then up at the tree itself where only a few slender willow branches hung sparse and quiet. A sigh escaped him. Our clan's younger generation remains too few. If our youths wed early and bore many heirs, prosperity would flourish. As he mused, Ye Jing summoned the Qinshu Miao Miao map from within the space. The very scroll that had consumed the lives of every last Qin family member now unfurling slowly before him. Upon it no mountains rose, no rivers flowed, no ink traced form, no pigment painted scene. Only a hazy undulating mist swirled within, concealing infinite voids, or perhaps revealing nothing at all. This was the Qinshu Miao Miao map. As it unfurled, golden script shimmered into existence above it, floating serenely under Ye Jing's command. Having studied it assiduously during cultivation, Ye Jing understood its essence. Its most wondrous trait lay in its ability to dissolve into the void itself, vanishing without trace. Once activated, it enveloped the user entirely, concealing breath, spiritual energy, and soul alike, rendering even golden core cultivators incapable of detection. It could also shield one while traversing chaotic spatial currents. An elder of the Qin family had narrowly escaped annihilation within this map. Though grievously wounded, he could sustain only a flicker of his soul for a fleeting moment. The map contained its own folded void space, enabling traversal through the fissures between the Canggu and Minghai realms, bypassing reliance on sect masters altogether, slipping silently to the very edge of the secret realm. Truly, the cultivator who forged such a peerless artifact was no ordinary being. Yet one complication remained. Ye Jing must enter the Minghai realm before the sect masters did, ensuring safety and sovereignty. After all, with so many golden core cultivators converging, Ye Jing, a newly ascended foundation establishment cultivator, would struggle to approach unnoticed. Best to avoid unnecessary entanglements. At that moment, Ye Jing recalled the Immortal Willow's power to elevate demonic beasts to the second order, and he happened to possess both second-order moonlight spirit stones and second-order red copper ore. He could advance his loyal demonic beasts, securing 2 second-order companions, greatly enhancing his self-defense capability upon entering the Minghai realm. Without delay, he retrieved the moonlight spirit stones and red copper ore and made his way to the demonic beast sanctuary. Within the sanctuary, demonic beasts either absorbed spiritual energy in serene meditation or frolicked playfully, vibrant, lively, and untamed. Ye Jing declared firmly, Haifeng, Golden Corrosion Queen, step forward. Instantly, the massive black hound with a single horn and the Golden Corrosion Queen obediently approached. Ye Jing surveyed Haifeng, towering a full zhang in height, imposing and majestic. As a variant demonic beast transcending the 5 elements, Haifeng was uniquely suited to the attributeless Moonlight Spirit Stone. Variant Dark Demon Hound First Order requires 500 Immortal Lumens and a Moonlight Spirit Stone for advancement. Possible evolution paths: Rending Bite, Soul Seizure, or Lightning Speed. Ye Jing noted 3 fixed advancement options. After brief reflection, he recognized Rending Bite as Haifeng's innate talent. Even at first order, its Savage Rend was already a devastating technique. Enhancing this path would yield extraordinary combat potency. Once inside the Minghai realm, whether confronting native demonic creatures or servants of rival sect cultivators, Haifeng's reinforced physical rending would pierce defenses effortlessly, proving invaluable in both frontal assaults and lethal ambushes. Though Soul Seizure synergized well with Haifeng's existing soul-dooming intimidation and sufficed against low-tier cultivators, The immediate priorities in the Minghai realm were survival and breakthrough. Rending Bite offered direct, decisive lethality. As for lightning speed, Haifeng already possessed Blackwind Dash, a natural aptitude whose velocity required no further refinement. Strengthening Rending Bite's destructive force better compensated for Ye Jing's nascent foundation establishment cultivation, transforming Haifeng into a true pillar of combat strength, especially given its capacity to shatter defensive formation arrays and dispel binding seals invaluable for treasure hunting. Without further hesitation, Ye Jing commanded Haifeng in solemn tone, choose Rending Bite. At his words, 500 immortal lumens flowed steadily into Haifeng, alongside the moonlight spirit stone, which drifted gently toward him. As the lumens poured in, Haifeng's frame swelled visibly, his stature already a zhang tall stretched upward by several chi. Every jet-black hair stood erect, gleaming with oily luster. The crimson runes that once flickered faintly across his hide now blazed with crystalline clarity, spreading from spine to claw tips, pulsing with raw, overwhelming power. Ye Jing sensed Haifeng's spiritual energy surging violently, while surrounding demonic beasts overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure howled in primal alarm. Moments later, as Haifeng's growth stabilized, his crimson runes transmuted into radiant silver. His fangs sharpened to lethal points, and his horn elongated several chi, glowing with cold silvery light. Variant Dark Moon Demon Hound second order enhanced abilities. Dark Moon Void Rending, Bite Light Fusion Strike, Soul Lock, Intimidation Slide, Enhancement Gale Wind Sprint Slide Enhancement. Ye Jing's eyes naturally flashed with a hint of wild joy upon seeing this. The Dark Moon's Void tier, just by its name one could tell of its power, especially in comparison to the first tier Frenzied Bite. This second tier ability not only doubles the biting force, but also comes with a powerful penetration effect. With a single bite, even if the opponent is clad in mid-grade defensive artifacts, it can easily tear through, even shattering bones. Its lethality is truly terrifying. The Light Fusion Strike is a new skill possessed by the Black Wind after its advancement, capable of emitting a moonlit glow from its horn. Where the light shines, everything will be dissolved. The Light Fusion Strike appears calm, but its power is domineering. Whether dealing with a cultivator's artifact or the physical bodies of monsters in secret realms, it can have remarkable effects, especially against those with formidable defenses. The Light Fusion Strike first breaks through defenses, then combined with the Dark Moon's Void tier, it is simply a lethal combination. Ye Jing stepped forward and raised his hand to stroke the Black Wind's single horn. Good Black Wind. With you here, this journey to the Underworld Sea has become more assured. I am quite satisfied. This journey to the Underworld Sea has indeed become more promising. After advancing, the golden devouring insect's self-preservation will be more than sufficient, and I may even have the strength to seek opportunities within the secret realm. In the immortal willow space, Ye Jing can completely rely on the 1,000 miles ethereal map to enter alone, and he can also hide the treasures obtained within the immortal willow. Thus all he needed was the power of self-preservation. He looked at the golden devouring insect that was quietly lying nearby. This insect is adept at group attacks, and its carapace is tough. If advanced with the red copper, or it should unlock even stronger abilities. Ye Jing gathered his thoughts and took out the second-tier red copper ore from his storage bag. Next, it's your turn. The golden devouring insect seemed to sense the energy of the red copper ore, and a faint golden light shimmered on its surface as it slowly flew over its compound eyes, flashing with excitement, clearly yearning for the power after advancement. Golden devouring insect, a latest stage first-tier gold attribute insect, using second-tier spiritual material red copper, or can consume 500 immortal light to advance. Evolution directions include defense, agility, and swarm. This is similar to the Black Wind's advancement, providing 3 evolution directions. As the insect monarch, the swarm is of utmost importance, but due to the golden devouring insect's formidable defense, with the Black Wind's combat power, it still lacks defense. Therefore, Ye Jing decisively chose the defense direction and generously used immortal light for advancement. The golden devouring insect emitted a faint buzzing sound, and the golden light in its compound eyes grew even more intense. The carapace, originally a pale gold color, was now being drenched in the energy of the red copper, or gradually staining a layer of gilded patterns like quenched fine iron, glistening with a cold hard luster. It slowly spread its wings, and the originally translucent wing membranes began to show intricate golden veins, creating a subtle sound of air being torn as it moved. The ore was continuously absorbed into the golden devouring insect's body. Its size was also quietly changing. Previously only the size of a thumb, now it had grown to the size of a fist. The hardness of its carapace visibly increased, producing a crisp metallic sound when tapped with a fingertip, far surpassing its previous state. The spiritual energy in the immortal willow space seemed to be attracted by the commotion of this advancement, gradually converging around the golden devouring insect, forming a faint whirlpool of spiritual energy. After about half an instance's worth of time, the golden devouring insect, which was originally the size of an adult, began to rapidly expand. Gradually, it transformed into a giant insect towering 3 men high. Its wings flapping could stir up a gale, causing the green grass on the ground to undulate. It remained golden all over, but the immense spiritual power within its body could not be ignored. Second-tier golden devouring insect abilities upgraded: Gilded Mystic Iron Armor Swarm Shield, Armor Piercing Bite Slight Enhancement, Swarm Leader Slight Enhancement. Gilded Mystic Iron Armor Core Defense skill receives the infusion of red copper, or after advancement doubling in hardness. Exaggeratedly, it could withstand a full-force strike from a latest-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivator, and even reflect some physical attacks, perfectly aligning with the defense evolution direction Ye Jing chose, serving as the core defensive means for the golden devouring insect. Swarm Shield Group Defense Skill: The golden devouring insect leads all its subordinate golden devouring insects, using its spiritual energy to tightly arrange the swarm, allowing the carapaces to interlock, forming an impenetrable shield wall. Seeing how powerful these two defensive skills are, Ye Jing felt joy in his heart. This means that ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators will be unable to harm him, giving him even more confidence in the underworld sea. In his joy, the other beasts in the Monster Beast Cave also looked at the Black Wind and the golden devouring insect's advancement with envy, knowing that cultivating monsters is not easier than that of human cultivators. Without rare materials and opportunities, relying solely on self-cultivation to absorb spiritual energy, it often takes decades, even over 100 years, to break through the first-tier barrier. But in Ye Jing's immortal willow space, there is ample spiritual energy for nourishment, and there are rare spiritual mines and materials available for their free use. Not to mention the guidance from the immortal light, allowing them to break through continuously in a short time, which is a fortune they wouldn't even dare to imagine. Little Chi and Little Yu, the two beasts that have followed Ye Jing the longest, also looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping to be the next in line. Ye Jing understood their feelings and smiled slightly, raising his hand to stroke the branches of the immortal willow. No need to rush. When I return from the underworld sea, as long as there are enough opportunities, I will surely seek suitable advancement materials for you, helping you all to break through. Upon hearing this, the beasts were instantly uplifted, chirping and flapping their wings, prostrating on the ground to show respect and submission. Ye Jing gazed at the two second-tier beasts after their advancement, a smirk on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. He entered the underworld sea alone. Now on the surface, he seemed to be one person, but in reality, he had long concealed an elite army of beasts beneath him. After emerging from the immortal willow, Ye Jing began arranging matters at home. After all this time, he was truly going far away, and he did not know how long this journey to the underworld sea would take before he could return. Thus he made early arrangements for matters at home. Now that the entire Ye family had moved to the Lingyun Valley, Ye Jing began to search for a group of craftsmen in the Tiangong workshop city to come and repair the houses. He also handed over the entire valley's defensive formations, including the concealment and mist formation, to Yi Xian and Yi Yi, instructing them to prepare for protection. The young children at home were left in the valley to study and cultivate, while Yi Tianhui, who was managing the business outside, was given several artifacts for protection along with the beasts to ensure their safety, and also advised his two daughters-in-law to pay extra attention and help. Yi Tianxue had already begun studying alchemy with Lu Xianglan, while Yi Tianyao was training with a spear among a collection of weapons. Unfortunately, there was no one at home skilled in spear techniques. In order not to delay Yi Tianyao's martial arts training, Ye Jing specifically had him conceal his cultivation and go to Gu County to find a martial arts academy proficient in spear training. After completing all this, Ye Jing instructed the family to act as discreetly as possible. After all, with this trip to the underworld, the strongest person in the family, Yi Tianhao, would also leave. The large Yi family could only rely on Yi Xian and Yi Yi to support it, even with the addition of the defensive formations. But the Lingyun Valley is located at the convergence of spiritual veins, naturally attracting covetous eyes. Once the Yi family's weakened strength is exposed, it is inevitable that some reckless loose cultivators or the previously feuding Xian Yu sect and Li family will come to provoke them. Ye Jing's painstaking efforts made Yi Xian and Yi Yi bow their heads and respond, "Father, you can rest assured we will definitely protect everyone in the valley and ensure that nothing happens to the Yi family." After arranging all matters, Ye Jing cast a final glance at Lingyun Valley, and then his figure transformed into a gentle breeze, vanishing from the valley in an instant. Once he left the Qinling area, Ye Jing immediately summoned the crow, "Lead me to the stronghold of the Xian." During his retreat, he had not forgotten to instruct the crow and the spiritual sparrow to scout around for any movements, allowing him to understand whether those sects had uncovered any clues related to the Ming Hai realm. For the past year, the Xian Yu sect had shown no signs of activity, but as they seemed to lack sacrificial items, they had caused a massacre in several towns of nearby small nations. Thus, through the tracking of some sect cultivators, it appeared they had gradually locked down the Xian Yu sect's whereabouts. That location was a peerless mountainous area near the East Sea. Given its remoteness, it was no wonder the sect cultivators had found no leads after such a long search. After learning these clues, Ye Jing promptly bought a map to the East Sea from several nearby markets, and the East Sea was extremely distant, requiring traversing several nations and plains spanning a distance of over 10,000 miles. Even with the speed-enhanced black wind, Ye Jing took more than 10 days to arrive. The surrounding rocks were rugged and the vegetation was dense. Following the map and the guidance of the spiritual sparrow, Ye Jing arrived at this place and immediately felt a wave of humidity. Riding the golden insect, he flew in midair, looking at an endless stretch of mountains below, with dark clouds looming overhead, creating an ocean of deep green. Being close to the East Sea and surrounded by so many mountains, even with his divine sense expanded, he could not fully probe this mountainous sea. However, the golden insect beneath him soon let out a screech as if it had discovered something. Ye Jing focused his mind and instructed the golden insect to take him to the place it had found. Before long, Ye Jing saw many cultivators setting up camp at the entrance on the northern side of the mountain, with even a few flying cultivators keeping watch. Ye Jing thought to himself, it seems these sects have already discovered that the entrance to the Ming Hai realm is here, and they are all searching for it. He immediately landed in the jungle on his golden insect to avoid detection. Some of the disciples in the forest were mostly at the Qi refinement stage, patrolling the outer areas. Ye Jing immediately expanded his divine sense to spy on them. Those disciples expressed their dissatisfaction with the dreadful weather. "Senior Brotherly, how long do we have to guard here? This place is filled with foul air. Is there really an entrance to the Ming Hai realm? Who knows? The master's orders are absolute. It's said that there are many demonic beasts in this valley, and those Foundation establishment seniors mustn't act rashly. Senior Brotherly, I've found out that only Foundation establishment cultivators can enter the Ming Hai realm. There's simply no place for us." Hearing this, Senior Brotherly lowered his voice, glanced around, and snorted, "Do you really think the sect leader is counting on us to find the entrance? We are merely here as lookouts and cannon fodder. If the Ming Hai realm opens, what benefits will come our way? This cursed place is filled with murky spiritual energy. Staying here for long makes one feel uncomfortable, and it always feels eerie. I've heard that not just our sect, but also the Qin Yun sect, Lingxiao sect, and several other sects have sent people here. However, the Xian Yu sect is too well hidden. Up until now, we've found no trace of them. I've even heard elders say in private that the Xian Yu sect is close to gathering the sacrificial items they need." Sacrificial items? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Senior Brotherly suddenly reprimanded. In short, keep a low profile and do not wander deep into the forest. Just a few days ago, 2 disciples went missing without a trace. Not even their bodies were found. The sect only says they were harmed by demonic beasts. But who believes that? The 2 disciples grew increasingly alarmed, daring not to speak further, gripping their swords tightly as they continued to patrol the forest. Ye Jing's expression tightened. It seemed these sects had yet to find any trace of the Xian Yu sect. He commanded the golden insect and the poisonous bee, "Use all your efforts to search for traces of the Xian Yu sect within these mountains. Then lead me there." The number of demonic insects was vast, and most members of the Xian Yu sect practiced bloodthirsty techniques, making their traces as glaring as a beacon in the night for the naturally keen demonic insects. The 2 insects promptly summoned their palm-sized offspring, which swarmed into the depths of the forest. Ye Jing found a stable spot to sit cross-legged and wait. He withdrew all his spiritual energy, focusing his divine sense solely on the information relayed by the demonic insects. After all, there were golden core cultivators among the sects camping out. He could not afford to alert them. However, within a day's time, the golden insect suddenly became agitated, transmitting a warning of extreme danger. Ye Jing immediately stood up, leaped, and concealed himself behind the canopy of a towering ancient tree, parting the dense foliage to rush forward. After a long journey until the sky transitioned from dark to bright, Ye Jing finally saw a forest shrouded in a blood-colored mist deep within the woods. He saw several cultivators dressed in black robes with ghostly patterns standing in the forest, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. These were undoubtedly the long-lost disciples of the Xian Yu sect. Each of them had a dense and heavy aura, at least at the foundation establishment level, with eyes as cold as vultures scanning their surroundings back and forth. Behind them was a towering stone cave. From within the cave came chilling roars mixed with bizarre sounds of flesh being refined and a thick, unyielding stench of blood. Even from a distance it made Ye Jing's brows furrow. Indeed, they are hiding here. Ye Jing's heart turned cold. Judging by the positions of those Xian Yu sect disciples and the blood-red aura permeating the valley, this place must be their secret stronghold for refining sacrificial items and preparing to open the Minghai realm. He summoned a smaller poisonous bee to scout a bit. As the little bee flew there, it instantly sensed a barrier. It was scorched to ashes just for getting slightly close. Upon seeing this, Ye Jing hurriedly suppressed his spiritual energy to conceal himself. At this moment, Xian Ming, who was giving orders outside, suddenly felt that their formation seemed to have been triggered, and he became alert. But there was nothing in the forest, or only a few flying bees and insects. He squinted and immediately used his spiritual power to probe. However, there was no response, which greatly unsettled him. It was known that when the protective formation was activated, most of the surrounding demonic beasts would flee and not dare to approach. Now suddenly a few demonic insects appeared, making him wary. "Xianming, what's going on?" Kermu asked. Just now the mountain protection formation had a barely perceptible fluctuation, Xianming replied coldly, but it was only the aura of a cultivator, likely just some blind insects. "But we cannot be careless." Kermu commanded the surrounding subordinates. "The key to the sacrificial realm is at its final stage, and the soul pill is about to be completed. We must not afford any mistakes. Relay the order, everyone be on guard. Anyone who intrudes, be it human, beast, or insect, is to be killed without mercy, and their souls should be collected and not enter the blood pool." "Understood." All the disciples responded in unison. Their killing aura intensified as they summoned their respective evil artifacts, sealing off the area around the stone cave. Deep within the treetops, Ye Jing held his breath as the black wind's horn emitted a light wave that concealed their presence. That previous probe had already made him aware of the enemy's stringent defenses. Ye Jing observed the situation, increasingly convinced that there was something inside. With no way to approach, he could only guard the periphery, eager to see how long the Xian Yu sect could huddle within. With this in mind, Ye Jing decided to patiently hide nearby and send other insects to keep an eye on the movements of the surrounding sect practitioners. At this moment, Fan Lang of the Ling Shao sect had a grim expression, seemingly showing a hint of displeasure. He sat in the sect master's tent, smiling on the surface, but questioning. Have the sect masters reached a consensus? How many Foundation establishment disciples shall we take to the underworld sea? At this time, the sect master of the Gang Lei sect, Mu Rong Shao, immediately replied, "What is there to discuss? Of course we will take as many Foundation establishment disciples from our sect as we have." His statement reflected great pride in his sect's strength. He was the strongest among the sect masters, and the disciples of the Gui Jian sect all practiced lightning attribute techniques, yet their tempers were notoriously fierce and volatile. Yun Ling sat quietly on the side, sipping tea, without saying a word. A beautiful woman in white with skin as fair as snow spoke up. "Sect Master Mu Rong, this hardly seems fair. Who doesn't know that your sect has many Foundation establishment disciples and several elders? If you enter, I can only be left with the scraps." She was Su Gaier, the sect master of the Frost Moon sect at the initial stage of Golden Core, with all her disciples being female cultivators skilled in using magical tools. Though fewer in number than the Gang Lei sect, each was meticulous in thought, with exquisite magical tools and combat prowess not to be underestimated. Hearing this, Mu Rong Shao raised an eyebrow, thunderous energy swirling around him, his tone tinged with impatience, as he and Fan Lang were both mid-stage Golden Core cultivators, exuding a powerful aura. "Sect Master Gui, the underworld sea is fraught with unknown dangers, and the Xian Yu sect is watching closely. What matters is our strength. My Gang Lei sect has many disciples and formidable power. How is this unfair?" Gui Suer trembled slightly under the sudden oppressive force emitted by Mu Rong Shao. Yet she maintained a semblance of a smile on her face, her fingers idly tracing a jade bracelet on her wrist. "Sect Master Mu Rong has quite the imposing presence," she said softly. "However, the entrance to the underworld sea has yet to be fully located, and the Xian Yu sect lurks in the shadows. If we fight among ourselves here, won't we be playing right into the hands of those evil cultivators?" Yun Ling, who had been silent, quietly observed as their argument continued. The Qing Yun sect ranked low among these sects, making it difficult to interject. Even though he had discovered that the Xian Yu sect had found the entrance to the underworld sea, his only desire was to seek stability. He said, "There is no need for you two to argue. The underworld sea has special restrictions. All who enter will have their cultivation suppressed to the Foundation establishment stage. Regardless of numbers, superiority is not guaranteed." Mu Rongxiao frowned. What does Sect Master Yun mean by this? My gang Lei Sect's foundation establishment cultivators outshine all others. Is that a disadvantage? It is certainly not a disadvantage, Yun Ling replied, his gaze steady as he surveyed the crowd. However, the entrance is narrow, and once opened it will surely be a chaotic melee. With too many people it becomes easy to disrupt one's own formation. Exactly, it would be better for each sect to send in just 7 individuals, plus our combined golden core strength won't keep the entrance open for long. Fan Lang interjected. 7 people. Mu Rongxiao immediately slammed his hand on the table, rising angrily. My gang Lei sect has dozens of foundation establishment cultivators, though only allowing 7 in is an oppression of us. What of it? With so many cultivators from your gang Lei sect going in, we will surely be left with nothing but scraps, as Sect Master Gui has said. Fan Lang stated directly. During this meeting, the various sect masters argued endlessly over how many could enter. Particularly the 2 mid-stage golden core cultivators each held their own reasoning. However, the entrance required the cooperation of several golden core cultivators to open, and each had their own. After much dispute, Yun Ling spoke, cupping his hands in a salute. Perhaps we should agree that each sect sends a maximum of 7 foundation establishment cultivators, and they must be overseen by an elder from their sect. As for those who enter, we do not seek quantity, but rather quality. Those skilled in reconnaissance, tracking, and combat should take priority. Fan Lang snorted coldly, feeling that Yun Ling was merely putting on a show with his own proposal. However, with no other options, he turned to Mu Rongxiao, saying, I have just this intention. What do you all think? Gui Suer's eyes twinkled as she smiled. This plan is good, I have no objections. Other sect masters, seeing that the Qing Yun sect's proposal was sound, readily agreed. Mu Rongxiao's expression remained grim, but understood that Fan Lang and Yun Ling were harmonizing, setting the tone. Continuing to argue would only isolate him further. He let out a heavy snort, retracting his thunderous energy. Fine. 8 people will suffice. My gang Lei sect can easily dispatch 8 disciples, all stronger than others in combat. But let me be clear, once inside the underworld sea, opportunities and treasures will be based on merit. No one should attempt any underhanded tricks. Fan Lang subtly curled his lips into an almost imperceptible cold smile. On merit. Once truly inside the underworld sea, whether one is a dragon or a snake will no longer be in their control. This argument had been agreed upon verbally. At this time within the Xianyu sect. 3 months later, Xian Ming gazed at the blood pool containing a human skin-like elixir where souls were wailing and trembling. He excitedly exclaimed, It worked! It worked! This final sacrificial vessel is finally complete. Kumu waved his staff, which elongated into a ghostly hand, and grasped the elixir. Since the sacrificial vessel has been refined, let's destroy the blood pool and report back to the master. Understood. Xian Ming replied, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to follow as he tossed a talisman into the boiling blood pool. Instantly the blood pool extinguished itself and rapidly vaporized, leaving not even a trace of the bloody odor. Ye Jing, who had been lurking for a long time, finally saw the Xianyu sect members dismantling the protective array. He hurriedly transformed into a wisp of breeze, silently following behind. The Xianyu sect members rushed through the forest at high speed, completely unaware of someone trailing them. Not knowing how long they had walked, they crossed several mountains and arrived at a village. Ye Jing looked at the village, which seemed like an ordinary mountain village hidden deep in the mountains, but as a foundation establishment cultivator, he keenly sensed the scent of blood wafting from within. It was likely that this village had become a ghost village. Xian Ming and Ku Mu led the way, surrounded by a swirling mist, followed by several black-clad cultivators of the Xianyu sect. The master is waiting in the secret place. All sacrificial vessels have been refined, and we just need the final step to open the entrance to the underworld sea. Ku Mu's hoarse voice echoed through the forest, devoid of any human warmth. Those foolish sect practitioners absolutely do not realize that while they are fighting among themselves, we have already entered the underworld sea. The legacy of the demon god will belong to our Xianyu sect. Xian Ming smiled with satisfaction. Ku Mu glanced at Xian Ming with his cane, then said hoarsely, Indeed, Xian Ming, this time the master specifically chose you as the focal point. Do not disappoint the master. Naturally. Once successful, I will surely lead my men to eradicate that damned Yi family. I will vent my anger. As the two conversed, they entered the deepest part of the village, into what seemed like a dilapidated shrine. There sat a man with a pale complexion, dressed in a robe, leisurely sipping tea. Had it not been for the intense blood energy emanating from him, no one would have expected this young man to be Xian Yin, the master of the Xianyu sect, who had already reached the age of 400. Have the 7 keys to the realm been gathered? Reporting to the master, they have all been refined. Xian Ming knelt down, unable to hide his excitement. Very well. Xian Yin's voice was low yet carried an aura of sovereign authority that sent a tremor through both Kumu and Xian Ming, who instantly bowed, their heads too awestruck to lift their gaze. What is the status of those cultivators? Xian Ming hurriedly replied, Master, indeed. They remain unaware that our sect has gathered all 7 realm keys. Only your holiness's secret art is needed to activate them and fling open the gates to the Nethersea realm. Kumu's voice rasped hoarsely, Master, even if they discover it, it will already be too late. By the time they bicker and reluctantly unite against the void turbulence, we shall have long since plunged deep into the Nethersea realm and claimed the demon sovereign's legacy. Then, the entire Tsungu realm shall stand powerless before the inexorable rise of the Xianyu sect. Xian Yin smiled faintly, a smile that never reached his eyes. Let us go. That entrance is about to rupture. The seal Father imposed cannot hold it much longer. 3 centuries ago Xian Yi perished in battle against those sect cultivators, but before his death he bequeathed to the Xian Yu sect the precise method for attuning the realm keys to the Nethersea realm's gateway, and personally anchored its location with his own divine soul, as a beacon ensuring only his bloodline could trace it. His sole purpose was to grant the Xian Yu sect unfettered passage into the Nethersea realm, unshackled by the righteous sect's constraints. Father, your profound sacrifice shall be fulfilled by my hand without flaw. Xian Yin moved with blinding speed, arriving at the mountain's edge, where a vast sea stretched out, and above its mouth hung a rift in the void shimmering with violet-black radiance. The rift was bound tight by grotesque black chains constricting its aperture to no larger than a human palm. Arranged upon a precise formation were 2 hands, 2 feet, a torso, a skull, and a heart-soul core, each forged from refined flesh, bone, and soul. Each designated position was occupied by a foundation establishment cultivator. Xian Ming stood at the central node, the heart-soul core, awaiting the sect master's command to ignite the formation. Ye Jing, who had tracked them here, now beheld this eerie spectacle. Kumu elders' gravelly laughter drifted on the wind. Master, the formation is complete, awaiting only your holiness's decree to unite the realm keys and shatter open the Nethersea realm's gate. Xian Yin stood with arms clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping coldly over the void rift, his voice thick with a century's pent-up fervor. Father, today, I shall invoke these 7 realm keys as catalysts, and offer the lives of 10,000 souls across the Tsungu realm as sacrifice, to tear open the Nethersea realm. Your final wish shall be fulfilled this very day. As the words fell, Xian Yin raised his hand and slashed forth a pitch-black incantation that pierced the heavens. Activate the formation. Boom! From the sea's surface erupted a maelstrom of violent black energy. Simultaneously, the 7 foundation establishment cultivators sealed their madras. Blood gushed from their 7 orifices, pouring unceasingly into the realm keys before them. The 7 profane artifacts, forged from flesh, bone, and soul, shuddered violently. Crimson sigils surged across their surfaces, weaving a pulsating web that clawed ferociously at the black chains binding the rift. Crack, crack. The chains groaned under unbearable strain, then shattered link by link. The rift, once no larger than a palm, swelled before the eye, widening rapidly. A fetid gale laced with the Nethersea's alien essence swept across the land. Spiritual energy throughout the heavens convulsed chaotically, and distant clouds turned to sickening crimson. Xian Ming, standing atop the heart-soul core, threw back his head and laughed wildly. It is done. The gates of the Nethersea realm, finally thrown wide. But in the next breath, searing agony tore through his entire body. In stunned disbelief, he felt his skin splitting open, flesh and epidermis peeling apart in parallel fissures. The excruciating torment wrenched shrieks from his throat, shrieks echoed by every foundation establishment cultivator stationed around the sacrificial array, their cries piercing and raw. Wah-hh! Aya! What in the heavens is happening? Xian Ming had never imagined becoming the formation's focal point would demand his own annihilation. He writhed, desperate to flee, but his flesh and sinew were fused fast to the heart-soul core, utterly immobilized. Ye Jing stared, eyes wide with horror, watching the foundation establishment cultivators scream in unison. The Xian Yu sect's master truly dared sacrifice 7 such cultivators, mere pawns, to force open the Nethersea realm's passage. As the rift yawned wide, Kumu beside Xian Yin proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, your deaths serve a greater destiny." 7 beams of sanguine light shot from the realm keys into the rift. Xian Yin strode forward without hesitation, and vanished within, accompanied by several trusted foundation establishment disciples. He did not spare so much as a glance for his former loyalists, discarded like spent kindling. And the moment the rift tore open, nearby cultivators instantly sensed its malevolent resonance. Yunling immediately summoned his Foundation establishment disciples and set off without delay. Other sects rushed forth in equal haste, fearful that any delay would cost them the chance at this unparalleled opportunity. Seeing that the Xianyu sect's leadership had departed, Ye Jing abandoned concealment and leapt forth, leaving the guarding disciples bewildered, unaware of what had just transpired. From within burst a colossal black hound jaws agape in a thunderous roar, snapping clean through the skull of a Xianyu disciple who'd raised his weapon. Clad in coarse hemp robes, Ye Jing cut through resistance like a blade through mist, his greatsword felling every obstacle. At that very moment, Xian Ming, his body relentlessly consumed by the formation, caught sight of the intruder Ye Jing. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Ye Jing!" That cry alone sent ripples shuddering through the formation. Ye Jing paid it no heed. He saw the rift shrinking, its opening collapsing inward, and instantly activated the Thousand Illusions chart. Before Xian Ming's enraged bloodshot eyes, Ye Jing's form dissolved into mist and vanished into the chaotic maw of the rift. Xian Ming, reduced to mere fuel for his master's ambition, could only watch, helpless, as the man he loathed most strode brazenly into the Nethersea realm. Xian Ming's body disintegrated within the formation, his final agonized cries echoing, "Ye Jing! Ye Jing!" His screams faded as his flesh was wholly absorbed by the sacrificial artifact, leaving only two blood-veined eyes fixed in furious fixation upon the spot where Ye Jing had disappeared. In an instant those eyes crumbled to ash and scattered on the wind. The remaining Xianyu disciples exchanged terrified glances, then sensing the approach of Golden Core cultivators scattered in panic. Yunling arrived to find the area ravaged. No trace remained of the Xianyu sect. Only 7 dark pools of blood stained the earth. Above, the rift had expanded to over 3 zhang in height. The surrounding space warped and twisted beyond recognition. Even Qi condensation cultivators dared not draw near. Fan Lang stepped forward, offering a wry, self-deprecating smile. "We've kept vigil for so long. Yet still the Xianyu sect seized the lead. Xianyu plotted this for decades, waiting precisely for this day. Truly a master of treacherous cunning. Enough talk. Let us widen this entrance now." The sect masters converged, channeling their spiritual energy in unison, forcing the rift wider until its turbulent maw stabilized into a human-sized aperture. The waiting cultivators, seeing the breach finally opened, heard a hushed cry rise from the crowd. "Hurry! The entrance is open. Let's go now." Several Qi condensation cultivators surged forward recklessly, eager to slip inside first, hoping to snatch advantage from the chaos. But no sooner had they crossed the threshold than they screamed. Before being shredded instantly by the surrounding turbulence, their bodies atomized into crimson mist. That grisly spectacle froze the remaining Qi condensation cultivators in place, trembling, unwilling to advance further. Self-inflicted doom. This void turbulence is lethally potent. None below Foundation establishment dare enter. Fan Lang sneered disdainfully, then turned to his restless disciples. "One at a time. Enter with dignity. Let no one mock our discipline." Fan Lang's voice made the disciples below suppress their greedy expressions, and then they lined up to enter with their swords. Yunling reminded his disciples of the Qingyun sect. "When you enter the underworld, prioritize your lives, support each other, and strive for treasures, but do not act recklessly. Moreover, remember that the entrance to the underworld can only be opened for a month. After a month, we will work together again to reopen it. During this time, you must find a way out to escape." Lu Xiaoyu stood at the front, bowing in response to the disciples. According to the rankings of the sect's, Qingyun sect was at the bottom just as he was about to step forward. A woman wearing a veil suddenly soared into the sky, dressed in a blue gauze dress, revealing only a pair of phoenix eyes, her beauty somewhat concealed, yet exuding a hint of arrogance. Her ascent brought a waft of fragrance, causing some disciples of the Qingyun sect below to feel refreshed and enchanted. Yi Tianhao furrowed his brows slightly and looked at Lu Xiaoyu, who immediately used his spiritual power for defense. This woman can use charm techniques. She is at the Foundation establishment level. Following her movement, several female cultivators also followed suit, directly inserting themselves into the position of the Qingyun sect. Gil Suer, who was working together to open the entrance, saw this and smiled sweetly at Yunling, saying, "Yun sect master, I'm sorry. My disciples are inexperienced, and you Qingyun sect must give way to me." Yunling's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience, but he still replied, "No problem." Yi Tianhao observed the situation and thought to himself that after these days with the sect, he realized that each sect was hiding schemes and was not harmonious. Now entering the underworld required careful actions. "Junior brother," Lu Xiaoyu called out to him, "be cautious, as the entrance to the underworld has chaotic currents, and entering may cause us to get separated." Yi Tianhao replied gently, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Lu, I will remember it." Their relationship over the years had developed some rapport and was relatively harmonious. Xiao, it's your turn now, hurry and go in. At this time Yunling's voice urged from above. Only then did Lu Xiaoyu prepare his disciples and follow the leading elder Yun Jian deeper inside. As the disciples entered one by one, the golden core cultivators who were working to open the door could no longer hold on. With a release of their spiritual power, the door that had been forcibly opened instantly closed. Yunling quickly adjusted his breathing on the spot, while the other sect masters sat aside waiting for their disciples to return, as golden core cultivators entering would suppress their foundation establishment powers. Since they were basically all sect masters, they could not afford to lose, so none of them would enter. Now they could only rely on their own disciples. At this moment within the underworld, dark clouds gathered and black mist spread. A scroll stopped on a surging sea surface, and as it opened, Ye Jing instantly transformed into a streak of blue light. But just as he landed, Ye Jing saw that below was a vast ocean. He immediately summoned a condensing chi fish from the beast cave, which was only the size of a small boat, but quickly plunged into the sea and lifted Ye Jing up. Standing on the fish's back, Ye Jing looked around at the pitch-black surroundings with only a small amount of light seeping through the clouds above. Is this the underworld sea? It seemed like there was nothing at all. Ye Jing rode the condensing chi fish and summoned several golden devouring insects, saying, "Go lead me to land." The golden devouring insects spread their wings and immediately detected the scent of soil in this sea area, leading the way ahead. Ye Jing urged the condensing chi fish to speed towards that direction. After traveling for an hour, the golden devouring insect on Ye Jing's shoulder suddenly vibrated its wings, and Ye Jing immediately squinted and used his spiritual power. Suddenly a bolt of lightning appeared on the empty sea surface, and a spiritual boat, docked in midair, emerged, led by a tall and sturdy man dressed in golden-trimmed short attire. Without further ado, he attacked Ye Jing. "You actually dodged that. Let's see how you handle this move." The man held a mirror and unleashed another lightning strike at Ye Jing. Ye Jing noticed that the small boat the man was piloting was as white as jade, and his expression was filled with disdain, indicating he was a disciple of some sect. Ye Jing's eyes turned cold, and his spiritual power suddenly solidified. The condensing chi fish beneath him flicked its tail violently, instantly dashing several meters to narrowly avoid the descending lightning. The sea surface was blasted open, creating a large pit with black water splashing everywhere. In the underworld sea, one can attack without warning. You certainly have a good air of authority. Ye Jing spoke calmly, noting that this disciple was merely at the initial foundation establishment stage, yet dared to engage a mysterious cultivator in battle. Such arrogance was truly remarkable. The tall man scoffed disdainfully, twirling the lightning-infused mirror in his hand with a contemptuous "Dressed in these ragged clothes, you're just a rogue who sneaked in. Do you even qualify to speak in front of me? If you're smart, hand over all your treasures, and I might spare you a whole corpse." Ye Jing could not be bothered to waste words. The golden devouring insect on his shoulder emitted a sharp, buzzing sound. "Since you're seeking death, let me grant you that." As his voice fell, Ye Jing pointed at the man and said, "Haifeng, go." A terrifying demonic power erupted instantly, the black gale swirling with silver-like spiritual power, exploding beside Ye Jing. The tall man was still toying with the magical artifact in his hand, preparing to unleash the lightning technique again. However, when this demonic force approached, the disdain on his face instantly froze. "What is this?" he exclaimed in shock, his spiritual power going into disarray, the earlier arrogant tone now laced with a barely perceptible tremor. A shadow leaped out and landed on the sea surface, its claws raised high, standing an impressive 2 meters. It was even more robust than the tall man, with glossy black fur bristling and gleaming with cold light. The silver runes spread from its spine to its claws, shining brightly in the pitch-black underworld sea like stars in the dark night. The straight horn atop its head gleamed with silver light, its sharp canine teeth exposed, emitting a chilling glow. With every breath, it exhaled strands of black, demonic mist, radiating the unique pressure of a second-tier demon beast spreading outward. The tall man's eyes widened, his previous disdain replaced by sheer shock and fear. This cultivator can control beasts, and can even command a second-tier demon beast. Ye Jing stood on the back of the condensing chi fish, his expression calm, nodding to Haifeng, and said in a deep voice, "Haifeng, kill him." "Owo!" Haifeng howled a roar that shook the clouds, carrying the dominance and majesty of a second-tier demon beast, causing the jade boat to vibrate and dim the spiritual light around it. After the howl, it pushed off the ground with its 4 limbs, instantly shattering the black water beneath its feet. Its figure shot forth like a bolt of black lightning wrapped in a gale, charging fiercely towards the jade boat, its speed so fast that even the black mist in the air was torn apart. The tall man was terrified at the sight. He quickly reacted, tightly gripping the thunder mirror in his hand, pouring every ounce of spiritual power into it, and roared, "Heavenly thunder! Blast it for me!" A second-tier demon beast is at least a match for 3 or more initial Foundation establishment cultivators, let alone controlling it. Could it be that this old man is a golden core cultivator? The tall man regretted provoking such a terrifying. Facing the lightning bolt, the silver light of the horn atop Heffing's head surged, and the silver runes on its body instantly lit up forcefully, absorbing the bolt. The lightning bolt melted upon striking this radiant glow, leaving barely a trace of its attack. The faint lightning bolt struck Heffing. Only a sizzling hiss echoed forth, not even a single black hair was singed. Heffing charged forward in a defensive formation, instantly shimmered into existence upon the jade boat. Yet with a few savage bites the barrier shattered like brittle glass. The burly man, stricken with terror, immediately pleaded for mercy. "Senior Cultivator, I failed to recognize your supreme stature and offended you gravely. Please spare my life." Arg! The black hound lunged forward and sank its fangs into the man's left hand, the one clutching the mirror, ripping his arm clean off in an instant. A gut-wrenching scream pierced the air. Seeing the robed figure show no sign of relenting, the man gritted his teeth and declared, "You cannot kill me. I am Eons, second direct disciple of the Ganglei sect. You will pay dearly. My master will never let this go." "Humph." Ye Jing scoffed, coldly, utterly ignoring the cultivator's threat. With icy detachment, he watched as Heffing tore off the man's head and devoured both his severed soul and nascent spirit whole. Ye Jing sighed, inwardly marveling at Heffing's newfound might after ascending. A Foundation establishment-level cultivator dispatched effortlessly. Once the jade boat's master perished, the vessel instantly became masterless. After searching the corpse, Ye Jing found mostly Thunder Tribute cultivation manuals, bold sweeping techniques ideally suited for the young Yi. He claimed both the jade boat and the storage pouch. The corpse sank silently into the inky sea. Hefting the heaven-striking mirror in his palm, a faint smile curved his lips. "Scarcely entered the nether sea, and treasure is already delivered to my hands." At that moment, thick black mists churned across the distant sea surface, accompanied by bestial roars and the clashing resonance of magical artifacts. The golden erosion insects beat their wings in unison, a warning. A large contingent of cultivators approached, their aura laced with overwhelming bloodlust and killing intent. Ye Jing's gaze sharpened. Clearly the nether sea realm was already steeped in peril. Guided by the mist, and riding low on his spirit-condensing fish, he sped toward the landmass indicated by the insects. He knew full well, the assault moments ago had been but an appetizer. Within these realms, treasures inevitably ignited ruthless contention, slaying rivals to seize their spoils. Ahead lay an open shoreline where beams of spiritual light shot skyward and multicolored artifacts crisscrossed in furious combat. The ground ran crimson, severed limbs, broken swords, and tattered talismans drifted listlessly upon the waves. The very air thickened with coagulated blood. Corpses of varying ages littered the shore, sending chills down Ye Jing's spine. From their wounds and decay, he deduced most had perished in mutual slaughter soon after landing. Having arrived only recently, Ye Jing had encountered no other cultivator besides the Ganglei sect disciple. Swiftly concealing himself, he transformed into a whispering breeze to scout the surroundings. The land appeared desolate. Yet overhead hung a colossal crumbling palace constructed entirely of white jade, breathtakingly magnificent and opulent. "Is that the demon sovereign's abode?" Ye Jing murmured in astonishment. He had long heard rumors that the Xianyu sect schemed relentlessly to enter the nether sea realm, not for riches, but to claim the demon sovereign's legacy. Now gazing upon this immense floating edifice, it was impossible not to suspect it as the ancient demon sovereign's lair. Though no movement stirred nearby, Ye Jing dared not deploy a flying artifact. Instead, he mounted the venomous aberrant, shielding himself with numerous concealment talismans before setting off. Soaring high, Ye Jing watched the barren wasteland below swiftly dissolve beneath a verdant haze. Dense groves of rare spirit herbs unfurled around him, while unfamiliar monstrous beasts galloped freely through the woods. Many of those beasts were second rank, fearsomely powerful, and best left undisturbed. Yet such abundance of extraordinary herbs and rare beasts would surely ignite covetous fires among cultivators. Ye Jing's eyes remained fixed upon the palace. Its grandeur suggested untold treasures must. He extended his divine sense, and recoiled in shock. The palace was enveloped by a colossal formation utterly impervious to his probing. Worse still, the moment his divine sense touched the array, it flared to life. Violet light blazed forth, and piercing wails erupted from within. The sound carried bone-deep cold and crushing pressure, far beyond Ye Jing's capacity to resist. Several phantoms, shadows wreathed in black smoke, shot toward him. Ye Jing instantly retracted his divine sense and urged the venomous aberrant bee to flee outward at full speed. Fortunately, the specters seemed to perceive only through spiritual energy, but once Ye Jing withdrew his divine sense, they turned back. Watching them recede, he broke into a cold sweat. Though the shadowy apparitions did not pursue, their bone-chilling cold and shrieking lamentation pierced deep into his soul, lingering indelible. He pressed a hand to his brow. His divine sense throbbed with dull, persistent pain. That formation encircling the palace was no ordinary mountain protection array. It was a dead zone, forbidden formation, forged from countless tormented souls and the demon sovereign's boundless resentment. Even a golden core cultivator who rashly breached it would likely have their soul shredded on the spot, let alone Ye Jing, still only at the early stage of foundation establishment. That was close. Ye Jing whispered softly, then commanded the venomous aberrant bee to descend further, vanishing into the dense canopy of ancient trees. The golden erosion insects alighted lightly upon his shoulder, their swarm dispersed through the forest, weaving an invisible web of vigilance. Should any cultivator or beast draw near, instantaneous warning would be relayed. Only then did Ye Jing exhale, his gaze returning unwavering to the white jade palace suspended in the heavens. Majestic and awe-inspiring, veiled in swirling clouds, the ancient demon sovereign's residence radiated an unsettling paradox, sacred serenity entwined with profound, eerie dread. The closer he drew, the more overwhelming the oppressive aura emanating from within. The Xianyu sect's desperate incursion into the Nethersea realm could only mean one target: this place. But how then does one breach such a terrifying formation? As Ye Jing pondered a strategy, violent clashes erupted below. The sect disciples had all landed ashore, and now seeing the corpses strewn about, tension tightened across their faces. Especially when they spotted the forest ahead teeming with rare spirit herbs, they rushed forward to harvest them, only to find their path blocked by numerous second-rank monstrous beasts. Some disciples had even materialized directly inside the woods. Before grasping their surroundings, they were torn apart by a second-rank boar demon, silenced before a single cry escaped their lips. Beasts of the forest possessed uncanny perception. The sudden influx of cultivators made conflict inevitable. Screams rose in waves. Peace shattered utterly. Though most disciples cultivated to foundation establishment, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers, by the beasts' thick hides and resilience, and by their mastery of the woodland terrain. Concealed behind ancient trunks, the beasts launched ambushes, catching the cultivators completely off guard. From his hidden vantage in midair, Ye Jing scanned the fray and saw no trace of his grandson Ye Tianhao. A quiet sigh of relief escaped him. Guiding the venomous aberrant bee sideways, he resolved to first reconnoiter the perimeter of the palace, to assess its defenses and discern opportunity. As Ye Jing arrived at the vicinity of the palace, he spotted a cultivator before the palace's shattered gates. The man appeared relatively young, sitting cross-legged, as if he were meditating. The surrounding conflicts seemed to have nothing to do with him. However, the poisonous bee beneath Ye Jing was buzzing incessantly, clearly fearful of this man. Seeing this, Ye Jing felt a sense of caution rise within him. Anyone who could appear here must be far from ordinary. Thus Ye Jing did not approach any closer, merely observing from a distance. To conceal his appearance, he transformed himself into a middle-aged man, pretending to be merely a disciple of a sect. Due to the formation ahead, Ye Jing could not use his divine sense to probe the surroundings. He had to rely on the poisonous bee to check if anyone else was present. However, after the bee reported back, it seemed there were only the two of them. "Come out, you sneaky one. Aren't you tired of hiding for so long?" The man spoke with a cold smile. Hearing this, Ye Jing realized that the man had already discovered him, so he summoned his spiritual energy, readying the beast he intended to unleash. He stepped forward before the man, saying little. The seemingly delicate-looking man smiled lightly upon seeing Ye Jing and said, "This friend of the Tao is quite ambitious, coming here, just like me, heading straight for the Demon God Palace." He then clasped his hands in greeting and added, "You need not be nervous. My name is Ye Jing, a cultivator from the Qinghai Valley. This place is fraught with danger. I only seek wealth." Seeing his earnest words, Ye Jing reciprocated the greeting with a slight bow. His voice was a bit deeper, fitting for a middle-aged cultivator. "I am merely a disciple of a sect here to seek some opportunities." Ye Jing's eagerness to disclose his name and background felt somewhat excessive, causing Ye Jing to become a bit wary. Ye Jing did not inquire about Ye Jing's background, but merely pointed to the dilapidated palace behind him. The shattered gates gleamed with pristine white jade, its spiritual light flashing brilliantly. He lamented, "If there is a treasure in the underworld sea realm, it is undoubtedly this demon god palace. Unfortunately, it is beyond my ability to break the formation alone." "What insights do you have, friend?" Ye Jing asked. It seemed Ye Jing had extensive knowledge about this palace. Ye Jing's previously delicate expression grew serious as he replied, "This palace's protective formation is called the heart-burning, soul-devouring formation. Ordinary cultivators would die upon contact. Even those at the late stage of Golden Core would expend most of their spiritual energy just to barely break the formation. Not to mention within the palace there are remnants of the demon god and ancient beasts guarding it. The path to wealth is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." The poisonous bee beneath Ye Jing continued to buzz softly, its fears slightly diminished, as it clearly sensed that Ye Jing harbored no malice. His internal vigilance lessened, yet he remained cautious. "Since you know the dangers, Jia Dao friend, why wait here? Do you perhaps have a way to break the formation?" Ye Jing chuckled lightly without elaborating. He said, "Why not wait with me?" Ye Jing furrowed his brow at his words, realizing that this cultivator was plotting something. However, Ye Jing found himself at a loss facing this peculiar formation, so he stood by watching to see what Ye Jing intended to do. At this moment, the conflicts among the cultivators in the forest had yet to conclude. Yi Tianhao had appeared in a secluded part of the woods, fortunate enough to not encounter any beasts. Upon his arrival, he concealed his spiritual energy and hid among the trees. Most of the cultivators who had come here had either formed groups or acted alone, and a few were perhaps lurking in the shadows like him. Boom! Suddenly an explosion echoed through the forest, the violent sound prompting Yi Tianhao to flee the area without a second thought. Many rare herbs on the ground were being continuously harvested and fought over by the cultivators, creating— "Stop, you little girl!" Just as Yi Tianhao was trying to find a way out, a veiled woman appeared before him, seemingly fleeing towards him. This familiar scene made Yi Tianhao frown. He immediately turned to leap in another direction. Seeing Yi Tianhao, the woman hurriedly flew towards him, wanting to reach his side. "Friend, please help me." Yi Tianhao frowned, twisting his sword in his hand. Noticing the woman was being pursued by so many cultivators, he maneuvered his sword to evade entanglement with the female cultivator. The veiled woman widened her eyes in surprise, evidently not expecting that this male cultivator would so ruthlessly ignore her, leaving her to be chased by those cultivators. The pursuing cultivators saw Yi Tianhao preparing to attack, and he coldly declared, "That female cultivator has nothing to do with me." "What do you mean she has nothing to do with you? Didn't you see your brother tell me to gather the bay fruit?" The woman spoke up directly, and her words instantly ignited Yi Tianhao's killing intent. The cultivators, noticing this, exchanged curious glances, and the leading man immediately commanded, "Regardless of whether they are in cahoots, kill them both." Killing intent erupted from Yi Tianhao like a cold blade. He gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips, the cold light glinting, yet he did not immediately rush forward. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the veiled woman, his voice as cold as ice. "You did this on purpose." The woman's eyes flashed with cunning, but her face remained pitiful as she spoke in a tearful tone. "Senior brother, how can you not recognize me? If it weren't for your urging to collect the bay fruit, I wouldn't be chased by these friends of the Tao." As she spoke, she deliberately leaned closer to Yi Tianhao, clearly intending to drag him down with her. The leading cultivator's gaze sharpened, clearly unwilling to distinguish between truth and falsehood any longer. He waved his hand and shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Since she recognizes you as senior brother, you are accomplices. You both die together. That female cultivator killed my senior brother. She must pay with her life today." Before his words fell, 4 Foundation establishment cultivators had already spread out, encircling Yi Tianhao and the woman. As their spiritual energy surged, the surrounding trees shook, dropping their leaves. Seeing this, Yi Tianhao drew his sword. He was most afraid of being plotted against. "You seek death." Yi Tianhao stopped wasting words, his figure flickering as he moved a sharp sword energy aimed directly at the lead cultivator's face. The cultivator did not expect Yi Tianhao to strike without warning and hastily raised his hand to block. With a crisp clang, the rebound of spiritual energy forced him back several steps, causing his palm to split. Seeing this, the other cultivators immediately swarmed forward. Yi Tianhao's sword technique was fierce, and for a moment no one could take him down. Yi Tianhao noticed that these cultivators were not merely fighting for the treasure. They harbored an intense hatred for that woman, as if they wished to chop her into pieces immediately. Yi Tianhao couldn't help but entertain some thoughts. The female cultivator followed closely behind Yi Tianhao, aiding her own self-preservation. Gradually, Yi Tianhao found it somewhat challenging to face 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, and with the female cultivator entangled behind him, he feigned a strike and quickly retreated to the side. Seeing this, the female cultivator immediately chased after him. Yi Tianhao realized that this predicament was all brought about by her. He aimed a sword at her, forcing this female cultivator to deal with the trouble she had caused herself. The masked female cultivator clearly did not expect that this cultivator would actually turn against her. She immediately cried out, "I am a disciple of the Xuangyue sect. You cannot harm me. Otherwise my master would not spare you." Seeing the woman start to threaten him, while the cultivators pursued relentlessly, Ye Tianhao quickly used a talisman and seized the woman's delicate wrist to flee the area. The woman witnessing this wore a delighted expression, believing that this male cultivator had been intimidated by her. Secretly, she began to gather her magical artifact, preparing to take his life once they reached a safe place. At the instant the talisman activated, its spiritual light flared brilliantly. The surrounding forest blurred and warped. Within a breath, they stood upon a desolate wasteland miles away. The talisman's spiritual light quickly waned. The veiled female cultivator, still trembling with shock, gently withdrew her hand from Ye Tianhao's grip and smoothed her robes, her voice soft and faintly timid. "Many thanks, senior brother, for your timely rescue. I was utterly terrified just now. Those cultivators were so ruthless. Had you not intervened, I would surely have perished today." As she spoke, she subtly concealed her hand, already forming a condensed magical artifact. Within her sleeve, her fingertips pulsing with increasingly refined spiritual energy. It was a silver needle dipped in lethal poison. One step closer, and it would pierce Ye Tianhao's back heart in utter silence. But once his spiritual energy faltered, slaying him would be effortless. In her eyes, Ye Tianhao's intervention could only mean one of two things: that he'd been cowed by her Frost Moon sect's reputation, or that he coveted her treasures. Either way, he was to her a pliant, easily manipulated fool. Yet she did not know that the moment Ye Tianhao grasped her wrist, he'd sensed the subtle fluctuation of her spiritual energy, and his hasty retreat with her had been merely to avoid entanglement with those cultivators. Ye Tianhao lowered his gaze, concealing the coldness in his eyes, his tone calm and uninflected. "A trivial act. But what, pray tell, did you do to incite such bitter enmity?" Her heart stirred. She knew suspicion had already taken root. Instantly, she wove a plausible tale. Her eyes glistened faintly red. "I am but an outer disciple of the Frost Moon sect. I merely gathered spirit herbs in the woods when they ambushed me, driven by greed and malice. In desperation, I struck down their senior brother, and ever since they've hunted me relentlessly." Her voice trembled with sincerity. She bowed her head slightly, revealing a slender pale neck, a portrait of fragile vulnerability. Before her words fully faded, she lunged forward, not in supplication but as a feint, her sleeve whipping outward as the poisoned needle shot forth, aimed straight at Ye Tianhao's heart. The strike was sudden, swift, and vicious, far too fast for an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator to evade. As expected, Ye Tianhao, forewarned, reversed his wrist and drew his long sword. A sharp clang rang out. The needle deflected cleanly. It struck the ground, and the grass and shrubs around instantly withered, testifying to its virulent toxicity. Seeing Ye Tianhao deflect her poisoned needle, the woman's gentle smile twisted into a snarl. "So, you anticipated it." She vanished in a flicker, attempting escape. But before she could complete the technique, Ye Tianhao's razor-sharp sword qi surged toward her, swifter than her own by several folds. Trying to flee, his voice remained level, yet beneath its calm lay an unyielding, lethal intent. "You lured me here, then concealed murder in your sleeves. Did you truly believe I was a mere pawn for you to manipulate?" Terror flooded her face. Yet no matter how desperately she deployed her magical artifacts in defense, Ye Tianhao's sword strikes pierced through them all, his sword qi coiling around her like an inescapable net. Qingyun sect swordsmanship was famed for its ferocity, swift, ruthless, and precise. Years of rigorous training at Qingyun sect had honed Ye Tianhao's mastery to terrifying lethality. Even Lu Xiaoyu, formidable as he was, could not match him. Only the elders surpassed him. Shink. His sword qi first slashed through her sleeve, carving deep gashes across her arm. Bone gleamed beneath torn flesh. The veiled woman brandished her silk ribbon in desperate counterattack, but wounded as she was, every clash with Ye Tianhao left her reeling, exhausted, and overwhelmed. With escape routes severed and hope extinguished, she bit her tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood, her spiritual light erupting violently as she committed herself entirely to this final desperate gambit. Both were Foundation establishment cultivators, thus her all-out assault pressed even Ye Tianhao, but a faint chilling smirk curled his lips. He had long seen through her ruse. Such a forbidden art, burning cultivation essence appeared fearsome, but shattered foundational stability, leaving countless openings. His blade arced upward, then shot forth a single razor-focused sword beam, striking precisely at the center of her sealing madra and shattering the technique. "No!" A cry of utter despair tore from her throat. The technique broken, her vital blood recoiled. Her meridians snapped one by one, her spiritual energy evaporated, and her body crumpled lifelessly to the earth, breathing shallow and faint. She lifted her head, fixing Yi Tianhao with a glare seething with resentment and fury. I cannot accept this. I only sought your storage pouch. Why must you exterminate me utterly? Yi Tianhao looked down upon her, his voice utterly devoid of inflection. Greed knows no bounds, and cruelty runs deep. Had I lacked vigilance today, I would be the one dead. Moreover, those cultivators you claim pursued you unjustly may well be innocent victims. Most likely you coveted their possessions, murdered them, then fabricated lies to shift blame, to use me as your shield and later turn on me to seize your prize. Am I mistaken? Her face paled stark white. Yi Tianhao's words had laid bare her deceit. She could no longer feign innocence. A trickle of blood seeped from her lip. Curse! You dare not kill me. My master is Gui Sewer Sect, Lord of the Frost Moon Sect. Slay me. Her warning died mid-sentence. Yi Tianhao's blade pierced her throat, silencing her forever. Her body collapsed utterly still. A cursing, wailing, nascent soul shot forth from her crown, only to be seized midair by Yi Tianhao, who crushed it within his palm, reducing it to ash in a shriek of final dissolution. Yi Tianhao sheathed his sword with practiced ease and claimed her storage pouch from her waist. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed numerous artifacts and spirit robes, most stained with dried blood. Judging by her fluency in deception, she had likely lured many unsuspecting cultivators with beauty and guile, killing them to plunder their treasures. Among them lay a token inscribed with the characters Frost Moon, her official identification as an outer disciple of the Frost Moon sect. He casually incinerated the token with spiritual fire, then reduced her corpse to ashes, before vanishing swiftly from the site. Within the forest, clashes erupted constantly, but Yi Tianhao held no interest in beasts or spirit herbs. Such distractions squandered precious spiritual energy and time. Her storage pouch already held ample supplies. Conserving strength for unforeseen trials took priority. He gazed toward the towering jade palace ahead, and contemplated flying there on his sword. Others shared his intent. A steady stream of cultivators converged toward the palace. Upon landing among them, Yi Tianhao melted into the rear ranks, listening silently to their exchanges. This must be the Demon God Palace. Rumor says it holds priceless treasures. If treasures await, why linger? Let's enter at once. TCH. You know nothing. The palace's perimeter is guarded by a supreme formation. The moment any cultivator channels spiritual energy, casts a spell, or even flies, the formation will tear them apart, annihilating both body and soul. Several fools have already perished testing it. So terrifying. Then how do we enter? As anxiety mounted and voices rose in confusion, several figures stepped forward, calm, imposing, radiating profound aura. They bore the insignia of the four great sects, Qingyun, Lingxiao, Gonglei, and Frost Moon. Yi Tianhao's gaze sharpened. He retreated several silent steps, sinking deeper into anonymity. Yun Jian of Qingyun sect stepped forward. Esteemed cultivators, this is the ancient heart-scorching, spirit-devouring formation. It draws power from ambient spiritual energy. Any active cultivation, spells, flight, even minor energy manipulation, triggers instantaneous annihilation, erasing both soul and spirit. Then we must enter on foot, someone gasped. Precisely. A Lingxiao sect elder spoke next, voice grave. This formation suppresses spiritual energy alone, not the physical form. To pass, one must seal all cultivation, entering as an ordinary mortal, walking barefoot into the maw of divinity. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in chaos. Which cultivator present was not accustomed to the presence of spiritual power, suddenly having to walk like a criminal while constantly suppressing their chi, with the slightest misstep leading to death? Who could remain calm? Some even turned pale, saying, "But the palace is still miles away, with demon beasts roaming and traps laid out everywhere. Without our spiritual power, how are we any different from useless beings?" "That's your problem," a cultivator from the Thunder sect sneered. "If you want to inherit treasures without risking your life, where in this world would you find such a good deal? You either wait here or suppress your spiritual energy and walk through the array." The crowd exchanged glances, and for a moment no one dared to take the first step. Yi Tianhao gently tapped the sword hilt with his fingers hanging by his side, rapidly calculating in his mind. His cultivation was solid, and his physical body far surpassed that of his peers. Even without relying on spiritual power, he was not afraid of close-quarter combat. For him, the heart-burning, soul-devouring array was a matter of fairness, while for others it meant a life and death. At that moment in the crowd, Ye Jing and the cultivator Jia Zheng were also hiding at the back. Ye Jing asked calmly, "Dao friend Jia, are you waiting for a way to break the array?" Jia Zheng nodded helplessly and replied, "Yes, Dao friend. This is my first time delving into the underworld sea realm. I heard my father mention it vaguely, but I don't understand this heart-burning, soul-devouring array. I'm afraid that one misstep could cost me my life." Seeing this cultivator speak with such humility and helplessness, Ye Jing smiled lightly and said, "Then it's fortunate that Dao friend Jia is so thoughtful. Once we enter, I hope you'll take care of me." "Not at all, not at all. Meeting is fate. In this perilous underworld, sea realm cooperation is certainly better than going solo." The two chatted amicably. Meanwhile, the cultivator in front began to hesitate, not daring to venture further. The elder from the Thunder sect scoffed, and then addressed his disciples, saying, "Let's go." With that, he took the lead, retracting his spiritual power and stepping into the array. His robust body easily advanced, followed by his disciples. Seeing this, other cultivators hesitated for a moment before slowly retracting their spiritual powers and entering. Unable to use their spiritual energies, some cultivators exchanged glances. They immediately unleashed their magical tools to attack those who had retracted their spiritual powers. Because those sect cultivators were relatively strong, if they all entered and everyone lost their spiritual power, wouldn't that just be detrimental? It was better to take the opportunity to eliminate them. This attack came almost without warning. Some cultivators near the array were just about to use their spiritual power for defense when the array was activated. A low humming sound resonated. The barrier formed by the array suddenly emitted a dark purple light, visibly intertwining into strands of spiritual threads like greedy serpents crawling toward the surrounding cultivators. The array's patterns rapidly lit up on the ground, spreading in a blood-colored spiderweb. Any cultivator touched by the spiritual threads instantly let out piercing screams. The spiritual threads could even penetrate clothing, gnawing at flesh and siphoning the remaining spiritual energy. Even cultivators who had retracted their powers found their hidden energies forcibly dragged out, flowing along the threads into the depths of the array. Not good. It's the killing move of the heart-burning, soul-devouring array. Don't use your spiritual energy. Yun Jian shouted to his disciples behind him. Now's the time, quickly dive deeper into the array. Only then can we survive. As soon as he spoke, he led his disciples swiftly into the array. Those who had just ambushed, hoping to benefit from the chaos, unexpectedly found themselves pulled into the array as well. At this moment, the spiritual threads wrapped around their ankles, and the intense pain rendered their faces ashen. The magical tools in their hands fell with a clatter as they no longer cared about attacking others, focusing solely on tearing at the threads around their legs. But the more they struggled against the threads, the tighter they became, and the speed at which their spiritual energy was siphoned increased. In the blink of an eye, two slightly weaker cultivators became emaciated, their internal spiritual energy completely drained. Their skin wrinkled like old tree bark, collapsing to the ground without a breath. Their corpses were soon enveloped in dark purple mist, gradually dissolving into a puddle of black water, completely merging into the array's patterns. The crowd was thrown into complete disarray. Some were so frightened that their souls left their bodies, crazily fleeing towards the edge of the array with their magical tools. But as soon as they approached the array's edge, they were repelled by an invisible barrier. Countless spiritual threads surged forward, instantly swallowing them, their deaths far more gruesome than before. The elder from the Thunder sect had a grave expression. His robust body stood firm within the array, his hands clenched into fists. He braced himself against the gnawing of the spiritual threads, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone hold steady. Do not move recklessly or use your spiritual energy. This array feeds on spiritual energy. The more frantic you are, the quicker you will die." The disciples behind him closely followed his example, calming their minds and relying on their physical bodies to move forward. Though they too bore scratches from the spiritual threads, they temporarily preserved their lives. Yi Tianha's gaze sharpened, his steps momentarily pausing as he gripped the sword hilt at his side. He did not panic. Instead, he completely retracted the last trace of his spiritual energy, suppressing his aura to a minimum. The dark purple spiritual threads floated beside him, just about to latch on, when they were repelled by the blood energy subtly radiating from his body. When he became a cultivator, he trained in martial arts with his father from a young age, and his physical body had been tempered through countless trials far exceeding his peers. The spiritual threads of the heart-burning, soul-devouring array could not break through his physical defenses. At this moment, Ye Jing and Jia Zheng were standing together. Jia Zheng's face was pale, gripping a defensive magical tool tightly, but dared not channel any spiritual energy. He could only rely on the physical defense of the magical tool to resist the spiritual threads, his body already marked with numerous bloody cuts. Meanwhile, Ye Jing remained calm, his steps steady. Unbeknownst to him, a black jade pendant had appeared in his hand, its surface emitting a faint glow, keeping the approaching spiritual threads at bay. "Dao friend Jia, it seems you are not entirely ignorant of this array," Ye Jing said softly, his tone carrying a hint of subtle probing. Jia Zheng stiffened, then forced a smile, and said, "Dao friend jokes. This is just a protective jade pendant my father left me capable of warding off some evils. I also just learned for the first time that it can block the spiritual threads of the heart-burning, soul-devouring array. Ye Jing did not press further, merely nodding slightly. In that case, let us proceed together so we can look out for each other. Of course, Ye Jing nodded, following Ye Jing without saying much. At the back, Ye Jing noticed a young man not far behind, following the others. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the youth was his eldest grandson, Ye Tianhao, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It seemed his grandson had finally arrived here. However, he did not rush to acknowledge him. The situation in the underworld sea realm was complicated, and solitary combat was the safest approach, not to mention he had crossed into this realm secretly. At this moment, the ambushing cultivators had already suffered heavy casualties. The remaining few, seeing the situation turn dire, immediately sought to escape. After this incident, no one dared to act recklessly within the array. They obediently retracted their spiritual energy and entered. Ye Tianhao moved with the flow of people, feeling a gaze upon him. He instinctively turned his head, but the jade palace of the formation appeared majestically before everyone. Ye Jing stood on the already damaged jade stone path, where the gaps revealed the black seawater constantly surging. He noticed the chilling cold emanating from this hall of the demon god. The scale of the temple was grand, towering 1,000 zhang high, with flying eaves and upturned corners layered and stacked, yet lacking any elegance of celestial palaces, instead exuding a sense of ferocity. The roof was not made of ordinary glazed tiles, but covered with dark golden scales that reflected a cold gleam resembling the back of some giant beast, sending shivers down one's spine. At the end of each flying eave hung a black skull bell, ringing on its own, without any wind, producing a crisp dingling sound. However, it carried a bone-chilling aura that made one's heart quiver upon hearing it. Instinctively, one desired to mobilize their spiritual energy for defense, but hindered by the residual power of the formation, they could only suppress it forcibly. Elder Yin, I wonder what kind of cultivator this demon god was in life to build such a magnificent palace in this bizarre realm. Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. Yun Jian looked at the palace with vigilance in his eyes. He said, Xiaoyu, you do not know this cultivator is a transformation stage cultivator. Transformation stage cultivator. Then wouldn't that mean he has already ascended? How could he fall here? Lu Xiaoyu was taken aback. His exclamation drew the attention of the surrounding surviving cultivators, many of whom displayed expressions of disbelief. A transformation stage cultivator. This was an existence they could scarcely conceive. Such a powerful being should have shattered the void and ascended to the higher realms. How could he fall in this sea of darkness? Yun Jian lowered his voice. Xiaoyu, do not think that reaching the transformation stage means one is safe. In ancient times, powerful cultivators contended for the Tao, and slaughters were ceaseless. This demon god senior was once a formidable hero, having killed countless cultivators and offending sects throughout the celestial realms. As he spoke, Yun Jian paused, as if recalling some hidden secret. It is rumored that when he attempted to ascend to the higher realms, he was ambushed by enemies working together. Despite fighting to kill several formidable foes, he was severely injured, and his primordial spirit was depleted, making it impossible for him to continue with the ascension. In desperation, he sought out this hidden place in the sea of darkness and set up the heart-burning, soul-devouring formation. On one hand, it was to block the pursuit of his enemies. On the other, he aimed to use the formation to devour the spiritual power and blood of cultivators to repair his primordial spirit and then attempt to ascend again. So in the end, he still failed. Lu Xiaoyu pressed, his tone tinged with regret. As he looked at the hall of the demon god, his awe diminished, replaced by a hint of fear. The jade stone path beneath his feet was still damaged, and the black seawater surged at the gaps, carrying a faint fishy smell that intertwined with the coldness of the temple, making it all the more eerie. Naturally, he did not succeed, Yun Jian said with a bitter smile. The bloodbone demon god had a violent temperament, and the heart-burning, soul-devouring formation he set up was excessively sinister, having claimed countless cultivators' lives. Ultimately, this led to a backlash from the heavenly Tao, and his enemies eventually found him here. With attacks from both inside and out, even with the formation's protection, he could hardly escape the fate of falling. No one expected that after his fall, this heart-burning, soul-devouring formation could operate on its own for 1,000 years, continuously devouring past cultivators, while this hall of the demon god became his mausoleum, containing his lifelong cultivation and treasures. The surrounding cultivators, upon hearing this, displayed a variety of expressions. Some had greed igniting in their eyes. If they could obtain even one treasure from a transformation stage cultivator, it would be like ascending to the heavens. Others showed fear. If even a transformation stage powerhouse fell here, they merely foundation establishment cultivators would only be throwing away their lives by rashly entering the temple. Ye Jing did not shy away from being overheard by other cultivators, so Ye Jing understood clearly. It turned out this demon god was actually a transformation stage cultivator. No wonder he was so powerful, able to create a palace in the void at will. Once fully inside the palace, the other cultivators were already restless and began to scatter, eager to take a share of the spoils. Ye Jing did not rush to act as several cultivators approached to ask if he wanted to team up with them. Even Ye Tianhao came over. Ye Jing smiled and said, "Since everyone wants to join together, let us follow together. What do you think, fellow Taoist?" he asked Ye Jing. Seeing this, Ye Jing nodded without objection. He noticed Ye Jing seemed very familiar with those cultivators who approached, indicating they were part of the same group. An elder stepped forward, respectfully nodding to Ye Jing, then said, "Fellow Taoists, now that we have decided to team up, we must adhere to the rules, support one another, and shall not attack or act privately." After saying this, they proceeded forward together. The palace doors were wide open, but inside was pitch black. Moreover, they could not use their spiritual sense, so they were defenseless against any unknown dangers within. The luminous pearl seemed to possess intelligence, floating up and instantly spreading a bright, white glow, illuminating the corridor behind the palace door. Everyone's gaze trembled at the sight. The ground was paved with dark iron tiles, each etched with vague, blood-colored patterns that, despite having endured for millennia, still emanated a chilling bloodthirst. Dried and dark stains remained in the cracks of the tiles. It was unknown whether they were the blood of cultivators or traces of other strange entities. On either side of the corridor stood 2 rows of stone sculptures, all resembling demon gods with green faces and protruding fangs, their eyes embedded with dark red crystals that seemed alive under the light of the luminous pearl, fiercely staring at the intruders. A young cultivator could not help but reach out to touch the arm of a stone sculpture. As soon as he made contact with the cold stone surface, the eyes of the sculpture suddenly moved slightly, and a thin blood-red gas shot out from the stone cracks, instantly wrapping around the cultivator's wrist. "Ah!" The cultivator cried out in pain, his wrist darkening visibly as the spiritual energy in his meridians was frantically devoured by something, his face turning as pale as paper. In just a moment, he collapsed to the ground, turning into a puddle of black blood. The stone tiles on the ground moved around, seemingly alive. Black gas emerged from the tiles, and if one fell, they would undoubtedly be reduced to nothing. "Oh my! How can we possibly get past this?" a cultivator exclaimed. Now they could not use spiritual power, and facing such a bizarre staircase, it seemed impossible to pass. "Everyone, why not let me give it a try?" At that moment, a gentle voice came from the crowd, and a frail male cultivator stepped forward with several others. As he emerged, all the cultivators' gazes were drawn to him. This person appeared slender like a scholar, seemingly unremarkable, yet he had many supporters standing behind him. He looked like someone significant hidden within. This person was Ye Jing, who did not pay attention to the surprised looks of the other cultivators. Holding the previously defensive black jade token, he threw it forward. The jade token traced a steady arc in the air and landed smoothly on the foremost floating dark iron tile, without making a sound, instead seeming to merge with the tile. In the next moment, a strange scene occurred. A faint dark glow appeared on the surface of the black jade token. This dark glow slowly spread along the blood-colored patterns on the tiles, and wherever it passed, the previously moving stone tiles gradually stabilized. The black gas emerging from the cracks of the tiles seemed to be suppressed as it slowly retracted, ultimately shrinking back into the depths of the patterns, leaving only the dark iron surface glowing coldly. When the seemingly inconspicuous cultivator suddenly revealed a magical artifact that allowed them to enter the hall, everyone around was astonished. Ye Jing smiled and said, "Everyone, my father once came here and obtained a treasure that can temporarily suppress the surging power of the demon god within the hall." At this moment, Ye Jing stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." He noticed that Ye Jing seemed to have quite a few subordinates standing beside him, all of whom were cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, or above, appearing to be disciples of a sect like themselves. However, in his impression, he had never seen them before. Ye Jing's humble demeanor eased some of the other cultivators' wariness. As Ye Jing led his people into the now calm hall, they appeared unharmed. Others soon followed suit. Ye Jing stood beside Ye Jing, observing his relaxed demeanor, feeling a surge of doubt within him. As they entered the palace doors together, a sudden and powerful sense of oppression filled the space. This left them utterly defenseless, and a wild wind began to whip around them. Ye Jing attempted to defend himself, but suddenly saw Ye Jing's eyes filled with fervor, as if he was about to obtain something he desired. Ye Jing wanted to speak, but in an instant darkness enveloped him, and he felt himself starting to fall. He immediately summoned a venomous bee to lift himself up, also catching Ye Tianhao nearby. Ye Tianhao was about to use spiritual power to control his sword, but found himself devoid of power and was at a loss when suddenly someone caught him. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged stranger, but beneath him was the crimson and purple venomous bee. Ye Tianhao immediately rejoiced. "Grandpa, you're here too." In response to his grandson, Ye Jing nodded, acknowledging him. Ye Jing warily watched the falling cultivators around him as they quickly vanished into the void. Just then a vortex appeared around him, seemingly trying to pull him in. This palace is truly strange, first with the black gas rising from the tiles, and now this eerie darkness. The demon god certainly has a twisted sense of humor. Ye Jing felt a bit speechless. He realized he could only use a tiny bit of spiritual power, and he was effectively back to the third or fourth layer of chi refining. However, he noticed that the venomous bee beneath him was still operating normally, leading him to think of those powerful second-tier spirit beasts from outside. It seemed that here spirit beasts were not under any suppression of spiritual power. "Grandpa, what should we do next?" Ye Tianhao, not understanding the situation, was hesitant to step in. Ye Jing pondered for a moment, and just as he hesitated, his storage bag suddenly opened on its own, causing the thousand void misty map to float out. The map began to unfold slowly between them. Ye Tianhao was confused, but upon seeing this, Ye Jing immediately said, "Let's go. We can enter the map and let it take us into the vortex." As he thought this, the hazy landscape patterns on the surface of the map began to flow, as if alive, wrapping them in faint golden spiritual energy. Then they were quickly drawn into the vortex. When the map unfolded once more, Ye Jing and Ye Tianhao emerged, landing in a corridor filled with chilling energy. This should be a location within the demon god's palace. Ye Jing sighed in relief. The palace was filled with bizarre and strange phenomena. Right now, forget obtaining treasures, just protecting themselves would be a feat. As soon as he finished speaking, a swift sound of something slicing through the air came from behind Ye Jing. Ye Tianhao immediately drew his sword to defend, while Ye Jing turned to look at the source of the sound. In the dim corridor, three figures appeared. Among them was the smiling and humble Jia Zheng. At this moment, Jia Zheng held the pitch-black jade token in his hand, which was the reason he was able to barely protect himself and his two subordinates amidst the spatial storm. "I didn't expect that you fellow Taoists could also arrive here," Jia Zheng said, genuinely surprised, yet still maintaining a friendly demeanor. The two cultivators by his side had already summoned their magical artifacts, surrounding Ye Jing from left and right. However, they could not use their spiritual power here. Thus Ye Jing was not afraid, and simply said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Taoist Jia." Jia Zheng laughed heartily. "Fellow Taoist, we have been tracking this demon god's palace for half a year. What we seek is the legacy of the demon god hidden within the hall. Since you have also arrived here, it must not be by chance. Why don't we join forces and split the spoils once we find the source? You take 6, I take 4. How does that sound?" Ye Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Jia Zheng had come for the demon god's legacy. Could he be? Thinking of this, Ye Jing's expression remained calm. "Taoist Jia is indeed straightforward, but I seek financial stability. Oh, I cannot afford to aspire for the demon god's legacy." Jia Zheng smiled lightly upon hearing this. "Is that so? It seems you are refusing a toast, and instead opting for punishment. Kill them." He immediately shouted, seemingly no longer hiding his intentions. The originally pure spiritual power instantly turned murderous and was infused with a powerful malevolent aura. This blood-scented malevolence was unmistakably recognized by Ye Jing as that of the Xian Yu sect's cultivators. But with his ability to command so many cultivators to attack, was Jia Zheng not the leader of the Xian Yu sect Xianin? Such a decisive shift from cooperation to killing was quite refreshing. These cultivators had the black jade token for protection, so the spiritual power suppression here had little effect on them. Die. They arrogantly advanced, channeling their spiritual energy to attack. Without the ability to use spiritual power, cultivators were as vulnerable as ordinary people. Ye Jing snorted coldly. "You're just in time. I still had to be wary of you outside, but now that we're here, it's perfect to eliminate the threat." With that, he no longer pretended. He immediately summoned the black wind and the golden devouring insects, both promoted to second-tier demonic beasts, charging forward to attack those cultivators. This person can actually control demonic beasts. Xianin immediately thought of the elder with the surname Yi who had defeated him by controlling beasts, but seeing this young man before him, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Could it be that this middle-aged man had some connection with that elder with the surname Yi? Or were they the same person? He had no time to think further as his two subordinates had already fallen into a bitter battle. The black wind attacked fiercely, and even the hardest defensive artifacts were shattered with a single bite. Even mid-foundation establishment cultivators found it extremely challenging to fight back. Not to mention the golden devouring insects. The swarm was relentless, and each insect had astonishing defensive capabilities like pieces of gold. When blades struck them, it sent painful vibrations through their hands. Xianyin, seeing this, snorted coldly, "Too useless trash." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved the dragon head staff in his hand, and a massive dragon flew out, unleashing a chilling aura that froze the attacking black wind and golden devouring insects, rendering them immobile. Ye Jing quickly summoned the two demonic beasts back into the demonic beast cave, moving so swiftly that it surprised Xianyin. Following this, Ye Jing threw countless explosive talismans at them. The powerful explosions in this confined space were deafening, forcing Xianyin to release his spiritual power for defense. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ye Jing swiftly activated the Thousand Void Misty map and took Ye Tianhao to escape. Xianyin was originally a golden core cultivator. Even though his cultivation was suppressed to foundation establishment here, he was still at the late foundation establishment stage, a level that neither Ye Jing nor Ye Tianhao could contend with. Thus they could only flee for now. After the smoke cleared, Xianyin saw that the two had quickly vanished and finally understood why that Xianming had repeatedly suffered losses. Ye Jing transported Ye Tianhao to a relatively safe location through the Thousand Void illusion map. The place was extremely eerie and remote, with the ground strewn with faintly glimmering bones. "Grandfather, who exactly is this Jia Zheng? He doesn't seem friendly," Ye Tianhao asked anxiously. Ye Jing replied sternly, "This person possesses unfathomable strength. Even if his cultivation is suppressed, he is not someone we can contend with. Moreover, his aura is very ominous. He is likely the leader of the Xian Yu sect Xianyin. Xianyin, the one who annihilated the entire Qin family." Ye Tianhao's eyes flashed with a mix of shock and anger upon hearing this. "It's highly likely, and they must be here for that so-called demon god inheritance." Ye Jing thought of the pitch-black jade token in the cultivator's hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. The hall of the demon god is fraught with dangers and restrictions. If we act recklessly, we will only become live targets for the Xian Yu sect. We need to be extremely cautious. Ye Tianhao nodded, saying, "I will listen to grandfather." After a brief moment of rest, Ye Jing released the poisonous bees to scout the surroundings. Before long, the poisonous bees detected something unusual and led Ye Jing and Ye Tianhao around several corridors, revealing a massive opening that led into a grand chamber. Inside the chamber was a mountain of swords and blades with a purple box placed atop, seemingly adorned with inscriptions that prevented it from being opened. Seeing the silence in the room and the absence of any fluctuations in spiritual energy, Ye Jing noticed only the purple box on the sword mountain flickering with a faint spiritual light. The poisonous bees buzzed around him, indicating that there was a strong scent of blood among the blades, suggesting that things were not as tranquil as they appeared. The alluring purple box was indeed captivating, but Ye Jing refrained from charging in, instead opting to crouch alongside Ye Tianhao to observe the situation. Moments later, a male cultivator clad in brown robes appeared, nervously gripping his sword, seemingly extremely anxious due to his inability to use spiritual energy. He approached slowly, trembling as he held the sword, his gaze landing on the purple box atop the mountain of swords, and suddenly all panic vanished from his eyes. With a burst of joy, he exclaimed, "Heaven is helping me. I've discovered a treasure. This is my fortune." He struggled towards the mountain of swords, stepping on the blades which clattered noisily, the sound piercing through the silence of the grand hall. Just as he finally climbed atop the mountain of swords, the joy on his face had yet to fade when a gust of wind swept by, and in an instant his head was severed and rolled to the ground. In mere moments he was dead. Something in the palace was slowly crawling, revealing its true form on the wall. Several mantises, each standing as tall as a person, were lurking nearby. They possessed some formidable ability to remain invisible and could mask their presence completely. Ye Jing suddenly pressed down on Ye Tianhao's shoulder, applying slight pressure to signal him to be silent, his eyes swirling with gravity. The mantises were entirely black, their shells gleaming with a cold metallic luster seemingly forged from mysterious iron. 6 stout insect legs clung firmly to the wall, their sharp forelimbs resembling crescent-shaped blades, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. The head of the brown-robed cultivator had been severed by these very limbs, so swift that blood had yet to gush forth. Ye Tianhao's heart raced wildly, his palms slick with cold sweat. He had never encountered such a bizarre beast. The ability of these mantises to become invisible and conceal their presence far exceeded his expectations. "Don't move. Their senses are extremely sharp, especially when it comes to the scent of blood and fluctuations in spiritual energy." Ye Jing lowered his voice, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them, his gaze firmly fixed on the mantises on the wall, his fingers quietly gripping the weapon at his waist. The poisonous bees buzzed softly on Ye Jing's shoulder, their wing vibrations intentionally softened, clearly sensing the threat posed by the mantises and unwilling to approach carelessly. Ye Jing's gaze fell upon the purple box atop the mountain of swords. The brown-robed cultivator had lost his life for it, and the mantises guarding it indicated that this purple box was indeed no ordinary treasure. The cultivator's bones had been completely devoured by them, blood splattering onto the swords, which quickly trickled up to the purple box atop the mountain. The mantises quickly climbed onto the surrounding walls, then became immobile, swiftly vanishing as they went into a dormant state. Clearly, these mantises were tasked with guarding the purple box. Just then, two figures approached from the end of the corridor, a man and a woman, both clad in gray robes. Their cultivation levels seemed slightly weaker than the brown-robed cultivator, evidently drawn here by the treasures of the Hall of the Demon God, unaware that this place had long become a hunting ground for the mantises. "Senior brother, look at that purple box on the Mountain of Swords. Do you think there's a treasure inside?" The female cultivator's voice was filled with excitement, and her footsteps quickened, completely oblivious to the unusual surroundings. The male cultivator frowned and cautiously scanned the area, saying, "Something's off. It's too quiet here. There's not even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. The people who came in earlier haven't come out. Be careful, there may be a trap." But his warning came too late. The female cultivator walked inside, and suddenly a slight scratching sound came from the wall, and two black shadows instantly revealed themselves from invisibility. They were the mantises. Their movements were as swift as lightning, their forelimbs slicing through the air with a piercing sound. The female cultivator didn't even have time to scream before her body was cleaved in half, blood splattering on the swords, making a sizzling sound as it was absorbed. The male cultivator was terrified, turning to flee, but another mantis had already circled behind him, its sharp forelimbs piercing through his back, lifting his body high into the air. Blood trickled from the corners of the male cultivator's mouth, his eyes filled with unwillingness, as he ultimately succumbed, his corpse dragged to the corner of the wall, quickly devoured until only bones remained. Only a faint scent of blood lingered in the grand hall. Ye Jing felt a chill in his heart, saying, "Grandfather, they are too powerful. What should we do? Should we still attempt to seize that purple box?" Ye Jing immediately utilized his immortal willow ability to investigate these invisible mantises. Midstage Tier 1 would attribute Demon Beast Shadow Blade Mantis, adept at concealment, light attraction, and possessing extremely fast speed. Upon understanding this, Ye Jing couldn't help but frown. It was indeed a case of a mountain tiger playing with a cat. Without spiritual energy, even a Foundation Establishment cultivator was easily slaughtered by a few Midstage Tier 1 demon beasts. But this also hinted at how adept these mantises were at hiding. Knowing that these mantises were merely Midstage Tier 1 demon beasts, Ye Jing said to Ye Tianhao, "Tianhao, stay vigilant around here. Leave the rest to Grandfather." With that, he summoned Black Wind, a Tier 2 demon beast naturally capable of overpowering those Midstage Tier 1 mantises. "Black Wind, eliminate these insects, but leave a few alive, and keep the noise down," Ye Jing said coldly. The Black Wind surged forth, its form like a bolt of ink-black lightning. Upon landing, it stirred a slight breeze, skillfully avoiding the sensing range of the Shadow Blade Mantis. It was already adept at stealth hunting, and the pressure of this second-tier magical beast enveloped the entire hall like an invisible barrier. The Shadow Blade Mantises hidden in the walls and corners inexplicably began to show signs of panic, their invisible outlines flickering slightly, revealing a few fragmented black shadows. Ye Tianhao tightened his grip on the short sword at his waist, his gaze fixed intently on the surrounding walls, not daring to relax even a fraction. He could clearly sense the pressure emanating from the Black Wind, a formidable aura that far surpassed that of the Shadow Blade Mantises. The fear in his heart slightly dissipated, yet he still dared not let his guard down. These mantises were too peculiar, leaving almost no trace while invisible. A slight misstep could reveal a flaw. The first to strike was a Shadow Blade Mantis concealed atop the peak of a sword. Perhaps enraged by the pressure from the Black Wind, or sensing a threat, it suddenly broke its invisibility, its sharp forelimbs carrying a bone-chilling coldness as it lunged at the Black Wind's neck, moving even faster than when it had killed the female cultivator. The sound of air being sliced was sharp and piercing. Yet the Black Wind remained calm, slightly tilting its head to effortlessly evade this fatal strike. Its robust foreclaws swung out, carrying a howling gust of wind, striking accurately at the abdomen of the Shadow Blade Mantis. With a crisp crack, the exoskeleton of the Shadow Blade Mantis shattered instantly, a pale green fluid splattering out before it could even let out a cry. Its body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, twitching a few times before losing its breath. Its invisibility completely dissipated, revealing its true form, which was a dark blue-black, with forelimbs glinting with cold light. This strike was clean and decisive, making no unnecessary noise, perfectly in line with Ye Jing's instructions. The remaining Shadow Blade Mantises could no longer hold back, bursting forth from their concealment, shadows darting out from the walls, the ground, and the seams of the swords. Their forelimbs swept in unison as they charged at the black wind, filling the hall with sharp slicing sounds. Their attacks against the black wind synchronized. Ye Jing realized that these magical beasts were naturally skilled in silent hunting. Even when launching a coordinated attack, they maintained an eerie quiet. For Ye Jing, if he could tame and nurture them, he would have a powerful army of magical beasts. While the golden devouring worms and poisonous honeybees were distractions, these shadowblade mantises could engage in direct or covert combat. Thus he harbored a desire to tame them. The black wind understood its master's thoughts, so it did not unleash its claws to kill them all, but deliberately left a few behind to use the fusion light strike. Its sharp horns suddenly emitted a bright lighted beam of white radiance, shooting out, enveloping those mantises within, rendering them immobile. Even the claws they wielded became weak, their hard exoskeletons offering no protection, as if they were fish that had fallen to the ground, passively enduring the scorching sun. The shadow blade mantises desperately wriggled their bodies, their sharp forelimbs flailing futilely, unable to convey even a hint of struggle. The ferocity of the magical beasts was gradually replaced by fear. The originally silent assault now consisted only of their suppressed cries, faint and weak, drowned out by the hum of the white light. Ye Jing observed the black wind subduing those beasts, satisfied with its strength. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, carefully selecting suitable candidates for taming. Among them were a few agile mantises with shinier exoskeletons. Even when suppressed by the fusion light strike, traces of stubbornness remained in their eyes, clearly the elite of their kind. Such resilient magical beasts, if properly tamed, would undoubtedly become powerful assets in the future. Black Wind, leave these few behind, kill the rest. Upon hearing this, the black wind slightly nodded, its massive head a flicker of understanding passing through. Its horns light retracted slightly, and before the other shadow blade mantises could react, it leaped into the air, its forepaws swinging fiercely, sending gusts of wind howling. A series of crisp crack sounds echoed as those mantises were instantly turned into a mushy paste on the ground. The surviving shadow blade mantises were tamed and subdued into the beast cave by the use of celestial light. After eliminating the shadow blade mantises, Ye Jing took out a large knife and swept it across the pile of swords in the hall. Bang! With that sound, all the swords piled up in the hall were overturned, and even the purple box fell down to the black wind bit down on the purple box, its sharp teeth shattering the restrictions placed on it. It walked over to Ye Jing, wagging its tail as if seeking favor. Just as Ye Jing reached out to grab it, a roar came from outside its ear. A familiar face appeared outside the hall. It was Yuan Shao from the Qishao sect. His eyes were crimson as he stared at Ye Jing, rushing forward recklessly. However, the black wind beside Ye Jing let out a terrifying howl, and the oppressive presence of a second-tier magical beast made Yuan Shao feel a shiver down his spine. A female cultivator in red Tao Yue hurriedly pulled Yuan Shao back. Ye Jing, holding the purple box, recognized it as the group from Lingxiao sect. In addition to the Lingxiao sect, there were also members of the Qingyun sect. All eyes were on the purple box in Ye Jing's hand. Yunjian approached Ye Tianhao and said, "Tianhao, are you all right?" Ye Tianhao shook his head. Yuan Shao fixed his gaze on Ye Jing, who remained unfazed, putting the purple box into his storage bag. Ye Tianhao said to Yunjian, "Elder, this is a senior I met in the Demon God Palace. I am traveling." Seeing that this cultivator, although suppressed like them, could still command such a powerful second-tier magical beast, Yunjian respectfully addressed him as senior. Ye Jing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd without saying much. He had no intention of forming deep ties with these sect cultivators. Had it not been for Ye Tianhao, he would have left with the black wind and the subdued shadow blade mantises. Ye Jing exuded a calm aura. Even though his cultivation was suppressed to the foundation establishment stage by the restrictions of the Demon God Palace, his composure and cold demeanor from a long-standing position of power still made the cultivators from the Qingyun sect and Qishao sect hesitate. Yuan Shao was firmly held back by the red-clad female cultivator, but he had to suppress his anger, remembering that the black dog with a single horn beside this person was the magical beast he had summoned before. Now that it had turned into a second-tier magical beast, it was indeed terrifying. Yunjian stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands towards Ye Jing, saying, "May I ask your esteemed name?" "I am Yunjian from the Qingyun sect, the leading elder for this sect's expedition to the secret realm." His tone was respectful, his posture very low, his gaze flicking to the imposing black wind, then quickly returning to Ye Jing. Ye Jing replied in a calm voice, "Just an unnamed individual not worth mentioning." Yunjian was taken aback momentarily, then said, "Senior, your strength is formidable, and you can command a second-tier magical beast. Your methods must be extraordinary. Although we have the support of our sect, we are far less composed than you, Senior. I dare to invite you to travel with us to explore the opportunities within the Demon God Palace." Upon hearing Ye Jing's sudden invitation, Ye Jing was not surprised. With everyone's spiritual power suppressed to the level of mortals, the dangers within remained uncertain, yet Ye Jing still had a powerful beast to rely on. Thus for them it was essential to form an alliance as a safeguard. Ye Jing feared that Ye Jing would refuse, and hastily added, "Senior, rest assured we have no intention of clinging to you. On the way we can take responsibility for investigating the traps ahead. If we encounter ordinary beasts we will not trouble you, Senior. If we face formidable enemies or hidden core areas we will seek your guidance. Once our journey in the secret realm concludes, our Qingyun sect is willing to offer generous spirit stones and pills as a token of gratitude, and we would never dare to neglect you, Senior." Seeing this, Tao Yu from Qishao sect quickly tugged at Yuan Shao's sleeve and clasped her hands, echoing, "To Ye Jing, Senior, Elder Yun speaks truthfully. The Demon God Palace is exceedingly strange. Acting alone can easily lead to unforeseen events. Traveling together ensures greater security." Yuan Shao, though reluctant, tightly gritted his teeth, aware that he was no match for Ye Jing. The pressure from that beast weighed heavily on his heart, compounded by Tao Yu's constraints. In the end, he suppressed his anger. Opposing this person was akin to seeking his own demise. Ye Jing listened, coughed softly, and reluctantly said, "Then let us go together." To maintain a deterrent, he had Black Wind shrink to the size of an ordinary dog and follow him. The surrounding cultivators trembled before the second-tier beast, yet only Ye Jing and Yi Tianhao walked side by side. The corridor seemed endless, with several palace doors wide open, most of which were empty, but occasionally treasures would appear instantly, igniting competition among the cultivators. However, within each palace door lay beasts' mechanisms and runes. Merely stepping inside could lead to instant death. Gradually, the seemingly endless corridor slowed their advance. Yun Jian held a compass, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as the needle spun wildly with strange. The core of the burning heart-devouring spirit formation seems to be moving. We are not heading deeper, but rather circling around. This compass is a magical tool used to locate the formation's core. Now that they had entered the palace and reached this point, they had been transported by the formation. They could only find the formation's core to break free, but the compass display continued to shift, making it hard. "Elder Yun, if this continues, we will all perish here. Indeed, our ability to mobilize spiritual power is limited, yet we cannot break this maze. What shall we do?" Several cultivators could no longer endure and anxiously inquired. Yuan Shao finally could not hold back, stepping forward and fixing his gaze on Yun Jian, his tone full of reproach. "Elder Yun, didn't you claim that Qingyun sect is proficient in formations? Now you cannot even break a mere maze. What would you lead us out with? I think you are merely all show." Yun Jian's complexion fluctuated between green and white, his hand gripping the compass trembling slightly, yet he could not refute, only stating in a deep voice, "Senior brother Yuan, do not be so impatient. This formation is not an ordinary maze. It is the ancient burning heart-devouring spirit formation with an unpredictable core containing the power of the demon god. Common methods of breaking formations are entirely ineffective. I am currently deducing the movement pattern of the core, so please remain calm." "Remain calm." Yuan Shao scoffed coldly. "By the time you deduce it, we will likely have become souls." Without heeding the warnings, he attempted to break through the formation's barrier by using the last bit of spiritual power in his body to slam against a nearby wall. "No!" Tao Yu exclaimed in alarm, quickly reaching out to pull him back, but it was too late. As Yuan Shao's palm made contact with the wall, it instantly surged with bizarre black-red runes, and a searing force erupted from the runes, engulfing his entire arm. Yuan Shao let out a piercing scream, his arm rapidly turning black, spiritual power flooding out like a breached dam. He staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. "Senior brother Yuan." Tao Yu quickly crouched down, taking out a healing pill to treat him, only to find that the black-red power had already invaded his meridians. The pill's effect was instantly consumed upon contact with the wound. The black energy surging in the corridor also began to close in on them, forcing them into a dilemma. Using spiritual power would lead to corrosion by the black energy, while not using it meant waiting for death. Ye Jing recognized the black energy as cold and malevolent. He immediately took out the golden light bowl, which radiated golden light, causing the malevolent energy to dissipate upon contact. Resolutely, he infused spiritual power into the golden light bowl. In an instant, the golden light erupted, driving away all the black energy. Even the remnants on Yuan Shao's hand faded and disappeared. Even as the black energy sensed the influx of spiritual power and attempted to surge forward, it remained utterly immobile. The other cultivators watched in astonishment, as Ye Jing's magical artifact could disperse this black energy. "Do not recklessly touch anything here." Ye Jing's voice was calm, yet the chaos in the corridor was instantly subdued. Yuan Shao struggled to stand the burning pain in his arm subsiding significantly, yet his meridians remained severely damaged, leaving his entire arm numb and weak. He gazed at the golden light bowl, in Ye Jing's hand, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. Tao Yu sighed in relief and quickly fed him a healing pill, expressing her gratitude to Ye Jing. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. If it were not for your magical artifact suppressing the malevolent energy, we would likely be facing calamity today." Yuan Jian hurried forward, staring at the still radiant golden light bowl, his eyes filled with shock and envy. Such a magical artifact capable of countering the demon god's malevolent energy was far from ordinary. He was even more convinced that securing Ye Jing's alliance was a wise choice. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bowed deeply. "To Ye Jing, Senior, your powers are extraordinary. This golden light bowl must be a supreme treasure against malevolent forces. With such a treasure to protect us, we will have more confidence in dealing with the malevolent energy. However, the core of the burning heart-devouring spirit formation is elusive, and as a junior, I find it hard to capture its trajectory. I humbly ask for your guidance." The other cultivators also gathered closer, their gazes toward Ye Jing shifting from initial apprehension to deep respect. The previously scattered morale gradually coalesced, all pinning their hopes on this senior, who wielded a beast and a treasure. Everyone held their breath, not daring to act recklessly, fearing to trigger the deadly mechanisms of the formation and invite disaster. Ye Jing cast a faint glance at Yuan Shao on the ground, choosing not to say more. He urged his spiritual power to stabilize the golden light bowl, while signaling Yi Tianhao beside him to remain vigilant. Black Wind, reduced to the size of a puppy, lay by Ye Jing's feet, its crimson eyes fixed on the depths of the corridor, emitting low mournful whines, as if sensing an even more dangerous aura. At that moment, Yun Jian focused on the compass, observing the gathering malevolent energy, and suddenly realized, "I've figured it out. We are at the edge of the demon god palace. This formation is guided by the malevolent energy. The core is not a physical entity, but moves with the flow of the malevolent energy. Using the compass is ineffective. We must trace the source of the malevolent energy upstream to find the core of the formation." Yun Jian's words instilled hope in the surrounding cultivators. "Is this true? Does it mean we can find a way to break the formation here, and then obtain treasures? Yes, wouldn't that mean we could restore our spiritual energy?" Other cultivators exclaimed excitedly. Hearing these words, Yun Jian felt a tinge of unease. If they all restored their spiritual energy with so many treasures in this room, wouldn't it become a chaotic scramble? Yet now, if they did not break the formation, they would only be going in circles. Yun Jian sighed inwardly and looked at Ye Jing, who was at the front. He immediately said, "Dear friends, please hold on. If we break the formation and restore our spiritual energy, then everyone should seek treasures individually, without resorting to internal strife or killing each other." He deliberately raised his voice, scanning the crowd with a tone that carried a hint of firmness. "The demon god temple is fraught with danger. Internal conflict will only turn us into the souls lost within the formation, fodder for the beasts. Moreover, with our seniors here, if anyone dares to seize treasures recklessly and stir up trouble, do not blame my Qingyun sect for joining forces with other sects to clear our ranks." This was clearly meant to restrain the crowd, while subtly conveying a message to Ye Jing, highlighting the importance of unity and positioning Ye Jing as a stabilizing force. After all, Ye Jing was the only one present with the strength to suppress everyone with him in charge. Even those with ulterior motives would not dare to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, the excitement on everyone's faces gradually faded. "Elder Yun is right. Let's break the formation to ensure our safety first. The treasures will depend on fate, and we won't fight to the death over them." "Yes, I have the same intention." The cultivators agreed, none daring to contradict at this critical moment, as it was uncertain whether they could survive to acquire the treasures. Tao Yu stepped forward to echo this, stabilizing the disciples of the Qishao sect. "As disciples of the Qishao sect, we will adhere to the agreement, prioritizing breaking the formation over seeking treasures, and will not engage in personal battles." Seeing the two major sects express their stance, the disciples of other smaller sects had no objections. Yun Jian sighed in relief and respectfully said to Ye Jing, "Senior, let's follow the source of the malevolent energy to find the formation and break free as soon as possible." Ye Jing nodded slightly, saying little, and raised his hand to activate the golden light bowl, intensifying the golden light to envelop everyone within the protective barrier. "Lead the way." Yun Jian did not dare to delay, quickly holding the compass and advancing briskly along the direction of the malevolent energy flow. As they approached, the black energy grew increasingly dense, seemingly ready to engulf them entirely. Suddenly, a series of dull rumblings echoed from the end of the corridor as the previously open temple doors slammed shut, causing the ground to tremble violently. The black and red runes on the walls flickered wildly, and the thick black energy no longer hesitated, surging toward the crowd like a tidal wave, its power several times stronger than before. Ye Jing's gaze sharpened. He immediately increased the infusion of spiritual power into the golden light bowl, causing the resplendent golden light to surge several times, transforming into a golden barrier that enveloped everyone. The black energy crashed against the barrier, producing a hissing, corrosive sound and emitting waves of black smoke, yet it could not breach the defense. At the same time, the black wind suddenly stood up, exuding the violent pressure of a second-tier demon beast, its fangs bared as it directed a deafening roar at the source of the black energy, forcing back the front wave of malefic energy. Tian Hao, protect everyone and stay close behind me. Ye Jing transmitted the command with his spiritual power, holding the golden light bowl as he advanced cautiously. The golden barrier moved slowly with his steps, dissipating the black energy in its path. Yun Jin quickly held the compass to guide the way, while Tao Yu supported the injured Yuan Shao closely behind. The other cultivators formed a line, closely following within the barrier, not daring to breathe a word. As the group advanced toward the source of the malevolent energy, the endless corridor gradually revealed its end, with a completely pitch-black hall covered in demon carvings appearing before them. The temple doors were tightly shut, with rich malevolent energy seeping through the cracks, revealing it as the source of the malefic energy. However, the door was inscribed with eerie red runes which instilled a sense of unease. Due to the lack of spiritual energy among the crowd, they did not dare to approach easily. Seeing this, Ye Jing patted the black wind, which immediately stepped forward to bite at the rune seal. A chilling scream echoed as several black shadows twisted and emerged, yet these shadows did not attack, but fled rapidly outward. The cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. A disciple from the Thunder sect spat and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is a demon god. I wonder how many bones lie within this demon god temple after such evil deeds." This is a transformed demon god. Having cultivated to such a level, the blood debts on their hands must be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. One cultivator sighed in response. But this is a transformed demon god. They are figures at the immortal level beyond their ability to casually speculate. At this moment, the place where the black wind bit the rune seal suddenly erupted in a cloud of black and red blood mist, a piercing shriek penetrating their eardrums, causing everyone to feel their blood surge. That seemingly ordinary rune seal concealed a backlash power. The black wind howled in pain, its beastly eyes flaring with ferocity, unleashing the full brute strength of a second-tier demon beast. Its claws ferociously scraped against the temple door, carving out several deep marks, and the frequency of the runes flickered chaotically. Ye Jing hurriedly caught up, continuing to use the golden light bowl, watching as the brilliant golden light suppressed the surging blood patterns. As the black wind bit the door again, black energy surged upward, and the seal shattered instantly. The doors opened with a crash, revealing a massive black serpent within. The black serpent was over 10 zhang long, covered in pitch-black scales, the edges glimmering with dark red blood light, its slit-like golden eyes resembling two hellish lanterns locking onto the crowd. Its forked tongue was crimson, exhaling foul black mist, causing ripples of corrosive air wherever it passed. Even more terrifying, the black serpent sported a pair of twisted black horns atop its head, entwined with intricate demon god runes, and its entire body radiated a palpable malevolent energy. This serpent is incredibly powerful. As soon as the black serpent appeared, Yun Jian exclaimed, causing everyone to hold their breath, unable to move a muscle. The crowd's spirits plummeted. They had thought that breaking through the temple door would allow them to escape the formation, but instead they had unleashed such ferocity. The disciple from the Thunder sect, who had just scorned the demon god, now trembled, retreating several steps and bumping into the cultivator behind him, losing all the earlier bravado. The black serpent let out a shrill cry, the sound waves piercing the eardrums of the crowd, causing their blood to surge uncontrollably. Its massive body swayed violently. With its robust tail, it struck down towards the golden barrier with a force capable of splitting mountains. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated, causing the golden barrier to tremble violently, and the golden light bowl in Ye Jing's palm buzzed incessantly, shattering the brilliant golden light in an instant. Ye Jing coughed up blood, and seeing the black serpent attacking again, shouted loudly, "Don't just stand there. Use all your weapons." The black serpent's light attack nearly killed Ye Jing, and even the black wind felt overwhelming fear, not daring to advance and being suppressed instead. This black serpent was extraordinarily powerful, not something they could contend with. Ye Jing's shout was like a thunderclap, jolting the terrified crowd awake. They hurriedly summoned their artifacts, using the last remnants of their spiritual energy to attack the black serpent. However, as the artifacts clattered down, the black serpent remained unscathed. After flicking its tail, it coiled within the palace, flicking its tongue and observing them with great interest. Ye Jing squinted at the black serpent, which seemed to sense something valuable, its blood-red pupils suddenly brightening. Suddenly, Ye Jing felt a daze and sensed impending danger. He attempted to use his spiritual energy, but the surrounding space appeared to slow down, and the black serpent seemed to burrow directly into his head before his eyes. Ye Jing felt a wave of dizziness, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself before the immortal willow, confronted by the eerie black serpent. Seeing this scene, Ye Jing felt a chill run down his spine. Ever since this place appeared, only he had known about it, as it was a manifestation of Ye Jing's consciousness. Now an eerie black serpent from a tomb had boldly intruded. How could this not instill fear in Ye Jing? After landing, the black serpent seemed to discover something interesting and swiftly crawled toward the lush willow. Ye Jing immediately swung the knife in his hand, slashing at the black serpent, but as the blade made contact with its body, it shattered into fragments. At that moment, the Hongmeng immortal willow sensed the crisis, its branches swaying violently, and several willow branches rushed forward, instantly capturing the invincible black serpent. The emerald willow branches shimmered with a faint Hongmeng radiance, resilient, yet unbreakable, wrapping the black serpent tightly, like an impenetrable net. The pure celestial energy seeping from the branches was the nemesis of all evil, supposed to purify all sinister forces instantly, yet at this moment, it emitted a hissing sound as it wrapped around the black serpent. Waves of black smoke arose from the gaps between the serpent's body and the branches, carrying a foul stench, causing the willow leaves to curl slightly, as if enduring extreme backlash. The black serpent hissed, its body tensed, and its originally crimson pupils now swirled with dark malevolence, showing no sign of fear. Instead, it emitted a sharp screech, a sound more akin to the wails of countless wronged souls than that of a mere beast. The sound pierced deep into Ye Jing's soul, causing a tearing pain in his head, and the consciousness space around him rippled, as if on the verge of collapsing. Ye Jing gritted his teeth, forcing himself to sit cross-legged in the void, channeling the last remnants of his divine soul power to stabilize the space, while keeping a close watch on the black serpent. What exactly are you? How did you manage to intrude here? As soon as he finished speaking, the black serpent suddenly raised its head, its tongue flicking wildly, and it unexpectedly spoke human words, its voice hoarse and dry. Consciousness space. Merely a stepping stone for my true form to break free. The Hongmeng celestial object is indeed a great tonic. Before the words fell, a dense black mist erupted around the black serpent, encompassing an extreme decay and destructive power. The once resilient willow branches visibly darkened and wilted at a shocking speed, loosening their grip. Ye Jing's pupils constricted sharply. He clearly sensed that this black mist was not ordinary demonic energy, but the long-dormant force of annihilation that could even erode Hongmeng's celestial power. The willow seemed thoroughly enraged, its crown swaying violently, and several branches erupted with brilliant golden light, transforming the once lush willow leaves into sharp celestial blades. From deep within the trunk came an ancient and majestic low chant, resonating with the Tao rhythm from the dawn of the Hongmeng, causing the entire consciousness space to tremble slightly. Wherever the golden light passed, the black mist rapidly dissipated, and the black serpent let out a mournful scream, its body scorched by the golden light, emitting white smoke with scales flaking off to reveal flesh as dark as ink beneath. The black serpent let out a startled cry, its eyes turning crimson as it regarded Ye Jing. You, a mere mortal, possess such a celestial being. Who could it be that you are? Oh. Before the black serpent could finish speaking, it was instantly strangled by the willow branches, leaving no trace of blood. Ye Jing watched in astonishment as the black flesh disintegrated, turning his gaze towards the immortal willow within him, now once again stretching its branches in a calm manner. As his meridians flowed smoothly, it seemed as if the devoured black serpent had directly transformed into nourishment for him, causing his spiritual energy to surge like a tide. Using spiritual energy again, he widened his eyes in surprise. After the black serpent was consumed, he felt he had gained the strength to enter the mid-foundation establishment stage. This made Ye Jing's eyes go wide. After all, breaking through from the early to mid-foundation establishment stage typically required at least 10 years of closed-door cultivation. This not only surprised Ye Jing, but also led him to quickly understand three things. First, this black serpent was very powerful, far beyond his capabilities. Second, this immortal willow shared a root with him and would reciprocate if nourished. Third, the transformation of the god-demon cultivator had some understanding of this immortal willow, perhaps even knowing something more. Ye Jing clenched his fists, feeling no panic, but rather a surge of excitement. This meant that his immortal willow had great origins and was beneficial to him, and those secrets he would eventually uncover. When he returned to reality, Ye Jing approached and asked Senior, "How did the black serpent suddenly vanish?" Ye Jing scanned the crowd, noticing their terrified expressions, but they showed no confusion about him being attacked by the serpent. It seemed that what happened within the immortal willow appeared only as a fleeting moment to them, and they likely did not see the scene of him being attacked by the black serpent. The crowd, which had originally been collapsed on the ground and ashen-faced, felt as if the terrifying black serpent's shadow had suddenly dissipated, leaving only a faint stench in the air. And there was nothing before them resembling the black serpent. The surrounding black malevolence had long since. However, Ye Jing keenly observed a strand of black hair slowly drifting in the air, which then turned to ash and disappeared. For a moment, he felt a mix of emotions, not expecting that the source of the malevolence, the creature that suppressed everyone's cultivation, was merely a single strand of hair. If that demon god were still alive, that kind of pressure and divine power could likely annihilate the entire realm with a mere wave of the hand. His cultivation, just barely touching the threshold of mid-foundation establishment, would be inconsequential before such a being. Ye Jing's heart tightened as he gazed at the strand of hair that had completely turned to ash, filled with coldness. Since the black serpent vanished, the surrounding malevolence had instantly disappeared along with the terrifying patterns on the walls. In that instant, the foundation establishment cultivators who had been suppressed regained their original strength, and their spiritual energy flowed freely once more. The team that had formed due to shared interests suddenly became delicate. They did not know who had slain them. Some, with their minds racing, quietly gripped their artifacts, eyeing the treasures within the palace, completely forgetting the fear from moments ago. The black serpent. Just like that, it's gone. Who did it? Whoever it was, they can't monopolize the treasures in this palace. That black serpent was incredibly uncanny. Whoever could slay it is definitely no good. We should be cautious. Ye Jing paid no heed to the arguments of those around him, turning his gaze towards the hall where a treasure chest. Yuan Shao exchanged a glance with Tao Yue, who then threw a talisman that soared towards the chest. As the talisman landed on the chest, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the entire secret chamber in a white glow. This talisman was a spirit detection talisman, unlike ordinary explosive talismans. Once used, it would create a wave of spiritual energy that would trigger any concealed formations or restrictions in the area, making it the most practical talisman for exploring tombs and seeking danger. Strangely, after the spirit talisman emitted its energy on the chest, the treasure chest on the stone platform showed no spiritual response and did not trigger any restrictions. This meant that there were no protective restrictions around the treasure chest, making it easily accessible. No restrictions. This treasure is actually unguarded. First come, first served. There must be ancient treasures inside this chest. Several impatient cultivators could no longer suppress their greed, their spiritual energy surging beneath their feet as they charged towards the stone platform, like hungry wolves tightly gripping their magical tools, ready to seize the treasure before settling their scores. Damn it! Why are these people so anxious? Tao Yu exclaimed angrily upon seeing this. Who cares about them? Just seize it first. Yuan Shao moved forward first to claim the treasure chest, but the next moment a black dog caught up, pouncing forward to snatch the chest and deliver it to Ye Jing. Yuan Shao shouted in anger, wanting to attack this creature. Ye Jing took the chest into his hands and directly stored it in his storage bag. Seeing the easily obtained prize slip away, Yuan Shao drew his sword and cursed, "You're asking for death. We were the ones who detected it first with the talisman." Ye Jing glanced at Yuan Shao, while the black dog behind him showed its fierce glare, making him feel too constrained to approach. Other cultivators still wished to snatch the treasure, but Ye Jing calmly said, "There are so many treasures in this secret chamber, why cling to just this one?" Upon hearing this, those cultivators found it reasonable. Instead of fighting over a single treasure here, it was better to search elsewhere for more valuable items. They all rushed out. Now that the suppression of spiritual energy was lifted, the beasts and restrictions in the rooms posed no threat. In an instant, the group dispersed. Ye Jing also thanked Ye Jing and took his leave. Seeing the chaos, Ye Jing thought of the leader of the Xianyu sect, Xuanin, and suddenly had an idea. Why not take this chance to eliminate that leader, thus completely removing the threat to the Yi family? Currently, everyone's cultivation was suppressed at the foundation establishment stage, and even the golden core demon cultivator Xianin was only at foundation establishment, making him an easy target. This could also serve as further revenge for the Qin family. Let them compete for these treasures. Resolving external threats is the priority. With this thought, Ye Jing turned to Yi Tianhao beside him and said, "Tianhao, you stay here with your sect elder for now. I have important matters to attend to." With that, he transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished silently. In the corridor, everyone was focused on the treasures placed in the rooms, and no one noticed the disappearance of this cultivator. Ye Jing released the poisonous exotic bee, and the golden corroding insect explored the area for all the cultivators nearby. Xuanyan's goal was the inheritance of the demon god. Although Ye Jing did not know the specifics of the demon god inheritance, it indicated that Xuanyan, like himself, would not be fixated on trivial gains, but would be secretly watching over the location of the inheritance, waiting for an opportunity to act. He moved towards the depths of the palace where the spiritual energy was thickest, converging on the core area. Although the space there was chaotic, it still retained a faint pressure from the ancient demon god, while ordinary cultivators preoccupied with immediate gains did not dare to approach easily, making it the most likely hiding place for Xuanyan. He blurred his form, moving slowly along the corridor, sealing his steps so light that not even a speck of dust was disturbed. Below, cultivators rushed past, clutching bags full of treasures, their faces filled with greedy joy, unaware of the figure above focused on the core area. Ye Jing cast a cold glance at the chaotic scene below, his killing intent growing stronger. Taking advantage of the perfect opportunity with their cultivation suppressed, he was determined to eliminate this imminent threat. Before long, the poisonous exotic bee sent back a rapid signal, and the golden corroding insect halted in front of a hidden chamber at the corner where an aura of extreme coldness was deliberately suppressed. Peering into the hidden chamber, Ye Jing saw a large pit ahead, the bottom hidden from view. He narrowed his eyes and jumped down, landing outside the entrance of a dark chamber, looking in through a gap. Sure enough, he saw Xuanyan still dressed like a frail young master, accompanied by several subordinates vigilantly watching their surroundings. Xuanyan held a black token that was faintly glowing in his hand, and before them was a gigantic black snake's head. It seemed that some power was resonating with the jade token. Ye Jing summoned the black wind in the shadows, releasing light waves to completely conceal his presence from Xuanyan. Xuanyan seemed to be approaching the snake head with the jade token, which coiled around a large gate, yet remained unresponsive. However, their faces were tense, as if hesitating over something. "Master, the restrictions outside have been lifted." At this moment, the drywood spoke in a somewhat panicked tone. Xuanyan's eyes flashed with surprise, then he sneered, "So what? Once I obtain the inheritance, they are nothing to fear." After a moment of hesitation, he raised the jade token towards the snake head. Xuanyan gritted his teeth and pushed the jade token forward. His subordinates, including the dry wood and several demon cultivators, instinctively held their breath, gripping their magical tools tightly, their eyes fixed on the lifeless snake head statue, not daring to breathe. They heard clearly the sound of the restrictions in the hall collapsing, and although their master declared that he was unafraid of external cultivators, the fact that the inheritance had yet to open left everyone feeling anxious. Xuanyan approached the snake head, raising his hand to slowly bring the jade token close to the indentation in the snake's forehead. Just as the jade token was mere inches from the indentation, the previously silent snake head suddenly trembled, and black light burst forth from its scales. A surge of ancient malice from millennia ago instantly filled the entire dark chamber, overwhelming the legs of the demon cultivator subordinates, nearly causing them to kneel. What a powerful pressure! Is this the power of the demon god inheritance? The drywood murmured in awe, both fearful and envious, his gaze towards Xuanyan growing increasingly respectful. A sinister smile curled on Xuanyan's lips as he endured the pain of his soul being impacted by the pressure. He said in a deep voice, "It's merely a lingering aura. Once I obtain the inheritance, what fear do those lofty sects have?" As his voice fell, he suddenly loosened his wrist, forcefully pressing the black jade token into the indentation in the snake's forehead. Boom! A deep, resounding explosion erupted, shaking the dark chamber violently, and debris fell. The moment the black jade token was embedded in the slot, it completely fused with the snake head statue. Thick, inky magic energy surged wildly from the snake's eyes, wrapping around the heavy stone door, which began to slowly crack open, revealing a pitch-black interior that seemed bottomless, with faint, eerie hissing sounds echoing. A shadow suddenly appeared before them. Xuanyan's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. The mysterious figure gradually became clearer amidst the demonic aura. Xuanyan saw that standing before him was a stooped old man. The old man held a lantern glowing with purple light in his hand, standing right in front of him. Xuanyan's face was filled with astonishment as he trembled and exclaimed, "Father." As a demonic cultivator, Xuanyan had always viewed others as mere weeds. The only one who could truly affect him was his father, Xuanyi. As the former leader of the Xianyu sect, he had unexpectedly fallen into the underworld sea and vanished without a trace. Now, after more than 300 years, seeing him again made Xuanyan feel disoriented. But in an instant, he quickly summoned his spiritual power, and a dragon-head staff appeared in his hand, directly attacking the old man. The dragon head on the staff instantly surged with immense energy, opening its massive maw to violently charge at the old man. The old man remained motionless, and the dozens of feet-long dragon attacking in the air seemed to be blocked by some invisible force, unable to advance or retreat, and was instead crushed into powder. With the magical artifact severely damaged, Xian Yin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Kumu rushed forward, calling out, "Master." Xian Yin gestured for him to step back, his gaze cold as he looked at the old man. The old man had hollow eyes and a gaunt frame. Even though he had lost his spirit and was a mere shell, his strength was unfathomable. This surprised Ye Jing, who was hiding in the shadows. The corpse exuded an extraordinarily powerful force, far surpassing Xian Yin's. Could it be that this corpse possessed the cultivation of the golden core stage? Yet Xian Yin was unafraid. He shouted loudly at the corpse, "Father, I have lived up to your expectations, scheming for 300 years to finally come here. I never thought it would be you to welcome me. Very well, let us have a proper duel, father and son." With that, he shouted loudly and shook the staff in his hand, instantly summoning a creature with a human body and dragon head, which transformed into billowing black smoke and charged fiercely at the corpse. The dragon human emitted a series of piercing infant cries, sharp and jarring like poisoned ice spikes, directly piercing into the souls of those present, making the foundation-building demonic cultivators around him feel extremely uncomfortable. Several foundation-building demonic cultivators turned pale, pressing their hands tightly against their ears, blood seeping through their fingers. The weaker ones had already collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, unable to even circulate their spiritual power for protection. Kumu gritted his teeth, his own demonic energy surging violently to barely defend against the infant cries, stabilizing his stance, his gaze fixed on the dragon-head creature. This was the life-bound corpse puppet that the master had spent 100 years crafting with his own blood, always kept as a trump card, and now it was being used against his own father. It was evident that the master was determined to fight to the bitter end. Thick black smoke roiled as the dragon-head creature surged, with dark demonic energy lunging at Xian Yi. Yet the stooped old man remained unmoved, his hollow eye sockets showing no signs of emotion, only the purple lantern in his hand swaying slightly as a frigid aura of death suddenly spread out. Wherever the death aura passed, the black smoke quickly solidified. The dragon-head creature revealed its claws, charging forward while the old man continued to sway the lantern, causing ghosts to surge around. Several ghosts obeyed the old man's command and charged forward ferociously. Xian Yin was not afraid. Amidst the attack, he shouted, "Father, wake up! It's me, Xian Yin." He screamed, his voice filled with anguish. "Who turned you into this? Is it the demonic god of the underworld sea, or is there another expert controlling you?" The old man gave no response. His hollow eye socket slowly turned towards Xian Yin, and the purple lantern in his hand emitted a surge of purple light, a powerful pressure crashing down like a mountain upon Xian Yin. Xian Yin's legs buckled, his knees crashing into the ground, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. His kneecap was shattered, and the demonic energy around him was crushed back by this pressure, causing fine bloodstains to appear on his skin. Ye Jing held his breath, seeing that Xian Yin had no power to resist, forced to endure the onslaught. He thought at this rate perhaps he wouldn't even need to intervene for Xian Yin to perish at the hands of this corpse. Xian Yin stared intensely at the secret chamber behind the old man, then looked at his father, blocking his path, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he shouted loudly, forcefully rising to his feet. The staff in his hand erupted, revealing several dragon heads that coiled like swimming snakes, charging towards the old man's body. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he shouted loudly, forcefully rising to his feet. The staff in his hand erupted, revealing several dragon heads. Just as Ye Jing was filled with confusion, Xian Yin shouted, and the transparent skin on his abdomen twisted, forming a vortex. The vortex stirred like a deep-sea abyss, swallowing the spiritual energy emitted by the old man, even causing the old man's withered flesh to slowly peel away. Ye Jing was astonished, realizing that Xian Yin had cultivated some sinister method capable of transforming his body into such an eerie form. "Father, the 3 devouring spirit art you left behind has been mastered to its peak by your son. I shall devour you and help you ascend to paradise." Xian Yin laughed maniacally, his abdomen now a vortex drawing in the black smoke and flesh. Even the demonic cultivators around him looked on in shock at this bizarre form. Initially, Xian Yin had used this move to devour countless amounts of blood and flesh from nations and cultivators. Now he was attempting to consume his own father. This scene, subverting all moral principles, left them with a sense of horror. Xian Yin's maniacal laughter shattered the silence of the secret chamber. The vortex in his abdomen spun more violently, its dark suction resembling the abyss of the underworld, See, even the air was twisted, emitting a mournful screech. The old man's withered skin peeled away inch by inch, revealing the dark brown, withered bones beneath, while the purple lantern in his hand trembled violently. Ha ha ha, obediently be devoured by your son. This is the technique you bestowed upon me, father, and your best resting place. Xian Yin's face twisted, veins bulging as the demonic energy and the devouring vortex merged into one. He appeared like a malevolent ghost risen from hell. Ye Jing, seeing that Xian Yin had such a technique, secretly cried out in alarm. If Xian Yin succeeded in devouring, he might gain the inheritance of that demonic god. Then the Canggu realm would never know peace again, and even the Yi family could face extermination. Ye Jing decided to take action. He recalled what the elder of the Chun family had told him before about Xian Yin cultivating the 3 Yin devouring spirit art, which was inherently weak to sunlight. And he just happened to have the golden light bowl, the lightning adept Shui Yuing, and the dark moon demon dog He Feng, which was specifically designed to combat such ghostly attacks. There was no time to hesitate. Stop! A sharp shout suddenly rang out, carrying the pure yang thunderfire's piercing sound, tearing apart Xian Yin's frenzied, devouring vortex. Ye Jing leaped out from the shadows, forming hand seals for the thunder technique. Faint golden arcs of lightning coiled around him, the dazzling pure yang aura clashing with the cold demonic and death energies in the chamber. His palms surged with golden light. As the ancient golden light bowl was summoned into the air, the runes carved on the bowl shimmering with brilliance, pouring down a torrent of golden light. Wherever it passed, the cold death energy crackled and hissed as it rapidly melted away, just like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. Even the dark vortex on Xian Yin's abdomen rippled, its suction power drastically reduced. Shui Yuing thunder howl to break evil. He Feng lock soul and devour Yin. As soon as Ye Jing's voice fell, 2 figures broke through the air. The completely white Shui Yuing flapped its wings, circling, its sharp eagle cries resonating throughout the chamber, with blue arcs of lightning exploding between its wings. The pure yang thunder power was the natural nemesis of ghostly puppets and demonic techniques. The dark moon demon dog He Feng followed, closely enveloped in dark energy, yet exuding a powerful gale, its fangs glinting with a cold light. It lunged at the ghosts summoned by the purple lantern, devouring one after another, the ghosts shrieking as they turned to ashes, unable to get close to Xian Yi. The sudden turn of events made Xian Yin's pupils constrict. His maniacal laughter abruptly ceased as the devouring vortex in his abdomen nearly spiraled out of control due to the attack. He fixed his gaze on the suddenly appearing Ye Jing, his eyes filled with murderous intent. So it is you, I can't believe you broke free from that restriction so quickly. Ye Jing mocked. Not as impressive as the renowned master of the Xian Yu sect who plotted for so long only to almost be killed by a corpse's father. You seek death. Xian Yin was enraged and immediately commanded his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Don't let him ruin my plans. As soon as his words fell, all the Foundation establishment cultivators beside Xian Yin charged at Ye Jing, while the surrounding ghosts encircled him, eager to tear him apart. Ye Jing immediately revealed the Pilai Yanju flames enveloping him as a meteor hammer adorned with blue flames materialized in his hand and charged forward. The intense blue flames surged through his meridians, instantly tearing apart the previously cold and lifeless battlefield with searing heat. The chilling ghosts surrounding Xian Yin let out piercing shrieks as they touched the flames. The souls of the ghosts dissolved rapidly like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, their thick corpse energy crackling as it was scorched. The Pilai Yanju was a fire-based technique of utmost yang and strength, specifically designed to counter evil and deceptive paths. At this moment, fully activated, it exhibited its restraining power to the utmost degree. Clang! The first Foundation establishment cultivator struck with his sword, but Xian Yin's blue flame meteor hammer shattered the black iron sword into countless pieces upon impact. The demon cultivator attacking Ye Jing had his palm rupture, blood spraying forth violently as he was blasted away by the raging flames, igniting with indomitable blue fire, and after struggling for a few moments he turned into a puddle of black ash. Ye Jing was also quite surprised. He hadn't anticipated that the magical artifact obtained from the Li family cultivator would be so powerful, which instantly boosted his fighting spirit. Wielding the meteor hammer, which weighed at least 1,000 pounds, he forced back the encroaching Foundation establishment cultivators. With immense strength and flames surrounding him, ordinary ghostly attacks were ineffective against him. Seeing this, Elder Kumu immediately threw his wooden staff, which transformed into a giant tree as it hit the ground, its leaves swirling like knives. Ye Jing noticed that the knives were also quite formidable, who just a light brush caused a sharp pain to shoot. A bloody gash appeared on his arm, which surprised him slightly. Having trained his body for a long time and practiced the Pai Yin body refining technique, he believed his flesh was as tough as iron, and that ordinary weapons would struggle to harm him. At that moment he was even cut by a flying knife made of wood, revealing the elder's strength was anything but ordinary. Swish! The leaves continued to attack, and Ye Jing immediately invoked the Huafengju. His figure blended into the void, instantly drifting several feet away. Countless blade-like leaves rained down on the spot, where he had just stood, cutting the hard bluestone ground into a web-like pattern, the debris flying everywhere. Good movement technique. Elder Ku Mu snorted coldly, forming hand seals and chanting incantations. Xin Yu secret art, 10,000 trees burying heaven. In an instant, countless thick black vines erupted from the ground, centered around Ku Mu, coiling toward Ye Jing's limbs like venomous snakes. These black vines were covered in strange suction cups, faintly emitting a purple mist. Once entangled, one would likely be drained of blood instantly and turned into a corpse. At the same time, the devouring vortex in Xian Yin's abdomen spun wildly again, a terrifying suction force enveloping the entire area. The surrounding Yin energy and souls were violently drawn towards him, coalescing into a pitch-black, soul-devouring blade in front of him. Die! Xian Yin roared, swinging his hand, the soul-devouring blade slicing through the air with a howl, aiming straight at Ye Jing's brow. Attacked from both sides, the danger was extreme. Ye Jing's eyes flashed with cold light as he summoned a beast from his demon beast cave to assist him. A golden figure shot out like lightning. It was the golden devouring insect under his command. This spirit insect had long since evolved to a high level, its speed ghostly. It did not dodge or evade, flapping its wings, and instantly transformed into a golden net, blocking in front of Ye Jing. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the insect net successfully intercepted the descending magic blade. It was this moment of opportunity. Ye Jing's blue flames surged to the extreme, his face now appearing incredibly ferocious. He gripped the meteor hammer tightly. The 1,000-pound artifact felt weightless in his hands, transforming into a massive blue fire dragon that smashed down towards Xian Yin's magic blade. Break for me! A thunderous roar reverberated through the clouds as the blue flame meteor hammer collided with the pitch-black soul-devouring blade. Sizzle! The ultimate Yang flame and the extreme Yin soul-devouring power clashed violently, unleashing a wave of energy that swept through the entire chamber. So much so that the other demon cultivators hurriedly set up a formation around to prevent this clash from attracting the attention of other cultivators. Xian Yin was already injured and had his peach plucked by Ye Jing. This attack was ineffective, causing his magic power to falter. The elder, who had been under control, began to counterattack, charging towards him. Seeing this, Ye Jing pressed on with his attack against Xian Yin, while Elder Ku Mu hurriedly defended, saying, "Sect Master, hurry into the hall, or we'll hold off this madman." He realized that this cultivator was clearly aiming for them with the intent to kill, so the strategy should be to avoid entanglement and retreat if possible. Ye Jing knew full well what they were thinking. He swung the meteor hammer, directly blocking Xian Yin's escape route. Upon seeing this, Xian Yin immediately cursed, "Fool! Not knowing to grab the treasure in front of him, but instead stubbornly clashing with me. He is simply seeking his own death." Ye Jing coldly replied, "So what? For me, obtaining the head of the Xian Yu sect master would be a treasure." After saying this, he continued to charge forward, infuriating Xian Yin greatly. "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Then come on." Ye Jing coldly shouted, swinging the meteor hammer, forcing Xian Yin to block this heavy blow. What was even worse, his father was also swinging a staff to attack him from the side. Surrounded from both sides, he found it impossible to escape. "Damn it!" Xian Yin roared angrily at those subordinates being dragged by the demon beasts. "You useless fools. Use the talismans. Kill him." "But Sect Master, the power of the talismans is too strong. If we attract those cultivators over here, well." Elder Ku Mu hesitated. Xian Yin took one last look at his father, who had been dead for many years, and coldly shouted, "Use them." Yes. The two demon cultivators immediately used a dark golden talisman, and through it, the dark golden talisman instantly erupted with blinding black light, the violent evil power surging like a flood, rumbling towards Ye Jing's direction. Wherever it passed, the stone walls of the chamber cracked inch by inch, the ground corroded into deep pits, and even the air became thick and piercing, draining the life force of all surrounding beings. Taking advantage of the situation, Xianming rushed into the hall and slammed the door shut. Seeing such a powerful wave of spiritual energy, Ye Jing immediately retreated. He realized this talisman was extremely powerful, but such fluctuations would soon attract the onslaught of those cultivators. TSK. This sect master seems quite reckless. Ye Jing sneered, somewhat regretting, "What a pity, just a bit more." Now unable to advance or retreat, he grabbed the nearest demon cultivator controlling the black wind to bite him to death. The Xianyu sect cultivators practiced evil energy. Once dead, it was hard to hide, so he needed to use this as a diversion, leading the righteous sects to attack Xianyin. He believed they would not miss such a good opportunity to kill a golden core demon cultivator within the underworld. The power of the talisman treasure was overwhelming, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel a wave. Ye Tianhao, upon seeing this, tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and tossed a treasure box to Lu Xiaoyou, saying, "Senior brother, it seems like there is a talisman treasure aura in the distance. Could it be that the cultivators there have made a great discovery?" Lu Xiaoyou looked at Elder Yunjian, who noticed that the surrounding cultivators were all rushing toward that direction. If there were treasures inside, it would be a pity to miss out. However, Yunjian did not dare to rush forward recklessly. After careful consideration, he immediately said, "The fluctuations of the talisman treasure are anything but ordinary. If we rashly charge in, it is highly likely we will get caught in a chaotic battle." Lu Xiaoyu stored the treasure box in his storage bag, remaining vigilant for any approaching cultivators. "What you said is indeed correct, Elder, but at present most of the cultivators are rushing over there. If there really is a great treasure emerging, won't our sect be at a disadvantage? Moreover, that malevolent aura from the talisman treasure is exceedingly heavy. It is likely caused by demonic cultivators." Upon hearing this, Yunjian said in surprise, "Could it be the people from the Xianyu sect? Have they already found the so-called inheritance of the demon god?" Ye Tianhao, seeing this, asked, "Elder, do you think the leader of the Xianyu sect has also arrived?" Yunjian replied, "Xian Yin has been scheming for so long, circumventing the barriers of the major sects, all to seek that demon god inheritance. Given his character, he will undoubtedly come in person, which also means..." As he spoke, Yunjian's breath became hurried. Now that they had penetrated deep into the underworld sea realm, all cultivators had their cultivation levels suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. This meant that the mid-golden core demonic cultivator Xian Yin was now merely a foundation establishment cultivator. If they could kill him, wouldn't it eliminate a major threat? However, with the situation unclear, a glint of determination flashed in Yunjian's eyes. He raised his hand to stop the eager disciple, saying, "Send my orders. All disciples of the sect should slow down and follow the crowd. Do not rush to the front. If righteous cultivators engage in battle with demonic ones, we will wait for an opportunity to act, eliminating the demonic cultivators and protecting the chance for fortune. If it is a trap, we will withdraw immediately and must not linger in battle." "Understood." The disciples responded in unison, retracting their spiritual energy and quietly stepping back half a pace, keeping at the end of the crowd, always on guard. Meanwhile, the residual power of the talisman treasure outside the secret chamber continued to wreak havoc. The black and gold malevolent wind swirled with fragments of stone, ravaging the ground into a chaotic state. The bone-corroding malevolent aura spread out from the cracks of the secret chamber, instantly alarming the treasure-seeking cultivators throughout the underworld sea realm. "It's the talisman treasure of the demonic cultivators. What a strong killing intent. The people from the Xianyu sect must still be inside. They may have found something valuable, causing such a commotion." Cultivators from various sects, their eyes filled with fervor and trepidation, gathered in groups toward the secret chamber. Flying swords and magical treasures were all drawn, and waves of spiritual energy surged back and forth. The once quiet, peerless ground instantly transformed into a cacophony, with hidden killing intents brewing. Inside the secret chamber, Ye Jing wiped off the blood on his hands. The body of the demonic cultivator beneath his feet had already turned into a pool of putrid black blood. The rich, malevolent aura from the Xianyu sect surged into the sky, wildly leaking through the cracks created by the talisman treasure. He curled his lips into a chilling smile, surrounded by swirling black winds. His figure flickered, melding into the shadows against the stone wall, his gaze fixed intently on the tightly shut palace door. "Xianyin, do you think you can survive just by hiding inside the palace? Using the talisman treasure exposes your location, and coupled with this surging killing intent, those cultivators must have surrounded this place completely by now." Ye Jing now understood the strength of Xianyin. Faced with such a siege of cultivators, he would surely find it difficult to escape. Whether he was severely injured or dead, it was something Ye Jing was more than happy to see. The only trouble was that he knew nothing about the situation inside, so he hid his figure, waiting for those cultivators to break open the gate as quickly as possible. At this moment inside the palace, Xian Yin had a grim expression as he absorbed his father completely, then coldly said, "Able to control demonic beasts, possessing numerous magical treasures, this man is the head of the Yi family, who has killed many disciples of the Xianyu sect." Ye Jing. "Yes, Master." The trembling withered tree beside him did not dare to raise its head. "Then why did you not report this earlier?" "And that fool Xinming. He has failed to grasp the details of a rural clan after so many years. What a useless bunch. Xian Yin shouted in anger. Master, it's all because that guy Xian Ming made unnecessary assumptions, thinking the Yi family was too powerful. The people sent out were all sent into the tiger's mouth, and now he has brought him right here. It truly is. Enough, those are all excuses. Xian Yin furious laughed coldly. The crimson light in his eyes surged with a bone-corroding malice, and the black and purple demonic energy around him surged, causing the blue stone floor beneath him to crack inch by inch. He waved his hand, and a violent demonic energy struck directly at the withered tree, which screamed and was sent flying. It crashed heavily into the stone wall, spitting out black blood with most of its bones shattered, yet it did not dare to utter a sound, only crawling on the ground and trembling, not even daring to take a breath. We will talk about punishment after we get out. The current trouble is those cultivators. This palace has nothing but this killing intent. Where exactly is the so-called inheritance? Xian Yin gritted his teeth, scanning the area with his divine sense, but failing to locate his target, which left him truly vexed. The palace was empty, with only an ink painting hanging in midair. The painting depicted an old man fishing, and the ink-painted water around him was slowly flowing. Xian Yin tapped his head, the image of his father surfacing in his mind, where his father was also surrounded by a group of people holding a jade token before diving into it. In the end, he obtained that inheritance. But the memory ended there. As a former leader of the Xian Yu sect who had delved into this place twice, he had brought out numerous valuable items, including the 3 soul devouring technique that Xian Yin practiced, and the blood soul extinction array that annihilated the Qin family. By this calculation, this transformation demonic cultivator was still the ancestor of their Xian Yu sect, because the cultivation technique they initially practiced perfectly matched with him. Thinking of this, Xian Yin clenched his teeth looking at that painting and reached out to touch it. The moment he touched the scroll, it began to move on its own, without wind. The old man in the painting suddenly, Xian Yin's pupils constricted, feeling a vast and icy will crushing down from the painting, which was no ordinary magical treasure, but the remnant divine consciousness of an ancient demon god. He forcibly suppressed the panic rising in his heart, his fingertips surging with demonic energy, as he pressed down hard on the scroll, attempting to forcibly refine this supreme treasure using the 3 soul devouring technique. But the old man in the ink painting merely lifted his eyes slowly, and that unremarkable gaze swept across, causing Xian Yin to tremble all over. The demonic energy surrounding him rapidly melted away as if ice met fire. Junior, do you think you are worthy to touch my inheritance? The ancient and indifferent voice resonated deep within Xian Yin's soul. Xian Yin hurriedly knelt, saying, I have no intention of disturbing your senior. I have only come to seek the inheritance of my ancestor and to revive the Xian Yu sect. His forehead pressed firmly against the cold ground, and much of his demonic energy dissipated. The pressure emanating from the scroll was overwhelmingly powerful. It left those who could only crawl nearby in a state of terror, their already injured bodies trembling even more violently. They feared that the ancient demon god might take its anger out on them and perish on the spot. The water within the scroll continued to flow gently, while the old fisherman maintained his pose of looking up, his murky yet profound gaze resting upon Xian Yin. There was no trace of anger, only an utter indifference, as if gazing at an ant that overstepped its bounds. Ancestral forefather. The remnant of the demon god chuckled lightly, its voice seemingly calm, yet it caused the entire palace to tremble subtly. The malevolent energy on the stone wall surged violently, transforming into a ghastly claw that clawed at the air. You crooked disciples, how dare you claim to be descendants after stealing my techniques? You are nothing but a pack of thieving rodents. As the words fell, an even greater pressure crashed down, leaving him unable to even scream, only managing to squeeze out faint raspy sounds from his throat. His internal organs felt as if they were being crushed by immense force, and the already turbulent demonic energy retaliated, fiercely rampaging through his meridians. Xian Yin felt both regret and fear, regretting his reckless touch of the scroll, and fearing that this demon god remnant would obliterate him. Yet he was unwilling to give up easily, hurriedly shouting, Senior, spare my life. I know I was wrong, but the cultivators outside are already closing in on the palace, coveting your treasures. If I die, your legacy will surely fall into the hands of outsiders. This indeed made the demon god remnant pause for a moment, the scroll trembling slightly, and the malevolent energy swirling in the air subsided a little. It seemed to have thought of something, refraining from making a move. The swirling malevolent energy in the air slightly receded. The old fisherman slowly lowered his eyelids, and with a gentle flick of his fishing rod, the water in the painting surged violently, spilling out of the scroll and enveloping Xian Yin in a wave of black ink. The ink wave suddenly contracted, forming a dark imprint seared on Xian Ian's forehead, followed by a surge of immense power entering his body. It began to repair his shattered bones and meridians, even refining his demonic energy by several degrees. Ian felt a sudden lightness throughout his body, his severely injured form recovering significantly. Just as he wanted to express his gratitude, an invisible force abruptly pushed him away. He flew toward the entrance of the palace like a kite, with its string cut, crashing straight through the heavy palace. Meanwhile, the cultivators outside the palace sensed the disturbance and turned their heads, their gazes locking onto the disheveled Ian, their killing intent soaring instantly. It's that demon Ian. He really is inside. Kill him and seize the palace's legacy, or we must not allow the demonic techniques to wreak havoc in the world. Those cultivators who had been drawn by the magical treasures were at a loss for how to enter, but now that someone had come out, they quickly surrounded him. In the shadows, Ye Jing's eyes narrowed, the poisonous bees swirling anxiously around him. This indicated that the spiritual energy fluctuations from Ian were very unusual. A disciple of the Thunder sect stepped forward, sternly reprimanding, "Demon, your end is near. Let Ian come out and die." Ian coldly laughed, his withered body instantly becoming ethereal, disappearing amidst the swirling smoke. Jin suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and quickly shouted, "Be careful. This person is not right." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin felt a chill breeze at his neck. Just as the cold wind approached, a sword swiftly blocked the attack. It was Ye Tianhao, his face cold as he fiercely swung his sword toward an invisible slash. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu also came to help, using their spiritual energy together with great effort to deflect the attack. Several poisonous bees fluttered around Ye Tianhao's shoulder, left for him by Ye Jing. After all, these creatures were extremely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy, which was why Ye Tianhao could react quickly. This attack was clearly aimed at them. This attack is completely silent. Jin had yet to express his astonishment when a series of terrified screams erupted nearby. Those cultivators suddenly found their necks slashed by an invisible wind, their heads severed, and their souls immediately vanished amidst their cries. Everything happened so quickly that no one could defend against it. What on earth is going on? Did Xian make a move? Why is there not a hint of spiritual energy fluctuations? The crowd fell into chaos, continuously screaming in panic. At that moment, a blue-clad woman with a veil stepped forward, conjuring a red lotus and tossing it into the sky. The red lotus immediately radiated a golden light, illuminating the mist with clarity and revealing the lurking figures concealed within. The panicked crowd finally saw that the ones attacking them were ghostly figures wielding sharp blades with no physical form, merely surrounding them and hacking away. The red lotus floated in the air, petals appearing and releasing a fragrant aroma, instantly dispelling the surrounding stench. The scent of the red lotus felt familiar to Ye Jing, and at that moment his storage bag began to tremble. Could it be that the red lotus held by this woman is connected to his golden bowl? The woman's voice was graceful as she said, "Everyone, do not lose your composure." Before her words fell, she formed a hand seal with her jade fingers, and the red lotus in the air suddenly bloomed with a dazzling golden light. As the petals flew, they transformed into a rain of fire, accurately striking those elusive, ghostly figures. The shadowy specters shrieked as they were touched by the golden flames, instantly dissipating in a cloud of black smoke, and even the biting cold around them lessened. The panicked cultivators finally steadied their minds, collectively summoning their magical artifacts and channeling their spiritual energy to follow the rain of fire from the red lotus and besieging the ghostly figures, with the sounds of battle growing louder at the palace doors. Ye Jing stood in the shadows, rubbing his trembling storage bag, his gaze firmly fixed on the floating red lotus. The humming of the golden bowl grew increasingly intense, hinting at a sacred aura identical to that of the red lotus. Ye Tianhao felt that this woman seemed familiar and suddenly recalled that she was the disciple of the Frost Moon sect who had tried to cut in front of him. Seeing this, the shadow formed by Xian immediately let out a cold laugh. "You woman actually possess a magical artifact from those bald heads. This truly surprises me, but you will soon die here." As soon as the words fell, Xian summoned several puppets with dragon heads and human bodies from the void, each exuding a terrifying, oppressive aura. This was precisely the power granted to Xian by the demon god, allowing him to regain his full mid-golden core strength and granting him the techniques from Mist Mountain. This technique requires no overwhelming spiritual energy to be released externally. Instead, it focuses on stealth, ethereal movement, and shadowy kill formations. It also restored him to his full mid-golden core battle capability, allowing him to use strange methods to slay enemies above his level. Drawing upon his own demonic essence as a guide, he could absorb the surrounding chill and murderous aura, condensing it into Xian's demonic fog. The fog could be ethereal, solidified, or split, that will completely masking spiritual energy fluctuations and traces, making it an unparalleled assassination technique. There were no enemies left for him here. The light released by the red lotus was instantly shattered by those dragon head monsters, and the golden light could not resist even for a moment. The blue-clad woman gritted her teeth, wanting to use her spiritual energy, but in the next moment she was struck by a bone-chilling fear. The terrifying pressure descended instantly, causing the cultivators present to halt their spiritual energy, rendering their magical artifacts as powerless as ordinary weapons. Someone began to scream, This is the aura of a golden core true person. That Xian has actually regained his golden core cultivation. At that moment those cultivators felt the overwhelming pressure. Their cultivation levels were merely foundation establishment. How could they withstand a golden core? It's over. It's all over. The cries of despair erupted suddenly, and the cultivators turned pale as paper, their legs trembling uncontrollably. A golden core cultivator could upend rivers and slay a region with just a wave of their hand. Now, however, he had become the malevolent ghost standing before them. The gap, so vast it was as if there was no room for resistance. In the black mist, Xian snorted disdainfully. The demon god has bestowed upon me his legacy, freeing me from the constraints of this realm. Now you shall all accompany my father to the grave. As the voice fell, the shadow continued to soar up and down, surrounding all the foundation establishment cultivators. Some of them were so frightened by the oppressive force that they begged for mercy. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Senior, we just wandered into this place. Please grant us a path to survive. The timid pleas for mercy rose and fell, completely shattering the remaining morale, and the cultivators who had initially planned to band together to resist turned pale as death. Many dropped their magical tools, collapsing to the ground trembling. The pressure from the golden core realm was like a mountain pressing down, making it nearly impossible to even circulate spiritual energy for protection, the disparity so great that it extinguished any thoughts of resistance. At this moment Ye Jing gritted his teeth in the shadows, the black wind beside him lifting its head, its single horn emanating waves of light, blocking the divine sense detection from Xian. Is this demon god playing tricks? How could Xian lift the class restrictions? How are we supposed to? Ye Jing felt a headache coming on. Beneath him was his grandson, and he had to intervene, but now Xian had already regained mid-golden core strength. Fighting him would be like a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Just as he was anxious, the immortal willow in Ye Jing's mind suddenly seemed to sense something, its branches and leaves growing rapidly, as if it had sensed some kind of nourishment. At this moment Ye Jing felt an ominous premonition. The Xian who was rampaging with slaughter suddenly raised its head, as if sensing something, looking towards Ye Jing. Ye Jing's hair stood on end. Finally found you. A sinister smile appeared on Xian's pale face. Shadows of ghosts passed through the cultivators, forcing them to defend against the attacks of these spirits with their spiritual tools. At this moment Ye Jing took a deep breath, revealing himself from hiding. His grand appearance made Yi Tianhao's heart tighten, and he immediately clenched his fists. Tianhao grandfather will draw its attention. Ye Jing ignored Xian's excited and strange laughter, transmitting his voice to Yi Tianhao. Yi Tianhao wanted to retain him, but saw Ye Jing swiftly heading outside. Xian immediately arrived, charging towards Ye Jing with countless vengeful souls. This sudden turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded. Even the veiled woman showed an incredibly shocked expression, that cultivator suddenly appearing. Could it be that he had some extraordinary means to dare to draw Xian away so recklessly? In the narrow passage Ye Jing rode the black wind, running aimlessly outwards. The black winds for claws stepped through the void, swirling black mist around it. Although the waves of light from its horns still barely blocked the divine sense, Xian's oppressive presence was drawing ever closer. The cold demonic energy spread wildly through the cracks in the passage, wherever it passed the stone walls instantly crystallized with a layer of pitch-black frost. Even the spiritual energy in the air was frozen and stagnant. Run! Do you think you can escape? Xian's strange laughter pierced through Ye Jing's ears like a poisoned ice pick as the pressure from the mid-golden core realm descended upon him like a tidal wave, causing the black wind to tremble violently, its speed drastically reduced. Ye Jing gritted his teeth, channeling all his spiritual energy into the black wind, urging it to speed. Out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of Xian behind him, surrounded by swirling ghostly figures. Those shadows, formed from resentment, surged like a tide, their sharp claws slicing through the air, emitting piercing wails. Xian's figure flickered, not touching the ground, the surface beneath it cracking inch by inch, revealing a boiling black ocean below, causing Ye Jing to feel a momentary disarray. The willow root within you I have searched for 1,000 years, I never expected you to come back to life. I will surely kill you." Hearing this, Ye Jing knew that the demon god must have been aware of the Hongmeng immortal clan willow within him, which is why it pursued him so relentlessly. Thus, Ye Jing had to lead it away from everyone, ensuring that no one learned even a hint of the immortal willow. The immortal willow grew ever more rapidly, its tender green leaves poking out, emitting a faint luminous glow that even began to suppress the surrounding demonic energy. But this glow was like a beacon in the darkness, completely exposing Ye Jing's location. Xian Yin's aura suddenly surged, and the surrounding ghostly figures coalesced into a gigantic demonic claw, striking fiercely towards Ye Jing's back. "Be careful." The black wind let out a furious roar, its horn erupting with blinding white light, forcefully colliding with the demonic claw. With a loud bang, the white light collided with the black claw. The shockwave caused Ye Jing's blood to surge. The black wind let out a mournful cry, its horn's radiance dimming. Black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, his figure faltering as he nearly fell. Ye Jing felt immense pain for this old companion who had been by his side for many years, already his closest partner, but at this moment he could only harden his heart and pat the black wind's neck. "Hold on a little longer. Don't stop." As the palace corridor collapsed, continuously shadows heavily surrounded them, and after Ye Jing had run a considerable distance, he suddenly realized he was entirely surrounded by a mass of black shadows. Ye Jing reined in the black wind and slowly turned to face the pursuing Xian Yin. Xian Yin stopped several feet away, surrounded by ghostly figures gazing down at Ye Jing. The strange smile at the corner of its mouth grew more pronounced. "Why aren't you running anymore? Ultimately, an ant is still an ant. Have you resigned yourself to fate?" Ye Jing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as a blade, and asked Xian Yin, "How did you know about the immortal willow within me, eh?" Xian Yin let out a cold laugh, saying, "This little rat. No, he is not qualified to know." Before the words fell, the flickering, ghostly figure suddenly exploded amidst swirling black mist. A more chilling and imposing aura slowly emerged from the depths of the black fog. The original Xian Yin was merely a manipulated shell. At this moment, the true puppet master finally revealed its true form. It was a semi-transparent soul body surrounded by a deep, inky black aura of death. With a gaunt face and blood-red eyes, a vertical pupil split open in the center of its brow, swirling with a stench of decay and destruction. Just by staring, Ye Jing felt his soul ache, while the black wind became weak, collapsing to the ground, emitting a fearful low moan. "I am the Bloodbone Demon God. Back in the day during my ascension, I was fortunate to witness an otherworldly immortal slay an immortal entity known as the Hongmeng immortal clan Willow, who I was gravely injured by the residual power of that strike, and since then my cultivation has not advanced an inch. Now I never expected to find that unique immortal aura within the body of a dying old man." Ye Jing's heart shook violently, and cold sweat soaked his back. Hearing this old demon say he was injured by that residual power of the slaying, it contradicted what Yun Jian had said. But Ye Jing naturally understood that his immortal willow had an extraordinary origin. He did not even know which ancient immortal entity would bring about the slaying of those exalted immortals. Moreover, since this immortal willow began to grow based on the number of his family members, it should be in a highly bonded symbiotic relationship with him. At this moment, the Bloodbone Demon God's blood-red gaze was locked onto Ye Jing's dantian, a greedy aura, nearly condensing into substance. Its withered fingers slightly curled, and the surrounding dead air surged wildly. Transforming into countless bony claws, they reached towards the two. "That strand of immortal willow's residual aura is the only chance for me to heal my injuries and reforge my path. Today you cannot escape. Obediently hand over the immortal aura, and I will leave you with your whole corpse, allowing this beast to suffer less torment." Delusional. Ye Jing sternly reprimanded, enduring the excruciating pain of his soul tearing apart as he pressed his hand against the head of Hei Feng. He directly infused Hei Feng with the celestial light of the immortal willow, using it to protect Hei Feng's spirit. "The immortal willow has chosen me as its Tao affinity. How could I readily surrender it to you, this demon?" A greenish light surged from his palm into Hei Feng's body, and Hei Feng's mournful whines gradually ceased as its spiritual power instantly recovered. Struggling to rise, its mane bristled as it glared fiercely at the Bloodbone Demon God, adopting a posture to protect its master at all costs. Seeing this, the Bloodbone Demon God's vertical pupil in the center of its brow suddenly constricted, erupting with a blinding black light. Its tone turned sinister. "Ignorant ant, since you refuse to cooperate, I will personally tear apart your soul and extract your celestial resonance. I will make you lose your soul." A surging wave of death energy crashed in like a tsunami, completely shattering the palace ruins and the ground split open into bottomless chasms as endless ghostly figures roared and lunged at Ye Jing. Upon seeing this, Ye Jing silently thought, Hongmeng, Immortal Clan Willow, let me see what powers you possess. He wanted to discover the immense strength of this immortal willow within his body. After all he had witnessed before, how the immortal willow dispersed that remnant of the demon god in no time, and now the current Xian was merely at the mid-golden core level, while that remnant soul was much stronger. At that very moment when the death energy threatened to consume everything, a sudden surge of blue light erupted within Ye Jing. It was not ordinary spiritual resonance, but rather carried a refreshing aura akin to the creation of heaven and earth. The immortal willow, which had been coiled deep within his sea of consciousness, revealed countless threads of celestial light that surged wildly along his meridians, instantly weaving a blue light barrier around him. Buzz! The light barrier collided with the overwhelming ghostly figures erupting in a deafening. The strange death energy upon touching this blue light barrier melted away like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, disappearing without a trace, leaving not even a speck behind. The bloodbone demon god's vertical pupil suddenly shrank in shock, clearly not expecting that Ye Jing possessed such a treasure capable of restraining its death energy. Is this the energy of Hongmeng? The demon god erupted in rage, black energy swirling around its body as it condensed into a massive black skeletal claw, tearing through space with a sharp sound as it viciously clawed at Ye Jing's head. However, a glowing willow branch appeared beside Ye Jing, whipping towards the demon god. In an instant, a piercing scream rang out, only to be reduced to ashes in an instant. It had no ability to resist and was obliterated. Just as Xian regained consciousness, he found a willow branch before him, approaching like a slithering snake. This was Xian's first experience of imminent death. His scalp tingled, and he trembled, not daring to look up. Before him stood Ye Jing in a black robe, coldly gazing at Xian as he spoke. Xian, I am the head of the Ye family. The Ye family head who has killed countless of your Xian sect members. Remember this. With that, Ye Jing coldly looked down at Xian. His figure immediately vanished. Meanwhile, Xian was thoroughly stunned by Ye Jing's presence. He gasped for breath, his heart racing. This cultivator was the head of the Ye family, but how could he possess spiritual pressure comparable to his own? Could it be that what Xianming said was true, that the Ye family had an ancient monster? Otherwise, how could they possess so many demon beasts? Perhaps that old man was just a facade. Xian's mind was in disarray. Previously, to ensure that the Xian sect could survive temporarily among those sects, he had refrained from openly provoking the major sects. He feared that they would unite to exterminate the Xian sect, but now this Ye family had a cultivator that made him uneasy. Could it be that the Ye family also had golden core cultivators? At this moment, Ye Jing, having run an unknown distance, could no longer suppress it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ye Jing could no longer hold on, kneeling on one knee, one hand supporting himself on the ground as blood dripped from the corner of his lips, staining the fragments of rock beneath him. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the Hongmeng immortal willow gently swayed, releasing strands of gentle blue light that slowly nourished his damaged soul, alleviating the piercing pain. My golden finger truly has a remarkable origin. Wiping the blood, Ye Jing looked back to see that Xian had not pursued him, and he sighed in relief. He could not kill Xian now, but he should be able to intimidate him. After all, he had just obliterated the remnant spirit of the demon god, which should be enough to scare him. Roar! Just as Ye Jing consumed the qi blood wine to replenish his spiritual power, Heifeng suddenly began to bark. Ye Jing immediately became alert, noticing a crack appearing ahead from which a melodious bird song emerged. From that crack emanated a wave of pure spiritual energy, which astonished Ye Jing. In this palace filled with demonic energy, there existed such pure and untainted spiritual energy, which was simply unfathomable. Ye Jing tightened his grip on the wine jug, his body tensed, and his spirit remained vigilant towards that crack. The white halo at the edge of the crack grew ever stronger. The melodious bird song sounded again, this time no longer ethereal, but clear as if right beside his ear. The pitch was melodious and ethereal, yet it sent a shiver down his spine. What is this thing? Ye Jing stared at the strange crack that had suddenly appeared before him. The spiritual energy looked exceedingly gentle and seemed harmless. The bird song continued, gradually revealing a green bird flapping its wings, seemingly beckoning Ye Jing to enter. Seeing the rich spiritual energy of the green bird, Ye Jing hesitated for a moment before stepping in. The moment he stepped into the crack, the demonic energy and coldness around him were instantly cut off, and a refreshing wave of pure spiritual energy, accompanied by the fragrance of vegetation, surged towards him. Ye Jing's tensed nerves subconsciously relaxed a bit, and even the stabbing pain in his spirit dulled slightly. Beneath his feet was a jade-like green stone path with never-before-seen spiritual herbs and immortal flowers growing on either side, their leaves glistening with crystal-like spiritual dew. Every drop contained pure spiritual energy comparable to high-grade spirit stones. In the distance, clouds and mist swirled, and a quaint blue palace could be vaguely seen. The eaves dripped with radiant spiritual tassels, forming a stark contrast to the eerie demonic palace outside. Woof! Hayfong followed closely behind, its previously cautious growl turning into a joyful whimper. Sniffing the spiritual energy in the air with its nose, its tail wagged furiously, clearly delighted by this secret realm. The guiding green spirit bird landed on Ye Jing's shoulder, its feathers soft and warm, emitting crisp chirps from its beak, gently rubbing its head against his cheek, exuding no aggression, but rather a hint of affection. Ye Jing raised his hand to gently stroke the green bird's wings, and at the moment his fingertips made contact, a gentle wave of spiritual power surged forth, prompting the green bird to flap its wings and fly ahead. The green bird flew to the shoulder of a woman in white, emitting a clear chirp. The woman was merely a graceful silhouette. Standing beneath a cassia tree, golden cassia flowers dotted the fallen leaves around her. As the wind blew, the delicate golden stamens fluttered down, settling on her white garments, releasing a faint sweet fragrance that mingled with the surrounding pure scent of spiritual herbs, refreshing the heart. Ye Jing instinctively softened his steps, fearing to disturb this tranquil scene. Hayfong seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere as well, retracting its playful demeanor, drooping its ears, and quietly following beside him, its bright eyes fixed on the white-clad silhouette filled with docility. The woman did not turn back. She gently pinched a fallen osmanthus petal. As she spoke, her voice flowed like a clear spring in an empty mountain, cold, yet carrying a hint of distant ethereality. You possess some skill to extinguish the remnants of that bloodbone. Ye Jing tensed at her words, realizing that this woman knew he had used the immortal willow to eliminate that bloodbone. Rest assured, I will not harm you. As you can see, I am merely a wisp of a remnant soul. The woman spoke softly, turning her head. Her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall onto her shoulders. Her brows and eyes were strikingly beautiful, her skin as smooth as jade, and her gaze, though resembling cold stars, was filled with gentle warmth. Ye Jing's heart trembled, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. He could distinctly feel the aura emanating from the woman before him, resonating with the restless spiritual energy within him, as if fate had long predetermined their encounter. He clenched his fingers, suppressing the turbulent waves of his heart, and cupped his hands, speaking in a deep voice. Junior, Ye Jing, having inadvertently entered this secret realm, I disturbed the immortal. I hope for your forgiveness. The woman smiled lightly, her brows and eyes curving like a new moon. She raised her hand to brush away the flowers on her shoulder and walked over slowly. With each step, delicate spiritual flowers blossomed on the bluestone slab. This place was originally reserved for fated individuals, so there is no disturbance. I have waited here for a long time and finally met you, which brings me a sense of nostalgia. Her words suggested a long-standing acquaintance with Ye Jing, yet he had never seen this woman, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. You jest, immortal. Ye Jing's hand at his side tightened slightly. Junior has limited cultivation and accidentally stumbled into this place. I have never set foot in this realm of the underworld sea before, nor have I met you, immortal. The person you await must be mistaken. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman had already reached him. The fragrance surrounding her caused Ye Jing's spiritual energy to surge uncontrollably. The woman looked down at him as if seeing through all his doubts. She slightly raised her delicate finger, lightly tapping his brow from a distance. A gentle yet irresistible spiritual energy entered Ye Jing's sea of consciousness, devoid of any malicious intent, but rather resembling a comforting reunion after a long separation. This left Ye Jing stiff all over, yet he did not resist feeling warmth flow through his brow, and his previously tense mind gradually relaxed. Enough, you know nothing now, but you have arrived at this stage as I wished. Your family has already embarked on the path of cultivation, so my sacrifices were not in vain. The woman smiled slightly with her pink lips. Sacrifices? Ye Jing's gaze abruptly lifted, colliding with her deep starry eyes, a tumultuous wave rising in his heart. Countless fragmented images converged in his sea of consciousness until a blurry memory surfaced. Broken swords and crumbling walls, a figure in white standing beneath the immortal willow, and a vague admonition. The more he probed, the sharper the pain in his head became, and he could not help but groan softly, his face paling. Seeing this, the woman quickly withdrew her hand, gently soothing him. Do not force yourself to recall. Your current cultivation is weak. Forcibly unraveling past events will only harm your spirit. Past events. Ye Jing grasped the key point. What do you mean by this, immortal? What is the connection? He was filled with confusion. Having crossed over from Blue Star, he was alone, and without any sect, and it was only after the birth of his third grandson Ye Tianhui that the immortal willow appeared. The experiences he had undergone were initially thought to be ordinary fortunes, but now it seemed they were all predestined. This underworld, see this woman, and even his path of cultivation appeared to be a preordained game. The woman turned and slowly walked towards the osmanthus tree, reaching out to stroke its rough trunk. Osmanthus petals fluttered down, landing in her hair and on her shoulders, adding a touch of tragic solitude. The connection between us cannot be fully disclosed yet. I must not disturb your Tao heart in this life, nor be discovered by them. She turned to glance at Ye Jing, her eyes filled with both reluctance and relief. My remnant soul's power is about to be exhausted. It won't last much longer. This place hides my complete inheritance, and it was meant for you. From now on, the inheritance belongs to you. You need only remember to stay true to your heart and forge ahead. When your cultivation reaches great heights, the past will naturally reveal itself. Immortal. Ye Jing's heart tightened. You have yet to tell me, who are you? The woman gradually faded away, revealing a hint of sorrow, as she slightly shook her head before disappearing. Only a single blue feather remained floating in midair. Seeing this, Ye Jing cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Immortal." Yet he still felt something was amiss, but could not articulate it. For now he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator possessing only this immortal willow and his family. He looked up at the empty courtyard where the ancient osmanthus tree still flourished, the spiritual flowers on the bluestone slab dissipating, leaving only the sound of wind sweeping through the falling osmanthus petals. To them mentioned by the woman, the sacrifices made, the arrangements spanning time and space, the truth of his crossing over, and the connection between the Ye family and the immortal willow. Countless mysteries weighed on his mind, yet they only strengthened his resolve to cultivate. No matter what, he would walk the path steadily. He approached the blue feather, which shimmered with spiritual light and quickly transformed into a scroll. At the top it was inscribed with the title Qingyu, riding the wind technique. This was a technique. The scroll's header contained a small annotation. This technique is derived from the essence of Qingyu. It draws the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as wind and gathers the essence of spirit and soul as feathers. When cultivated to perfection, one can ride the wind and soar through the sky, shattering the void and breaking through realms, living as long as the Qingming. A brief few words, yet they exuded a vast aura that looked down upon the heavens and the earth. He focused intently, and the more he read, the more astonished he became. The Qingyu riding the wind technique primarily focused on speed movement techniques and the refinement of the soul, emphasizing the concepts of speed and control. Practicing it could condense spiritual feathers that adhere to the body, allowing one to travel thousands of miles in a day and soar through the skies. When integrated with the soul, it could pierce through illusions and enhance the Tao heart. If infused into magical artifacts or demonic beasts, it could further enhance their agility, enabling them to change forms in an instant. He recalled the various dangers he had faced in the underworld sea, especially the strange techniques of the Xinyu sect. If he could master this technique, relying on its astonishing speed, he could maneuver freely and even counter powerful enemies. This was a technique that cultivated both inner and outer aspects, capable of nurturing qi as well as refining the soul, perfectly compensating for his previous shortcomings of being overly rigid and slow in movement. After securing this technique, Ye Jing thought that it sought a sense of stability. Perhaps this immortal was hinting at something to him. He stored this technique within the immortal willow and watched as the elegant pavilion gradually turned into wreckage and broken pillars, with the black seawater below boiling continuously. At this moment, Ye Jing looked back at the corridor he had been circling, surprised to find that it was wrapped in an illusionary array. When he probed with his divine sense, he could see no end. This meant that they had not ventured deep into the demon god's temple, but had been circling around the outskirts. It also implied that the treasures they had obtained were merely superficial, explaining why they had to suppress their cultivation upon entering. Was this the twisted humor of that demon god? At this moment, Ye Tianhao arrived at a weapon room filled with swords and blades where the air was thick with. This filled Ye Tianhao with joy, as he primarily practiced the sword and had a strong affinity for weapons. To him, those small boxes displayed in the stone room were far less enticing than the swords. After passing through rows of sword display stands, Ye Tianhao saw a counter not far ahead, emanating a chilling aura that made him feel as though he was facing a formidable enemy. He carefully approached, drawing out his broken moon sword, and there on the end of the display stood a pristine. The sword seemed to absorb an extreme cold power, with an almost eerie white radiance flowing along its spine. The scabbard was ancient, with a thin layer of ice crystals forming upon it, and even from a distance one could feel a bone-chilling cold. He tightened his grip on the broken moon sword, feeling a bit tense. This kind of cold aura indicated that the sword was far from ordinary. Ye Tianhao immediately took out a storage bag and conjured a spirit jade box specially designed to hold spirit weapons. He decided to store it for later study. Just as the jade box was about to contain the sword, suddenly icy needles shot towards Ye Tianhao. He quickly retreated, and out of the corner of his eye he saw a shadow charging at him, snatching the jade box. He swiftly swung out the broken moon sword, cleaving towards the shadow, which was startled and hurriedly raised a defense. A small jade tower appeared in their hand, instantly rising to a height of 10 zhong. With a loud clang, Ye Tianhao continued to strike fiercely, each attack relentless. Even such a strong defensive spirit weapon was being forced to retreat. The one who took Ye Tianhao's cold sword was the woman in green. She hadn't expected this sword cultivator to be so valiant despite his cultivation being only at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The one who took Ye Tianhao's cold sword was the woman in green. She hadn't expected this sword cultivator to be so valiant despite his cultivation being only at the initial stage. The woman in green lightly tapped her toes on the ground, using the momentum of the sword to swiftly retreat. A flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes beneath her veil. She had originally thought this was just an ordinary sword cultivator from the Qingyun sect, and that snatching treasures would be a simple task, but she had unexpectedly run into a brick wall. You have quite the temper, but it's just a cold sword. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Her voice was cold, yet deliberately alluring, attempting to disturb Ye Tianhao's focus. Ye Tianhao's brow furrowed, the broken moon sword blossomed into a fierce sword flower as coldness and murderous intent erupted. To steal someone else's treasure and still dare to chatter here. If you hand over the jade box, I will not pursue this matter further. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly lunged forward, channeling all his spiritual energy into the sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped blue sword chi straight at the woman's face. The woman in green's expression changed slightly, not daring to be careless. The jade tower in her hand swelled again, transforming into a towering ice spire to block in front of her. Boom. The tremendous sound reverberated throughout the entire weapon room, causing countless displayed swords to hum in resonance, as the killing intent unleashed by this strike surged wildly within the stone chamber. Ye Tianhao did not retreat a single step, his sword strikes flowing continuously. Each blow was precise and fierce, prompting the woman in green to curse. You sword cultivators are all brutes. Do you really intend to fight me to the death? Ye Tianhao's gaze was icy. My things cannot be taken even by the King of Heaven. With that, he stomped the ground fiercely, his figure suddenly soaring, the broken moon sword tracing a perfect arc in the air, the sword chi pouring down like a waterfall. The woman in green knew that if this dragged on, she would undoubtedly be defeated. She bit her silver teeth and suddenly threw the jade box to one side, while simultaneously turning to unleash several strands of icy silk, aiming for Ye Tianhao's vitals. If you want the sword, go pick it up yourself. Ye Tianhao understood her ploy and immediately swung his sword, while dozens of spirit blades flew out from his sleeve. As the woman reached for the jade box, the flying daggers struck fiercely, piercing her arm and going straight. Oh! A wretched scream erupted, but Ye Tianhao paid little attention as he seized the jade box in his hand and turned to leave. The woman in green, furious, pulled the flying dagger from her hand. How can there be such a fierce sword cultivator from the Qingyun sect? But she could only lament her inadequacy. Ye Tianhao stowed the sword in his storage bag, and just then saw Ye Jing arriving with a group looking for him. Tianhao, let's go. We need to hunt a second-tier latest-stage beast king. Ye Jing didn't say much to Ye Tianhao and immediately continued. Ye Tianhao was taken aback. A second-tier latest-stage beast was already comparable to a golden core beast. He hurriedly asked why. Elder. Most of the beasts in the beast forest of the Nether Sea realm are second-tier. Since this place suppresses cultivation, the beasts here are all within the second tier. Moreover, these beasts are extremely difficult to deal with. Generally, cultivators who enter here are only after treasures and spirit herbs, and they wouldn't easily provoke beasts above the initial second tier. Ye Jing also felt quite helpless. I don't know why, but the exit of the Nether Sea realm opens on the eastern coast, where there happens to be the lair of a second-tier latested Shadow Flying Shark King. If we don't deal with this Shadow Flying Shark King, we will be trapped in the Nether Sea realm forever. In the Nether Sea realm, there is no day and night cycle, so Ye Tianhao hadn't realized how quickly time had passed, arriving at the day when the exit of the Nether Sea realm would open a month later. This means that all cultivators must cooperate to kill that Shadow Flying Shark King to escape this Nether Sea realm. Now, this is no ordinary predicament. A second-tier latest-stage beast king lurking in the coastal waters, the Ghost Shark. Ye Tianhao murmured softly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Ordinary second-tier beasts are already tough-skinned and have considerable intelligence, how much more so for a beast king like the Ghost Shark. Not only is its physical body formidable, but it is also adept in water attribute secret arts, making it even more formidable in its home waters. This is indeed a serious challenge. For unknown reasons, the periphery of the Hall of the Demon God seems to have undergone a very severe attack, causing the restrictions inside to lose their effect. Cultivators can now freely enter and exit without suffering from the so-called demonic energy invasion. It is said that the leader of the Xianyu sect went mad. His power surged uncontrollably, causing significant damage to this Hall of the Demon God, and his fate is still unknown. But Ye Tianhao knew that it was his grandfather who had diverted it away. His grandfather had privately sent him a message saying that he was fine and told him not to worry. They also set out together on their swords. In the distance, waves of spiritual power fluctuations could be heard as dozens of figures flew through the air on their swords, their various spiritual lights weaving together, but each wore a look of anxiety. The number of cultivators now was already more than half less than a month ago, and now facing an impending disaster. The atmosphere was extraordinarily oppressive. The team was also much more harmonious than before. There was no sudden ambush or robbery. After all, there were treasures involved, and if they could not leave, it would be in vain. No one would be foolish enough to become a thorn in everyone's side just before leaving. At this moment on the coastline, the gray-black waves churned endlessly, and beneath the sea's surface a colossal shadow loomed indistinctly. Clad in a black robe, Ye Jing crouched in a stone cave at the coast, quietly observing the black shadow moving in the sea. This creature is truly vigilant. It can be detected from any direction. Now it seems I can only wait for those cultivators to arrive. Ye Jing sighed. He originally wanted to use the Qianshu Miao Miao map to leave early. After all, outside the exit, those Golden Core sect leaders would work together to open the door. Once he stepped out, he wouldn't be able to explain how he managed to slip in. Although treasures can be placed within the immortal willow, dealing with those sect leaders might not be easy. But now, with such a formidable shark around, this old man could only wait for those cultivators to arrive and then think of a way. As Ye Jing sat cross-legged to cultivate, he sensed a series of sounds breaking through the air coming from the coast. It seemed that the cultivators had arrived. Ye Tianhao stood upon his sword, taking in the breathtaking coastline below, which appeared to stretch infinitely. A disciple from the Ganglei sect expressed concern, saying, "Elder Yuan's senior brother Yuanzhen has not joined us. Could it be that he has already?" A flicker of sorrow passed through the eyes of the elder of the Ganglei sect as he sighed. Alas, one can only blame his ill fate. The Yuanzhen they spoke of was indeed the elder's eldest son, and the elder's name was Yuanzhen. Now only 5 disciples remained in the Ganglei sect. Compared to the total annihilation of disciples from other sects, this was already considered fortunate. Yuanzhen could not afford to worry about his son. What he needed to do now was to lead the remaining disciples away from this cursed Minghai realm. Ahead, amidst the thick fog, appeared a massive reef, the edge of which was the void's rift leading to the exit. However, that rift was completely submerged in water, surrounded by dark blue dorsal fins, continuously undulating, forming a massive whirlpool. Among them, those dorsal fins surrounded a gigantic shark, who, just by using divine sense, one could see this colossal creature measuring at least 20 zhang, covered entirely in dark blue scales that glinted with a metallic sheen. A pair of crimson fish eyes radiated ferocity, and its serrated teeth could shred anything that came near, especially its 2 wings, which were even longer than its body. This indicated that these sharks could fly and possessed astounding attack power. "It seems we need to discuss a strategy now," exclaimed Elder Xiaosha from the Xuanyue sect. Elder Huangshan from the Qishao sect asked, "So who will take the offensive and who will defend?" As soon as he spoke, the surrounding cultivators wore hesitant expressions. Taking the offensive meant facing the shadow-flying shark King Hedon. This statement felt like a boulder crashing into a calm lake, instantly plunging the already tense atmosphere into a freezing point. The cultivators present either lowered their heads in silence or averted their gazes, none daring to speak up. The shadow-flying shark king was a peak second-tier beast with a physical body comparable to an exquisite spiritual artifact. In this fog-laden water domain, its combat power approached that of a golden core cultivator in the early stages. Let alone disciples at the foundation establishment level, even several elders at the peak of foundation establishment would be seriously injured if they faced it Hedon. Volunteering for the offensive was akin to courting death. Yuanzhen tightened his grip on the thunder hammer. Having lost his beloved son, he initially wanted to fight to the death, but looking at the nameless disciples remaining behind him, he ultimately suppressed his impulsiveness. If he fell, these juniors would have no hope of survival. Xiaosha furrowed her brows, holding her ice spirit fan, exuding an aura of coldness, yet she still remained silent. The Xuanyue sect specialized in using magical artifacts, focusing on defense and control, whose strong offensive capabilities were not their forte. Thinking of this, she looked at the torn sleeves of her sect's eldest disciple, stained with fresh blood from the Qingyun sect, which brought forth a sense of profound meaning. Seeing no one respond, Elder Huangshan's expression grew increasingly grim as he harshly shouted, "Are you all mute? The shadow flying shark king blocks our exit. If we hesitate, we will only watch as the exit closes and we become trapped here." Under the sea, the dark blue dorsal fins moved more frantically, the whirlpool's rotation suddenly accelerating, producing a whistling sound as the shadow flying shark king's crimson eyes swept across the crowd on the shore. The ferocity intensified, evidently having sensed the cultivators' approach. It issued a blatant challenge. Surrounding lesser shadow flying sharks leaped out of the water, their shrill cries piercing the air, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Xia stepped forward and suddenly said, "The Qingyun sect excels in swordsmanship, and since you have the most disciples, why not let the Qingyun sect take the offensive?" Upon hearing this, all the cultivators turned their gaze towards the Qingyun sect, which had remained silent. Elder Huangshan's eyes flashed with relief as he immediately agreed, saying, "Elder Xia is absolutely right. The Qingyun sect sword cultivators are known for their offensive prowess, and their disciples are indeed elite. This position of main attacker belongs to you." Yuan Zhan remained silent, clearly acquiescing to this suggestion. After all, the Ganglei sect was severely weakened, and he truly did not wish to suffer further losses, so he could only push this hot potato onto the Qingyun sect. In an instant, everyone eagerly looked towards the members of the Qingyun sect. Yun Jian furrowed his brows as he observed the Qi Shao sect, which practiced the same sword path, but seemed unwilling to act, and instead tried to shift the responsibility. Thus he said, "Elder Huang, our Qingyun sect now has only 3 disciples left. I fear we may lack the capability for the main attack. How about the Qi Shao sect also lend us a hand?" As soon as these words were spoken, Elder Huangshan's expression darkened, and he took on a tone of indignation as he rebutted, "Friend Yunjin, your statement is misguided. My Ling Shao sect's disciples have experienced the slaughter in the Minghai realm, and now only 4 remain, all injured, and with spiritual power depleted by half. We are utterly incapable of strong offense." He paused, casting a glance at the 3 disciples of the Qingyun sect. "Look at your Qingyun sect. Although you may not have many disciples, your sword cultivators are well-grounded in swordsmanship, is indeed a weapon for breaking through formations and attacking strongholds. If you do not step forward, now do you intend to watch everyone perish here together?" Yun Jian clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, his eyes filled with restrained anger, clearly perceiving that he was being pushed to the forefront due to the Qingyun sect's current weakness. Xia added, "Indeed, friend Yun Jian, Elder Huang is correct. At this life-and-death juncture, how can we concern ourselves with sect losses? The Qingyun sect will take on the main attack, and we will surely provide full support from the rear, preparing defenses and restraining the smaller monsters, ensuring you will not face this battle alone." While they spoke of support, everyone knew that rear defense was far safer than fighting head-on. In a critical moment, these people would likely only care for their own survival and would not lend a hand. Yun Jian felt a heavy sensation in his chest. It seemed they were being forced into a corner. They had to comply, but if the disciples of the sect were to be annihilated because of his agreement, how would he explain it to the sect master? At this moment, Yi Tianhao stepped forward, addressing Yun Jian. "Elder Yun, leave the main attack to me." He took a step forward, his long robe billowing in the cold sea breeze, his voice not loud, yet clear enough to overshadow the howling of the sea and the shrill cries of the flying sharks. Yun Jian turned sharply, his eyes filled with surprise and urgency. "Tian, how do you realize what you are saying? The Shadow Flying Shark King is a peak second-tier beast, and in this water domain, its combat power approaches that of a golden core. I know." Yi Tianhao raised his eyes to the dark blue giant shadow approaching beneath the sea, his gaze sharp as a sword. "But right now the sect is pushed to the brink of disaster. If no one steps forward, none of us will leave here today." He slightly inclined his body, bowing to Yun Jian, saying, "I, Yi Tianhao, as a disciple of the Qingyun sect, am willing to shoulder the responsibility of the main attack for the sect." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd fell silent. No one expected that in a moment of indecision for the elders of the Qingyun sect, it would be a young disciple who stepped forward. Elder Huangshan noticed that the young man appeared somewhat unfamiliar. He must undoubtedly be the renowned genius disciple of the Qingyun sect, Yi Tianhao. He immediately raised his voice, saying, "Good. Excellent. Since this young friend has voluntarily taken on the task, let us settle this matter." Yun Jian, seeing that Yi Tianhao had agreed, so readily felt that he had given him an out. He relaxed slightly in his heart, and then said, "In that case, the Qingyun sect will require a share of the command. That is not too much to ask, is it?" As Yun Jian spoke, the joy on Huang Shanyan's face instantly froze, a hint of sinister malice flashing in his eyes. He had originally planned to use the Qingyun sect as cannon fodder, ensuring that the credit would belong to the Lingxiao sect, and if things went awry, he could distance himself from it completely. Now that Yun Jian demanded command authority, it was tantamount to seizing the power of discourse, hindering his ability to respond from the rear and cutting off his escape route. Jia Sha furrowed her brows slightly and gently advised Elder Yun why be so serious. The main attack is inherently dangerous, and the formations from the rear are meant to constrain the chaotic beasts. If command authority is further divided, it will only lead to confusion and delay significant matters. Although this sounded reasonable, it was clear that she did not want the Qingyun sect to control the pace. The cultivators from nearby smaller sects and families glanced over, some secretly nodding in agreement, believing Yun Jian's demand for command authority was justified. If there is chaotic command from the rear and no cooperation, it would simply be sending the disciples of the Qingyun sect to their deaths. Yun Jian sneered, excessive. Elder Huang, Elder Jia, just now you both insisted that the rear would fully support and never fight alone, yet now I merely seek a share of command authority, and you push back against me. Is your so-called support just empty words with no intention of true cooperation? His gaze was sharp, directly pressing Huang Shanin. My Qingyun sect disciples are risking their lives in the front lines, putting everything on the line, merely wishing for a share of command authority to ensure proper support from the rear. If this is excessive, then today we in the Qingyun sect shall not take part in the main attack. Huang Shanyin's expression shifted between green and white. He never expected Yun Jian to be so resolute. If he truly forced the Qingyun sect to retreat, the absence of sword cultivators at the scene would leave the Qishao sect to take the brunt of the assault. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately relented. Fine, since Elder Yun insists, I will fully support this. But let me make this clear, if we miss the opportunity to slay the Shark King, your Qingyun sect will take full responsibility. Naturally, Yun Jian replied solemnly, his heart slightly relieved. With command authority, he could at least direct the rear cultivators to cooperate with Yi Tianhao and the others, ensuring they wouldn't truly become cannon fodder. At this moment, Yi Tianhao and Lu Xiaoyu had drawn their swords, preparing to strike. The sea breeze carried a heavy stench, while gray-black waves surged and roared, dark blue dorsal fins appearing like a forest beneath the surface. The massive shadow of the shadow-flying shark slowly rotated at the center of the whirlpool, its crimson fierce eyes locking onto the shore cultivators, its surrounding water attribute spiritual energy, wildly agitated, ready to strike. Yun Jian stood beside the disciples of the Qingyun sect, his sword drawn half an inch. With a steady and restrained sword intent, he scanned the assembled cultivators, his voice clear, yet carrying an undeniable authority, overpowering the roaring waves. Everyone heed my orders. This battle concerns life and death. Each must fulfill their role without error. I command Elder Huang Shanin of the Qishao sect to lead your disciples in forming a sword array, sealing off the left and right wings of the shark swarm, preventing the shadow-flying sharks from launching surprise attacks. Do not allow a single one to approach the main battlefield. Elder Jia Sha of the Xuanyue sect set up the ice spirit confinement array to freeze the sea surface whirlpool, diminishing the Shark King's advantage in the water, while using ice spikes to restrain the Shark King's movements, cooperating with the main attack. Elder Yuanzhan of the Ganglei sect lead your disciples to guard the rear exit fissure, strictly preventing the Shark King from sneaking behind. If there is any unusual movement around the fissure, strike immediately with lightning. With these commands given, although the elders of various sects had their grievances, they had to consider the bigger picture and immediately took action. Huang Shanin called over 4 disciples, among them Wan Xiao and Tao Yue, who also summoned their spiritual swords to array on the right side of the shore, with Wan Xiao using his talisman. The talisman transformed into a gigantic golden bell blocking the nearby shadow-flying sharks, and then formed a sword array with the other disciples. Surging fire spiritual energy erupted, igniting a wall of fire on the surface of the sea. Yuanzhan gripped his thunder hammer, standing guard by the fissure in the rocks alongside 5 disciples of the Ganglei sect, lightning coursing around them, ready for battle. Yun Jian turned to look at Yi Tianhao, his eyes filled with seriousness and anticipation. Tianhao, the main attack is entrusted to you. Remember, do not engage in a hard fight, maneuver, and seek opportunities to break through. I will coordinate the rear support at all times. If you encounter danger, send a message immediately, and everyone will rush to your aid. Yi Tianhao nodded slightly, his sword transforming at his feet into a stream of snow-white light, charging straight toward the whirlpool on the sea. Then the Po Yu sword unleashed several sword flowers, spiritual energy infusing the sword body, its edge gleaming. In an instant, the sea surface was struck repeatedly by numerous sword blades, raising waves several zhang high. Roar! The shadow-flying shark sensed the killing intent, and suddenly leaped out of the water, its 20-zhang massive body blocking the sky, its dark blue scales glinting with a metallic sheen under the spiritual light. With its jagged teeth clashing, a piercing grinding sound erupted, and its long wings spread wide, truly taking to the air as water arrows shot toward Ye Tianhao like a torrential rain. Jiasha lightly waved her ice spirit fan, causing ice shavings to fall like snow. The sea surface instantly froze into a thick layer of ice, the whirlpool's rotation slowing drastically, threads of cold air wrapping around the Shark King. Seeing the Shark King's movement slow down, Ye Tianhao seized the opportunity to accelerate his pace. The Puyu sword infused with sword intent struck at the Shark King's weak spot at its neck and gills. This strike condensed all of his foundation establishment's spiritual energy, the sword wind howling, carrying the might of shattering stone. Lu Xiaoyu caught up and also attacked the Shark King with his sword, barely forcing it back a few steps. Clang! A loud sound reverberated along the coast as several sword techniques struck the Shark King's scales, leaving only a shallow white mark. The formidable recoil caused Ye Tianhao's hands to go numb, forcing him to retreat several zhang. The shadow-flying shark in pain became furious, its tail sweeping violently toward Ye Tianhao, while nearby shadow-flying sharks charged wildly, attempting to break through the golden bell talisman and the frozen sea surface. Elder Huang reinforced the fire formation and eliminate the nearby shark swarm. Yun Jian's brows furrowed tightly as he coordinated in real time. Elder Jia, use your spiritual artifacts to attack the Shark King. Jia Sha's brows knitted tightly, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her eyes, yet she understood that this was not the time to withhold cooperation. She raised her jade hand, the ice spirit fan suddenly unfolding, the ice-patterned surface radiating spiritual light as cold air surged around her, summoning the sect's treasured ice spirit lotus platform. The light blue lotus platform floated in midair over the sea, its petals blooming layer by layer, countless ice spikes shooting toward the shadow-flying shark like a torrential downpour. At the same time, the lotus platform released ice threads entangling the Shark King's wings and tail, forcefully pulling its airborne body down slightly. They are giving their all, do you dare to hold back? Jiasha coldly reprimanded the disciples of the Shuangyue sect behind her. The green-clad woman immediately said assist them in surrounding and attacking the shadow-flying shark. With that, they all took out the magical artifacts they had trained with and hurled them all toward the Shark King. The green-clad woman noticed the Shark King's swift attacks, and seeing that Ye Tianhao's strikes had no effect on its gills, she thought perhaps blinding its eyes might effectively restrain it. Meanwhile, Ye Tianhao continued to slash at the Shark King, which suddenly let out a tremendous roar directed at him. Then its scales peeled off, transforming into sharp blades that wildly attacked Ye Tianhao. The speed was too fast, leaving Ye Tianhao momentarily unable to react. He immediately thought not good, and could only activate his spiritual power to protect himself, as this strike would surely leave him severely injured. Bang! Suddenly the green-clad woman moved, waving a soft white silk ribbon. The ribbon appeared gentle and insubstantial, yet it contained the unique Han Yu spiritual energy of the Shuangyue sect. As soon as it was released, it transformed into a stream of light, several zhang long, twisting and coiling in the air like a lively white serpent. It protected the sword cultivators of the Qingyun sect, who were at the forefront. Weren't you quite capable earlier? The green-clad woman's clear voice rang out. Ye Tianhao was momentarily taken aback. The woman protected her silk ribbon, which shimmered with tiny moonlight, leaving a thin frost in the air as she moved with such speed that only an afterimage remained, heading straight for the crimson, ferocious vertical pupils of the shadow-flying Shark King. Roar! The shadow-flying Shark King sensed the danger to its eyes, abruptly turning its head as its massive wings flapped violently, attempting to shatter the troublesome silk ribbon. But the snow-white ribbon seemed to possess a life of its own, nimbly evading the sweeping wings and instantly wrapping around the Shark King's eye socket. Cold spiritual energy surged through the ribbon, causing the Shark King's eyes to seize in excruciating pain, eliciting a deafening roar. In an instant, the entire body of the shadow-flying Shark King came to a sudden halt, and its eyes exploded, completely losing their sight. With one vigorous effort, "Kill it," Yun Jian commanded sternly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators, witnessing the Shark King's uncontrollable fury, lost their composure and all exerted their utmost effort to slay it. Ye Tianhao gathered his spiritual power within his sword, and the sword in his hand instantly expanded into a gigantic blade several meters long, its swings cutting through the air like the wind. The Shark King, having been besieged from all sides, had already lost its chance to respond. Faced with this sudden attack, it let out a roar. Its wing fins shattered instantly, blood splattering as it could no longer take flight. The cultivators of the Gang Lei sect seized the opportunity, redirecting their efforts to strike down the fleeing Shark King with flashes of lightning. The shadow-flying Shark King, its eyes bound and frozen by the ribbon, faced obstacles in its vision, further sealed by the cold air and pressured by the sword light, falling into complete despair. It struggled frantically, its scales standing on end, spewing forth dark venom, which melted the ice and corroded the seawater it passed. Yet it was powerless to turn the tide. Ye Jing forcefully plunged his sword into the Shark King's bloodied gills, infused with immense power. The spiritual energy surged through the wound directly toward its core, instantly igniting the Shark King's internal spiritual power. Bang! The 20-meter-long body crashed heavily onto the frozen sea surface, shattering the ice layer and sending towering waves into the air. The shadow-flying Shark King twitched a few times before completely losing its breath. The dark blue scales lost their luster, becoming dull and lifeless. A completely azure inner core, swirling with dense vapor, slowly floated out from its wound, emanating an enticing wave of spiritual energy. Finally, it's done, Lu Xiaoyu sighed with relief. The surrounding cultivators were utterly exhausted, their spiritual power entirely depleted. Killing such a massive late-stage second-tier Shark King undoubtedly came with significant losses. At this moment, at the entrance of the underworld sea realm, the sect leaders gathered at the entrance. The appointed time had arrived, and all the leaders were to collaborate in opening the gate to allow the disciples sent out to return. Fan Lang stepped forward and smiled. I wonder how many will return safely this time. The underworld sea realm is filled with opportunities, but it is also fraught with dangers. I fear our disciples may fall victim to greed for treasure and lose their lives. Humph, Morong Xiao sneered dismissively. Sect leader Fan, with such concerns does not seem fitting of a sect leader. Cultivating is an act of defiance against heaven. The victors live and the losers die. If you lack this mentality, you should leave the path of cultivation and stop being so sentimental. Your words are misguided, sect leader Morong. Yunling interjected with a smile. The underworld sea realm is perilous and unpredictable, with dark currents and illusionary fogs that are difficult to guard against. If our disciples can return unscathed, it would be a stroke of luck. If they truly suffer losses, it would be a great regret for the sect. Indeed, Gui Sewer added with a gentle smile, what sect leader Yin said is very true. You have all presided over the sect for many years, and every disciple under your care is a product of your own nurturing. How could one truly become heartless? Morong Xiao's brows furrowed tightly, and despite being publicly contradicted, he did not show anger. However, the cold air around him thickened, and as he waved his sleeve, spiritual energy surged. Enough chatter, the time has come. Let us work together to open the formation. Those who could not even brave such a minor secret realm like the underworld sea realm deserve to die. They are unworthy of even a fraction of the sect's fortune. Yunling quickly smoothed things over, wearing a polite smile as he raised a hand to assure everyone the priority is to open the gate. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. If the barrier closes, the disciples inside may never return. Let us each do our part. With that, the crowd ceased their discussions and moved to their designated positions, forming a circle as previously agreed. They simultaneously performed their hand seals, their spiritual light surging wildly, intertwining into a dazzling net of light that struck forward. Buzz! In the chaotic rifts, a clear gap slowly appeared, with a howling wind carrying faint traces of blood and the salty scent of the sea hitting them directly. Meanwhile, above the icy waters of the underworld sea realm, the onlookers gazed at the slain shadow-flying Shark King and the now opened exit, ahead, a flicker of joy finally appearing in their eyes. Elder Yuan Zhan of the Gang Lei sect immediately stepped forward, saying, "Let this Shark King be entrusted to me for safekeeping. When we exit, shall we split it?" Upon hearing this, Yunjin, Jiasha, and Huangshan Yin all showed signs of discontent. This was a latest-stage second-tier demon beast. Its flesh, skin, and blood were all top-quality materials for refining. Considering the Gang Lei sect's power, it would be strange if they actually shared it. Huangshan Yin remarked, "Elder Yuan, this Shark King is the result of our joint hunting. Why not divide it here to avoid complications later?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiasha's cold spiritual energy spread like thin ice. "What Elder Huang said is reasonable. We should divide it promptly." The earlier collaboration had begun to turn confrontational due to their separation. Yuan Zhan's face turned ashen. The Gang Lei sect's domineering aura had been publicly challenged. He tightened his grip on the thunder hammer, the lightning power swirling in his palm, but ultimately, he feared the combined strength of the three factions. With a cold snort, he declared, "You all underestimate my Gang Lei sect too much. I am merely safeguarding it. How could there be a question of monopolizing? If you don't trust me, let's divide it right here." Though unwilling, he understood that internal conflict at this moment would be unwise, as the residual scent of the demon beast of the underworld sea realm had yet to dissipate. If they began infighting, they might attract more ferocious beasts, and at that point not only treasures, but even their lives would be at risk. Just as the crowd prepared to divide the Shark King's body and tally their spoils, a sudden intense, buzzing sound echoed from the distant void. The seawater beneath the ice layer churned violently, and the once calm surface erupted into towering waves. A familiar spatial fluctuation swept over them. "It's the exit. The sect leaders have opened the exit," a sharp-eyed disciple exclaimed, pointing at the surging spiritual light at the crack in the void, his voice barely concealing his excitement. In an instant, everyone forgot about the Shark King and looked up, only to see the sky split open, with a massive gate of light, radiant spiritual light piercing through the cold fog of the underworld sea realm. From beyond the gate came the faint waves of spiritual energy mingled with the divine sounds of several sect leaders. Their voices were short and commanding. "Hurry and retreat. The exit is unstable, and you must leave within the span of an incense stick." Yuan Zhan decisively waved his hand, collecting the Shark King's corpse into his storage bag, and sternly commanded, "The treasures can be divided later. We must leave immediately. If we miss the time, no one will survive to leave." The crowd dared not delay any longer, hastily sheathing their weapons, gathering their spoils, and rushing toward the gate. On the ice-covered sea surface, figures walked on the ice. The sound of spiritual energy cutting through the air echoed continuously. The lingering scent of blood and sea brine was swept away by the raging wind, while the spiritual light at the gate grew ever more brilliant and unstable, as if it could close completely at any moment. Suddenly, shadows flew incompletely surrounding the exit. Yun Ling looked over, only to see the withered old man from the Xianyu sect and the formless ghost shadow behind him. "Are you leaving so soon? Don't you want to have a proper battle with me?" The ghost shadow let out a series of eerie laughs, sending chills down their spines. The old man, resembling a withered tree, hunched over in midair, his bony fingers twisting a string of ghostly bone beads surrounded by swirling black mist. The ghostly figure transformed into a mass of black threads, densely wrapping around the ethereal light of the gate, causing the originally brilliant portal to dim by a third in an instant. The chilling wind, laden with vengeful energy, left the gathered cultivators momentarily breathless. Yuan Zhan's complexion changed drastically, raising his thunder hammer to shield himself, the crackling arcs of electricity unable to resist the cold, sinister force. He shouted sternly, "Old wretched tree! You Xianyu sect have such audacity to intercept us. Do you not fear being hunted down by the various sects?" The old man let out a raspy, eerie laugh. His sunken eyes glimmered with greed. "The opportunities of the underworld sea belong to my Xianyu sect. You young ones think you can take advantage and walk away unscathed. You are sorely mistaken." With that, the remaining ghostly spirits shrieked and charged forward. All cultivators had exhausted their spiritual power from the previous battle. Caught off guard by this sudden ambush, they could only defend themselves. The ghostly figure was Xian Yin, who had thoroughly mastered the secret techniques bestowed upon him by the bloodbone demon god, allowing him to transform his body into a ghostly shadow, an entity that left no trace in the underworld sea. The cultivators' frenzied attacks had no effect. Yuan Zhan gripped his thunder hammer tightly, his palm burned and bloodied by the arcs, the lightning surrounding him dim as a candle flame, utterly unable to fend off the encroaching black mist. Half of his body was already frozen stiff, his teeth chattered as he glared furiously. "Xian Yin, you cowardly rat, relying solely on sneak attacks to survive." The ghostly figure in midair suddenly let out a sharp, mocking laugh, its voice indistinguishable, engender filled with sinister cunning. "Fool! In the cultivation world, only the victor is king. Where is there any fairness? You have exhausted your spiritual power and walked right into my Xianyu sect's hands. The fortune of the underworld sea is not something you are worthy of touching." Xian Yin understood well that if he could slay these cultivators in the underworld sea, the various sects would surely be greatly weakened. Before his words had finished, the black mist around Xian Yin surged violently, dozens of grotesque, ghostly claws tearing through the void, directly targeting the vital points of the frontline cultivators. Those cultivators, having already depleted their spiritual energy and with blocked meridians, could barely activate even the most basic defensive spells. They could only rely on their physical bodies to withstand the attack. In an instant, two of them were pierced through the shoulder by the ghostly claws, the black-purple sinister energy rushing into their meridians through the wounds. It corroded their flesh and froze their spiritual veins in an instant. The two screamed as they were sent flying lifeless. By the time they hit the ground, their bodies visibly shriveling, becoming nourishment for the sinister energy. As the words faded, the mass of black threads suddenly tightened, aiming to directly strangle the souls of the cultivators. Ye Tianhao gritted his teeth, preparing to defend, but he found his spiritual energy also insufficient. If this continued, they would all die. The old man with the bone beads rotated them even faster, countless vengeful spirits, phantoms, emerging from the black mist, ready to devour the cultivator's essence. Just as everyone faced imminent death, a blazing golden light exploded from the direction of the gate, like the sun falling to the earth, forcefully tearing through the mass of black mist. Xian Yin's face turned furious at the sight of the golden light. Are you still going to oppose me? The golden light dispelled all surrounding demonic energy, followed by an overwhelming sense of pressure that caused the nearby ghosts to scream in terror. Yet the cultivators could not ascertain the source of this power. They only knew that something terrifying. All the cultivators looked at the golden light with a unified sense of confusion. No one knew, but Xian Yin heard a rather cold voice beside him. You can try. I may not be able to kill you, but I can severely injure you. Those golden core sect masters outside will be more than happy to eliminate you while you are gravely wounded. You rat hiding in the shadows dare to act so brazenly before me. A mere illusionary force. Do you truly think it can stop me? Xian Yin sneered. If that person were truly so powerful, he would have killed him long ago instead of resorting to these ghostly tricks. But in the next moment, a green glowing willow branch appeared out of thin air, silently manifesting before Xian Yin. Xian Yin's scalp tingled. It was the very branch that had effortlessly dispersed the remnants of the demon gods. Well, he could not afford to gamble now. Good. Very good. I will remember this grudge today. Xian Yin cast a venomous glance at the trembling cultivators below, then glared fiercely at the golden light. We shall see. The debts of the underworld will be settled with you sooner or later. With that, he transformed into a gust of wind rushing towards the fissure. The cultivators, having survived the calamity, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces full of fear. Yuan Zhan struggled to stand upright with his thunder hammer, his half-frozen body gradually warming as he gazed at the disappearing willow branch. He cupped his fists and said solemnly, "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. I cannot express my gratitude enough. May I know your esteemed name? We will surely repay your kindness in the future." Ye Tianhao in the crowd widened his eyes, feeling that familiar aura. It was his grandfather. Yun Jian also looked astonished, wondering about the identity of the willow branch that had scared off Xian Yin as soon as it appeared. Recalling that Xian Yin had already escaped through the fissure moments ago, Yun Jian suddenly remembered that it was the sect masters who had opened the fissure. This is bad. We must get out. Yun Jian's urgent cry sounded like thunder, instantly shattering the cultivators' momentary complacency after survival. Their expressions changed drastically as they realized they had only been focusing on their fears, forgetting that the gate had been forcefully opened by the outer sect masters. Going out will surely bring disaster. With that, they hurriedly dove into the fissure. At this moment, Xian Yin was the first to escape from the entrance of the underworld sea. As soon as the other sect masters saw him, they immediately surrounded him with their spiritual weapons. Xian Yin coldly declared, "I shall not accompany you today. I will turn you all into living corpses and repay you in blood." With his words, the black mist around him exploded, transforming into countless fragmented, ghostly figures that scattered. At the height of the battle, the fissure of the underworld sea's entrance erupted with brilliant light, and Yuan Zhan, Ye Tianhao, Yun Jian, and others stumbled out, supporting each other. Each of them was stained with blood, their faces pale, exhaustion evident as they nearly fell upon landing. Meanwhile, the great door behind them was gradually closing, losing its spiritual control due to the lack of energy from the golden core cultivators. Ye Tianhao looked at the closing chaotic door, worry filling his eyes, yet he dared not show it. He could only reassure himself that his grandfather had the Qi Xian Piao Miao map and would surely escape. He could not let others catch on to his unease. At that moment, the sect masters still could not capture Xian Yin, but compared to this cunning demonic cultivator, they were more concerned about how many of their disciples had returned. Yun Jian approached, leading Ye Tianhao, Lu Xiaoyou, and another inner disciple sect master. Yun Jian has lived up to expectations. Yun Ling, seeing the four return, nodded with satisfaction. "You have worked hard on this mission. Oh, it's good to have you back." More than 100 went to the underworld sea, but only a handful have returned. Many sect disciples have perished. The elite forces sent out have all been wiped out. It is extremely painful, yet unavoidable. The mountains and forests were filled with the relief of having survived a calamity, but also rife with hatred towards the Xianyu sect. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and began to gather their disciples in preparation for the return journey. Ye Tianhao glanced back at the still open rift, worry etched on his face, but as he turned around, he noticed the eldest disciple of the Shuangyue, a sect, a young woman clad in blue, was watching him. He furrowed his brows and then averted his gaze. At this moment within the Minghai realm, Ye Jing finally emerged from the shadows, letting out a long breath as he found a reason to scare away that Xianyin. Otherwise, he would have truly had to kill all those people, and even his grandson's life would be in jeopardy. He watched as the rift began to slowly close. Without the support of those golden core cultivators, the exit was now sealed. It seemed those people had already departed, but to be safe, Ye Jing still waited for the moment the rift was about to vanish, and swiftly used the Qianshu Piaomiao map to escape outside. The Minghai realm opens once every 100 years, and currently, they were merely on the outskirts of the demon god palace. Ye Jing would re-enter this place when his cultivation improved in 100 years. As the sealed rift was about to close, the painting rolled up, with Ye Jing swiftly flying out from within. Upon landing, Ye Jing summoned the black wind, unleashing concealed spiritual power, and hurriedly bounded towards home, not daring to pause for a moment. Now he was acting against the wind, and needed to leave this place immediately. Traveling east through the dense forest, Ye Jing pressed on day and night, arriving at the borders of the Yin kingdom in just 2 days. Passing through the rocky hills, the outline of a town gradually appeared ahead, with wisps of smoke rising and the sounds of bustling markets carried by the wind. This place was a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the Minghai realm. The sentinels at the city gate wore the standard armor of the Yin kingdom, inspecting each passerby, with sharp gazes clearly on high alert for any border disturbances. Ye Jing's expression hardened as he immediately summoned the black wind and circulated his techniques to conceal all his cultivation aura. Transforming himself, he became an ordinary old hunter, his face weathered and his gait slightly unsteady, carrying a half bundle of firewood as he leisurely approached the city gate. "Old man, where do you come from?" The sentinel saw his plain clothing and ordinary aura and did not create any difficulty, casually inquiring. Ye Jing cupped his hands, his voice gravelly, yet just right, carrying a hint of weariness. "Forgive me, sir, I am a hunter from the back mountain. A few days ago, I lost my way while hunting in the mountains and just emerged from the wilderness, hoping to enter the city to exchange for some food." As he spoke, he deliberately shook the firewood on his back, a simple smile plastered on his face, showing no trace of a cultivator's sharpness. This was a common tactic he employed for concealment. After 2 days of travel to reach the Yin kingdom, he felt it was safe to take a brief rest. Once in the city, Ye Jing planned to slip out immediately. Upon reaching the city gate, Ye Jing noticed a group of bodyguards seemingly moving cargo, among them a young boy carrying a long spear, which stood out among the typically knife-carrying bodyguards. The boy appeared to be just a teenager, robust in build with delicate features and a hint of youthful innocence. Ye Jing was somewhat surprised, quietly contemplating Tian Yao. This boy was none other than Lu Xianglin's second son, Yi Tianyao. He excelled in spear techniques, but had no spear techniques to learn at home, so he was sent to a martial arts school in Yanggu County to practice. Ye Jing observed the boy, noting the distinct knuckles on his fingers gripping the spear shaft, calloused with thin calluses, clearly the result of years of practice and dedication. At that moment, he was bending down to help an older bodyguard lift a wooden box, his back taut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he showed no sign of complaint, his gaze bright and steady, devoid of the restlessness common among his peers. Ye Jing suppressed the stirring in his heart, hunching his back and lowering his head. Deliberately avoiding Yi Tianyao's gaze, he pretended to be an unconcerned old hunter, dragging his feet as he slowly passed by the bodyguard team. "Little brother, be careful lifting that. The box is heavy, don't strain your back." The leading bodyguard called out, patting Yi Tianyao's shoulder with an approving expression. "You work hard, kid. With your solid spear skills, in a couple of years the position of the top spear master in our martial arts school will definitely be yours." Yi Tianyao straightened up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and flashed a youthful smile. His voice was loud and sincere. "Thank you, master. I just want to practice more so I can save enough money to ease my parents' worries." His cheerful demeanor made him well-liked among those around him, yet no one knew he came from a family of cultivators. As he spoke, he unconsciously glanced at the street corner, his gaze just brushing over the old hunter with a stooped gait. He felt that the old man looked somewhat familiar, with features that subtly resembled someone he knew. But after a moment's thought, he dismissed it, realizing that he had never seen such a mountain hunter while practicing spear techniques at the martial arts school for years, considering it merely an illusion, and turned back to busy himself. He mused that Yi Tianyao, like his father Yi, he would likely never possess spiritual roots. Now that he had obtained many treasures from the Minghai realm, it would be wise to find an opportunity for him to bind a life spirit weapon and step onto the path of cultivation. Practicing spear techniques had indeed cost him a bit. After Yi Tianyao finished moving the cargo, he left the city with his master Hisangwa. They had been traveling from Yanggu County, their purpose to escort a batch of jade stones. Hisangwa was a burly man who began drinking straight from a jug. With this rough liquor, even if a celestial being came, we wouldn't trade it for anything else. He was a second-tier martial artist who had served in the military in his early years, but returned home in his late 40s to run a martial arts school. He was quite fond of his new disciple Ye Jing and asked Tian Yao what are the key principles of the He family's spear techniques. Ye Tianhao, feeling helpless toward his rather unorthodox master, responded, the He family spear techniques emphasize power and directness, breaking the clever with speed. The spear strikes like an arrow and retrieves like a tiger returning. Each move aims to subdue the enemy and protect oneself. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a slight step, his posture sinking as though he were in an imaginary stance, though unarmed. Yet it revealed a formidable essence of spear intention, the tension in his arms, showcasing years of rigorous training. He Sangwo's eyes sparkled with excitement at his words, nodding vigorously as he inquired further, then if you encounter a bandit stronger than you with brutal moves, how would you respond? Ye Tianyao replied without hesitation, his tone steady. Evade its edge, seek its flaws, use speed to counter slowness, entangle the opponent with the coherence of spear techniques, never clash with brute force. Our He family spear is both defensive and offensive. You first protect oneself, then look for opportunities to defeat the enemy. Good lad, I didn't teach you in vain. He Sangwa laughed heartily, patting his shoulder with a tone of admonition. On this escort mission, there are many desperate people in the wilderness. Remember, spear techniques are static, but people are dynamic. In the face of danger, do not panic. Follow your master's lead, and we will safely deliver the cargo. When we return, I'll treat you to stewed meat and hot wine. Ye Tianyao nodded, earnestly, determination in his eyes. Disciple, will remember master's teachings and ensure the safety of the escort vehicle, never letting my guard down. On the way to escort the cargo, the atmosphere was filled with the dust of travel. Ye Tianyao marched forward with the caravan, having been sent by his family to learn skills from He Sangwa for over a year now. His marksmanship had already reached a level of mastery. He wondered when his father would arrange for him to practice the family's secret techniques and step onto the path of cultivation. As he pondered, the carriage beneath him jolted, suddenly stopping as the caravan came to a halt. Ye Tianyao opened his eyes wide, and what he sensed was not just the scenery, but a strong smell of blood. Everyone stay in the carriage. Stay alert. He Sangwo's terrified voice rang out. Ye Tianyao, alongside his senior brothers, saw that the inn ahead, which was meant for their rest, was now drenched in blood, with a half-dismembered innkeeper lying on the threshold, his eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. What is happening here? The merchant transporting goods was also scared out of his wits upon witnessing this scene. Seeing the uncertain situation in the shop, He Sangwa immediately shouted, "Let's go. This place is not safe. Move." As soon as he spoke, two dark shadows suddenly lunged out from the shop to block their path. Upon landing, they saw two monks, one thin and one fat, with blood dripping from their mouths, emitting a chilling, eerie laugh towards the escorts. I didn't expect a bit of fresh meat to come knocking. The fat monk, with a round face and a string of prayer beads hanging from his neck, had a greedy look in his eyes, completely devoid of any monk-like demeanor, especially since they were radiating spiritual light. He Sangwo's heart tightened at the sight. These two were immortals. He immediately knelt before the two, humbly pleading, "Esteemed immortals, we are mere mortals escorting cargo. We only ask for your mercy to spare our lives." As his words fell, all the escorts and merchants, including the coachman, knelt down in unison, trembling as if they were chaff. Mortals face to face with immortals were already worlds apart. Moreover, these two monks were covered in blood, exuding a fierce aura. They were not benevolent monks, but rather akin to man-eating demons. Ye Tianyao gripped the silver spear tightly in his hands. He was still just a mortal, and against them he had no chance of victory. He hadn't yet received the family's secret techniques or set foot on the path of cultivation. He could not die in this remote inn. The thin monk sneered, flicking his fingers to release a wisp of gray energy that snaked towards the nearest escort. The escort did not even have time to scream before his body shriveled up, collapsing into a lifeless husk, as his vital energies were completely drained by the gray mist. The possessions of mortals are nothing but dust in our eyes. The fat monk licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his prayer beads shaking with his movements, making his grotesque face even more sinister. However, your fresh blood and vitality are immensely beneficial for our blood fiend Zen temple's cultivation. Since you've delivered yourselves to us, you can all stay. The merchant boss was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels, collapsing to the ground in tears. "Immortal, spare me. I have elderly above and children below. I beg for your mercy." "Mercy?" The thin monk's expression turned cold, and in a flash he appeared before the merchant boss, his palm transforming into a claw meant to rip out his heart. "To be devoured by us is your honor. Isn't that mercy?" "Stop!" A thunderous roar suddenly erupted, and Ye Tianyao stepped forward, drawing his silver spear, in an instant pointing the spear tip directly at the thin monk's back. Though he was merely a mortal, he had refined his marksmanship for over a year, and the sound of his spear slicing through the air was sharp and fierce, aiming straight for the target's vital spots, showing no fear of the pressure from the cultivators. Ye Sangwo's face turned pale as he bellowed, "Ye Tianyao, do not be reckless. Retreat now." He knew very well that no matter how strong a mortal was before an immortal, they were like ants. This move was simply seeking death. The thin monk turned back at his words, a glint of surprise flickering in his eyes, quickly morphing into deep mockery. Oh, a mere mortal dares to attack a cultivator. He clearly did not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Do just right, we can use this tender flesh of yours to whet our appetites. The fat monk also shifted his stance, crossing his arms and watching with amusement. Junior brother, don't play too rough. This kid has strong bones, and his blood must be richer than others. Enjoy him well. Ye Tianyao clenched his teeth, his vital energies surging, the spear tip steady as a mountain. He knew his chances of winning were slim, but to sit and await death was a sure path to doom. Even against immortals, he had to fight for a glimmer of hope. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the flickering spiritual light emanating from the corner of the inn, and his heart raced. It seemed these two evil monks had vulnerabilities. In the next moment, the thin monk charged toward him, claws slicing through the air with a foul wind aimed directly at Ye Tianyao's throat, the spiritual light swirling around him, capable of easily ripping apart steel. Ye Tianyao executed a refined footwork, evading like a willow flitting in the wind, sweeping the silver spear in response, the tip grazing past the opponent's arm. With extraordinary speed, he left a shallow white mark on the protective spiritual light. The thin monk winced in pain, his expression turning sinister, seeking death. A violent surge of blood-red spiritual light erupted, engulfing Ye Tianyao, and an overwhelming, suffocating pain instantly washed over him. At that moment, he could not move, feeling as if his entire being was about to be crushed. "Immortal, my disciple was ignorant and offended you. I beg you to show mercy," Ye Sangwo hurriedly pleaded. The fat monk, drooling, grabbed Ye Sangwo's arm. "Enough with the noise, I'm starving. Let me eat you first." "Master." Ye Tianyao, bound by spiritual power, could only helplessly watch as his master was about to be devoured by the monk, unable to do anything. He gritted his teeth, cursed under his breath. Suddenly, just as the fat monk was about to swallow Ye Sangwo, a gust of clear wind swept by. Everyone was caught off guard by what happened. The fat monk, twisting Ye Sangwo's hand, suddenly felt it snap, and Ye Sangwo fell to the ground. The fat monk felt his arm lighten, completely unaware of what had transpired, but as the sharp pain flooded his body, he screamed out loud. Who is it? Oh! The thin monk's arrogance instantly stiffened, followed by fear. Who was this powerful cultivator that they had failed to notice? In an instant, aside from the fat monk's pig-like screams, there was no other sound. The whole scene fell into a sudden silence. Whoosh whoosh. Another gust of clear wind swept by, and the spiritual power binding Ye Tianyao was about to be severed. They could hear the sound, but could not see the person. The fat monk, clutching his bleeding arm, shrieked, "Which senior is here? If there has been any offense, please show mercy." "Ha, show mercy." A cold laugh suddenly rang out unexpectedly. The fat and thin monks felt a chilling wind behind them, causing their entire bodies to shiver. Unbeknownst to them, an old man appeared behind them, holding a knife aimed at them. "Spare." Before the two monks could finish their words, the old man swiftly raised the knife, and their heads fell to the ground in an instant, so fast that everyone present dared not move. Ye Sangwo dared not lift his head, feeling extremely unlucky. Merely escorting cargo, he encountered these man-eating immortals, and now he had no idea whether this newcomer was friend or foe. The old man appeared quite ordinary, wielding a large knife, and in an instant he had killed the two monks. "You need not fear, I will not harm you," the old man said calmly, taking the storage bags from the two monks. This made the others timidly rise, their faces filled with fear. Ye Tianyao stood up, seeing the old man looking at him with a gentle expression. In an instant he felt a spark of recognition and tentatively began to speak. "Grandfather." "Cough. Where are you all headed?" The old man coughed, interrupting Ye Tianyao's inquiry. Ye Tianyao understood it was indeed his grandfather. Just escaped from the underworld, Ye Jing unexpectedly encountered Ye Tianyao. He had initially intended to leave quietly without alarming anyone, but a warning sound from the immortal willow indicated that Ye Tianyao was in danger, prompting him to return. Seeing that it was only two monks at the third layer of chi refinement preying on the innocent, he was immediately filled with rage and swiftly dispatched the two scoundrels. Having risen from the ranks of mortals, he had endured attacks from factions like the Red Lotus cult and the Xian Yu sect, facing life and death numerous times. Ye Jing had no tolerance for these demonic cultivators, especially since they sought to harm his own kin. As an immortal now, he could easily commandeer their convoy without fear of rejection from Ye Jing and the merchants. Thus Ye Jing followed them along the way. Head of the convoy, do such incidents of cultivators slaughtering mortals happen often here? Ye Jing suddenly asked. Ye Jing trembled in fright, stammering, Immortal. This. Ye Jing reassured him. No need to be nervous, I cultivate the righteous path unlike those from the demonic path. Just answer my question. Ye Jing hurriedly replied. Immortal, recently there have been many wandering immortals in Yin country. Most only pass through to sell some provisions and don't easily harm mortals, but some immortals have begun to kill and seize treasures consuming vital essence akin to reincarnated evil spirits. If you think about it, Yin country is still relatively peaceful. In some places entire towns have been reduced to the officials can do nothing and the sects are deep in the mountains, leaving ordinary merchants to fend for themselves. Those of us who transport goods try to take the longer routes, but this road is the only way to Yanggu County, so we can't avoid it. Who would have thought that today we would encounter these two man-eating monks? Ye Jing furrowed his brow. Cultivators at the third layer of Qi refinement dared to openly slaughter mortals, indicating that the overall situation had indeed deteriorated. Head of the convoy, do you know where these suddenly emerging cultivators come from? Ye Jing shook his head. I'm just a mortal, how could I dare to inquire about such matters? He had only heard rumors from passers-by that several immortal families had been destroyed by a sect called the Xianyu sect, and some descendants of those immortals had fled to various places. Xianyu sect? Yes, but fortunately our Yin country has a general who is an immortal. With him in charge, those from the Xianyu sect dare not come here. Xianyu sect? Yes, but fortunately our Yin country has a general who is an immortal. With him in charge, those from the Xianyu sect. The general he spoke of is naturally Ye Jing's eldest son Yi, who has been engaged in battles for years, mostly residing in the imperial city. However, the true deterrent against the Xianyu sect is the Yi family. Ye Jing was well aware of this. Moreover, he understood from Ye Jing's words that these emergent cultivators were indeed drifters from destroyed families. Their low cultivation made them prone to commit heinous acts without restraint. After all the destruction caused by the Xianyu sect in their quest to refine that so-called sacrificial artifact had wiped out several families and countries, disproportionately affecting the innocent mortals. Ye Jing was grateful that his family had embarked on the path of cultivation. Those immortals were pitiable, but mortals were even more so. Amidst his reflections, Ye Jing noticed Ye Tianyao gazing at him with admiration. The boy likely yearned to cultivate even more fervently. However, they still pretended not to know each other and continued their journey towards Yanggu County. Along the way, Ye Jing saw several low-level Qi refinement cultivators. They wore tattered clothes and appeared quite destitute, yet still bore an air of arrogance that made some mortals worship them. Ye Jing felt that these vagrant cultivators mingling with mortals were ultimately a potential threat. 3 days later they arrived at Yanggu County. Thank you, Immortal Master, for saving my life. As they were about to part ways, Ye Jing expressed his gratitude warmly to Ye Jing. Throughout the journey, Ye Jing had not acted aloof, and they had enjoyed pleasant conversations. With a formidable cultivator like Ye Jing accompanying them, they easily dealt with several bandits along the way, leading to a smooth journey for which Ye Jing and the merchants were immensely grateful. Ye Jing smiled and did not say much. Ye Tianyao had been holding back his desire to acknowledge his grandfather. Now parting, he looked at Ye Jing with yearning. As a grandfather, Ye Jing certainly understood his thoughts and transmitted with spiritual power. Follow your master well. There's no rush on the path of cultivation, and I will bring you into the fold soon. Upon hearing this, a brilliant light burst forth in Ye Tianyao's eyes, the suppressed anticipation finally finding expression in ecstatic joy. He bit his lip to suppress his excitement, his voice trembling as he replied, Grandson, we'll obey your command, grandfather. With that, Ye Jing did not linger, turning to walk deeper into Yanggu County, his strides calm and his figure upright like a pine tree, quickly blending into the bustling crowd of the county. Ye Tianyao watched the receding figure, clenched his fists, burying his excitement deep within, and turned to accompany the convoy to settle the goods. His every action now carried a touch more composure, no longer exhibiting his previous impulsiveness. Ye Jing gazed in the direction where Ye Jing had disappeared, still filled with awe, bowing repeatedly. Truly a master of the age, approachable, yet possessing immense power. If all immortals were like this immortal master, we mortals could live peaceful lives. With that, he led the convoy and merchants towards the county's post station, finally setting aside his previous fears. Meanwhile, Ye Jing strolled along the streets of Yanggu County. It had been a long time since he had last visited Yanggu County. The bustling county was filled with lively voices and rich aromas, with vendors calling out from the roadside. Many shops around displayed the Ye family sign indicating thriving business. He had already sent word back home about his safe return from the underworld sea. Now he intended to stroll around treating it as a reunion with his past. Is that you? It really is you, Senior. Just as Ye Jing was wandering aimlessly, a surprised shout came from behind him. Ye Jing instinctively turned his head and saw two somewhat familiar middle-aged cultivators standing behind him, looking pleasantly surprised. These two men were ragged and thin, appearing quite destitute, yet Ye Jing sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy from them. Who are you? Ye Jing squinted. One of the middle-aged men stepped forward and said to Ye Jing, Senior, you don't remember. 10 years ago you saved us from the mouth of a green snake, and we took you to the heavenly workshop market. Upon hearing this, Ye Jing instantly remembered and smiled, saying, Ah, it's you, Taoist Su and Taoist Lu. Long time no see. These two cultivators were the two loose cultivators Ye Jing had encountered over a decade ago, named Su Daiden and Lu Qing. Back then they were merely at the second layer of qi refinement, but now they had both reached the fourth layer. Su Daiden stepped forward respectfully, intending to bow, with Lu Qing saying, We are unworthy, truly unworthy. The esteemed senior still possesses such grace. They noticed that although Ye Jing's hair was white and his clothing simple, his spiritual energy was profound and his eyes were bright. He appeared more spirited than he did 10 years ago, showing no signs of aging. Mortals have short lifespans, but the long-lived Ye Jing appeared remarkably vital, as if he were in his prime. Perhaps if he stood before them, he would be a foundation establishment cultivator. Ye Jing looked at the two men, a knowing glint passing through his eyes. 10 years passed swiftly for cultivators. Those two trembling young men, who struggled to protect themselves from the green snake, had now transformed into middle-aged men showing signs of weariness with graying hair. He raised his hand to gently stop Su Daiden from bowing too deeply, speaking in a calm tone devoid of arrogance. It was a mere act of kindness. There is no need to be concerned about it. But it has been many years. How did you end up in such a situation? At those words, the joy evaporated from Su Daiden and Lu Qing's faces, instantly replaced by bitter anguish and lingering fear. Lu Qing could not help but sigh. He glanced left and right, saw that although the street bustled with passers-by, none paid them any heed, and only then lowered his voice to speak. Elder, perhaps we should find somewhere to speak in private. Ye Jing nodded. Acting as host, he invited the two to a tea house and led them to a private room. Once seated, Su Daiden seized his teacup and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. His clouded eyes were full of depth. To be frank, Elder Lu and I both fled our clans. Because our talents were poor, our families paid us little heed, so we ventured out to see the world. Though life was hard and fraught with difficulty, it was at least free. But as wanderers who had drifted for years, we never expected that in one turn our homes would be gone, and every... Lu Qing was equally sorrowful, his voice trembling. It was the Xinyu sect. They annihilated my clan. Old and young alike were slaughtered to craft some sacrificial implement. Those words had long been pent up in their hearts. My brother and I were left homeless. Last month, a band of aristocratic cultivators who had fled set up an ambush on the road. We only escaped with our lives. All our belongings and magical implements were stolen, and we were reduced to begging and drifting until we reached Yanggu County. Hearing this, Ye Jing recalled the hardships of the journey and sighed as he looked at them. He said at once, Very well. I have several shops in Tiangongfang City where my grandson does business. If you do not disdain the work, I can recommend you to go there and lend a hand. Those words stunned Su Daiden and Lu Qing. The dimness in their eyes flared into sudden light. Su Daiden set down his teacup with a clatter, his knees buckled, and he knelt before Ye Jing. Elder, you have saved our lives. I, Su Daiden, have never begged anyone. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will not stray west. Even should you bid us walk through fire and water, we will never utter a complaint. Lu Qing wept openly and joined Su Daiden on his knees. We shall never forget your great kindness. The Xinyu sect destroyed my family and slaughtered our kin. My brother and I have clung to life for so long that we have had our fill of survival. If now we can secure a place to live, we will work like oxen and repay your grace. Ye Jing said evenly, It was but a small favor. I do not engage in losing ventures. If you truly submit yourselves and work honestly, you will not be mistreated. They nodded vigorously, saying in unison, We will remember your teachings, Elder. We have no other skills, only muscle and odd jobs. We will be honest and will not cause trouble for you or the young master. Ye Jing inclined his head, then took 2 pouches of spirit stones from his storage pouch and pushed them toward the men. There were also coins among them. The two were momentarily stunned. This is a small travel fund. Go buy yourselves decent clothes and provisions, and I will arrange for you to travel to Tiangongfang City to seek out my grandson Yi Tianhui to be settled. Su Daiden and Lu Qing stared at the coins and spirit stones, their eyes reddening once more. Their hands trembled, and they hesitated to take them. They repeatedly declined. Elder, you have already found us work. How can we accept your money? It would be improper. Take it and stop refusing. Ye Jing's tone allowed no argument. In tatters you will attract gossip in Tiangongfang City. First set yourselves in decent attire, so that when you work in the shop you can hold your heads high. Seeing his resolve, they could no longer refuse. They carefully stowed the money and bowed deeply to Ye Jing, their words choked with gratitude. Ye Jing led them into a secluded stand of woods and immediately summoned the first-rank mid-stage Kaishan rhino that Yi had given him on his 100th birthday. The beast was an earth-element demon beast possessing the arts of tunneling through mountains. It would carry Su Daiden and Lu Qing safely beneath the earth to Tiangongfang City. A first-rank mid-stage demon beast was comparable to a cultivator of refining Qi level 6 or higher, and most cultivators would not dare attack it. Su Daiden and Lu Qing stared at the colossal creature, some 3 zhang high, with faces full of shock. Its horn was as thick as a pillar, its ochre hide armored in thick plates. Each breath thundered, like rolling thunder, a ferocious aura washing over them that was no ordinary thing. This is a demon beast. Lu Qing blurted instinctively, drawing his legs back. They were only ordinary free cultivators of refining Qi 4th level and had never seen a cultivator tame a demon beast. Fear seized them. Ye Jing observed calmly, this is a first-rank mid-stage Kaishan rhino, an earth-walking beast adept at subterranean stealth and speed. Let it take you to Tiangongfang City. The road will be without danger. As he spoke, the great Kaishan rhino bowed its head obediently and coiled its massive body to the ground with a thunderous crash, which further startled Su Daiden and Lu Qing. Only when they saw Ye Jing stroke the beast's horn with such ease did they truly believe that this elder had succeeded in taming so enormous a creature. This elder could casually produce spirit stones, secure them lodging with a word, and command a demon beast as transport. His status soared far beyond what they had imagined. Could he be an elder of some great sect? They did not press the matter. Elder, such a favor we cannot repay in this lifetime. They bowed once more, hearts full of sincere reverence. Ye Jing waved his hand. Go. Find the Yi family shop in Tiangongfang City and give them my name. Someone there will arrange for your settling. Remember to behave, work diligently. That is the best course. Yes, we will follow your instruction. With a stomp of its 4 hooves, the ground split in a shallow groove. Earth-tinged spiritual light enveloped its body as it burrowed directly into the ground, leaving only a faint tremor before vanishing into the woods. Having done all this, Ye Jing did not linger. He transformed his form into a gust of wind, and in less than a breath he had arrived within Qingling's Lingyun Valley. Now a foundation establishment cultivator, his mastery of the Xingfeng technique had reached a nearly supernatural level. After being away for just over a month, he found the valley ringed by green bamboo fences and dotted with timbered stone cottages arranged with pleasing irregularity across the valley floor. Even the outskirts had structures for storage and transport, giving the place an almost immortal retreat air. No sooner had Ye Jing returned than 2 figures hurried to meet him. Leading them was a tall, handsome man with an elegant bearing and robust frame, his second son Yi. Yi had been cultivating in his grotto, and sensing his father's familiar, gentle spiritual energy, came out to greet him. Father, you have finally returned. Yi stepped forward and bowed deeply, his voice full of joy and concern. I have been counting the days and thought you should be back by now. Indeed, I sensed your presence. Ye Jing withdrew the Xingfeng technique. The sharp cultivator's aura instantly receded, leaving the gentle mien of a common elder. He raised a hand and patted Yi's shoulder. His eyes swept over the fatigue beneath his son's gaze, and knowing that for over a month he must have borne the burden of managing Lingyun Valley alone, he said softly, You have worked hard. Is everything in the valley stable? No petty thieves or intruders, I hope. Thanks to you, father, everything has been well. Yi Xin quickly replied, stepping aside to reveal the figure behind him. Sister-in-law waits in the main hall. When she learned you were returning, she watched at the valley gate all morning. She has likely already prepared hot tea and snacks. After Ye Jing returned home, he recounted the dangers encountered in the Minghai realm, causing them to break out in a cold sweat at the peril he described. He produced the box he obtained from the Minghai realm. As soon as the purple box guarded by the shadow blade mantis was opened, a black dagger appeared inside, only the length of a palm with a curved blade. What is this? It's so small. Yi curiously observed the unremarkable little dagger. Ye Jing utilized his spiritual power, and the small dagger instantly soared into the air, slicing through the surroundings under Ye Jing's command, without any reaction from the nearby stones. Not even a single small stone fragment was dislodged, nor was there any sound of collision. However, Ye Jing's expression changed. He had merely used a bit of spiritual power, yet the dagger seemed to move as if it were in sync with his thoughts, striking towards the wall. Dad, where's the little dagger? Yi clearly saw Ye Jing controlling the dagger, but it showed no response at all. In the next second the dagger appeared in Ye Jing's palm, as if it had teleported. It appeared. So fast. Yi's eyes widened as he leaned forward, his face filled with disbelief. That dagger had clearly vanished without a trace, not even a hint of spiritual power disturbance had been felt, yet it had abruptly returned to his palm at a speed beyond reason, incomparable to any ordinary artifact. Ye Jing's palm felt slightly heavy as his fingertips gently caressed the dagger's hilt. Its chilling touch sent a shiver down his spine, yet it did not harm him, instead emanating an oddly fitting sensation. This dagger is no ordinary item. It is not a typical assault artifact. While it appeared to strike the stone wall, it did not actually shatter anything, but pass through instead. In other words, this dagger can penetrate like a spiritual entity, Ye Xin pondered. Ye Jing nodded and said, "Either use your spiritual power to defend." As Ye Jing's voice fell, his spiritual power suddenly concentrated, and a light blue spiritual barrier enveloped Yi in an instant, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet as solid as fine steel, impervious to attacks from ordinary artifacts. The black dagger soared into the air once more, but this time Ye Jing did not deliberately exert brute force. He simply infused a strand of pure spiritual power slowly into the dagger. The dagger hovered in midair, entirely black as ink, with not a trace of spiritual light leaking out, and even the fluctuations of spiritual power were so faint they were nearly undetectable, as if it were just a piece of ordinary black iron. "Watch closely," Ye Jing instructed solemnly, and before he finished speaking, the black dagger suddenly vanished, still with no sound, no rush of air, and no spiritual power disturbance. Yi's heart tightened as he stared intently at the spiritual barrier before him. However, after waiting for a moment, the barrier remained intact, not even a ripple stirred, as if the dagger had never attacked at all. "Dad, this dagger?" Yi was about to ask, when suddenly a bone-chilling cold surged from his chest, piercing through his pores down to the marrow. Yi's complexion changed dramatically, and he instinctively looked down, only to find that the black dagger had somehow penetrated his spiritual barrier. It stopped just an inch from his chest, the curved blade pressed against his skin, the icy sensation causing the hair on his body to stand on end. And the seemingly indestructible layer of spiritual barrier before him was as if it were non-existent, showing no signs of damage or even having been touched. "It penetrated. My barrier didn't stop it at all," Yi exclaimed in shock, instinctively taking a half-step back, his face filled with terror. He knew well that his father was very precise in his actions and would never harm him, yet the horror of that moment still made his heart race. This was no ordinary dagger. It was a deadly weapon that was simply impossible to guard against. Ye Xian's pupils also constricted as he stepped forward to closely examine the dagger. He said solemnly, "Not only does it penetrate physical objects, but it even disregards spiritual barriers. This is not simply about penetrating armor, it can even attack in a solidified form. Indeed, as Xianer said, this dagger can hide within the void, and even I cannot sense its fluctuations in spiritual power. Just now I only activated it to move through space, without unleashing its physical killing move. If fully unleashed, its power would be far beyond this." With that said, Ye Jing soared into the air, followed by Yi and Ye Xian as they arrived at a more open area. Ye Jing's eyes sharpened and spiritual power surged within him like a river pouring into the dagger. The originally pitch-black dagger suddenly glimmered with a faint dark purple light. The black dagger disappeared again, but this time it was not a silent traversal. A barely perceptible ripple stirred in the void, and then a beam of black blade light suddenly erupted against the nearby bluestone cliff. Bang, crack! The deafening sound of shattering resonated as the iron-hard cliff instantly split open, creating a crack several meters long. The entire section of the cliff was forcibly cleaved off the edge, as smooth as a mirror resembling tofu. This dagger is simply terrifying. Yi was also dumbfounded, nearly scared to death. Everyone knows how terrifying a silent weapon can be, let alone one that seems to penetrate anything. It's simply a cursed artifact. After testing this formidable dagger, Ye Jing took out the Qingyu wind riding technique and said to his two sons, "This technique was also obtained by me from the Minghai realm. It is a rare secret technique that cultivates both body and spirit, called Qingyu wind riding technique." He raised his hand and gently tossed the scroll, and the azure golden light of spiritual power slowly spread, not flamboyant at all. Yet it emanated a warm, heavy aura of origin. The annotations at the head of the scroll floated in midair, each word clear. Even Yi, who had not yet stepped into profound cultivation, could sense the vast Tao rhythm contained within. He couldn't help but hold his breath. Yi Xian, who had been steady-minded since childhood, and possessed wisdom far beyond his peers, focused on the small words that read guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as wind, and gather the essence of spirit and soul as feathers. A hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Father, this technique can integrate both movement and spirit while also nurturing the Tao heart and enhancing magical treasures and beasts. Such a versatile secret technique is truly impressive. Ye Jing nodded and replied, "Our techniques are all obtained from the outside world, learned in a rather disorganized manner. If we can seek stability amidst chaos, perhaps we can prevent the emergence of inner demon bottlenecks." With that, Ye Jing looked at the delighted expressions of his two sons, feeling pleased. However, thinking of the family's situation, his expression gradually returned to calmness, and he slowly shifted the topic. Although the Ye family has shown signs of improvement, our foundation remains shallow. Having been engrossed in cultivation for many years, I have neglected the management of the family's assets and secular foundations. If we cannot even secure a stable foothold in the eyes of those deeply rooted immortal clans, we the Ye family are ultimately just an inconspicuous rural clan unlikely to achieve greatness. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the open space suddenly grew heavier, the earlier joy of witnessing the treasure technique fading away, replaced by a weighty sense of responsibility. Ye's expression of envy froze, and he scratched his head, the previously exuberant look on his face subdued as he realized the gravity of his father's words. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle is an unchanging principle. Possessing powerful techniques and treasures without a solid foundation ultimately invites disaster. Ye Xian's hand at his side slowly clenched into a fist, his deep-set eyes devoid of any impatience. He raised his gaze towards Ye Jing. His voice was calm, yet resonant. Father is absolutely right. No matter how powerful the techniques or treasures, they are merely resources for protecting the Tao. For the Ye family to establish a firm footing, it is not something that can be achieved overnight through cultivation breakthroughs. Assets must be safeguarded, connections must be built, and the foundation of the clan's descendants must be solidified. We must take one step at a time, and we will surely strengthen the foundation of the Ye family. What does father mean? Ye Xian asked upon seeing the situation. Ye Jing said, "I returned from the undersea realm and observed the surrounding environment along the way. I discovered that many cultivators have appeared within the borders of the Yin kingdom. Most of them have lost their families and ended up here, but due to the lack of restraint, they have come here to commit misdeeds. I believe that our family is currently busy with many affairs, and you all need to cultivate while managing family matters, which is too complicated. It would be better for us to recruit these cultivators as guests to assist with the family business. In the future, if we have descendants, we could also arrange marriages with them to keep the bloodline of cultivators." After he finished speaking, the hall fell into a moment of silence while the wind outside swirled the withered leaves, producing a subtle sound. Ye Xian raised his gaze towards his father, seeing the calmness in his brows that came from experiencing the dangers of the undersea realm, as well as the profound considerations for the family's future. Having already made a decision in his heart, he still asked in a deep voice, carefully choosing his words, "Father, I understand the benefits of this matter, but these cultivators are a mixed bag, and many of them are desperate individuals with unpredictable natures. If we recklessly bring them into our residence, we may be inviting wolves into the house. At best, they will disrupt our family rules. At worst, they may leak family secrets or even retaliate against us. We must be cautious." Yi also quickly added, "Yes, Father, our family possesses the reverse fate transformation scripture, and only you, as a foundation establishment cultivator, need to be careful." Upon hearing this, Ye Jing's lips curled into a faint smile, clearly having anticipated his son's concerns. He raised his hand to brush off the dust from his sleeves, his tone resolute, yet somewhat decisive. "As a father, I have naturally considered this aspect. These loose cultivators are rootless and aimless. They seem rebellious, yet most of them have become rogues out of desperation. Father has thought this through. I am ashamed to be inferior. I will handle this matter, and at that time, together with Emperor Yin, to issue a recruitment notice to recruit loose cultivators nationwide." Ye Xian agreed as well. As a trusted aide beside the Emperor, he could indeed manage a nationwide recruitment. The family needed a fresh influx of blood. Ye Jing nodded, saying, "As long as we grasp their weaknesses, establish strict rules, and apply both rewards and punishments, they can be put to use for us." He paused, then continued, "First, the selection of candidates must be personally verified by you and me. Anyone from the Yin kingdom with a violent temperament or a criminal record will be outright rejected. Secondly, after they are accepted as guests, they will be categorized into ranks, and cultivation resources, silver, and residences will be allocated according to their contributions. Those who betray the family will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the Yin kingdom, while those with severe offenses will be executed on the spot. Furthermore, we will assign them to manage the family's peerless business ventures, such as guarding mines and patrolling the borders. This way we can use their cultivation to solve problems, while keeping them in check to prevent rash actions. Ye Jing's words were resonant. The two brothers exchanged glances, both feeling a chill in their hearts. Ye Xian stood up and respectfully said to Ye Jing, "What you have said, father, I will remember thoroughly, and ensure there will be no mistakes. Tomorrow morning, I will enter the palace to see the emperor. Using the excuse of the court soothing the displaced people and clearing out bandits, I will first eliminate the loose cultivators causing chaos within the Yin kingdom, and then issue the recruitment order. This will help our family filter out those with poor reputations and will not bring calamity upon us." He understood the gravity of this matter. The Yi family held the reverse fate transformation scripture, which was already a target for envy. This matter required caution. Yi also quickly stood up to echo, "Elder brother is overseeing the entire situation. I am willing to be a deputy and assist in selecting the cultivators." Ye Jing's deep gaze swept over his two sons, his eyes holding a hint of expectation. Xianer is steady in temperament, and Yi is strong. They will complement each other well. As he nodded in agreement, he did not forget to add, "You must remember, when recruiting, do not be greedy for numbers. Quality is secondary, loyalty of character comes first. Those cultivators who have lost their families, yet still uphold their principles and harbor good intentions, are the ones we truly want to win over. As for those who are bloodthirsty and kill without hesitation, they must be dealt with immediately. We cannot leave behind any threats." After saying this, Ye Jing took out 2 jade tokens from his bosom. With a single grip, the tokens immediately revealed the engraving of the character Yi. "This is the family's token. If you encounter difficulties, you can call for me directly, and I will assist you." "Yes." Yi Xian and Yi replied. After discussing the family's recruitment of guests, Ye Jing called out to Yi, "By the way, Yi, I have one more thing to tell you." "Father, what is it?" "It is about your son Yi Tianyao." Upon hearing Ye Jing mention his youngest son Yi hurriedly asked, "Father, you haven't seen that little rascal, have you?" Ye Jing stroked his beard and chuckled, "I have seen him. Tianyao is currently practicing spear techniques with a very good disposition for a young man. He is now over 10 years old. I am planning to guide him onto the path of cultivation." "Really?" Yi's excitement was evident, but then he sighed with a hint of self-reproach. "Alas, it's my fault for not having the aptitude as a father which has burdened him. Otherwise he would have entered the qi gathering stage long ago." Ye Jing laughed. "There is no need to be pessimistic. It is excellent for him to experience the world at this age. Moreover, his spear skills are outstanding. I am planning to have him bind a spiritual weapon based on the reverse fate transformation scripture as his foundation for cultivation." "Have you chosen one?" Yi asked in surprise. "What is it?" Ye Jing feigned mystery and said, "Wait 3 months, it will be Tianyao's birthday. I will tell him then. You both should prepare to set off." At this time, within the Tian Gongfang market, Su Darren and Lu Qing stood nervously in front of a tall shop. The shop sign prominently displayed the character Yi in large letters with a black background and gilded edges, the strokes strong and vigorous, flanked by uncommon spirit-patterned curtains. It was clear that this was no ordinary merchant. The two exchanged glances and saw the trepidation in each other's eyes. They were dressed in new clothes, neat and tidy. Yet the deep-seated feeling of being out of place lingered. Standing before this grand shop made them feel like beggars who had mistakenly wandered into the territory of the wealthy, afraid that one wrong step would lead to being chased away. "Brother Lu, is this the Yi family shop that the senior mentioned? It's terrifyingly grand." Su Darren swallowed hard and lowered his voice. His hands continuously touched the storage bag at his waist, which was the funds Ye Jing had given them. The remaining silver was kept close, and he dared not use it carelessly. Lu Qing's face was also tense, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he trembled and replied, "It can't be wrong. This is the only Yi family shop in Tian Gongfang Market. This is the main building. It must be the place where the young master is. Since the senior has given us so many benefits, we must toughen up. Do you still want to be a beggar? Why don't you go?" The two had grown accustomed to their fallen state, pushing each other back and forth, yet ultimately entered together. As soon as they stepped inside, a staff member greeted them. Dressed in a short blue outfit with a matching apron tied around his waist, the cuffs embroidered with delicate spirit patterns, his expression bore a hint of polite smile devoid of any arrogance. "What do you two need?" Su Darren and Lu Qing were taken aback by the gentle inquiry. Their bodies stiffened, and they hurriedly withdrew their pushing hands, bowing and waving their hands repeatedly in a flustered yet respectful manner. "And no, we are not here to buy anything. We are here to find the young master sent by the senior Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff member's smile faded slightly as he scrutinized the two. Although these two had changed into clean new clothes, the fabric was the most ordinary coarse cloth, and their eyes and brows were full of the weariness of life, clearly indicating they were low-tier loose cultivators. However, since they mentioned the ancestor, he did not dare to neglect them. He immediately composed himself and gestured invitingly. "Please wait a moment. I shall immediately inform the young master." With that, the shop attendant guided them to a side seating area and strode briskly toward the inner chamber, his gait steady and respectful, betraying no trace of condescension. Su Dandan and Lu Qing stood rooted in place, scarcely daring to draw breath. Stealthily, they surveyed the shop's interior, its hall adorned with rosewood spiritwood shelves displaying an array of magical artifacts, talismans, and spirit herbs. A soft, luminous aura shimmered over each item, clear evidence of their extraordinary rarity. Even the attendants moved with quiet dignity, clad in refined attire and attending to patrons with disciplined grace. Their palms grew damp with nervous sweat. They feared their humble, threadbare presence might sully this hallowed ground, and even more that the grandson of Ye Jing would deem them unworthy. Earlier they had ridden atop a Kai-Shan rhinoceros, a formidable spirit beast whose divine prowess carried them to the Tiangong market in less than half a day. They had long revered Ye Jing as a celestial sovereign, unfathomably mighty, commanding heaven and earth. His grandson therefore must surely be a noble scion of peerless arrogance and lofty bearing. Moments later, footsteps echoed from the inner chamber. A young man emerged in embroidered silk robes, youthful, no older than 15, with a face like polished jade and eyes that held a startling depth of composure and acuity. A faint spiritual radiance clung to his form. His cultivation had already reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, a level that to Su and Lu marked him as an elegant, radiant aristocrat exuding innate nobility. He was Ye Jing's third grandson, Ye Tianhui, eldest son of Ye Yi and Lu Xiangwan. From childhood, he had apprenticed under family elders in managing the household's commercial affairs, shrewd, perceptive, and remarkably astute. His gaze settled upon the two men, not with hauteur, but with gentle sincerity. "Please follow me to the guest chamber for a private discussion." Seeing such a youthful master, Su Dandan and Lu Qing dared not show the slightest negligence. Once inside the chamber, they hastily bowed deeply, so reverently they nearly knelt, only to be gently restrained by Ye Tianhui. "There is no need for such formalities. Grandfather has already sent word instructing me to welcome you both with utmost care." Ye Tianhui gestured for them to rise, his tone calm and unhurried. "Since you come recommended by grandfather, you are now kin to the Ye family. From this day forth serve at ease within our shop. No stiffness, no restraint." Stunned, the two stood frozen, utterly unprepared for such approachability, such absence of pretense. In that instant, the weight gripping their hearts dissolved completely. Tears welled again in Lu Qing's eyes as his voice trembled. "Young master's boundless grace leaves us speechless. We swear, body and soul, we shall serve with unwavering devotion, never slackening for a single moment." Su Dandan nodded vigorously, his voice thick and earnest. "Indeed. Assign us any task. Chopping wood, hauling water, guarding the storerooms, or tending to daily chores. We'll bear it all, without complaint or idleness." A faint smile touched Ye Tianhui's lips as he turned to the steward beside him. "Uncle Wang, please arrange lodgings for them, and issue monthly stipends and work uniforms. Let them first familiarize themselves with the shop's protocols. Thereafter they may assist in managing the storerooms and overseeing the front counter." The steward, called Uncle Wang, was one of Ye Tianhui's most trusted confidants, chosen personally over years for his efficiency and reliability. He bowed respectfully and smiled warmly at the pair. "This way, please. The rear courtyard holds dedicated guest chambers, clean, airy, and well-lit. From now on, your meals and lodging will be provided here. Rest assured, you've found your home." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Su Dandan and Lu Qing profusely thanked him as they followed Uncle Wang toward the courtyard. "Brother Su, this is truly miraculous. At last we have shelter. We need no longer wander the streets like vagabonds." Lu Qing gazed at the modest dwelling, yet his heart swelled with elation. Su Dandan beamed. "Indeed, we've encountered true benefactors. How astonishing that a chance meeting 10 years ago should blossom into such fortune for us two brothers. If only my parents were still alive." At those words, the air grew still and heavy. Lu Qing waved a hand dismissively. "Enough of such illimitable talk. In these turbulent times, mere stability is a blessing. What more could we possibly ask? Besides, your elder sister lives. She has entered the Qingyun sect. Our lineage endures." "Ah yes, one step at a time then." Within the imperial palace, peach and plum blossoms unfurled tender buds beside the warm pavilion of the imperial garden. A gentle breeze fragrant with floral sweetness drifted across carved beams and painted eaves. Zhao Yuani reclined upon a plush divan, playfully poking the rosy cheek of the infant princess cradled in his arms, his expression brimming with tender adoration. Several consorts gathered nearby, murmuring softly, their silken garments and jeweled headdresses glinting beneath the sunlit rafters, an idyllic tableau of serenity and harmony. Zhao Yuani now ruled the Yin kingdom firmly. Though not a sage emperor of legend, he governed diligently and cherished his people. Each dawn he presided over court sessions, reviewed memorials, and adjudicated state affairs. Once governance stabilized, he withdrew to the imperial garden to share quiet moments with consorts and offspring, living a life of tranquil contentment. At its core, this peace rested upon the towering support of the Yi family. Ye Jing, a cultivator of profound attainment, dwelled secretly in the capital, eradicating political rivals and quelling border bandits from the shadows. Moreover, the Yi family's inexhaustible flow of wealth and resources steadily fortified the Yin kingdom's power. Its territory expanded yearly, neighboring states dispatched envoys to pledge fealty. Thus Emperor Zhao reigned unburdened, freed from countless anxieties that plagued lesser sovereigns. Your Majesty, the senior minister Yi requests an audience, citing urgent matters. His personal eunuch approached silently, bowing low and whispering discreetly, careful not to disturb the emperor or the princess. The infant princess cooed softly in Zhao Yuani's arms. He gently passed her to a waiting consort. His languid smile faded slightly as he smoothed the folds of his dragon robe and declared, "Oh, Minister Ye's arrival at this hour surely signals grave import. Summon him to the side hall at once. I shall join him immediately." He knew well Ye Jing's temperament, reserved, deliberate, never summoning an audience unless the matter concerned national security or the Yi family's highest strategic interests. Recalling recent chaos, roving rogue cultivators displaced refugees surging across the realm, Zhao Yuani paused mid-step. A flicker of calculation crossed his eyes before he hastened toward the side hall. Inside the side hall of the imperial garden, Ye Jing and Yi waited. Ye Jing gazed calmly upon the bluish-gray tiles and black brick walls beyond the threshold, his expression serene, unreadable. At the sound of approaching footsteps, both brothers turned and bowed deeply. "Your servant humbly salutes your majesty." "Rise, esteemed ministers, Yi, be seated." Zhao Yuani dared not let the brothers kneel fully. He stepped forward to assist Ye Jing onto the principal seat, then discreetly dismissed all palace attendants. With deference he asked, "What urgent matter brings you both to the palace at this hour?" After taking his seat, Ye Jing spoke plainly, "Your Majesty's wisdom is unmatched. Yet unrest festers across the Yin kingdom. Refugees scatter like chaff. Destitute rogue cultivators exploit the chaos, plundering villages, oppressing the common folk. If left unchecked, this scourge will fester into a mortal threat to the realm. After prolonged deliberation with my father, we have devised a dual-path strategy, simultaneously purging brigands and pacifying refugees, while strengthening both the imperial administration and the Yi family's foundations, thus securing the Yin kingdom's sovereignty for generations to come." Zhao Yuani's eyes brightened. He leaned forward, urgency coloring his voice. "Indeed, you possess a viable solution. Speak swiftly. I shall grant full authority and support." He understood Ye Jing's acumen intimately. When Ye Jing proposed action, it was invariably flawless. His anticipation surged, keen and unreserved. Ye Jing then unveiled the Yi family's recruitment plan, methodical, lucid, and meticulously structured. "First, we shall issue an imperial edict of purge, mobilizing royal troops alongside Yi family cultivators to eradicate violent, notorious rogue cultivators, thereby deterring all malcontents. Second, we shall promulgate a recruitment decree for rogue cultivators, openly welcoming those who, though ruined and dispossessed, uphold moral integrity and refuse corruption, enrolling them as retainers of the Yi family, jointly supervised by imperial and Yi authorities." He paused, then elaborated on advantages and safeguards. These retainers may be deployed across frontier patrols, mine-guarding duties, or perilous commercial ventures, leveraging their cultivation to resolve crises in diverse domains. The imperial treasury incurs no additional expenditure, yet borders stabilize and internal disorder subsides. The Yi family expands its influence while safeguarding Yan's soil, a true symbiosis of mutual benefit. Moreover, my father has already instituted stringent codes of conduct, blending benevolence with discipline, to ensure absolute loyalty. No retainer shall ever harbor treacherous intent, betray his master, or destabilize the imperial order. Ye Jing elaborated further on the pros and cons. The Yi family can also expand its strength through this, safeguarding the territory of the Yin kingdom, making it a win-win situation. What is your Majesty's thought on this? Zhao Yuani felt it was a good idea after hearing this. Now that he had become the emperor, his perspective had broadened more than ever. He certainly understood that with the Yi family in good relations with the Yin kingdom, the strength of the Yi family would strengthen his own kingdom. Zhao Yuani naturally cooperated, saying, "Splendid. This plan brings multiple benefits, resolving the chaos caused by the rogue cultivators. I approve. Tomorrow during the morning court, I shall issue an edict notifying the entire nation, entrusting you, my beloved minister, to oversee this matter. The entire court will cooperate, fully providing people and authority as needed." Yi Xian stood up and said, "I thank your majesty for your trust. I will do my utmost to fulfill your majesty's expectations, and within 3 days we shall see results." Yi Xian and Yi Yi received the edict and left the palace immediately, dispatching elite cultivators from the Yi family to collaborate with the imperial guards, splitting into 2 routes to sweep through various states and counties of the Yin kingdom with overwhelming force. Yi Xian took charge at the center, coordinating the overall strategy, dividing the territory of the Yin kingdom into 12 areas for a thorough sweep, assigning a trusted officer to each area, with 100 imperial guards holding the emperor's edict and the Yi family's command token executing first and reporting afterward. Yi Yi personally led a contingent of elite iron cavalry, specifically targeting the rogue cultivator dens entrenched in the deep mountains, establishing dominance with iron-fisted methods. Those malevolent cultivators within the Yin kingdom, who usually burned, killed, and plundered without mercy, thought that the court was too preoccupied to care for them, allowing them to act with impunity, only to unexpectedly face a disastrous downfall. During this period, Yi Xian and Yi Yi killed over 100 rogue cultivators, causing chaos within the Yin kingdom. One day, the vanguard team sent out by Yi Yi arrived at a town that was now desolate, the ground littered with bones, devoid of any people. He immediately summoned the snow-winged eagle to circle in the sky, searching for traces of rogue cultivators in the area. At that moment, the sky was gradually darkening, and a thick smell of blood filled the air, indicating that a massacre had occurred recently. He immediately commanded his soldiers, "You will remain in place, and without my orders do not act rashly." "Yes." Yi Yi stood at the town's entrance, his dark outfit fluttering in the evening breeze, the sword at his waist glinting with a chilling light. His handsome face was covered with a layer of frost, and anger churned in his eyes. Looking up at the snow-winged eagle circling in the sky, the divine bird let out a sharp cry, folding its wings and diving towards the dense forest in the west of the town, its talons aimed directly at a hidden nest deep within the forest. Yi Yi immediately soared on his sword, his figure darting out like an arrow released from its bow, following the snow-winged eagle into a secluded forest. Before long, he saw a flickering firelight in the woods, accompanied by coarse laughter and scorn, as well as the occasional sound of a woman weeping, clearly indicating that those cultivators had not yet left and were still reveling in their den. Pushing through the last layer of brush, Yi Yi saw more than a dozen rogue cultivators clad in finery, sitting around a bonfire, drinking and making merry. Surrounded by naked women, piles of stolen gold and silver lay scattered on the ground, and the leader was a burly man, his chest exposed. He was gripping a woman with one hand, and as he inhaled, the woman suddenly screamed, a surge of blood energy erupting from her 7 orifices, and in less than a moment, she turned into a pile of bones. "Big brother, your technique is impressive. It can absorb so much blood energy, and I have already reached the 3rd layer of chi refinement," said a monkey-faced man below, grinning while holding onto a woman. With a lewd grin on his face, his rough hands ruthlessly tore at the woman's clothing, prompting her to cry out in despair and struggle desperately, while the other rogue cultivators laughed uproariously, treating the slaughter of innocents and the humiliation of vulnerable women as mere entertainment. "Stop!" A furious shout reverberated like thunder in the dense forest. Yi Yi unleashed his spiritual power, completely brandishing a large blade as he charged forward. The group of rogue cultivators was taken aback by this sudden pressure, freezing in place, their lewd smiles and arrogance instantly faltering as they turned to look towards the brush, all showing expressions of terror. The leader, a man with blood tattoos, felt his pupils constrict as he sensed Yi Yi's unfathomable cultivation, instantly pushing the woman away from him. With a flattering smile, he said, "Esteemed friend, we were merely seeking some entertainment. If you do not mind, why not join us? We won't interfere with each other, and you will surely be generously rewarded in the future." As he spoke, the burly man secretly gestured, and several rogue cultivators beside him quickly understood, hastily grabbing the gold and jewels from the ground and piling them up in front of him, attempting to appease the situation with wealth. They were all rogue cultivators who had broken away from their families, scattered due to the destruction of their main family. In the eyes of the burly man, they were all cultivators and shouldn't be fighting over a few mortals. Entertainment. Yi Yi halted his steps, the blade angled towards the ground, the cold light reflecting off his frosty face, making it even more chilling. Anger surged in his eyes like a volcano erupting. To slaughter innocent civilians, to consume their souls and blood, to humiliate weak women, is this truly entertainment in your eyes, eh? Ye despised such cultivators who did not regard mortal lives with respect. He thought of how the Ye family had endured countless such slaughters to reach their current position. Previously, he had nearly lost his life dealing with that so-called Red Lotus sect, and now witnessing the tragedy in this town, he was filled with rage. Why must you be like this, esteemed friend? Mortals cannot be compared to us cultivators. They are merely pigs and dogs. What harm is there in me taking a few and playing with them? The burly man found it strange justifying himself. Those major sects don't care about this. Why be so angry? The world is inherently survival of the fittest. If you don't eat them, they will come back to eat you. You are too soft-hearted. This will hinder your path to immortality. In the burly man's previous family, they regarded these mortals as worthless. He couldn't understand why Ye was so furious. Ha! Hinder my path to immortality. Ye scoffed coldly, shaking the blade in his hand. Indeed, this world is survival of the fittest, so it is only right that I kill you. After saying this, Ye leapt forward, the blade humming incessantly, emitting a piercing cold light, as if even the air was frozen in the wake of his murderous intent. The burly man's complexion changed drastically. All his previous arrogance and flattery vanished, leaving only bone-chilling fear. He could never have imagined that the cultivator before him would truly kill for a group of ordinary mortals. Esteemed friend, you misunderstand. If you don't want to eat people, I will give you my storage bag. Please spare us. The burly man pleaded repeatedly. I have cultivated for 40 years to reach the 6th layer of chi refinement. We all have it tough. Ye found this cultivator utterly disgusting and didn't wish to waste more breath. His figure moved as fast as a ghost, leaving only a faint shadow. The long blade, imbued with the force to split mountains and crack stones, sliced straight towards the burly man. Puff! The sharp blade easily tore through the man's blood-colored defenses, piercing directly through his chest. The burly man looked down in disbelief at the blade piercing through his chest, an immense amount of black-red blood gushing from his mouth, the result of consuming the blood energy of countless mortals. In the face of Ye's absolute cultivation, he was utterly powerless. The arrogance in his eyes completely transformed into terror. He opened his mouth, yet failed to utter even a word of plea before crashing to the ground devoid of breath. The remaining rogue cultivators were so frightened that their souls nearly flew away, losing any trace of defiance. They all dropped the gold and silver in their hands and fled in all directions, crying out for mercy. However, before Ye, they were merely struggling in their death throes. Now at the 9th level of chi refinement, dealing with these minions was child's play. With a flick of his wrist, the long blade danced into an impenetrable net of Slash's spiritual power, entwining with the blade's radiance as it swept across all directions. With each flash of cold light, a rogue cultivator would scream and fall to the ground. One of the rogue cultivators tried to fly away with his sword, but in the next moment a white figure flashed by. In an instant, the rogue cultivator saw a giant white eagle take flight, its sharp beak piercing into his skull. In an instant, a rain of white and red fell from the sky, and no screams could be heard. In less than half a stick of incense's time, more than 10 rogue cultivators in the dense forest were completely slaughtered, with none surviving. The smell of blood in the air grew more intense, mingled with the wails of the dying rogue cultivators, gradually fading into silence. Ye sheathed his sword, his spiritual power slowly calming down, but the frost on his face did not dissipate. He turned to the trembling, ragged survivors, and his voice softened a bit. But it still carried an air of authority. Do not be afraid, the villains have been eliminated. Soldiers will come shortly to escort you home or settle you in a safe place. The women, overcome with emotion, knelt in gratitude, their voices rising in a chorus of praise for their benefactor. Ye merely waved his hand, turning to call back the circling snow-feathered eagle. His expression serious, he reflected on the scenes he had witnessed while following Ye Xian and hunting down those wicked cultivators passing through places strewn with corpses. In the past, when such situations arose, Qingyun's sect would send cultivators to assist, but now with so many rogue cultivators in Yin country, Qingyun's sect had shown no reaction. Could it be that because the Yi family had emerged, Qingyun's sect was unwilling to intervene? Not long after, the vanguard Forbidden Army received the signal and rushed over. They began to clear the scenes, settle the victims, and tally the valuables plundered by the rogue cultivators. Everything was orderly. Yi mounted his horse, tightened the reins, and solemnly commanded the iron cavalry under his command, "This matter is done. Proceed immediately to the next bandit nest. Any evil doer harming the people shall be killed without mercy." Understood. The iron cavalry crushed through the lingering mist of the forest, the sound of their hooves ringing like thunder as they galloped towards the next bandit stronghold. This was due to the Emperor of Yin country proclaiming to the world that anyone reporting rogue cultivators causing chaos would be rewarded with 100 taels of gold and granted protection by the government. At first, the common people hesitated to report due to fear of the cultivators, but as the Ye family brothers eradicated rogue cultivators one after another, the lure of gold emboldened many. Rogue cultivators causing chaos and slaughtering the common people were quickly rooted out across the nation. The turmoil in Yin country soon settled. Ye Jing also took care to post notices stating that any rogue cultivator without a bad record who followed the rules and harbored good intentions could report to various states and counties. Those selected by the Ye family could be welcomed into the household as guests, and anyone who contributed to the Ye family would be granted access to cultivation resources. They would receive the status of the Ye family and even the protection of the clan. Once the notice was released, it immediately stirred up a tremendous wave throughout Yin country. Those rogue cultivators, previously homeless and driven to desperation, had already been terrified by the ruthless methods of the Ye family. Seeing that none of the evil doers escaped, they realized that it was rare for honest cultivators to find a safe path. Immediately their thoughts became lively. They were all cultivators from destroyed clans of lower aptitude with no sect or affiliation. Now with the Ye family, a cultivating clan extending an olive branch offering a way out and cultivation opportunities, they were naturally unwilling to continue living as fugitives. Within just 3 to 5 days, several solitary cultivators arrived from various states and counties, some even in small teams, and others bringing their families. They were merely low-level cultivators seeking a stable life. Now they were patiently waiting for the officials of each state to report them, and no one dared to cause trouble. They understood better than anyone that the Ye family brothers were decisive in their actions. Just days before, they had beheaded a group of murderous alchemists and hung their heads on the city wall. With such bloody precedents before them, no one dared to touch this bad luck. Ye Jing sat at the main stronghold in the capital, while Ye Jing was in charge of the borders and various state branches. The two brothers strictly followed Ye Jing's instructions, personally overseeing every round of screening. Anyone with the blood of innocent citizens on their hands, violent and hard to tame in nature, or with treacherous and opportunistic thoughts, would be immediately expelled. For those who were extremely wicked, Ye Jing would strike without mercy. The strict screening instead earned the trust of those pure-hearted rogue cultivators. Ye Jing treated people with kindness and was clear in rewards and punishments. Not only did he register the selected individuals and issue them specially made guest tokens from the Ye family, but he also immediately dispensed their stipends and allocated temporary residences. Ye was responsible for setting rules and regulations, announcing the prohibitions against betrayal, hoarding secrets, and oppressing the common people with a tone so stern that it left no room for doubt, thoroughly suppressing the rebellious hearts of a few. With both kindness and severity applied, in just 3 months the Ye family had gathered nearly 50 qualified rogue cultivators, with a majority being cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Moreover, there were 3 cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement, all of whom were desperate individuals who had never harmed anyone. On this day, Ye Jing and Ye Jing returned together to report to the main residence of the Ye family. In the hall, Ye Jing was meditating with his eyes closed, his foundation establishment stage, spiritual energy calm and restrained. Hearing the sound of their footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the 2 slightly fatigued, yet spirited faces, and he nodded slightly. Did everything go smoothly? Ye Jing spoke in a deep voice. Ye Jing bowed and handed over the registration roster. Father, everything was carried out as planned, and we screened a total of 50 qualified guest cultivators. None bore the stain of indiscriminate killing. The clan rules had taken root in their hearts, and no one dared to defy them. However, he paused, a hint of worry crossing his brow. During this time our movements have been quite large. Not only did we gather rogue cultivators and eliminate bandits, but we also borrowed the power of the court. I have heard that there are already whispers from the direction of Qingyun's sect, with many outer disciples hovering around the borders of Yin country, seemingly spying on our movements. Ye Jing replied, It seems our actions over these 3 months have indeed been a bit too prominent. I had previously declined the recruitment from Qingyun's sect, and now, as we have developed it, perhaps has caused them to worry a bit more. After all, in the current cultivation world, clans must depend on sects for survival. Previously, Ye Jing could refuse by citing the insufficient strength of his household, claiming they were just a rural family. But that is no longer the case. The Ye family has now produced a foundation establishment patriarch and a foundation establishment heir, and is now actively recruiting guests. This suggests a move towards becoming a cultivating clan. To claim independence as a king is impossible. Father Tian Hao and Tian Yao are disciples of Qingyun's sect. Are they not planning to recruit us like those guests? Ye was somewhat anxious. Moreover, what benefits are there to becoming a clan under the sect? Not only do they have to pay spiritual rises taxes every year, but they also have to serve the sect for free. A slight mistake could result in the downfall of the entire family. They all knew what fate awaited the families that submitted to Qingyun's sect. Ye Jing lightly tapped the table, the muffled sound echoing clearly in the quiet hall. What are you panicking about? The cultivation world is inherently a survival of the fittest. If Qingyun's sect really wants the Yi family to bow down, they can only do so with their own capabilities. With just the little connection from Tian Hao and Tian Yao, it is hardly substantial. Depending on a sect is the norm for clan survival, and if they really come, then we will just endure it. The sect leader is a golden core cultivator. No foundation establishment, clan no matter how powerful can rival them. Ye Jing was displeased, but for him, depending on Qingyun's sect was not a bad thing. Let's not forget that the troublemaker from Xianyu's sect has yet to be dealt with.